Chapter 104, There is no such thing as a chance given in vain. Zhang Hong, flooded with divine radiance gaze on Jiang Xian body, stayed for a while, and looked at the ancient medicine field inside the crowd of heavenly pride. The reaction of the demons. See, the crowd of heavenly pride are all a face of indignation staring at Jiang Xian. He, suddenly, seemed to understand something. The eyes fell on Jiang Xian again, gazing for a long time, and his heart was full of doubts. How on earth did this guy take in this group of Jiang family members? He was clearly only at the spirit transformation realm. Master, someone is spying on you. Linger's warm voice rang out in Jiang Xian's mind. At the same time, the human steel at the center of his brow rotated, and a flash of pale chi attached itself to Jiang Xian's eyes. Jiang Xian followed Linger's guidance and looked in Zhang Hong's direction. The other party was exposed to his eyes despite the rules of heaven and earth covering them. Zhang Hong? Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. The other party was certainly burdened with divine bones, but after all, they were only in the realm of the entered gods, and they actually managed to live until now, and it seemed to be quite nourishing. Zhang Hong noticed Jiang Xian's gaze and was flabbergasted. The other party had discovered him? How is that possible? He used the rules of heaven and earth to conceal himself. It was impossible for a non-heavenly Xian realm to detect his existence, but with the facts in front of him, Zhang Hong could only sigh helplessly. Worthy of being a demon with a returning bloodline. Immediately, without the slightest lingering, he turned around and left. The other party had already detected his presence, and with 30 Earth Xian potentates, he had no chance of confronting them head-on. Then again, as a member of the same Jiang family, there is no need to tear his face off. He has already obtained the mountain-shaking tripod that he wants, and the chance in the divine abyss is not to be desired. Gone again? Jiang Xian, face odd, then also no longer think too much, turned to look at the ancient medicine field in the crowd. It is time to collect protection fee, or because Zhang Hong, who had refined the mountain-shaking cauldron, had arrived and departed. The ancient forbidding system that shrouded the ancient medicinal field had undergone some marvelous changes. The treacherous aura grew more and more dense, but the prohibition itself grew more and more indifferent, as if it would dissipate at any time. Jiang Xian quickly noticed this and grew more cautious in his heart. It's not right. It's very wrong. Sure enough, there are no chances given in vain in this world. At this point, in the ancient medicine field, dozens of Dao medicines that were diffused with haze, at this time steeply erupted with radiant light, bathed in dense and mysterious immortal mist, swaying with the complete Dao laws, presenting all sorts of amazing visions. There was even a strong medicinal scent that swirled out and drilled into everyone's body. The spirit was greatly shaken, as if he had knocked the elixir, and his cultivation seemed to have increased a lot. These are extreme Dao medicines. The heavenly prides and demons from all sides became frenzied after smelling the medicinal fragrance, and their hearts and minds were instantly occupied by an unexplained thought. The Dao medicines in the ancient medicine fields were all theirs. For a while, the carefully guarded crowd all acted like they were obsessed, striking out and grabbing the Dao pill. The melee opens again, and intensely, far more so than earlier. However, in an instant, 4 or 5 spirit transformation heavenly pride had already fallen. Terrifying divine abilities and Dao techniques were presented in the heavens and earth, and each demon carried a maddening tyranny, violently fighting for Dao pills and even having gone on a killing spree. Only Xiao Tianyi and Xiao Fuyao, whose cultivation had reached the middle stage of Di Xian, and who also had heavy treasures in their possession, were able to retain a little bit of lucid consciousness, and intuited that the crazy thoughts that suddenly welled up in their hearts were very right, and they hurriedly sank their hearts and pushed their divine souls, suppressing the thoughts. The rich medicinal aroma also passed through the thinning restriction and entered the bodies of Jiang Chen and the other Earth Xian as well as Jiang Xian. Deep greed welled up. Jiang Chen and the other Earth Xian, looking at the Dao medicines in the ancient pill fields, their eyes reddened. Young king, it's full of extremely high-grade Dao medicines. If we don't make a move, they'll be done with them. Jiang Chen's body had trembled with anxiety, and he had the tendency to ignore Jiang Xian's orders and enter the ancient pill field. As a matter of fact, it wasn't just Jiang Chen. All the Jiang clan Earth Xian powerhouses were like this. Even Jiang Xian's eyes glowed red. Greed knows no bounds. With their current strength, as long as they entered the ancient pill field, those extremely high-grade Dao medicines would all be his. Daddy, there's so much delicious food. Let's enter. The girl child tugged on Jiang Xian's hand and urged as well. Jiang Xian's caution, in a little bit of slack, was about to nod his head to agree. The mind suddenly remembered the voice of Linger. Master, your divine soul fluctuation. Some strange hay. At these words, Jiang Xian was instantly awakened for a few moments, recalling the impulsive thoughts of the party. His heart flinched and he cursed more than once. He was damn near caught in the act. Immediately, He activated the human steel and calmed his divine soul to prevent himself from being disturbed by that rich medicinal fragrance again, and then coldly looked at Jiang Chen and the others, and droned. Whoever disobeys my orders and trespasses into the ancient pill field, dies. Buzz. The blade ancestor that had attached itself to Jiang Xian's arm and transformed into a seal then catapulted out a sheet of blade light. The light of the sword rose greatly. The laws of the Tao of the blade were added, and a wide blade was diffused, resting against the necks of Jiang Chen and the others. Cold killing chances stirred, waking Jiang Chen and the others up. A chill ran down his back and his heart was filled with fear. Jiang Chen and the others hurriedly bowed and saluted. Full of awe, I will obey the young king's order. Congratulations, you have broken the setting once. According to this setting, to step into the ancient medicine field, you will be corrupted by the power of demonic evil and fall into the Taoist medicine nutrients. You refuse to step into an ancient medicine field and obtain an ancient medicine field that is capable of cultivating Tao medicines that perfect the rules and have a certain chance of being able to elevate the Tao medicine to a holy medicine. The long-awaited Goldfinger prompt comes into view. Jiang Xian was stunned. So this ancient medicine field in front of me really has a pit, right? I knew that with the little master's script, it was unlikely that everything would progress smoothly. Sure enough, as long as the little master has a little gain, it will be followed closely by a huge crisis. And at that moment, in the ancient medicinal field, a change occurred. First, the ancient prohibitions shrouding the ancient medicinal field fell off one after another, turning into pieces, and then a layer of faint black mist rose up, covering the sky above the ancient medicinal field and obscuring the entire divine abyss. The treacherous, evil-intentioned aura that rolled and spread out was creepy. And after, those extremely high-quality Tao pills that burst out with visions, exploded with a bang. And what spread around was not majestic spiritual power, nor was there a strong medicinal fragrance, but a disgusting, fishy liquid. The fishy liquid scattered all over the 4 ancient medicine fields, and a number of them even directly scattered on the body of the heavenly pride. The liquid was slowly writhing. A strong corrosive force was released. The 4 ancient medicinal fields instantly turned into a pitted and blackened mess, emitting an indescribable stench. Ah! The celestial pride that was attached to the liquid screamed in agony, and their flesh rapidly decayed. No matter what physique or bloodline the other party possessed, how powerful their flesh was, or what kind of great Tao intent they had mastered, there were no surprises, and the flesh and blood fell off piece by piece, revealing the gruesome white bones, and then the white bones were corroded with a black crater, until finally, it dissolved into a puddle of thick water and became part of the fishy liquid. And then, click click click, the 4 ancient medicine fields crumbled out with a shocking crack. A creepy demonic and evil aura gushed out, instantly rendering the entire space into an evil ink-black color. The rules of heaven and earth were instantly corrupted. The laws of the great Tao, too, have all gone to nirvana. Even the void revealed an unsightly crease, as if it was infected by this demonic and evil breath. Xiao Tianyi, Xiao Fushan, and the other remaining demons, their souls jumped and were shocked. They didn't dare to hesitate at all, and hurriedly offered their life-preserving means, wanting to escape from the ancient pill field. Seeing this, Jiang Xian suppressed the fear in his heart and revealed a cold smile, clapping his hands and saying to Jiang Chen and the others, "Get up and get to work. It's time to collect protection money." Immediately, Jiang Chen and the others mobilized the earth vein qi once again, diffusing the continuous mountain range and surrounding the ancient medicine field. At the same time, it also blocked the path of escape for these demons. Jiang Xian stood on the mountain range, looking at the crowd of demons fleeing head-on, smiling. "If you want to pass, hand over all the treasures on your body." Chapter 105, I only agree to come out of the medicine field. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seeing that the Jiang family's crowd of Earth-Xian realm had blocked all their paths, the crowd of demons all cursed angrily in their hearts. Jiang Qianquan is so damned. However, the ancient pill field had changed, and the demonic and evil power was rampant. So with their strength, they were unable to withstand it, and if they continued to consume it, the only way to go was to die. Just now, there were a few Earth-Xian demons who were unlucky enough to be standing right on top of the cracks, and simply didn't have time to react, and were instantly corroded into a pile of blood sludge by the demonic and evil power that gushed out, becoming the nutrients for those Tao medicines that underwent strange changes. It could be said that Jiang Qianquan had completely pinched their lifeblood. The people looked at each other. There was really no way out. The pure celestial pride had fallen. They were now isolated and alone. There was no capital to negotiate with the other party. They could only pinch their noses and forcefully hold back their anger, and threw the storage ring to Jiang Xian, and then coldly said, "Let me through." They were extremely heartbroken inwardly. The treasures within these ancient medicine fields were important to them. There are huge benefits, both on their own, as well as in developing a class that can lead to rapid improvement, as well as increased potential. Even among the Taoist system, there was no way to give them so many great medicines, Taoist medicines, with medicinal effects that were still far beyond the ordinary. But there's nothing you can do if you don't hand it over now. These 30 Earth Xian cultivators were blocking the exit, and if they didn't take them out, they would only die, infested by the power of demonic evil. Jiang Xian took over the storage ring, a total of 8. Roughly checked the treasures inside. Most of them have 1 or 2 Dao pills, hundreds of king pills, hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Quite generous. Satisfied with a smile, Pod smilingly said, "Don't be anxious, so many people, you previously outside the ancient city, the same life and death, and now do not go together. It cannot be said." His eyes captivated Xiao Tianyi, Xiao Fuyao and the others. His intentions were self-evident. These two parties combined, there were still a full 13 Earth Xian. Live and die together? These few Earth Xian demons froze, and in their hearts, they couldn't help but curse. Living and dying together, my ass. Who the hell would make an alliance if it wasn't for profit? But the power is in the hands of the other party. There is nothing they can do. They can only look obediently at Xiao Tianyi, Zhao Fushan and other demons, with the slightest hint of urging, "Hurry up, hand over the storage ring, and we will all go out alive together. Isn't it good?" Inexplicably, there was some panic in their hearts. Very eager, Zhao Fuyang looked deeply at Jiang Xian, directly removed the storage ring and threw it to the other party, faintly saying, "I'll be waiting for you outside the true mysteries." And then, with his eyes, he signaled another Zhao clan demon to also throw his storage ring to Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian casually received the storage ring and didn't check it. Instead, he narrowed his eyes at Zhao Fushan. His heart was a little wary. The true mysteries were waiting for him outside the country? What is this? He didn't think that he was burdened with the aura of a king's hegemony and attracted the other party's heart. Nothing good will come of it. Definitely a badass. Jiang Xian was instantly certain. In his heart, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. You think you still have a chance to get out of the true mystery realm? Naive chick. How could they still let them out when they had a big advantage? These are all demons. What if they grow up in the future? The only good haters are dead haters. And then, Jiang Xian's gaze fell towards Xiao Tianyi and the others. The Great Luo Holy Land, the extreme Dao sect, and the ancient underworld sacred sect could be considered the most powerful tripartite Dao lineage on the southern divine prefecture, excluding the desolate heavenly divine sect, and they naturally had the greatest strength, retaining a full 11 Earth Xian realms until now. Gu Feng and Lan Wu Hai's faces sank, and they all looked at Xiao Tianyi, just as if they were still treating Xiao Tianyi as their backbone and letting the other party take the decision. The corners of Xiao Tianyi's mouth twitched. How did he end up hugging these two pig teammates? Spinning around, and not pretending. The corners of his mouth lifted up in a confident smile, as if he was already in control of the whole scene. Been a quail for half a day, and now, it's his turn to dominate the place. That's right, his backhand has arrived. Jiang Qiankun, Xiao Tianyi's 5th level of cultivation of earthly Xian was displayed to the fullest. The immortal life body was stimulated, and a vast immortal rhythm surged around his body, and a touch of vast sword chi was born with it, condensing like a substance, straddling between the sky and the earth, emanating a biting sharpness. With a lofty stance, he looked down on Jiang Xian and said in a cold voice, "Hand over the Jishi Academy and the human tablet, and I can be merciful and spare your life." While Jiang Xian had yet to react, Gu Feng and Lan Wu Hai abruptly turned their heads and looked at Xiao Tianyi, revealing a bewildered expression. "Not, you lost your mind? Where did you get the nerve to say such a thing in this situation?" There were only 11 Earth Xian in their current count, but the opposite side had a full 30 Earth Xian. Even if you had hidden your true cultivation, even if you had the strength of a 5th Earthly Xian, the other party had significantly more veteran Earthly Xian, and even the late Earthly Xian, there were as many as 5. "What are you fighting with?" Zhao Fushang, who was fighting with Jiang Chen and others, also looked sideways, although she was surprised that this Xiao Tianyi actually had a cultivation level that rivaled hers, but was more stunned and puzzled. The Great Luo Holy Land is at least the second most powerful Taoist lineage in the southern divine state. How did it cultivate a demon that was this kind of stupid goods? Under the absolute gap in strength, but also such bravado. This ing is no longer self-confidence, is the stupidity of not knowing what to do. Jiang Xian was also a bit surprised and looked at the confident Xiao Tianyi. This was after all the holy son of the Great Luo Holy Land. It was reasonable to say that he wouldn't be so brain-dead, right? Could it be that he still has a backhand? Jiang Xian smiled with interest and didn't care. He wanted to see what the other party could have up their sleeve. The ancient medicine field is collapsing, being suppressed, in which the power of demonic evil is rising like crazy. Now these demons can barely resist. But later, it is not certain. Immediately, Jiang Xian shifted his eyes to look at Gu Feng and Lan Wu Hai. wanting to start with these two to figure out what exactly Xiao Tianyi's bottom line was. Gu Feng and Lan Wuhai were in a state of awe in their hearts and hurriedly waved their hands, their figures flickering and pulling a distance away from Xiao Tianyi as a way of showing their attitude. But after thinking about it, that doesn't seem to be enough. Immediately, he directly took his side's Earth Shin demon, removed his own storage ring, and threw it to Jiang Shen, softening his words. Can you make way? 30 Earth Shin. Ah, Xiao Tianyi actually wanted to fight hard. What a joke. It's none of their business that he lost his mind and had to get killed. Jiang Shen weighed the 16 storage rings in his hand, smiled in satisfaction, and waved his hand. Release them. Nah. Jiang Chen and the others' hearts were filled with confusion, but they didn't dare to contradict the young king, so they could only respond honestly. The rolling mountain range derived from the Earth's vein qi divided into a narrow passageway in the center area for the crowd to pass through and leave the ancient medicinal field. When the crowd saw this, they were relieved. Fortunately, this 1,000-knife Zheng Qinkuan, although the means are disgusting, but it is still quite trustworthy. Immediately, the crowd walked out of the ancient medicine field through the passageway, glancing at Jiang Shen in a complicated manner before they wanted to leave the divine abyss directly, a place of wrongdoing that they didn't want to stay in for even a moment longer. This 1,000-dagger Zheng Qinkuan, after they get out of the true mystery realm, there will be plenty of means to get him killed. Hey, who let you go? Jiang Shen hefted the storage ring in his hand and laughed. I only said that I would allow you to walk out of the ancient pill field, but I didn't allow you to leave this place. Immediately, he waved his hand and ordered, kill, leave no one behind. Promise. Jiang Chen and the others were suddenly shaken and excited. Their voices were much louder. I knew it. How could the young king be so kind? Earlier, the young king had ordered the waste beheading of their various veins of city lords at the drop of a hat, and now that he was faced with these demons from the outside world who had provoked him many times and had murderous intentions towards him, how could he let them go so easily? First blackmail to collect a wave of protection fee, and then take action to kill. This is the style of action of the young king. After all, the power of demonic evil inside the ancient medicine field, even they are vaguely a bit scrupulous and dangerous. Now that the young king had used a small trick, these people jumped out and also handed over the benefits in the ancient pill field of their own accord. There was absolutely no risk in resolving these people, and the battle power was enough to crush them. Immediately, Jiang Chen and the others all sacrificed their divine abilities and killed against Xiao Fuyao, Gu Feng, Lan Wuhai, and other demons. The bloodline of the Zhang clan surged within his body, creating a towering mountain shadow that echoed the remains of the mountain god across the firmament, carrying a strand of supreme might that caused his heart to tremble. Gu Feng, Lan Wuhai, and the other demons were first confused, and then flamed with rage. Jiang Qinkuan. Hopefully, this damned Jiang Qinkuan had been playing them all along, and they also cheated them out of their ancient medicines. All of them. Chapter 106, Backhanded Demon Race. Jiang Qinkuan, if I don't kill you today, I swear I won't be a human being. Gu Feng roared. His body's spiritual energy soared wildly. His physical body steeply skyrocketed, transforming into a 3-zhang tall giant, his muscles bulging high, his ferocious physical strength, like an erupting volcano, spewing scorching life essence. Boom, 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 step by step, like a savage bull crashing across, swinging both fists, with violent power, actually directly killed the two Earth Shen, all smashed back, and then he quickly ran towards Jiang Shen. Today, even if he fell on the spot, he would still pull Jiang Qinkuan down to accompany him. Lan Wuhai's eyes were grim as he invoked the great Tao of water, his Tao intent spreading and diffusing an ocean, setting off shocking waves and resisting the divine abilities pouring toward him, and then he bullied his way up, pestering the several Earth Shen in front of him to buy time for Gu Feng. The other group of Earth Shen demons also took the initiative to meet the other party's Earth Shen, just like Lan Wuhai. Damn Jiang Qinkuan, going back on his word, swindling them, trying to leave them all behind? Then we'll die together. Xiao Fuyao's face was slightly cold. Her white 10 fingers danced out of thin air. The power of the stars surged, diffusing an illusory star that lingered on her fingertips, stirring up a palpitatingly thick and heavy momentum. With a wave of his hand, 5 stars flew out to block Jiang Chen's 5 men. Eyes that were flooded with a starry glow gazed at Jiang Shen as he coldly droned. Jiang Qinkuan, don't mistake yourself. Even though Jiang Qinkuan had extorted her storage ring, her heart didn't actually fluctuate too much. She recognized the squire and allowed the other to disrespect her now. Anyway, after stepping out of the true mystic realm, with the Void God Realm's 7-star granny in place, she could suppress and easily subdue him with her hands. At that time, then the storage ring will be retrieved As for the Jishi Academy and the human tablet on the other party, she didn't have too strong a desire for them. As long as the other party was subdued, the people were all hers. And what difference was there between these two supreme treasures, placed on the other party and held in her own hands? However, Jiang Qinkuan's behavior is now excessive. Jiang Shen glanced at Xiao Fuyao somewhat strangely, and as the other party struck out, the black hole within his body produced another tremor, giving birth to longing. What kind of goodies did this have that she could actually make his black hole Tao Foundation crave for them? One must know that this thing had evolved due to the inheritance of the patriarch. And even Jiang Hong's divine energy could be directly plundered and not taken too seriously. Also did not pay too much attention. To be Xiao Fuyao ambushed, naturally can explore everything. Immediately, Jiang Xian's gaze fell towards Gufeng, who was killing towards him. His eyes narrowed slightly as he smiled with interest. This young sect master of the extreme Tao sect seemed to be a demon who majored in the physical body, so it was just the right time to use it for practicing, to test the power of the small completed indestructible thunder body's divine ability, and how powerful it really was. The indestructible thunder body was activated. Thousands of ancient thunder patterns surged up on his flesh, and a thick streak of thunder flew out from the void, converging behind Jiang Xian and gradually diffusing into a 9 feet tall thunder Tao avatar. Manipulating the Thunder Road incarnation, the giant palm constructed with thunder, reaching out to Gufeng. The speed is very slow, as if turtle speed, but the giant palm wrapped in endless thunder, forming a horrible thunder prison, directly blocking the void of 100 feet in a radius. When Gufeng saw that Jiang Xian didn't dodge and instead wanted to collide with him head-on, he immediately revealed a disdainful sneer. A mere spirit of transformation. Do you really think you're the master of everything? Without that inexplicable gang of Kang's family, you're just an ant that I can pinch. The most precious treasure in the ancient medicine field had already been handed over, but the other party actually didn't give up? He still wants to kill? He was furious. Die! Gufeng roared, invoking the power of the earth to add to his body. His physical body swelled up once again, and his power instantly skyrocketed by 30%. There was even a thick earth Tao meaning that condensed into a Tao chain that wrapped around the fist, adding to the incomparably thick mountain momentum. But the moment Gufeng's fist touched the huge palm of the Thunder Road incarnation, his face changed abruptly. Bang! His fist shattered. An unimaginable force was directly poured into his fist, which then spread from the inside out, turning it into pieces. Impossible! How can your physical strength be stronger than mine? Gufeng forced himself to endure the severe pain and roared in a low voice. If his physical strength was 1, the other party's physical strength, I'm afraid, had reached 100, or even more. To know, he practiced the extreme Tao sect's body refining sacred art, with the physical body alone, the strength of the physical body. Looking at his peers, there is no one else, even if it is Xiao Tianyi, who has hidden his cultivation. If he is talking about the physical body alone, he is confident that he can hammer the other party with one hand. But this damned Jiang Qiankuan, obviously only at the spirit transformation realm, his physical body was actually above him? He can't take it. Jiang Xian gave an undeniable smile, not bothering to explain. He cultivated the indestructible thunder body and broke the fleshly body extreme, with the strength of his fleshly body to crossly suppress an earthly Shen like Gufeng. Wasn't it a normal thing? What's more, his Thunder Road incarnation had not only inherited his own powerful physical strength, it was also augmented by the Great Completion's Thunder Road intent, and its strength would only become even more terrifying. Immediately, Jiang Xian maneuvered the Thunder Tao incarnation to extend its gigantic palm once more, slicing through the void and suppressing Gufeng. Thunder raged in the thunder prison while rapidly contracting to limit the opponent's range of movement. Buzz. Just like that, in a seemingly casual manner, the ancient peak was easily held in his hands. Then, a gentle squeeze, drenched in blood and mud, it was scattered all over the place. Xiao Fuyao, Lan Wuhai, and the other demons who were pestering Earth Shen caught a glimpse of this scene. Their hearts and minds trembled, and they were immediately shocked and chilled to the core. What the? Is this strength? A mere spirit transformation realm? But lightly pinched Gufeng to death? One must know that this was a top demon, the true legacy of an ancient Tao lineage on one side. Boom! Jiang Chen's 5 people also blasted apart the star void at this time, and with their morose killing intent, they continued to kill Xiao Fuyao. The other Jiang clan Earth Shen also offered their strongest killing moves, wanting to quickly quell the demons such as Lan Wuhai. Xiao Fuyao's heart is very helpless, knowing that he cannot hide anymore, otherwise he is about to drink hate here. Immediately, the powerful aura of the 5th level of Di Xian exploded, and the stars lingering between his 10 fingers, one after the other, fell towards Jiang Chen's 5 people. Jiang Qiankuan, sooner or later I will take you in. Xiao Fuyao coldly spat out a sentence before detonating the star, while he himself transformed into a starburst and vanished out of the divine abyss at the speed of a rift. Rumble! The star exploded, the chaotic star power, causing the heaven and earth to quake. The void collapsed, and the terrifying energy fluctuations, stirring around, were amazing. Jiang Chen's 5 people resisted the aftermath of the explosion. Their faces were a bit ugly, letting the other party run away under their eyes. The young king was afraid that he would blame them, so they were going to chase them out. Forget it, settle the rest of these people, Jiang Xian said indifferently. Zhao clan goddess, and is the 5th level of Earth Xian. It is not guaranteed that the other party has any hidden means. Jiang Chen and the others continue to chase. It is not guaranteed that they will be injured or even folded. It is not worth the loss. And he sensed the danger from this woman, and did not have all the certainty to stay. Yes. Jiang Chen's 5 heard this and turned to kill Lan Wuhai and the others. Earth Xian 5th gravity. Jiang Xian looked at Xiao Fuyang's departing direction. His eyes narrowed slightly. This didn't show her face, but actually hid such a powerful cultivation. Take me in? Jiang Xian couldn't help but chuckle as he recalled what Xiao Fuyao had said on her way out. This kind of pursuit was really rare. Immediately, he shook his head and stopped paying attention, turning to look at the battlefield. Under the siege of 30 Earth Xian, Lan Wuhai and the other 14 Earth Xian demons had little power to fight back, and in a hiss of pain against Jiang Chenkuan, one by one, they fell and tumbled to the earth. A great battle that presented a crushing momentum ended without any half-suspense. At this moment, Jiang Xian twisted his head to look at the great Luo Saint's son Xiaotiani, who was still in the middle of the ancient medicinal field and didn't know what he was plotting. Waiting for his backhand? Jiang Xian was a bit curious. What kind of backhandedness could make him so calm and not panic in the slightest? Immediately, Jiang Xian lightly laughed. Xiaotiani, it's your turn. Oh. Xiaotiani met Jiang Xian's gaze without half a fluctuation of emotions. He wasn't surprised when Jiang Xian went back on his word to suppress the crowd of demons. In his place, he would probably have done the same. Of course, he wasn't worried in the least. The people had been finished by the other side, so now it was his turn. In fact, he was also deliberately waiting for Jiang Chenkuan to clear the field. Because of this, he can be emboldened to receive the backhand to descend. Immediately, Xiaotiani gently crushed the token in his hand. Click click click. The surrounding 10,000 feet of emptiness was like a mirror, collapsing out of a shocking crack, and then, shattered. A dim yellow hazy passageway lay across the blackened nothingness. On it, there were a full 100 figures. Each of them exuded a powerful aura of earthly Xian. It is worth noting that these figures are extremely strange in appearance. Some human body bull head, some born with wolf ears, some head of the beast horn. The one at the head wearing a pure gold Dao robe is even directly topped with a dragon head. This was the backhand that Xiaotiani had been waiting for. It was also the same mysterious party that the Holy Lord of the Great Luo had established a partnership with. Exactly. The demons. In the ancient times, the Xian heavenly human race had expelled it from the Xian heavenly realm's demon race only at a heavy price. A faint sneer surfaced on Xiaotiani's face as a coldness surged. You, what else do you have to fall back on? Chapter 107, Demon Race, so weak? Jiang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold aura flashing across the bottom of his eyes. So this Xiaotiani's backbone was here. The faces of the crowd of Jiang clan's Di Xian. Their faces changed greatly, their hearts filled with uneasiness. 100 Earth Xian demons had already far crushed them in terms of numbers, not to mention that the battle power of demons in the same realm was generally a huge cut above that of the human race. They are afraid that it is difficult to match them. Young king, should we retreat first? Jiang Chen respectfully requested. Demons? In the Hao Ran terrace, the husbandman shrieked with monstrous anger in his tone. Traitor! Traitor! Back then, the Xian Tian human race paid a terrible price for expelling the demon race, with nearly 90% of them killed or injured, and the human race that died tragically at the hands of the demon race was counted in the hundreds of millions. Tens of thousands of students from his Jishi Academy, all of whom had also fought to the last drop of blood in order to expel the demon race, fell in that battle. And now, Xiaotiani and the Deluo Holy Land behind him had actually forgotten the blood feud back then, colluded with the demon race, and even extradited the demon race to descend. The man was furious, but his heart welled up with endless sadness. This batch of Earth Xian realm demon race was obviously only the advance army, while the large force was obviously already on its way here, and it was feared that it wouldn't be long before they descended upon Xian Tian, repeating the battle of that year. Moreover, this time, they still had the Great Luo Holy Land acting as an insider. The Xian Tian human race. What should we use to resist? What was the point of their sacrifice? Back then? Kid, retreat first. Fuzi's tone was mixed with deep exhaustion, an exhaustion where a sense of conviction had been crushed. The demon race has strong physical bodies, and many of them also carry great ferocious bloodlines, and their battle prowess generally surpasses that of the human race by quite a bit, especially the one in the lead. If I'm not mistaken, He should be carrying the bloodline of a Jiao dragon and has already reached the 6th level of earthly Xian. I'm afraid that his physical strength is no weaker than yours. Not to mention they have a full 100 earth Xian. With your current reserves and battle prowess, you might be able to match 1 or 2, but you won't be able to withstand the frenzied bombardment of 100 earth Xian. Retreat first, save your strength, and plan for the next day. The Blade Ancestor seal also swirled a faint light at this time, and transmitted a voice in a deep voice. Young King, this group of miscellaneous hairs, it will take me some hands and feet to suppress it, and I am afraid that it will be difficult to protect the young king's safety. Why don't the young king withdraw first, and when I'm done killing, I'll return to continue exploring this divine abyss. The Sword Ancestor, as an existence that had witnessed longevity and left a hefty reputation in the heavens, did look down on this group of miscellaneous hairs, and even had some contempt. Even if he was now suppressed to the earthly Xian realm by the rules of this world, he still didn't place this group of demon clans in his eyes. One must know that back then, he had even beheaded no less than 10 demon kings who had also certified to eternal life. The only thing he is worried about is that if the melee breaks out, this group of sinister miscellaneous hairs will sneak attack the young king, making the young king in a dangerous place. After all, there were hundreds of heads, and he couldn't do it in seconds. Jiang Xian's eyes were deep in thought. If he exposes all his means, it is not that he does not have the chance to kill all of these 100 Earth Xian demons, but there is no doubt that he himself will certainly pay a heavy price, and there is no benefit to be gained. What's more, the harvest from the ancient pill field had already been brought into his hands, and all the heavenly prides and demons from all sides had also been suppressed and killed, so his purpose had already been achieved. It can be walked or fought, but right at this moment, the girl child gently tugged on Jiang Xian's hand, her big eyes beaming as she asked in a small voice, "Daddy, those demons, can I eat them?" Jiang Xian froze, some surprise in his heart. The female child is a true dragon cub, bearing a true dragon bloodline. There is indeed a natural bloodline suppression of these demons, but the other side are all ground Xian realm. The female child's bloodline suppression can work? Jiang Xian's eyes showed inquiry. The girl child nodded solemnly. Jiang Xian's heart was certain. Then the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he faintly commanded, "There's no rush. Let's take a look at the situation first." Jiang Chen and the others nodded with a grave expression, and although they were anxious and worried in their hearts, they didn't dare to go against Jiang Xian's will. They could only be careful and on guard, and if necessary, even if it meant sending them to their deaths, they would still have to cover the young king's safe departure. At this time, the crowd of demons strolled down. The one at the head glanced lightly at Jiang Xian and the others and smiled disdainfully before looking at Xiao Tianning and said indifferently, "My name is Warlord. The Emperor has asked us to come to your aid." The dusky, shadowy demonic aura rolled and spread out, covering the sky, and the terrifying aura was chilling. Xiao Tianning nodded, pointed at Jiang Xian remotely, and said coldly, "Kill them." Simple. The warlord grinned, revealing a cruel smile, his sharp dragon teeth flashing coldly. "A bunch of Earth Xian. You can have a full meal." "Daddy, he's so ugly." The girl child glanced at the warlord, her face full of disgust. Is this what an underdeveloped dragon looks like? It was really too much of a disgrace for her dragon clan. When Jiang Chen and the others heard this, the corners of their mouths all twitched. "Little ancestor, you can't say it. That's a Jiaolong, a great evil." The warlord followed the voice and looked towards the girl child. His hideous dragon eyes flashed with a cold light and he smiled cruelly. "Oh, there's a little girl? My favorite thing to eat is children. Fine skin." The girl child's eyes glared, wrinkled her nose, viciously said, "Your father didn't teach you. To be a dragon is not to eat people." Jiang Xian froze. Why did that sound a bit familiar? When he was in the king's city, he killed a group of people, and the girl child had asked him if she could eat them. He sternly refused and cautioned the girl child that she could not be eaten. I didn't realize this little guy, but he really kept it in mind. The warlord smiled with interest. As a dragon, as a demon race, I don't eat people. What do I eat? The crowd of demons roared with laughter, their fierce beast eyes, staring at Jiang Xian and the others with a bloodthirsty glow, their tongues licking. They couldn't wait to have a full meal. The demon race certainly captive batch of human race. Every day there are fresh human race to eat, but after all, it is captive. No cultivation not to mention, even more lost the spirit of the human race. Eat more, it is inevitable that some of them are tired of it. These humanoids in front of them were otherwise, full of spirituality, with their cultivation levels reaching the Earth Xian realm, and each of them seemed to be burdened with a notable bloodline, which could be considered as an unavailable delicacy in their case. "You're not good." The girl child was very angry. The true dragon bloodline surged and roared. The supreme true dragon might, pressed out horizontally, brutal and fierce. Flop. The warlord and a bunch of other demon races, their bodies instantly became heavy, instantly slumping to the ground, and their hearts even surged with deep fear and awe for no reason, especially the warlord, as a scaly dragon with an impure bloodline, couldn't stop trembling and shivering in the face of the true dragon's pressure. Is this dragon power? The warlord's pupils contracted violently. As a Xiao dragon he could clearly perceive this dragon might. It was the might of the pure dragon race. In front of the other party, he was like a mole cricket, with life and death at the other party's mercy. After all, the demon race was highly hierarchical, and the bloodline represented everything. You are not good. You actually want to eat people. You don't deserve to be a dragon. The girl child's fleshy little finger pointed at the warlord and said angrily, as if words followed the law, the words uttered by the female child, under the effect of her true dragon bloodline, formed a dragon rule that bound the warlord like a silk thread, strangling into the other party's body, and overbearingly depriving the other party of their already impure dragon bloodline. Buzz. Dragon's blood oozed out, and the battle lord's aura quickly withered. The powerful cultivation of the 6th level of Earthshen was also falling extremely fast at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the real dragon, the true dragon of legend, one's own bloodline, stripped away. No, I was wrong. I was wrong. The warlord was terrified beyond measure, forcibly enduring the pain of having his bloodline stripped, and kowtowing repeatedly. I implore your holiness to forgive me. Before the words were finished, the bloodline had already been stripped away. Without the augur dragon bloodline to support it, the warlord retreated into his body. A snake, curled up, his breath shriveled to near nothingness. Xiao Tianyi slightly stunned. This leader directly fell? The demon race, aren't they strong? Chapter 108, Zhang Mingho Falls. It's ugly looking, the female child muttered in disgust before pressing out with one finger, crushing the warlord into pieces. Everyone froze. A single word, a single finger, and the warlord, who was at the 6th level of Earth's Xian Yuan and carrying the bloodline of the Zhao dragon, was easily subdued and killed? What exactly is the origin of this little girl? And at that moment, the female child looked at the other demon races again, and after thinking about it, she pulled out a cauldron. Be self-conscious, all come in. The demon tribes that are prostrate on the ground, looking at each other, with panic in the midst of horror. Now, what should they do? Roar. Seeing that the crowd of demons were not cooperating, the female child frowned and let out a low growl. The roar, with the support of the true dragon bloodline, formed ripples like substance, carrying a supreme intent that caused the heart to tremble, and the void collapsed and nirvana ensued, terrifying to the extreme. The first style of the true dragon treasure art, Dragon's Breath. The hearts of the people were all in awe, giving rise to a sense of panic and the illusion of being enveloped in death. And a group of demon races even more so. They are the dragon bellowing positive impact, is more heartbreaking. Not only the flesh body collapsed out of the road cracks, the divine soul is like falling leaves like pieces of withering, as if at any time will be nirvana general. The demons immediately let out a burst of mournful wails. Then came the jaw-dropping scene. A powerful demon race, like ants, lined up and crawled into the cauldron that the female child had propped up. Resigned. They didn't understand why there was a pure-blooded dragon race here. Even more so, I don't understand why this one would help the human race, but it doesn't matter. They were not qualified to disobey the orders of a pure-blooded dragon race. This being was going to eat them, and they had and only had the option of actively contributing themselves. In a way, it's an honor for them. The girl child beautifully raised the fire and began to cook the demon race, with light in her eyes and drool at the corners of her mouth. Finally, she can have a full meal. At this moment, the interior of the ancient pill field presented an eerie silence. The only sound was that of the flames burning the cauldron, striking everyone's mind. Jiang Xian was silent as he watched the skillful movement of the female child. The female child was endowed with a true dragon bloodline, and he guessed that they should be invincible, and the odds were that they would be able to clear this group of demonic clans with ease. But, he never thought, it would be so easy. One word, one finger, plus a roar, and 100 Earthshen demon clansmen, became history. Off the charts, Jiang Chen and the others, on the other hand, were horrified, and looked at the female child with deep awe in their gazes. They had been wondering why the young king, who was only at the spirit transformation realm and was already a bit reluctant to defend himself, would he bring his daughter along? Wasn't he afraid that he would put her in danger? It just dawned on me now. It turned out that this daughter of the lesser king was more fierce than the lesser king. As for Xiao Tianyi, he was already confused. Early on, when the warlord was crushed to death, he was already confused, and his entire body was frozen as if his soul had been drained. Who knows? Confident that he can dominate the field as soon as the backhand descends. And indeed, it is. If you ask me, Wouldn't 100 earthly Xian demon race members easily sweep across this heaven and earth? But, what the hell is this daughter of Jiang Qiankuan? Jiang Xian looked at Xiao Tianyi and smiled. Now, what else do you have to rely on? As it were, the words were returned to the other side. Xiao Tianyi smiled miserably. You won. The energy in his body was chaotic and rampant. Who chose to blow himself up? You don't get to choose how you die. Jiang Xian's eyes were cold. The red heart sword was drawn out and chopped down across the sky, so fast that it directly leapt across space. The bright sword light flashed, instantly slicing off the opponent's head. On the other hand, in the Yin Yang Holy Land, above the Great Hall, Master, Zhang Mingho is here. Jiang Qiankuan bowed. Greetings, Yin Yang Holy Lord. Zhang Mingho arched his hand and saluted, before glancing at Jiang Qiankuan, still harboring a pang of doubt in his heart. The other party had assured him with his words that the Yin Yang Sacred Lord valued his talent, and wanted to take him in as a personal disciple and cultivate him with all his might. He was, in this regard, very skeptical. However, the appearance of the two demons of the Jiang family nowadays had caused the pressure to increase. So even though his heart was skeptical, he still chose to believe the other party. After all, he urgently needs more cultivation resources now to have a chance to catch up with those two demons, to have a chance to challenge Jiang Xian and seize the position of the young patriarch. Well, good. The eyes of the Yin Yang Holy Lord were indifferent as he looked down below and faintly said. Jiang Mingho's heart fluttered, thinking that he was praising his natural talent, and he hastened to humbly say, the Holy Lord is flattering. The Yin Yang Holy Lord laughed softly and gently extended his hand, clutching Jiang Mingho in his hand, and with that, a milky white divine flame rose, burning Jiang Mingho, quenching and extracting the Jiang clan's bloodline in his body. Ah! Jiang Mingho screamed in pain. Ignoring Jiang Mingho's struggles, the Yin Yang Sacred Lord looked at Jiang Qiankuan and complimented. Well done. Many thanks, Master. Jiang Qiankuan bowed and looked at the hideously hissing Jiang Mingho without a ripple. Jiang Mingho understood everything at once, staring at Jiang Qiankuan with eyes full of grimace, growling harshly, why, you actually became a traitor. Jiang Qiankuan smiled coldly and did not respond. Jiang Qiankuan, I curse you not to die a good death. I curse you to die a horrible death. Accompanied by Jiang Mingho's hissing, the milky white divine flame engulfed Jiang Mingho and transformed into a few drops of crystalline blood, emanating the aura of pure Jiang family bloodline, including the blood in his pouch. The Yin Yang Saint Lord looked at Jiang Qiankuan and frowned slightly when he saw that his cultivation was still at the peak of the spirit transformation. Your cultivation is too low. Cultivate in the Forbidden Land lately, and break through the Earth Xian realm at an early date. Yes, Jiang Qiankuan responded. After hesitating for a moment or two, he bowed and asked, dare to ask Master. Mr. Puppet sighed. He was still thinking about the Jishi Academy on Jiang Xian's body. If he could obtain it, he was certain that he could quickly step into the Earth Xian realm. The Yin Yang Holy Lord glanced faintly at Jiang Qiankuan, knowing the other party's mind, and smiled faintly. You should be clear about his strength, and with my secret art tracking, Jiang Xian can't run away. Just as well, since you're so eager, let's ask. Immediately, with a wave of his hand, the Yin Yang Saint Lord used a communication spirit talisman to summon Mr. Puppet. The communication spirit talisman flickered, diffusing the hazy Yin and Yang mirror, gradually revealing the figure of Mr. Puppet, bloodstained and withered. He is still rapidly escaping, as if he is being hunted down and killed. The Yin Yang Holy Lord frowned. What happened? Aren't you chasing Jiang Xian? Why are you in such a sorry state? Mr. Puppet was startled. His figure stopped, fell in place, prostrated himself on the ground, forced himself to hold back his anger, and respectfully reported back to the Holy Lord. My subordinate, all this is thanks to Jiang Xian. Immediately, he reported truthfully what had happened within the true mysteries. Mr. Puppet's eyes were filled with rage, carrying monstrous hatred. I implore the Holy Lord to take action and kill Jiang Xian. This was nothing short of a disgrace, having been counted to death by Jiang Xian, and now he was being hunted down. Chapter 109, Jiang Xian's certain death. In the Great Hall, there was a long silence, so silent that Jiang Qiankuan's heavy breathing was clearly audible. Nima, capture the human as holy relic human tablet, expel a group of heavenly prides and demons in the southern divine state, and take over the 5 veins of the Jiang family, the guardian clan. This damn Jiang Xian, how can he be so good at fixing things? The point is, what the do you mean by latching on to my identity when the whole thing is about the whole thing? Jiang Qiankuan man went numb. When the situation within the true mysteries spread out, it was estimated that the entire Dao lineage of the southern divine prefecture would be dead set on him, wanting to kill and seize the treasure. After all, in the eyes of those people, what about the fact that he was burdened with 2 great treasures, the Jishi Academy and the human tablet? He had to find a chance to clarify himself, or else something was going to go terribly wrong, and all those old monsters were going to be watching him. With this thought, Zhang Qianquan subconsciously had a jolt, and with great trepidation welling up in his heart, he hurriedly knelt down and bowed to the ground, his tone of voice filled with aggravation and pleading. I implore Master to take action to subdue and kill Jiang Xian, and avenge Mr. Puppet's death. Mr. Puppet gave a sideways glance. This kid didn't have any halfway relationship with himself, but he would actually speak for himself? The next moment, it suddenly dawned on him that Jiang Xian draped in this kid's identity. He's scared. The Yin-Yang Sacred Lord glanced at Zhang Qianquan and naturally saw the other party's thoughts and couldn't help but shake his head with some disappointment. It's a man who is afraid of comparison. Do not compare, simply cannot see what gap. Zhang Qianquan, but more than 30 years old, has been the peak of the spirit of transformation. If not bad luck, was taken away from the inheritance, now is estimated to have stepped into the realm of Earth Xian, the achievement of the name of the demon. Look at the Xian Tian world of the various Taoist systems of the young generation, but also can be ranked into the forefront of the existence of the, but when compared with that Jiang Xian, it is simply unbearable. One must know that on paper, Jiang Xian only had 75 concentrations of the Jiang family bloodline, which was beyond Zhang Qianquan, and the other aspects, whether it was cultivation, physique, enlightenment, or heritage and background, were all far inferior. However, with such an absolute gap, Zhang Qianquan still lost to the other party in the ancestral land trial, losing his position as the young patriarch, and now even more so, the other party has assumed his identity and is making waves everywhere, attracting the attention and hatred of countless Dao lineages from the two major divine states, the Eastern Divine Prefecture and the Southern Divine Prefecture. If I had accepted Jiang Xian as a disciple, I'm afraid I would have taken control of the Jiang family by now. A trace of remorse vaguely rose in the heart of the Yin-Yang Holy Lord. After pondering for a moment or two, the Yin-Yang Sacred Lord looked at Zhang Qianquan and faintly said, Jiang Xian must die, but it can't be by me. It would break the rules. The so-called rules are all empty words, but in reality, it is the fear that they will expose their own machinations. After all, if he made a move, the other major powerhouses would surely follow suit, and with a crowd of powerhouses of the same realm staring at him, he would be seen through to his intentions if he made the slightest move. This was extremely unfavorable to one's ability to plot and control the Jiang family. Jiang family spirit blood. This matter absolutely can't be known by other people. Otherwise their own plans, the whole plate is empty. Immediately, the Yin-Yang Holy Lord waved his hand and flung Zhang Qianquan a Yin-Yang divine symbol, on which the chi of Yin and Yang were intertwined. Extremely divine. The Earth Emperor Mystery Realm in the southern part of the Central Divine Prefecture is about to come out, so you should find a suitable opportunity. Take this token, report to the Jiang family's Grand Elder, and gather the Jiang family's young generation to enter it. Remember, make sure to bring all of the Jiang family's young generation into it, including Jiang Xian, including those two demons. Zhang Qianquan took the token and examined it 1 or 2 times. The secret realm of the Earth Emperor in the Central Divine State. It was said that that ancient secret realm, hadn't it been forcibly occupied and blocked by a certain mysterious powerhouse as early as the ancient times? How did Master know that the Earth Emperor's secret realm was about to come out? And how did it get its token? Yin-Yang Holy Lord saw that Zhang Qianquan looked a little confused. The disappointment in his heart was even greater. If not for the fact that this guy still had use value, he now really wanted to refine and purify him directly into blood, and then resupport a Jiang family's heavenly pride. Immediately, Soli said bluntly, the Earth Emperor's secret realm has been transformed by me into a situation of pitfalls and killings, and if you enter it, you will not survive in 10 deaths. Jiang family's young generation, if all of them stay there, Jiang family's young patriarch position, naturally it's not you. The Yin-Yang Holy Lord looked at Zhang Qianquan and said indifferently, his tone carrying a chilling coldness. This was a secret realm that he was preparing to pit against that 95 bloodline of the Jiang family in the future, and there were countless opportunities within it, and there were even legendary divine objects within it. It was completely able to lure all the younger generations of the Jiang family, and could be resolved in a smooth manner. It was just used to target Jiang Xian, and it was always a bit of a loss. But, Zhang Qianquan is too weak now, and he can't even compete with the puppet young patriarch that the Jiang family has introduced. There was no choice but to open this secret realm. Zhang Qianquan's heart flinched and his body trembled lightly, somewhat alarmed. In his heart, he had actually always been very clear that this nominal master had designs on the Jiang family, but he had chosen to turn a blind eye for the sake of his own path, pretending to be confused. But today, it seems that the master teacher is a bit impatient, and has put this matter directly in the open, asking him to lead the young generation of the Jiang family into the killing game, and pit them all against each other. Zhang Qianquan was a little hesitant. It was not that he was not that ruthless, but he was a little afraid. In case there was a mistake in the plot and the clan elders found out, he was afraid that it would be hard for him to escape death. The Yin Yang Sacred Lord looked on and became more and more disappointed in him, and with this matter over, it was necessary for him to reach out to the other Jiang clan Celestial Pride and cultivate a new candidate. If we can find that demon with a returning bloodline, compel him and take him under our door, all of this will probably go much smoother. He actually does not have too many requirements for Jiang Qiankuan. Your talent can be less outstanding. Outstanding? With him pouring resources, the same will not be much worse than the outside world demon, but your heart must be ruthless, to be venomous, and dare to open the knife regardless of everything. Otherwise, once the other party is timid and temporarily falls back, his plots are afraid of losing his efforts. Jiang Xian is burdened with two great treasures, the Jishi Academy and the Human Tablet, and if all of the Jiang clan's young generation are successfully pitted, you can choose one of the two great treasures on your own. The Yin Yang Sacred Lord lightly promised heavy benefits. In addition, after you seize the position of the young patriarch, I can be certain that I'll push you up to the position of the Jiang family's patriarch within 100 years, and completely take charge of the Jiang family's power. You should also have a vague guess as to what I want. Jiang Qiankuan's face was terrified, and he hastily bent down and said, Disciple wouldn't dare. It's one thing to guess, it's another to say, to learn to play dumb. The Yin Yang Holy Lord laughed softly. So, I am not interested in the Jiang family stash. Those things are all yours. Jiang Qiankuan breathing stagnation. The bottom of the eyes flooded with red ons. Jiang Xian body of the most precious treasure. The Jiang family's huge storehouse. If he mastered all in the hands, why worry about not explore the peak of the road? Fantasizing about the glory of his future climb to the supreme realm. Jiang Qiankuan's mind stirred. Then he gritted his teeth, bowed, and answered in a deep voice. Don't worry, Master. I know what to do. Very good. The Yin Yang Holy Lord laughed lightly. Then with a wave of his hand, he tossed Jiang Qiankuan into the Yin Yang Holy Land's Forbidden Land, while saying, Jiang Xian has angered multiple Dao lineages by assuming your identity, so you shouldn't show your face outside these days in case something untoward happens to you, and break through the Earth Xian realm here, and then start working on your actions. It was extremely difficult to clarify, and if it was under the banner of the Yin Yang Sacred Ground, those old guys would even think that it was them, the Yin Yang Sacred Ground, who were causing the trouble, so it is best not to move for the time being, and Jiang Qiankuan can't have an accident now. Immediately, he looked at Mr. Puppet again and commanded, You heal your wounds first, then set off for the Central Divine Prefecture and prepare to receive Jiang Qiankuan. Yes, Mr. Puppet respectfully answered. The yin and yang mirrors of communication dissipate. Buzz. From within the body of the Yin Yang Holy Lord, deep black mist surged out, gradually diffusing into the black shadow of his previous life, and with a few moments of anticipation, he said, 10 drops of spirit race blood should be enough for us to initially merge and allow you to step into the realm of the Void God. The Yin Yang Holy Lord nodded slightly. His expression did not have waves. Stepping into the virtual God realm in his case, it is just a matter of water to water. Naturally there will not be too much joy. What he seeks is the Yin Yang Avenue, the Jiang family, the bloodline of this spirit race. He was determined to win. Is it foolproof there in the secret realm of the Earth Emperor? The Black Shadow shook his head and lost his smile. You can rest assured, not to mention just the young generation of the Jiang clan. Even if all of the young and old of the Jiang clan descended upon us, I'm certain that I can swallow them all and refine them into spirit essence blood as much as I can. That would be best. The Yin Yang Holy Lord nodded, his indifferent eyes flooding with deep ambition. When he merged with his previous life to become one and achieve the Yin Yang Dao, it would be the time when he would reign over the world and dominate the Xian heavenly realm. Chapter 110, The Void God's Anger. Heaven and earth are terrified. Southern God's country. True mystery beyond the borders. Reporting to the underworld ancestor. The Holy Sun has fallen. A middle-aged powerhouse from the Great Luo Holy Land said in a deep voice. Many of the powerhouses of the Great Luo Holy Land were violently trembling at this moment. Dead? How is this possible? Xiao Tianyi was invincible in the Southern Divine Prefecture, and in the younger generation, there were rarely any enemies. Now in conjunction with the many backstops, dying in the true mystery realm? Moreover, Xiao Tianyi was the leading figure of this generation, and falling like this affected the entire De Luo Holy Land. The underworld ancestor slowly opened his eyes, and in his pale eyes, the color of gray flickered, and the withered sword chi around his body raged up, as if it was a dead gas, corroding the void and withering everything. Who did this? The underworld ancestor's voice was hoarse with morose anger. The subordinate doesn't know. The middle-aged strong man snapped. Waste. Ancestor of the underworld rebuked. And then the gray eyeballs slowly turned. revealing a click 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 sound, like a subtle Tao sound, inducing the rules of heaven and earth to manifest, using his own virtual god as the basis, from which a wisp of causality was intercepted, presenting a hazy picture of space and time. On the screen, a young man who was only at the spirit transformation realm stood in front of the many aborigines, drew his sword and chopped it out, lording it over Xiao Tianyi with a single stroke of the sword. And not far away from Xiao Tianyi, one can vaguely see the demon race that was originally used as Xiao Tianyi's backhand, as if it was manipulated. One by one lined up and jumped into a cauldron. The image dissipated. The Stygian ancestor was silent, digesting the shock that the content of the image had brought him. Dala Saint's son Xiao Tianyi, he is quite familiar with, once also personally guided each other to carry a strand of Dala immortal sword chi. Its talent, strength, even he is quite recognized, not only bears the body of immortal destiny, practice Dala sword law inheritance, the cultivation has even reached the 6th level of the Earth Shin. Then he was even stronger than that year. A lot of people, in this era of the great world is coming, if there is no accident, is almost 100% can be certified as true God, but accidents happen. Still a spiritualization realm. He couldn't figure out how perverted a demon had to be able to behead Xiao Tianyi with a single sword with the cultivation of the spirit transformation realm. What was even more incomprehensible to him was the move of that group of demon race to voluntarily send themselves to their deaths. What kind of tactics does that have to be to do that? Shocked, the underworld ancestor was almost certain that the human tablet was in this son's hands. After all, he had already understood the basic situation of the true mystic realm. The heaven and earth were crippled, and under the shackles of the rules, the earthly Xian realm was already the upper limit. And with this son's battle strength of beheading Xiao Tianyi with a single sword, capturing the human tablet should not be a difficult task. Do you know the identity of this son? From what power? The underworld ancestor asked icily. This, the middle-aged strong man hesitated for a moment or two and said with some uncertainty, it should be Jiang Qianquan of the Eternal Life Jiang family of the Eastern Divine Prefecture. Jiang Qianquan? The underworld ancestor's eyes narrowed slightly. Is there any specific information? Back to the underworld ancestor. Jiang Qianquan is one of the 4 Zuns of the Jiang family, as well as a yin-yang sacred ground true successor, who once lost to Jiang Xian in the Jiang family ancestral ground trial for the position of the young patriarch, and then stepped out of the Jiang family, and moved the Jishi Academy by the roots in the Eastern Divine Prefecture's King's Castle with the help of the strongest person from the yin-yang sacred ground, and in order to avoid the pursuit, he came to the Southern Divine Prefecture. The middle-aged strong man respectfully said, GK Academy, the sacred land of yin and yang. The underworld ancestor was instantly enlightened, his eyes gradually turning cold. It seemed that the yin-yang holy land was behind this. After all, Jiang Qianquan had already failed in the Jiang family, and it was unlikely that the Jiang family would still devote their efforts to cultivating him. It was just enough for the yin-yang holy land to act as a bully in the Eastern Divine Prefecture. But now it actually wants to taint the Southern Divine Prefecture? It's too much to eat. Immediately, the underworld ancestor stepped out from the void, and his withering sword chi corroded the void, causing the heavens and earth to change color, and a murderous aura filled the sky. Jiang Qianquan came to the Southern Divine State. It couldn't be just one person. There must be a protector sent by the yin-yang holy land to follow. He now wants to collect a little bit of interest first. Dare to hunt the holy son of his Dala holy land, he has to pay the price of life. And at that point, rumble, terrifying void god breath, one after another burst out. The bucket rushed into the sky. The sky and earth changed color. The sky cracked. The square mile is like a field of death. A little weaker living beings are difficult to bear the strong breath, prostrate on the ground, trembling. The underworld ancestor's eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression was somewhat surprised. Not only the void gods that had already been revealed earlier, but also those guys who were in hiding, all came out together. What's the situation? What? The true mystery realm hasn't even ended yet and they all can't sit still? The underworld ancestor smiled coldly. The supreme beings with hazy figures on all sides had gloomy faces and murderous auras, not even bothering to take care of the underworld ancestor, but instead urging their divine souls to come out of their bodies, searching heaven and earth, wanting to uncover Jiang Qianquan's Taoist protector. That's right, as with the Hades ancestor, they have to collect a wave of interest. Their heavenly pride and demons were all killed by Jiang Qianquan in collaboration with the aborigines. Jiang Qianquan deserves to die, and the yin-yang holy land behind him will never be tolerated. If Mr. Puppet knew about this scene, perhaps he would still be grateful that the heavenly elder had struck out and heavily injured him earlier, so that he had to escape and leave in advance. Otherwise, he, a half-step venerable, facing the anger of these void god supreme powers, I am afraid that he would die without even knowing how to die. Where are the people from the yin-yang holy land? A void god supreme powerhouse. after searching in vain, spat out Tao sounds and boomed continuously. The great Tao laws were then presented, like a shocking wave that instantly overturned 10,000 miles of emptiness. The heavens and earth shook, and the boundless earth and mountain ranges shook violently. When these words came out, the underworld ancestor and other void god supreme powerhouses, they could not help but look sideways. You are also looking for people from the Yin-Yang Holy Land? The crowd looked at each other. Then all fell silent. The mind was shocked. What a Jiang Qiankuan! To the extent that he had used his own strength to suppress all of the heavenly pride and demons from their various Tao lineages that had entered the true mystic realm? It's been a long time since I've seen a junior who dares to seek death like this. The underworld ancestor laughed. A cold smile that carried a creepy killing intent. The same was true for the void god supreme beings of all parties. A gaze full of killing intent fell on the true mystic realm. Now, as long as Jiang Qiankuan stepped out, they would instantly pulverize him. The aura of a void god supreme powerhouse was like waves of fury that pressed horizontally between heaven and earth, causing the protectors of the heavens remarkable demons from all parties to be frightened and doubtful. And as the news in the true mysterious realm spread, it even set off a huge uproar, and all the various Tao lineages were enraged by it. Jiang Qiankuan actually dared to collude with the aborigines and pitched in to kill the heavenly prides and demons from all sides of them, simply looking for death. On the other hand, the immortal Zhao clan's void god powerhouse, Granny 7 Stars, had also arrived here. The 7 stars lingered around his body, shielding others from perception and concealing his own aura. At this moment, she gazed at the several void god figures in the dome of the sky, her old face flooded with astonishment. This Jiang Qiankuan that the goddess was going to take in, was actually so perverted, drawing the hearts of several imaginary gods to kill. Throughout the ancient and modern times, it is also extremely rare. A bitter smile spread across the 7-star granny's face. Goddess, when you asked me to help subdue Jiang Qiankuan, you didn't say that you also had to save his life first. Several void god supreme powerhouses, especially that underworld ancestor, had such a terrifying aura that even she was moved by it. With only her alone, it is difficult to bail out Jiang Qiankuan and then take him in the backspace of the true mystery realm. Desolate 12's cold gaze pierced through the void, staring intently at the underworld ancestor with a throbbing killing intent. That's his goal. In a deserted mountain, the heavenly elder carefully hid himself to avoid being detected by those void god supreme beings who were aware of his presence. A pang of complexity and worry ran through his mind. The young matriarch can be too much of a fixer-upper, being targeted by several void god supreme powerhouses. What the hell should we do? These old men, all of whom were existences that had suppressed an era, were now old and about to grow old, disregarding anything but finding life-extending things. Elder Tian had a bit of a headache. Hey! Elder Tian was somewhat in trouble, and in his heart, he could only pray that the young patriarch would stay in the true mystic realm for a few more days and not come out in such a hurry. At the same time, he was nervously keeping an eye on the true mysteries, always ready to request assistance from his clan. P.S. Cultivation realms, body quenching, foundation building, spirit entry, spiritualization, earth explosion, heavenly yuan, fusion of the Tao, venerable, virtual god, true god. Chapter 111, Entering the World's Core. Really mysterious territory. The divine abyss. This meat is so woodsy. It's not good. The girl child nibbled on a large stick bone while clutching it in disgust. And on her side, the bones of the demon race had been piled up into a small mountain. Jiang Shen and the others stole glances at the female child with fear in their expressions. Since they had seen the other party crush a Jiao Long with a single finger, their hearts were filled with awe for this one. Jiang Shen smiled, slowly and methodically gnawing on a bone. The meat of the Earth Xian demon race, which contained a large amount of energy, was also of great benefit to him, and after only eating a few of them, his flesh had already improved to some extent. Cultivation was also improving at a rate visible to the naked eye, and was not far from spirit transformation perfection. Perhaps, with another chance, one would be able to smoothly step into the Earth Xian realm. While eating the meat, Jiang Xian was also paying attention to the situation of the ancient medicine fields. Under the erosion of the demonic evil power, the 4 ancient medicine fields had been torn apart, presenting a filthy, fishy odor like a swamp. As for the ancient medicines that existed on it, the eroded Tao medicines had flourished and melted into the swamp, becoming part of the filth. The part that hadn't been eroded was all taken out and thrown into the ancient medicine field that Goldfinger had rewarded him with to continue cultivating. This ancient pill field could be summoned by Jiang Xian at any time after he went out. In time, one might be able to cultivate Tao medicines with complete rules that were extremely amazing and could be used to cultivate one's class. And at the time before this, the remains of the mountain god, his mountain range-like fingers, which were straddling the vault of the sky, had trembled, inducing a deep vortex in the vault of the sky, shedding an indescribable and undefinable arcane light that contained pure holy intent, and was purifying the demonic and evil forces, as if cleansing this filthy swamp. In fact, under the ancient medicine field, is a fallen evil strongman skeleton. When the mountain god fell, in order to prevent the energy of the evil strongman contaminated the Zhang family offspring, it will be used to shake the mountain tripod suppression and purification, so as to extract pure energy cultivation of spiritual medicine. The accumulation of time to have 4 ancient medicine field, and Zhang Hong took away the mountain shaking cauldron. The suppression was no longer there, and the demonic and evil power remaining in the skeletons of the evil Dao powerhouses naturally escaped again. Fortunately, after millions of long years of purification, the power of the demonic evil was already 10,000%. It is the holy light that descends from the firmament that will continue to purify and disperse it completely. This was also the reason why Jiang Xian and the others were still waiting here. After this ancient medicinal field, which had become a swamp, was cleansed and the demonic and evil power was purified once and for all, they could continue to go deeper and head to the deepest part of the divine abyss, that divinely profound place. Jiang Xian had a feeling that there was definitely an amazing opportunity there that should not be missed. About 2 incense sticks later, the two of them, Jiang Xian and the girl child, had finally solved the large pot of meat cleanly, while the pile of bones on the side was piled almost as high as a man. "Daddy, I'm so full." The girl child patted her bulging stomach and said with a smile. Jiang Xian guffawed and got up to look at the ancient medicine field. The ancient medicine field that was in pieces was much cleaner at this point, and the filthy demonic and evil power had thinned out to an almost transparent state, and although there were still corrosive rules, it would no longer have too much of an impact on them. "Go," Jiang Xian faintly commanded. "No." Immediately, the rules of the Great Tao lingered around the crowd as they stepped into the ancient pill field and passed through the swamp before transforming into divine radiance and falling downward at extreme speed. The fall took about a quarter of an hour. Everything around him changed precipitously. A thick mountain stone, suspended in the air, hooked up with the rules of heaven and earth in a special arrangement, forming a horrifying prohibition. Being in it, it was like being in the ancient and early barbaric world, and a desolate atmosphere, like a wave of anger, came to the surface. The killing machine is dark and creepy, and that one mountain stone was as thick and heavy as a sacred mountain. It was as if once they made a mistake and touched the forbidden system, these mountains and rocks would come down with the power of the god Yu, crushing them into mush. Jiang Xian and the others hurriedly stopped and cautiously looked around at the prohibition that held them captive. "Young king, this should be a mountain ban created by the mountain god using his own Dao authority as a source, and at its peak, it can easily kill even elder lifers." Jiang Chen gazed at the forbidden system and said in a deep voice, "And now although the mountain god has fallen, the remains of the mountain god are still there. The mountain forbidden energy is unceasing, although the power is far less than the peak, but it's still not something that we can break through. The only way to pass through safely is with a special method." "Special spells?" Jiang Xian raised his eyebrows and smiled in some surprise. "It shouldn't be necessary. Young king, you mustn't take this mountain ban lightly," Jiang Chen reminded with slight concern. "No harm done." Jiang Xian waved his hand and summoned the spirit of the human monument. "Take us there." "Yes, master." Linger first bowed and saluted before looking at the mountain ban, stretching out her delicate jade finger and pinching out an arcane token covered in ancient patterns in the void. "Pardon." The token flew out and was imprinted into the mountain ban. A piece of floating mountain stone suddenly stood still in its place, and the natural diffusion of the terrifying aura also came to an abrupt end. "Master, I've stopped the mountain ban, so I can pass," Linger respectfully said. "Well done." Jiang Xian didn't mince his words of praise before his gaze crossed over the lengthy range of the mountain ban and landed on the deepest depths of the divine abyss, where an ancient divine aura shone. The supreme aura that naturally permeated the area could be clearly perceived even if it was separated by a distance of 100 miles. Jiang Xian's heart was filled with anticipation. First the ancient medicine field was blocked, and then the mountain ban was imprisoned. What kind of chance existed inside? Immediately, Jiang Xian instructed Jiang Chen and the others. "Let's go." Jiang Chen blinked in amazement. The mountain god's mountain ban, just like that easily? The young king's tactics were unimaginable. Immediately, Jiang Xian and the others walked amongst the mountain forbidden and quickly advanced towards the profound land. And on the other side, the end of the mountain ban, the entrance to the deep place. But one of the core demons of the desolate sky divine sect fell out of the mountain ban, spraying blood from his mouth, his breath wilting. He didn't keep up with the goddess in time and stepped on the wrong orientation node, touching the mountain ban and causing the mountain rocks to fall. And the terrifying power of the divine mountain instantly hit him hard, and even his Tao foundation, as a result, was cracked. If it wasn't for the goddess's timely intervention, he was now afraid that the mountain stone had crushed him into a puddle of flesh. Luo Xinglan's body flickered with a ghostly blue divine radiance around her, and her breath was in a state of turmoil, so it was clear that it wasn't all that easy for her to come to the rescue. Glancing at this core demon, his eyes were cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Luckily, it's already the last segment, or else even I can't do anything about it." This core demon lowered his head in shame. At this time, the other two core demons, noticing the mountain forbidden movement, vaguely visible as a group of figures entering it, hurriedly reported, "Divine Maiden, there are quite a few people coming over." Luo Xinglan's eyes lifted slightly, and after a faint glance, he coldly said, "Pay no attention. I control some of the rules of heaven and earth, and it will still take most of an hour before I can lead you through with difficulty. Not to mention these people?" Chapter 112, World Tree Sapling. And then, Luo Xinglan turned to look at the entrance to the profound land and said in a condensed voice, "Seize the moment, we need to obtain the World Tree Seedling as soon as possible." There wasn't much time left for her. She had to obtain the World Tree Sapling before Jiang Xian arrived and then transfer it to the other party, so that she could achieve her goal of befriending the other party. "Yes," the three responded. Immediately, Luo Xinglan and the others entered the profound land. Buzz. In the deep lands, it was like a new sublime world. The entire space was not large, tens of miles across, extremely empty and flat, as if it was a house that had been carefully cleaned. However, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in this place was so extremely dense that it had already condensed into a liquid, gurgling in the air, and in the outside world obscure and difficult to understand the 3,000 great Tao laws. Here, also completely present a bare state, strewn between heaven and earth, flashing with brilliant light. The most divine is the vault of this heaven and earth. It's completely transparent. Half of it was void, chaotic, and a grayish color. Half real, the deep sky, the vast earth, the rolling mountains, clearly visible. You can also see 5 pale ancient cities, divided into them, and even the silhouettes in the ancient cities are incomparably vivid. This is the world of arcane light. Luo Xinglan's ghostly blue eyes flickered, his face flooded with scattered astonishment. The celestial dome here was clearly the true mystery realm, the fragment of the Xian Guang world that they were currently in. And those two distinct halves were obviously the opposite in the front of the Xian Guang world. So, this is the center of the Xian Guang world? Luo Xinglan pondered. Goddess. World Tree Sapling. A core demon, pointing to the demarcation line between the positive and negative, where there was a green seedling with only 2 leaves, one leaf carrying the void negative space, and one leaf holding up the real positive space. Compared to the firmament made up of these two sides of space, this World Tree Sapling was very small. So small that even with Luo Xinglan's and their Earth Xian realm's visual acuity, they nearly overlooked it. However, this seedling of the world tree was as if it was very large, big as one of its nearly transparent roots, extending like a tentacle, wrapped the two sides of space in a mass. They have a sense that the roots of the world tree sapling are not just wrapped around this vertical and horizontal dozens of miles of the sky, but really wrapped around the fragments of this arcane light world, using the entire arcane light world as a nutrient, drawing energy and strengthening itself. Is this the world tree seedling, growing directly with the side of the world as its energy? A horrified look surfaced on Luo Xinglan's beautiful face. Now she finally understood why this divine object was named World Tree. The point is, this is just a seedling, and when it grows, what should be used as the energy to nurture it? Luo Xinglan's heart was vaguely chilled. Fortunately, it was gifted to Jiang Xian and used in a gesture of goodwill. If she were to let herself cultivate the entire desolate heaven god sect, she might not be able to make it grow. Of course, this thing she didn't dare to touch it, not because she didn't have the strength, but she was bound to die. In her vague memories, in the future, an existence beyond the true god realm snatched it, and after it arrived, it was completely unable to take it in, and was directly burst by the world energy in it. It is not available to those who are not opportunistic. Goddess, shall we do it now? The three core demons gazed at the world tree sapling with a somewhat hesitant expression. This divine object wrapped around the entire Xianguang world. Was it really something they could take out? Luo Xinglan was silent for a moment and said with some complexity, "Try it. If it's really not possible, you don't have to force it." The world tree using a side of the world as its energy had already surpassed her knowledge. Even if it was still just a seedling, she was now very unsure in her heart. Yes, the three core demons nodded in response. And then they all sacrificed a party of ancient and simple desolate cauldrons. This was a Dao weapon that Luo Xinglan had specially taken out of the divine sect's secret stash for this operation. The three desolate cauldrons, themselves the topmost Dao weapons, united as a whole, invoking the desolate heaven projection. They even possessed a greatness that rivaled that of a saint weapon. And under the manipulation of the three Earth Xian demons, they could easily suppress a Heaven Xian realm powerhouse. the desolate cauldron erupted with a pale chi, echoing each other and forming a trio of talents, diffusing a hazy giant figure. A desolate, barren supreme aura spread out like a tidal wave rolling across the entire space. Even though Luo Xinglan was watching from the sidelines, she also had a sense of her heart jumping. As strong as she was, even if she had all her cards, she would definitely not be able to match this desolate heaven projection. The heart couldn't help but feel a little more confident. Perhaps it is really possible to obtain a world tree sapling in one fell swoop. And at that moment, the giant slowly extended his palm and probed the world tree sapling. The force of 10,000 pounds set off the rules of heaven and earth, forming a clearly visible ripple. But when the giant palm touched the world tree sapling, buzz, the world tree sapling lightly trembled, revealing the dome of positive and negative space, which then shook, and the indescribably thick and heavy momentum descended steeply, as if the entire Xianguang world had been suppressed. Rumble! The giant's palm instantly shattered, along with the entire giant figure. It instantly turned into pieces. Click, click, click. The three desolate cauldrons were unable to bear the weight of the world and crumbled out into cracks before shattering into pieces. The three core demons could hardly bear the backlash of the destruction of the desolate cauldron, and immediately spewed blood from their mouths, their breath extremely withered. However, they had no time to care about their own injuries, but instead looked at the world tree sapling, shocked and disoriented. Their hearts stirred for a long time, making it difficult to hold themselves. It's a Dao weapon they're in charge of. It's the desolate heaven projection that was summoned. Even the Tianqian realm could be easily suppressed. Now, facing this world tree sapling, it was actually crushed so simply? The three couldn't accept this reality. But on second thought, this is the seedling of the world tree. Rumor has it that the world tree is a product of the great Tao that was born in response to the beginning of the heavens and contains the supreme meaning. And when it is placed in the distant ancient period, even if it is an immortal emperor, it will be crazy for it. With that thought, the three of them felt much better. Something that immortal emperors would go crazy over. Crushing a few Tao artifacts. No big deal. Swallowing the elixir. He stabilized his injuries. And then, the three of them stood up and bowed their heads towards Luo Xinglan, saying with a slight sense of shame, "We were incompetent and failed to obtain the world tree seedling. I hope that goddess will forgive us." Luo Xinglan gently shook his head and didn't blame, only that there was some silence and loss between his brows. She really did think too simply after all. How could she easily obtain such a supreme divine object? Perhaps, only that one, too, is capable and qualified to obtain this supreme divine artifact? Luo Xinglan said darkly in his heart. And once again, the magnificent figure of Jiang Xian shattering the void and stepping out of the Xian heaven from his past life's memories appeared in his mind. And that's when Luo Xinglan and the three demons, suddenly sensing something, looked towards the entrance. A figure that walked in. It was Jiang Xian and the others. Luo Xinglan's few people were all stunned. How could this group of people pass through the mountain band so quickly? And the three core demons were even more confused when they fixed their eyes on Jiang Xian and saw him clearly. Wasn't this the spirit transformation realm brat they had seen earlier in the True Mystery Realm reverse world? Judgingly, I remember that this kid didn't know what kind of trick he used to enter the True Mysterious Realm in advance, and even caused the True Mysterious Realm to open in advance. Not, how did he survive until now? A spirit transformation realm? Wait, these people behind him. Holy, how come it's all D1? Chapter 113, My Goddess is Wasted. Jiang Chen and the others were immediately on guard. They had thought that in the ancient pill field, they had already cleaned up the heavenly pride and demons that had come from the outside world, but they didn't expect that there were actually still omissions, and that they had come here before them. However, with only 4 Earth Xian, it was nothing, easily subdued. Jiang Xian, on the other hand, scratched his head a bit and looked a bit stiff. No, why is Luo Xinglan here? It's about time, isn't it? A pang of embarrassment went through her at the thought of turning down the invitation and turning her hand and sneaking in herself. But now that I've hardened my back, the other party shouldn't be able to make a brainless move, right? Jiang Xian said in his heart. In fact, in his heart, he is instead somewhat looking forward to the other party to be annoyed, so that he can kill him on the spot without any fear. After all, it was Jiang Qinquan's skin that he had been wearing, but this woman in front of him was aware of his true identity. However, this desolate heaven goddess was not weak and was able to quietly walk to this place, so it was not unlikely that she had the same means of escape as Xiao Fuyao. In the event that the other party Han Ti offended himself, Jiang Xian Wun Ti take the initiative. He already had enough enemies. The three core demons saw that Jiang Chen and the others had bad eyes, and immediately became nervous as well. The other party was numerous, and they were suffering from a backlash. Their strength had decayed quite a bit, so there was no way for them to be an enemy. Hastily whispering to Luo Xinglan, he said, "Goddess, you quickly go. wheel pad for you. The goddess was appointed by desolate heaven, and was the future bearer of his desolate heaven divine sect, and would never be allowed to be lost. Luo Xinglan laughed lightly and shook his head, his ghostly blue eyes flooding with excitement. His heart was even more stirred. Your Holiness Jiang Xian. No wonder she was able to pass the mountain ban so quickly. With this venerable lord's natural talent, she wouldn't be half surprised even if she was in control of the entire Xianguan world right now. But the only thing that puzzled her was, when did His Holiness Jiang Xian take in this group of aborigines? The true mystery realm has only been open for 5 days, right? Worthy of being in existence that stepped into the void and walked out of the Xian heaven. His methods are truly unbelievable, Luo Xinglan secretly said in his heart. And then, without any further hesitation, he decisively took a step forward and bowed his hand. Greetings, Your Holiness. My daughter, Desolate Heaven Divine Sect Luo Xinglan, has been admiring Your Holiness for a long time, and today I finally get what I want. I wanted to obtain the World Tree Sapling and personally present it to Your Excellency, but my daughter's strength is limited, so I'm really ashamed. Quiet. Both parties were confused. Jiang Chen and others looked at Luo Xinglan. The heart is very surprised. It turned out that this outside world of heavenly pride, demon, is not all 2 cups. There are also smart people. Can see the lesser king of the demon chose to take the initiative to make friends, rather than a dead duck have to find death. The 3 demons of the desolate sky divine sect, on the other hand, were at a loss plus confused. Combined, they gave up most of the chances of the true mystical realm, postponed their plotting against the prides of the great Luo Holy Land, crossed the mountain ban with thousands of difficulties and dangers, and came here to take the World Tree Sapling in order to gift it to the other party? No, goddess, we can't do this, can we? Normally, it is just a matter of showing goodwill, making friends, and sending some king's medicine or something. Our desolate sky divine sect is so big that we can afford to send it. But now this is a World Tree Sapling, a supreme divine object that even immortal emperors would covet. You're going to give it away without even blinking? The key is, Yuana's send should also be sent to Jiang Xian, sent to the immediate this Jiang Qiankuan, and what the hell? The 3 of them immediately thought of the recent rumors circulating within the divine sect, saying that the divine maiden was the licking dog of Jiang Xian of the Jiang family. They hadn't thought of it, and even scoffed at it. What kind of joke is this? When the divine maiden took the initiative to join the marriage, it had already been that Jiang Xian's ancestors' grave smoking, and the other party treated themselves as a scallion, and didn't know to treasure it. So how could the divine maiden continue to lick and backslid? That is His desolate heaven divine sect's goddess, the goddess appointed by desolate heaven, bearing the Xianin holy body, practicing desolate heaven divine art. Her cultivation has long stepped into the 6th level of Di Xian. Looking at the entire Xian heaven realm is also absolutely ranked into the top 10 of the absolute demon. Her path is infinitely bright. How could she indulge in love? And there is no bottom line to lick a boy who is only at the realm of the spirit transformation realm? But now this scene makes them more silent. In order to lick Jiang Xian, you first licked his brother of the same clan? Or do you just send a supreme divine object like a world tree seedling? They could no longer think of any behavior that could be more like dog licking than this operation by the goddess. The 3 demons had some grudges in their hearts. The goddess has always been a lofty fairy image in their hearts. But today this perfect image collapsed with a bang. Of course, Luo Xinglan knew who this one in front of him was. She acts and doesn't go overboard with explanations. What you don't understand now, you will understand later. Jiang Xian glanced deeply at Luo Xinglan, the vigilance in his heart. Not only did he not slacken by half because of the other party's almost humble words, he was even more cautious and careful. There is no love and hate for no reason. Oneself and this goddess have little intercourse. The other party has no reason to grovel like this, not to mention that he also refused the other party's request for marriage, which is undoubtedly hitting the other party's face. And the other party is not only not angry, but also take the initiative to stick up? He didn't think that the goddess in front of him, who was going to be in charge of the desolate heaven divine sect in the future, would be a strange jitterbug. Miss Luo doesn't have to be like this. Jiang Xian's tone was flat, deliberately maintaining a cold distance. You don't have the strength to take in the world tree sapling, so please leave first. Otherwise, the conflict broke out. I'm afraid it's hard to end. When the 3 demons heard this, their faces changed abruptly, and they looked angrily at Jiang Xian, their eyes full of coldness and their hearts even more wrathful. What the are you, a human being? Our goddess has fallen so hard for you, and you want to banish the goddess? Luo Xinglan sighed in her heart, somewhat helpless. She didn't understand why His Holiness was so deeply wary of her. She's doing her best to show her goodwill, right? Your Holiness can rest assured. I have no ill intentions, Luo Xinglan sincerely said. In addition, Your Holiness needs to be careful. The World Tree seedling carries the entire Xianguang world, and can mobilize the entire world for defense. So if you're not careful, you'll be suppressed by the thick and heavy momentum, and your body will suffer a backlash. Luo Xinglan pointed his finger at the 3 demons. 3 disciples of my divine sect, holding Dao weapons, were unable to resist. Your holiness should always be cautious. After saying that, Luo Xinglan was very sensible and brought the 3 demons away from him, landing on the other side of heaven and earth. With a distance of tens of miles, even if they had evil intentions, they would be discovered in time. Of course, even if there is mischief, it's also just asking for death. Jiang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, somewhat unable to understand this desolate heaven goddess. A series of maneuvers that completely didn't seem like something a normal person could do, or thought of something. Jiang Xian suddenly a jolt, looking at Luo Xinglan's eyes, became odd. This female, well, not really is a jittery, am right? Daddy, that young lady likes you? The girl child tugged on Jiang Xian and asked with a smile. Jiang Xian's eyes rolled, and he said without a trace of humor, "Don't talk nonsense." "Oh," the girl child muttered and whispered, "I'm so poor until now there is no mother." Jiang Xian's face instantly darkened. Had he usually forgotten to give this little ninny a stick education? The corners of Jiang Chan and the others' mouths twitched as they forced themselves to hold back their laughter, subconsciously sidestepping their faces for fear that their laughter would be seen by the young king. Shaking his head helplessly, Jiang Xian dropped his gaze to the world tree sapling in the dome of the sky, scrutinizing it for a moment or two as his eyes gradually deepened. How much of a boost could a supreme divine artifact that even immortal emperors would covet provide him? Let's hope. Doesn't fail me. Jiang Xian gave a dark cry before taking a step into the air towards the world tree sapling. Chapter 114, Suppressing the World Tree. Humph. A core demon of the desolate heavens divine sect, who was unworthy of the divine maiden in his heart, was inevitably a bit disgruntled in his words. We couldn't even touch the world tree sapling when we conjured up the desolate heavens projection. So he, a spirit transformation realm, couldn't possibly be able to take it in, even if he had heavenly abilities. The other 2 nodded in agreement, more than a little looking forward to seeing the other's next wretched scene. A tiny transformation spirit, who didn't have a powerful physique or a transcendent background, actually dared to reject their goddess, and even pretended to be cold in order to expel them? Something, even, with the other party's pitiful cultivation level, it was very likely that they would not be able to withstand the backlash at all, and would directly fall on the spot. Slap yourself. Luo Xinglan's face was cold. A trace of uneasiness arose in her heart. She traveled here to make good, Jiang Xian. Don't not make good. First pissed off the other side. Then she cried, don't know where to cry to go. This demon's expression was a little indignant, but when he came into contact with Luo Xinglan's icy gaze, his heart suddenly trembled, and a cold air surged to his heart. The goddess rose to kill. This made him realize that if he really denigrated that person again, the goddess would really kill him. His heart was immediately blocked, but he could only harden his head and respectfully said, yes, Pa dash. A loud mouth that echoed for a long time. Jiang Xian naturally didn't know about the situation over there. Of course, even if you knew, you wouldn't care. He was walking toward the world tree sapling at an even speed, but his eyebrows were tightly frowned all the time, not worrying about any danger, but the old immodest husband. Inside him was too damn annoying. Kid, don't be impulsive. Husbandman was a bit alarmed and discouraged. This is a world tree. It's still just a hatchling, but it's not something you can take in. You have to at least step into the exalted realm, or even the true God realm, before you have a chance, or else the world tree alone will be able to crush you into mush with the world's great power it carries. Jiang Xian was a bit helpless. Can you be quiet? I'm quiet my ass. Husbandman blew his beard and glared. You're my chosen successor. You haven't rebuilt the Jishi Academy yet. I can't watch you go to your death. Kid, although you've had countless chances and unlimited scenery lately, you can't be mesmerized by this momentary splendor. Don't forget that you're still only at the spirit transformation realm. The world tree is a good thing, yes, and even the entire world of the heavens cannot find out if you can match it, but good things to good things. We also have to recognize themselves, whether they have the ability to withstand it. Listen to my advice. When you step into the true God realm, then come back and try to take in. At that time I will help you with all my might. The certainty is at least 99%, not to say 10%. Jiang Xian had a black line on his face. Waiting for him at the true God realm? If he could have ascended to the true God as he wished by following the steps, why would he need to come to this true mystery realm? Please, he now had 30 years of life left. He also wants to live up and develop steadily, but the conditions do not allow it. However, the fact that the husband's words were so fierce still made him a bit wary. After all, this old immodest, certainly not in tune, but have to admit that he was very knowledgeable. The process of harvesting the world tree seedling. I'm afraid that there is really a horrible crisis. Immediately, he hurriedly asked the spirit of the human monument, confirming once again, is it really okay for me to directly take in the world tree sapling? After all, his life script has never been filled with disgusting reversals. Master, just don't worry, it's 100% fine. The world tree was taken out by the human emperor from the source of the heavens and placed here to be cultivated using this world as energy, and the mountain god chose to come to this world in the first place, but he also had the idea of secretly guarding the world tree. Master is burdened with the will of the human way, and has taken me in, although still far inferior to the human emperor, but after all, the breath is of the same origin, and the world tree will surely favor Master. Of course, Ling still has a sentence left unsaid. In fact, she is sure that her master can take in the world tree sapling, not from these reasons, but she determines that Jiang Xian is the master that the human emperor said that she should wait for. That must also be the master that the world tree is waiting for. After all, the human tablet and the world tree seedling were both supreme treasures and divine objects that the human emperor had purposely left behind. Jiang Xian's mind presented an image of Ling patting her breasts. Jiang Xian silently glanced a few times. Can only say that the spirit of this human monument is worthy of being a collection of the wishes of all beings, and it really understands men. After receiving the repeated assurances from the spirit of the human monument, Jiang Xian was relieved, striding towards the world tree sapling. At a position about 30 feet away from the world tree sapling, it stopped. From here, the 3,000 great Tao laws were obviously much thicker, and had already intertwined and stacked into walls as if they were substantial. It wasn't as simple as being sturdy. It was more filled with amazing aura. It was conceivable that once touched, these great Tao laws would fall mercilessly, and even more so, they would startle the world tree sapling into countering. Master, leave the rest to me. The spirit of the human steel manifested, and under the pale aura, a gentle woman's figure was presented, with a worldly face and a light temperament, like a heavenly fairy descending to the earth. Her beauty was unbelievable. Jiang Chen and the other 4 demons were once again infatuated, their hearts filled with fascination. But being in awe of Jiang Xian, they could only keep their minds tightly guarded, bending their heads down and forcing themselves not to admire it. So I have a mother? The girl child blinked and suddenly glanced at Luo Xinglan in the distance, muttering, isn't one too little? A few more mamas and I'll have a few more people to love. The 3 core demons of the desolate heaven god sect looked at Ling and were astonished, and then subconsciously glanced at the goddess. Well, they suddenly understood a little bit why this one had rejected the goddess. As long as they are pearls, they are certainly precious and rare, but there are still highs and lows between pearls and pearls. Luo Xinglan's eyes were slightly lowered, flickering with a ghostly blue divine radiance, although her heart was a bit tasty, but she could still barely accept it. Ever since the marriage was rejected, she had dispelled the idea of marrying the other party, and instead wanted to befriend the other party, and even hoped to be able to follow the other parties left and right. That's the kind of woman His Eminence should be compatible with, Luo Xinglan secretly said with a despondent heart. But then suddenly something came to mind, and his eyes flashed with puzzlement. Doesn't His Holiness already have a fiancée? That daughter of the small family that was said to have lost all her cultivation. Nangong Mingyue. Previously, she only felt that the name Nangong Mingyue was somewhat familiar. Until her memories of her past life loosened up a bit, she gradually realized that in her past life, that Nangong Mingyue was the wife of His Holiness. Of course, if that was all it wasn't enough for her to keep in mind. The most important thing is, that Nangong Mingyue's future certain achievements are not weaker than His Holiness, and can be said to be His Holiness's left arm and right arm in the battle of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Even, in some ways, Nangong Mingyue's fierce reputation was even greater than that of His Holiness. Once you turn into a phoenix, you will burn the 8 wastelands. Thinking of the ferocity of the Nangong Mingyue in his previous life, Luo Xinglan could not help but smile. Your Holiness, I'm afraid that soon, it will be deep into the cultivation of, and the vault of heaven. With the appearance of the spirit of the human monument, the world tree sapling also sensed something, and this familiar aura made its still tender spirit active a bit. People monument. It's been a long time. The tender voice came out and traveled into Linger's mind, also feeding back into Jiang Xian's ears. The master we were waiting for has already appeared. Linger faintly said, it's time for you to walk out of here as well. The Shen light world has long since shattered, and the remaining energy is no longer enough to support your continued growth. Master? The tone of the world tree seedling revealed hesitation, as if it was caught in a memory. And then, Jiang Xian sensed a will watching over him, obviously weak, but with a supreme attribute that made it impossible for him to have concealed it with the heavenly diffusion mysterious technique. Just him? The tender voice carried a faint disdain. I am the world tree that was born at the origin of the heavens. Supreme, even if it is an immortal existence. It should be crazy for me. A small spirit transformation realm. How can it be qualified to be my master? Linger's face changed slightly. She didn't expect such a scene to occur. The world tree seedling didn't even recognize its owner. Has it forgotten the will of the Emperor of Man? Spirit huffed, pointing at the world tree sapling and scolding. Don't you forget. A thing that hasn't grown up after living for millions of years. What are you wasting words with it? Zhang Xian waved his hand to interrupt Linger, his face a little cold as he confirmed to Linger. The human tablet can shatter the Xianlight world's great Tao laws, right? Linger froze, not understanding what she meant, and subconsciously nodded. The human monument has been rooted in the Xianlight world for millions of years, and has long since assimilated into the Xianlight world. Then it's no problem. Zhang Xian laughed, calling out the human steel essence in his brow, dragging the human steel with one hand and going up to the Tao laws that were condensed like a wall. Rumble! The entire space trembled violently. The wall congealed by the great Tao laws was even more shattered and strewn, revealing a gaping hole. It worked out well. Zhang Xian grinned as the human steel in his hand swung around, chiseling at the barriers congealed by the laws of the great Tao. Due to the special nature of the human monument, the thousands of seemingly terrifying Tao laws were like crisp glass, shattering piece by piece. Zhang Xian went deeper with such ease, approaching the world tree sapling. You crossed the line. Zhang Xian's ears rang with the angry voice of the world tree sapling. Chapter 115, Swallowing the World Tree in Reverse. At the same time, the world's great power fell steeply, suppressing Zhang Xian. Thick and infinite might. It was truly as if two worlds had descended. Off. Zhang Xian rebuked without a trace of anger, waving the human steel. And the world's great power suddenly dissipated as the Tao of Pale Qi surged out. The human tablet had assimilated the Xian Guang world. So how could the world's great power suppress the human tablet? That's not like beating yourself up, is it? With the world's great power dispersed, the world tree sapling immediately lost its means and panicked, threatening in a voice. I was planted by the Emperor of Humanity. If you dare to come close to me, you are blaspheming the Emperor of Humanity. Sure didn't grow up. Zhang Xian shook his head and walked straight to the world tree sapling, wrapping his palm with the pale qi of a human monument. He gripped the world tree sapling as soon as he could and flung his hand in a slap. Follow me in the future and be honest. Everyone was dumbfounded. Also, like this? So it's our way of opening that's wrong? The three demons of the desolate sky divine sect murmured blankly. Luo Xinglan revealed a rightful smile. Taking in the world tree sapling in such a violent manner was only the style of the honorable man who looked out of the Xian heaven in her memories of her previous life. Daddy is great. The girl child clapped her hands together. Jiang Chen and the others looked at each other. The bottom of their eyes were filled with horror and awe. The young king's means really exceeded their cognition time and time again. Earlier, the Thunder Road incarnation had crushed an Earth Xian demon to death, which had already made their hearts tremble, intuiting that the young king was terrifyingly terrifying. But now that they were facing the world tree sapling, they could actually be this direct and violent as well? It's outrageous. They should know that those muddy great Tao laws. Their hearts and minds trembled with a creepy feeling just from their divine soul's perceptions. Or else he is the young king? The four demons of Jiangchen glanced at each other, and such a thought arose in their hearts. The world tree hatchling is a little confused right now. He's a little reactive. How did he get in this kid's clutches? He's the world tree. Ugh. You're making me lose face. Okay? Hurry up and let go of me. Or when the human emperor returns, he will definitely kill you. The world tree sapling threatened without nutrition. Pa dash. Zhang Xian's eyes glared as he went up and slapped again. I don't know if the human emperor will return or not, but right now, if you dare to talk nonsense for even half a second, you'll have to die. With that, Zhang Xian raised the human steel and aimed it at the world tree sapling. The human steel's pale aura surged, revealing a palpitating aura. The world tree sapling trembled and panicked in its heart. This kid didn't look like he was pretending. He would really kill it. A good tree is not a good thing, the world tree seedling secretly said. When it grows up, it will have the means to make this brat pay for today's rudeness. Immediately, the world tree seedling was honest and emitted a sardonic laugh. Master, look at you. You don't have a sense of humor at all. Little tree is joking with you. Master is so handsome and divine. If little tree doesn't recognize master as its master, then who else can it recognize? Master, why don't you put the human steel down first, and let's talk about what we have to say. Ha! Zhang Xian didn't give a damn about the other party. Without actually signing the contract, the master in the other party's mouth didn't have any significance. I'm counting down to 3. Either recognize the master or die. 3, 2, I recognize the Lord. Recognize the master. The world tree sapling hurriedly shouted, while releasing its own soul thoughts. Invoking the rules of heaven and earth to form a party of arcane contracts that surged into Jiang Xian's body, Linger looked at the world tree sapling that was forced to concede, shook her head, and smiled helplessly, kindly persuading you to concede to the master. You are nonetheless unwilling to do so. You must wait for the master to get impatient and take the human tablet to talk to you. Before you give in, the result is the same, and one has to add a little bit to make the process unpleasant for oneself. Why bother? In this regard, the husband has something to say. People is cheap. Even after a supreme divine object like the world tree was born with spiritual wisdom, it was no exception. In Fuzzy's mind, though, it was more of a shock. He really didn't expect Jiang Xian to have such a great ability to take in directly and violently, not giving the world tree sapling any chance to meander at all. The old man has really picked up a treasure now. The man was happy to be there. He was already looking forward to the arrival of the day when Jiang Xian would recast the Jishi Academy. In his time, the Jishi Academy had, in his hands, become the #1 academy in the Xian heavenly realm, and he had rightfully become the leader of the human race. Now, what heights would the Jishi Academy reach in Jiang Xian's hands? He had been a little afraid to think about it. He was afraid of thinking too shallowly and appearing to be too uninformed. After all he was at Jiang Xian's age. He was far inferior to the other party. Buzz. Jiang Xian's body shimmered with a mysterious light around him as the contract was generated. Some information and sensations immediately surged out of his mind. He could now easily control the world tree, and could even decide whether the other party would live or die in a single thought. Of course, this was after all a supreme divine artifact, and having already taken it in, he naturally wouldn't easily destroy it. Jiang Xian whirled around and with a wave of his trusty hand, he incorporated the world tree sapling into his dantian, wanting to use the world tree to further suppress the bloodline curse. The world tree seedling fell into the hazy dantian, and the nearly transparent roots and whiskers rose wildly, instantly densely covering the entire dantian. Master's dantian, of course, is occupied by Little Master. In the future, with Little Master providing energy for the Master, wouldn't the Master be able to kill God and Buddha, Tao Foundation, original magic treasure or whatever? Give it all to the Little Master to step aside. The world tree sapling's heart was filled with pride, wanting to dominate in the dantian. The Master doesn't have an innate magic treasure? That's also true. With Little Master here, what other magic treasures are needed? When Little Master grows up, even the most powerful sacred artifacts and imperial armaments will be a pile of garbage in front of Little Master. Not worth mentioning. Wait, Master's dantian, why is it so empty? The world tree seedling looked around the hazy dantian. Some surprise. No natal treasure is just. It's normal. But, the Master's Tao Foundation? The Master doesn't have a Taoist base? The world tree hatchling was confused. No, if there was no Tao Foundation, how did the Master build his foundation and how did he cultivate to the spirit transformation realm? I'm not going to follow an invalid, am I? The world tree sapling's heart tightened, and it instantly wanted to cry a little. Not having a Tao Foundation meant that the Master had no way to continue cultivating, just like a bottle with a leaky bottom that could never be filled up, or was informed of the world tree sapling's mind. The deep and hidden black hole gently trembled. An indescribable devouring force surged out, as if a large hand, domineeringly ripped off the roots of the world tree, swallowed it, and transformed it into pure energy, feeding back to Jiang Xian. The world tree sapling trembled and was directly dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Doggy? No. Who's a good man like that? The key is, how is this Dioji so domineering that even its roots can be ripped off and eaten? One must know that it was a supreme divine object, with its body containing supreme rules, and a supreme treasure like the inhuman monument would not be able to shake his body at all, not to mention its roots quenched with the energy of the Xian Tian world. The world tree seedling was a little indignant in its heart. With this overbearing Tao Foundation around, how else could it dominate its master's dantian? How could it still enrich itself and elevate itself? No, it must be taught a lesson, the world tree seedling said firmly in its heart. Immediately, the main body swayed, presenting the virtual image of the positive and negative space of the Xian Guang world, and then mobilized the world's great power and pressed it towards the black hole. Without a real world to add to it, the might of the world's great power was certainly tenfold. But deterring a fragile Tao Foundation was not simple. World tree seedlings are confident. See clearly, in the master's dantian, who is really the boss. Buzz. The black hole, however, did not react, just gently trembled, and the world's great power steeply disintegrated. And then, the deep darkness spread like a night curtain, covering the entire dantian. To be precise, it was more like a net that pocketed the world tree sapling, then swallowed. The world tree seedling looked around the void space where it was located. Dark, deep, and even its five senses were as if they were shielded, and was instantly confused, wanting to cry. It seems to have invoked something that is not to be trifled with. Wave yourself away. The Black Hole Tao Foundation swallowed the World Tree sapling and did not directly digest and refine it into pure energy, but rather, it was similar to a kind of acceptance infusion, turning it into a part of itself. And under this kind of marvelous change, the feedback in Zhang Xian's body is a letter hand. The whole space flows, the rules of heaven and earth haunt the surrounding body, such as the courtier general arching. The world-s great power then descended, thick and heavy and immeasurable. Zhang Xian blinked in some surprise. I can manipulate everything in this world. Chapter 116, Desire to break the earthly Xian. At the same time, a wave of energy containing supreme attributes surged out from the Black Hole Tao Foundation, deriving a supreme divine talisman wrapped in a palpitating aura that surged into Zhang Xian's brow, forming a strange seal that suppressed and blocked the cursed totem. The cursed totem struggled and flickered with a treacherous black light before fading away after a moment, clearly unable to break free from this supreme divine talisman extracted from the World Tree sapling. Although the cursed totem was made by the Songhai Demon Emperor's sacrifice of himself, and was of the highest rank, possessing treacherous abilities, but after all, without the source of energy, it naturally couldn't compete with the World Tree's supreme divine symbol. And then, the royal bloodline within Zhang Xian's body then surged and roared, bursting out with surging essence, as if it was mixed with emotions of joy. The bloodline curse, once again, was suppressed quite a bit. 50 years of longevity. Zhang Xian's eyebrows raised slightly, and his tense mind couldn't help but soothe a bit. 50 years to break through the true God realm was certainly still difficult, but it was also much better than the previous 30 years. 20 more years means more possibilities. Congratulations, Your Holiness, for conquering the World Tree. Luo Xinglan was quick on his feet and bowed across the distant distance, celebrating with a respectful voice. The three court demons glanced sideways, looking at the goddess' respectful appearance, their hearts filled with complexity. This is Zhang Qianquan, not Zhang Xian. If you lick Zhang Xian, it is barely understandable. After all, you have always done so, but you can't say that in order to lick Zhang Xian. You even licked Zhang Qianquan as well, right? In your condition, it's really not like that. Zhang Qian and the others also glanced sideways at it, and were somewhat annoyed in their hearts that they were actually snatched by the other party. Dereliction of duty. Too much dereliction of duty. The crowd hurriedly bowed in obeisance and congratulated. Congratulations, young king, for conquering the World Tree. Congratulations, Master. Master has taken in the World Tree and is a big step closer to proving the great Tao. Linger spread a smile and gave a graceful salute. Zhang Xian smiled faintly, waving his hand to retrieve Linger from his body before looking down on Luo Xinglan's fore, his eyes narrowing slightly as he thought about it, and with a thought, he mobilized the rules of heaven and earth of the Xianguan world, forming an expulsion force that wrapped around the foreign heavenly prides and demons that were still in the Xianguan world. Luo Xinglan's four were naturally among them. In the absence of a feud, he will not make enemies with the other party, but it is also impossible to always let them stay here. After all, after receiving the World Tree sapling, the entire Xianguan world has just likewise become his private property. How can he still tolerate outsiders to reside in? Dying and fingering? Expulsion is the best option. What's more, with the mastery of this world, he was already able to mobilize some of the power of the heavens and earth, and with this convenience, he could familiarize himself with the power of the earth, thus swallowing the chi of the earth's veins, and stepping into the earthly Xian realm in one fell swoop, before returning to the Xian heavenly realm. That's a small gain. It greatly saved the time he needed to spend in contacting and sensing the power of the earth. It was important to realize that even for demons, this one process often took months or even years. Incidentally, he can also familiarize himself with the power of the heavenly Tao in advance and sense the operation of the heavenly Tao, which is necessary to step into the Tianxian realm. What was commonly referred to as the power of heaven and earth was actually the power of the heavenly Tao and the power of the earth, which was also the sign of the heavenly Xian realm. In other words, if he had been meticulously staying in the Xianguan world, breaking through the heavenly Xian realm would only be a matter of time. After all, he was in control of this world, and it was possible to slightly break free from the shackles and restraints of the tattered rules. But there's no way around it. All he's missing is time. The rules of heaven and earth fell like a starburst, enveloping Luo Xinglan and the other alien heavenly pride and demons, forming a bond that could not be broken free. And then a vortex was born in front of them, with a repulsive expulsion force emerging like a tidal wave, pushing and shoving them towards the vortex. Luo Xinglan's face changed slightly, and she hurriedly tried to mobilize the part of the rules of heaven and earth that she had mastered. Wanting to break free and stay behind, she hadn't yet made good friends with Elder Zhang Shen, and she wasn't willing to leave just like that. But is useless. the gap between partial mastery and complete mastery. Do not use words, there is no way to resist. Luo Xinglan was pushed into the vortex and was about to leave the Xianguan world. The three core demons are also the same, but they are relieved in their hearts. Finally leaving. Finally. They don't have to forcefully endure their heart stems to see the goddess kneeling to Jiang Qinkuan without any limits. However, as they were leaving, they suddenly noticed Jiang Xian in the sky dome, without the slightest sign of being ostracized. Not, how are you still favoring one over the other? They're all outsiders, they're expelling us but not him, right? But on second thought, the other party who could even violently take in the world tree sapling, now immune to the expulsion of this heaven and earth. It was not unacceptable. Undoubtedly, this Jiang Qinkuan is burdened with a big secret, but, obviously not something they can go digging deeper into anymore. Not to mention whether they could fight or not. The first thing they could be sure of was that if they dared to take a shot at it, the goddess would definitely be the first to chop off their heads. And Luo Xinglan gazed at Jiang Xian, in the dark blue eyes. In addition to the regret of failing to further befriend the other party, more is uplifted and determined. Only hurriedly one side. She has already witnessed the mystery and greatness of the venerable master, and even more confirms that her memories of her previous life were not wrong. This one's future is supreme. Befriending the other party and earning their friendship would definitely save the desolate heaven divine sect and survive the great calamity ahead. My daughter is in the desolate sky divine sect, ready to welcome your honor's arrival. At the last moment when her figure was expelled, Luo Xinglan offered a ghostly blue summoning talisman with both hands, and respectfully shouted, "If your holiness has any need for your daughter, just send a message, and my daughter will do her best to serve your holiness as a dog and horse." No way. This also needs another lick? The hearts of the three core demons were tired beyond measure. Jiang Xian received the divine talisman and watched Luo Xinglan leave, his eyes narrowing slightly, doubly puzzled. No, is this girl really a jitterbug? Licking yourself like that? It doesn't make sense. What does the other guy want from him if he doesn't show himself? A good-looking man? Handsome? Jiang Xian mouth corner a draw. Also lazy to pay attention to. Letterhand is going to be the transmission talisman crush. But then thought of earlier thanks to rely on the other side of the identity token. Only to be able to come in smoothly. Never mind. I may not really need it later. Jiang Xian threw the summoning talisman into his storage ring, turned to Jiang Chen and the others, and said indifferently, "I wish to go into seclusion for a period of time to break through the Earthxian realm. So you return to the ancient city first, gather your manpower, and pick a group of people to follow me out of the Xian light world when I break through the Earthxian." When Jiang Chen and the others heard this, they were ecstatic. They could finally go out, without the shackles of the rules of this broken heaven and earth. With their natural talent, they would have every opportunity to impact the supreme realm and walk out their own Tao. Immediately, the crowd gave a respectful salute, respectfully following the young king's decree. Jiang Shen nodded faintly and waved his hand, manipulating the rules of heaven and earth to form a spatial teleportation, teleporting the crowd back to the ancient city. And then, he himself sat in the dome of the sky, drawing the chi of the earth veins in the positive and negative space on the dome of the sky, pouring it into himself, and began to sense the power of the earth, attempting to break through the Earthxian realm. Bathed in divine radiance, the rules of heaven and earth lingered around him, and the laws of the great Tao were in abundance, bright and dazzling, like a teenage god. Every breath he took in and out all alluded to the 10,000 laws of heaven and earth and the supreme principles of the great Tao. The thick, solid breath, like a volcano that was accumulating, became more and more violent and terrifying, as if it would erupt at any time. Dull roars, one after another. In this side of space, gusts of echo. Chapter 117, Where is Jiang Qiankuan? And somewhere in the barren mountains outside of the first ancient city, a group of heavenly prides and demons from the desolate heavenly divine sect were waiting for the divine maiden to return, and then they would make the next step in their scheming to continue hunting the heavenly prides and demons from the great Luo Holy Land, the extreme Tao sect, and the ancient underworld sacred sect. But before the goddess could wait, the intense rejection of this heaven and earth and the irresistible power of expulsion came first. Nearly 100 heavenly prides and demons looked at each other in a daze. It's not that they haven't done anything up to now except for pitting a few heavenly prides at the very beginning, and even the chances of this side of heaven and earth, which they haven't even seen yet, are going to be whisked away? Should it be so sudden? On the other hand, Zhang Hong was sitting in a cave, and was further digesting the energy of the mountain-shaking cauldron and drawing on the power of the mountain god when he was in the divine abyss just now. He took the initiative to retreat because of Jiang Xian, and to be honest, his heart was quite stifled, and he kind of wanted to get back the idea. After all, as a fellow Jiang family demon, he was burdened with divine bones and boasted that he was by no means weaker than the other party. There was no reason why every time he He was the one who took the initiative to avoid the situation. If I can absorb 30% of the energy of the mountain-shaking cauldron, I can definitely win over my opponent. Zhang Hong was very confident. Because of refining the mountain-shaking cauldron, he was able to further control the rules of heaven and earth of this world, thus obtaining some information that this place would not open again for at least 3 more months. 3 months is enough time for him to further digest the mountain-shaking cauldron and enhance his own strength, and it is not impossible for him to even enter the Earth Xian realm in one go. The truth is that his previous life had paved the way all over for him before he was reincarnated. Even if he went step by step, he could still move into the Tianxian realm smoothly. What's more, he had now obtained the divine artifact of the mountain-shaking cauldron, and the 10,000 Dharma heavens great divine power had been successfully initiated. So all of these early stages of laying the foundation were something he could choose to quickly skip. Of course, the disadvantages of rapid advancement is still very obvious. The foundation will be a lot of vain, and will more seriously affect their own battle power. So, he is also hesitant to directly step into the Earth Xian realm in order to fight for a breath. But soon, someone else made the choice for him. Between heaven and earth steeply gave birth to a strong repulsion. The rules of heaven and earth like starbursts rustling down. Zhang Hong bound up. More in front of it diffracted a vortex. The expulsion force then appeared, pushing and shoving Zhang Hong to throw him out. Zhang Hong was confused. The passageway to leave would obviously open only 3 months later. So how come this side of heaven and earth was starting to oust people now? I haven't gotten my field back yet. I haven't even made a big show of my power to make that bloodline returning demon know what's going on and retreat on his own accord. Zhang Hong subconsciously mobilized the part of the rules of heaven and earth that he had mastered, to dissipate with a bang, and there was no way to resist. Zhang Hong shook his head helplessly. Heaven's will is such that it cannot be forced. Tightly closed eyes, flowing with gilded divine splendor, Zhang Hong turned his head to gaze in the direction of the divine abyss, muttering to himself, "The next time we meet, that's when I'll be victorious over you." Immediately, obeying the expulsion force, he stepped into the vortex and left the world of arcane light. And in another place, there was a man experiencing a scene. A brilliant star lingered around his body, diffusing a dense starlight, and his breath rose and fell for a while, as if some injuries existed. It was none other than the divine daughter of the immortal Xiao family, Xiao Fuyao. Xiao Fuyang stood and watched the vortex that left this place. Unlike Zhang Hong's helplessness, her eyes were filled with joy and anticipation. She had already instructed Granny Seven Stars to wait outside beforehand, and after she went out, she would be able to proceed to subdue Jiang Qianquan. Twisting his head in the direction of the divine abyss, the corner of his mouth raised in a faint arc. "Jiang Qianquan, prepare to submit to me." Immediately, Zhao Fuyang stepped into the vortex, and after a brief period of weightlessness, light once again came into his eyes, and he had already returned to the Xian heavenly realm, standing on a side of illusory stone pillars constructed by the power of heaven and earth, located at the original entrance to the true mystery realm. The stone pillar is standing on the ground and leaning on the sky, and is slowly tipping over. Zhao Fuyang looked around. Under the blanket of pale qi, from the void ripples out of a figure, still present a hazy shape, cannot really see the face, also cannot sense the breath. In other words, she couldn't be sure who was Jiang Qianquan. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious, complaining about the damned rules of heaven and earth in the world of Xianguang. Why wasn't his speed faster even though he had already whisked them out? If Jiang Qianquan ran away, wouldn't it be a waste of time? The powerful people who had been waiting outside, seeing this heavenly pillar vision, were shaken and their eyes churned with coldness. Finally coming out? "Jiang Qianquan, you will die today." Human monuments. Not them. The underworld ancestor secretly glanced at the various void god supreme powerhouses. His heart was secretly on guard. Although he was stronger than everyone present, he couldn't hold up to these several people striking out together. So he had to kill Jiang Qianquan as fast as he could and seize the Jishi Academy and the human tablet the moment he showed his face. Most of the crowd of void god supreme beings had the same mentality. As for the far-gazing at the old days, the heart is a pinch of sweat. Look very nervous. The young patriarch, why do you want to come out so early, in the inside to stay a year and a half? Not good? With the summoning spirit talisman cupped in his hand, Elder Sky was ready to request for support. 7-star Granny also stand by. No matter what. First to ensure the safety of the goddess, not be mistakenly injured by the aftermath of the battle of these false gods. As for the goddess handed over the subjugation of Jiang Qianquan, secretly glancing at the underworld ancestor and other void god supreme beings, all half hidden in the void, around the body has raised a horrible might, attracted the heaven and earth momentum plus body, obviously are ready to go, want to kill Jiang Qianquan at the first time, snatch its body of the most precious treasure. The look was uncontrollably stiff. Goddess. I really don't blame the old body for not making a move. It's really too much pressure. Just then, the illusory heavenly pillar completely tilted down and crossed over in midair. The pale aura slowly dissipated, and a hazy figure gradually appeared in its true form. Everyone present, all of them excluded their breaths, and their cold gazes swept over all the heavenly prides one by one. Then, got confused. The body that was leaning forward to pounce out froze in place, and under the pull of the heaven and earth momentum, there was a shaking, leading to a ripple in the void. No, where's that damn Jiang Qianquan? What about the aborigines he's working with? Why are they all from the desolate sky god cult? Several void god supreme powerhouses dominated the heavenly dome. Their might stacked up, so heavy that it was difficult for people to breathe, and even the air seemed to have frozen. The heavenly pride and demons on the illusory heavenly pillars, facing this horrifying momentum, were even more shaken, and a sense of panic steeply leapt up to their hearts. Xiao Fuyao acted almost subconsciously, turning into streams of light and flying out. When Granny 7 Stars saw this, she hurriedly appeared and made a move to extradite Xiao Fuyao. Hurry up and make a move to subdue Jiang Qianquan, even if it means seriously injuring him first. There are so many void god supreme powerhouses on the scene. If we're late, it'll be too late. Xiao Fuyao's heart was burning with anxiety, and he hurriedly urged Granny 7 Stars. She wasn't sure why so many void god supreme powers had gathered here, but there was no doubt that Jiang Qianquan, who was burdened with the Jishi Academy and the human tablet, must be the center of attention of the entire scene, and she was afraid that if she didn't soldier on, she wouldn't have the chance to take Jiang Qianquan in. Granny 7 Stars did not move, her pale face filled with helplessness. Goddess, which one is Jiang Qianquan? Xiao Fuyao froze, fixed his eyes on the illusory heavenly pillar, and was also bewildered. Why are they all disciples of the desolate heaven god sect? Where is Jiang Qianquan? Chapter 118, 6 great void gods guard the entrance. Could it be that Jiang Qianquan met an untimely end in the divine abyss? Xiao Fuyao's lips pursed slightly, then she shook her head again, dismissing her guess. Jiang Qianquan subdued the aboriginal people. There are 30 Earth Shen evening, guarding. She fled to leave the divine abyss. Jiang Qianquan has already dominated the entire divine abyss. There will be absolutely no accidents. So, that guy guessed what was going on in the outside world. So he deliberately didn't come out? Xiao Fuyao's eyes flickered in astonishment. How did the other party manage to resist the rejection of heaven and earth? His heart was full of confusion and disbelief, and a touch of frustration could not help but show on his expression. It was a bit of a shame that such an excellent talent she couldn't take under her wing right now. This is true both for yourself and for the other person. Go. Xiao Fuyao glanced at the several void god supreme beings who were standing horizontally in the firmament, and smiled somewhat helplessly. This situation nowadays was no longer something they could interfere with. Jiang Qianquan can either continue to hide in the true mystery realm and wait for these supreme powers to lose their patience and disperse individually, or walk out now and face his death. As a talent she had her eye on, she was confident that Jiang Qianquan would make the right choice. What's more, the other side has always acted in the same way. The next time we meet, I will personally suppress and subdue you, Xiao Fuyao murmured, and then together with the 7-star granny, they transformed into a starburst and cut through the void. In the barren mountains, the heavenly elder's hanging heart fell when he didn't see Jiang Xian's figure. The young patriarch is indeed as cautious as ever. So very good, so very good. The heavenly elder smiled and hid his figure. On the other side, on top of the illusory heavenly pillar, Luo Xinglan glanced at those supreme beings half hidden in the air and smiled coldly. She knew in her heart why these old monsters had appeared here, but it was clear that they had underestimated his holiness methods. Immediately, without paying any attention to it, he turned to look at the bewildered celestial pride and demons, and faintly commanded, "The operation is over. All of them will follow Meiba and return to the divine sect." Nah! Although the hearts of the people were filled with doubts, they still respectfully received the order. Meiba flew in and bowed. "Greetings to the goddess. Goddess, don't worry. I will definitely bring everyone back to the divine sect safely." Luo Xinglan nodded slightly, and was about to deliver something else, when suddenly a cold humming sound rang out. The divine voice rolled out and resounded at first in the heavens and earth. "Designed to pit and kill so many of our heavenly pride, and now you want to just walk away? It's not that simple." Strong people from the great Luo Holy Land stepped out one after another. Their sword chi stirred, killing machines rolled, and their morose fury was like a black cloud, covering a side of the heaven and earth. Maipa's face was unchanged, her eyes slightly raised to look back at the crowd, dispersing the other party's pressure. Her tone was cold and her attitude was very tough. "If you want to commit a crime, why not? If you have any objections to my desolate sky divine sect, you can fight." All sides of the Taoist system powerhouse heard, eyes flashing. but also intuition of the great Luo Holy Land powerhouse said not unreasonable. Otherwise, why their pride all by Zhang Qinkuan town killed? Only the people of the deserted sky god religion. Not bad, all alive to come out? Although he wasn't sure if they had colluded with Zhang Qinkuan, the death of their heavenly pride definitely had nothing to do with the desolate sky divine sect. Even if, really doesn't matter. It must matter today. The young generation of their various Dao lineages had fallen and suffered a great loss of vitality, and they had to allow the desolate heaven divine sect to suffer a corresponding loss in order to maintain the balance. A strong person stepped out and stared icily at the crowd of the desolate heaven god sect, using the true mystic realm as a lure, laying out a plan to trap and kill our heavenly pride, breaking the rules that have been silently observed for millions of years, and destroying the balance between the Dao lineages, the desolate heaven divine sect. You've gone too far, the elder of the extreme Dao sect, coldly rebuked, his eyes filled with anger and killing intent. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Don't talk about those useless things. If you want to start a war, just come, we'll take it. Meiba snorted coldly and laughed coldly. I'm afraid you guys don't have the guts. The hidden powerhouses of the desolate sky divine sect then stepped out one after another, their barbaric aura surging with a fury. A terrifying heaven and earth momentum pressed across the landscape. After all, it's all His Holiness. The situation on the scene was immediately tense. The two forces were at sword point, and there was a tendency to go to war. The faces of the crowd changed slightly, not expecting the desolate heaven divine church to be this strong and overbearing. In his heart, he could not help but feel scorn. The desolate heaven divine sect was able to strongly overpower the great Luo Holy Land in the ancient times, becoming the overlord of the southern divine prefecture, and has continued until now, and he had to admit that its strength, its heritage, was indeed going to surpass them by a large margin. Right now alone, one can tell a thing or two. All of their various Dao lineages had basically sent out only one exalted one, while the desolate heaven divine sect had directly sent out nearly 10 exalted ones. The high end of the battlefield actually showed a basic parity. The anger in the hearts of the crowd increased. The desolate heaven divine sect was so well prepared, disguised as more proof that they were indeed laying out a plan. The elder of the great Luo Holy Land's eyes coldly gulped. So what if the venerable realm's powerhouse is equal? You desolate heaven divine sect doesn't have any void god supreme powerhouses to come. Immediately, he bowed and paid homage to the heavenly dome, respectfully saying, I implore the underworld ancestor to take action and suppress the crowd of the desolate sky divine sect to avenge the fallen heavenly pride of my sect. The elders of the extreme Dao sect and the other people of the Five Directions Dao system did the same, pleading for the void god ancestor to step in. They were now very stiff-backed. No matter how strong and overbearing you are in the desolate heaven divine sect, without a void god sitting on your side, what is there to be godly about? The underworld ancestor and other void god supreme beings who were half hidden in the dome of the sky glanced faintly at the bottom, but did not give a response, and were even a bit fed up. Didn't they see that the old man was waiting for Zhang Qinkuan to come out and snatch the human monument? If I make a move to help you now, what if Zhang Qinkuan happens to show up and is snatched up by others? The death of the heaven's pride was certainly hateful, but where was it as important as their breakthrough opportunity? If they succeeded in capturing the human tablet, breaking the shackles and stepping into the true goddess, extending their lifespan by 100,000 years, not to mention dominating the Xian heavenly realm, just by sitting in their ancestral land and guarding one side, they would be able to seize all the world's chances. So what kind of heavenly pride and demons could not be created at that time? A bunch of idiots who can't tell the difference. The underworld ancestor and the others were all secretly rebuked in their hearts. And then, they continued to stare at the illusory stone pillar that lay across the mid-air. The true mystery realm had already opened. The rules of heaven and earth in it were rejecting outsiders. They didn't believe that a spirit transformation realm's Zhang Qinkuan could hold out for that long. They were certain that Zhang Qinkuan would soon be ousted by the rule power of the true mystic realm. There's actually one more? Which power's pride is this? The underworld ancestor and the other 6 supreme beings cast scrutinizing gazes. Zhang Hong was now panicking. With Xiao Fuyang's departure, the people of the desolate heaven god sect walked out, and now he was the only one left alone on the stone pillar. Moreover, he is now being stared at by a full 6 void god supreme powerhouses. This feeling, it is very bad. No goddamned way. You're looking for Zhang Qinkuan. Why are you staring at me? I just happened to be passing by. Zhang Hong's protector of the sea old man, hidden in the barren mountains, but also very anxious. This Zhang Hong froze there to do what? These old monsters are waiting for Zhang Qinkuan. What's it got to do with you? If you don't leave, and they realize that you are also carrying the Zhang family bloodline, then it will be too late to leave. Zhang Hong now wants to cry. He does not know the worries of the sea old man, or else he will certainly spit out a, easy to say, or you have to try. 6 void gods. Try being stared at by 6 void gods and locked down with a great power aura, and see if you can walk away? I can't even move, let alone walk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiang Hong couldn't help but raise a trace of resentment in his heart. These old things were obviously all here for that bloodline returning demon inside. The one who should be stared at by these 6 void gods should also be him. How come I'm here to suffer for him? Chapter 119, Backstabbing Jiang Hong. For the Void God Supreme, the divine soul is already free to detach itself from the physical body and travel outside the sky, bearing the power of heaven and earth. The mysteries of heaven and earth and the mysteries of the great Tao can be clearly seen, even if they didn't cultivate pupil arts and didn't practice the method of deduction. With their realm, a pair of eyes would be enough to break through the vast majority of the world's realities. As a matter of fact, as long as someone whose realm was below theirs, without a powerful concealment method, they would be able to see the other party's heel with just a hurried glance. After all, not anyone is like Zhang Shen, carrying a hidden inheritance such as the heavenly diffusion mysterious art that can be considered terrifying. Even the Yin-Yang Holy Lord would have to vomit blood a few times first when he deduced it with his divine power. After all, Jiang Hong was only a spirit transformation realm, and although he was quite divine and was burdened with secrecy, the underworld ancestor and the others were still able to tell at a glance that he was burdened with the Jiang family bloodline. The situation was already obvious. This kid in front of him was definitely related to Jiang Qinkuan, and was most likely Jiang Qinkuan's retinue. For a moment, the underworld ancestor and the others stared at Jiang Hong with an extra touch of coldness in their eyes. Are you a disciple of the Jiang family? The underworld ancestor asked coldly. Jiang Hong's face changed slightly, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Not, can this involve me too? The strongest of the various Tao lineages heard this and steeply looked at Jiang Hong, their eyes full of killing intent. Jiang Qinkuan had suppressed and killed the heavenly pride and demons of their various parties, and now he was actually hiding again. It was really hateful. Same as the Jiang family disciples, Jiang Qinkuan suppressed and killed their heavenly pride. This son will certainly not be able to get out of it, daring to assassinate our celestial pride and kill them painfully. Jiang clan brat, you won't be able to leave today. The Zunshi realm powerhouse from the great Luo Holy Land stepped out, invoking the great momentum of heaven and earth, and the vast sword chi generated itself, forming a party of sword chi cages that imprisoned Jiang Hong. Step by step towards Jiang Hong, the vast momentum rolled and stirred. There is a momentum to Jiang Hong crushed to death. As a warning to others, the eyes of the underworld ancestor narrowed slightly. This person or Jiang Qinkuan's retinue should know more detailed information. A spirit transformation realm. To kill or not to kill is irrelevant. To be informed of when Jiang Qinkuan walked out is the crucial thing. He was determined to win the Jikji Academy and the Human Monument. Immediately, out to stop the strong man. Withered gaze, dead eyes on Jiang Hong. She lock each other. Applying pressure to force, coldly said, where is Jiang Qinkuan? Sick. You're not asking me a ING question. Where else could Jiang Qinkuan be but inside the true mystery realm? Jiang Hong's tightly closed eyes danced as he couldn't help but spit in his heart. Although he was first blocked and confined by the Exalted, and then locked by the Void God's aura, Jiang Hong obviously didn't panic too much. After all, his eyesight from his previous life was there, so it was hard to be fearful of a Void God. Nope. Jiang Hong froze, and suddenly thought of the guy inside, who had been acting under the identity of Jiang Qinkuan, and who the hell knew who his real identity really was. In other words, if you really want to ask where Jiang Qinkuan is, he may still be practicing within the Jiang family. What a dog. Thinking of this, Jiang Hong's mouth straight twitching. That guy a whole lot of things. A bunch of hatred. In the end not only in their own gross relationship is not, but also by the way to Jiang Qinkuan poured pots of dirty water. But, it's just that you poured dirty water on Jiang Qinkuan. It's a bit impolite to involve me together and give you a substitute to suffer, right? Jiang Qinkuan is practicing in the Jiang family. If you have the ability to travel to the Jiang family to claim it yourself, Jiang Hong said without any good humor. When the crowd heard this, they looked sideways, and a trace of admiration arose in their hearts. In front of a void god, how could this kid dare to talk nonsense with his eyes open like this? The face of the underworld ancestor instantly became gloomy, and the morose fury rolled and stirred, as if a canopy had covered the heaven and earth, and the heaven and earth steeply dimmed, with a horrifying might that made one's heart and soul palpitate and filled with fear. My patience is limited. Today, either hand over Jiang Qinkuan traces, or I search the soul to find personally. The divine sound rolled down, and withering sword chi surged out with it, corroding a pit in the surrounding void. A terrifying momentum pressed down horizontally, like a divine mountain, suppressing Jiang Hong. Under its intentional control, this suppressive force was just at the edge of the limit Jiang Hong could withstand. If there had been a little more, Jiang Hong would have been crushed into mush in place. Click 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 dash. Jiang Hong's flesh instantly crumbled out of a crack, dripping blood spurting out like a fountain. Instantly becoming a ghastly bloody man, divine radiance was born within his body, struggling to resist the pressure. The veins on Jiang Hong's face were rippling, and his tightly closed eyes were flowing with guilt divine flames, which looked somewhat hideous against the blood. If it was in his previous life, it would have been as simple for him to crush these few old things as it was to crush a few ants. And of course, this life will eventually be the same. It's just a matter of time. I remember the breath of you old things. Never hurry to die. Wait for me to come to get it. Immediately, Jiang Hong took out a party of divine talisman and crushed it with his hand. A brilliant divine radiance rippled up, forming a powerful barrier to resist the pressure of the breath of the underworld ancestor and the others. And then a rich spatial aura lingered around his body, and his figure slowly dissipated. Just in case there were accidents in the true mystery realm, when he made his request to the Grand Elder, he demanded this one-time teleportation talisman containing the power of a void god to save his life. This item was extremely precious, no less than a top-tier Dao weapon. After all, it was used to save one's life. I didn't expect that it would not be used inside the true mystery realm, but it would be used here. In response, he can only say that after that, where that guy is, he has as much distance to hide as much distance. It's so bad luck. Transmission talisman. The underworld ancestor's eyes narrowed slightly. A cold aura flickered, and he said in a cold voice, "You'll be able to walk away." Immediately, the idea urged the withered sword chi and chopped down. Buzz. Everywhere it passed was corrupted, and even the rules of the great Tao were corrupted as well. However, the withering sword chi chopped at the barrier, but instead of corroding easily, it was hardened and blocked for a breath of time. And this breath was enough for the teleportation talisman to activate, teleporting Jiang Hong back to the Jiang family land. The void god's teleportation talisman, not to mention the underworld ancestor. Even the several other void gods had their faces clouded over at this moment, unsightly to the extreme, with the anger of being teased. A mere spirit transformation realm, in their eyes, was like an ant that could be crushed with their hands. However, they never expected that this mediocre spirit transformation realm would actually be burdened with a teleportation talisman that contained the power of a void god. This everlasting Jiang family, it's too extravagant, isn't it? In their opinion, such a brat, his value, was far less than the teleportation talisman. In his heart, he couldn't help but be very annoyed. A spirit transformation brat, in front of them, making a big fuss, and they even let him get away. It's a disgrace. First Jiang Chenkuan, hiding not out, and now this Jiang family boy. Jiang family, this generation of the pride of the sky, are all very personalized. It's suffocating. The extreme Dao sect's void god supreme ancestor Tian Xiu, who was short-tempered, cursed angrily in a low voice. In order to wait for a Jiang Chenkuan, an old man, a void god, was actually threatened by a transformation spirit pointing at my nose. Asterisk. Wait. There's no telling how long we have to wait until that Jiang Chenkuan comes out. I'm not waiting. Even if we smash this true mystery realm today, we have to get this kid Jiang Chenkuan out. Immediately, the heavenly gnarled ancestor stepped out directly, invoking the power of the great Tao to wrap around his body. His hands held the illusory stone pillars, and let out a low roar. Give it to the old man. Rise. Chapter 120, Entering the Shenlight, Pressing the Realm. Rumble. The void abruptly exploded, and the heavens and earth emitted a roaring sound. The terrifying power of the great Tao shattered everything around it. The powerful people from all the surrounding Tao lineages were shocked and retreated in fear. The terror of a void god supreme powerhouse was beyond words. Even just the aftershocks were enough to crush them. All parties retreated in shock, and the situation of the party's sword was naturally dispersed without coaxing, forcing an end. After all, the void god supreme powerhouse was present, and it was not their turn to be the protagonist. Even if they complained in their hearts that the old ancestors didn't care about the death or life of their heavenly pride, they could only force their noses to recognize it, and they were clear that compared to the heavenly pride that had already fallen, the Jishi Academy and the human tablet in Jiang Chenkuan's hands were more important. Luo Xinglan, along with the crowd of the desolate heaven divine sect, retreated 100 miles, looking distantly at the heavenly gnarl ancestor who was attempting to tear open the entrance to the true mystery realm, his eyes narrowing slightly, filled with concern for Elder Jiang Shen, as well as deep gratitude. If it wasn't for the fact that Elder Jiang Xian had attracted the attention of these old things, then I'm afraid that they, the desolate heaven divine sect, might not have been able to leave the field so gracefully today. After all, in her scheming, waking up Desolate 12, is to arrange for him to take advantage of the chaos to ambush and kill the void god of the Holy Land of the Great Luo, but did not anticipate the scene in front of her. Not only did a full 6 void gods appear, but also the goal is extremely consistent, and did not produce confusion. What's more, she had just noticed that this time, almost all of the celestials and demons from all the various Taoist systems that had entered the true mystery realm had fallen, and only she, the desolate heaven divine sect, had retained most of her living forces. Perhaps, this was not something that Honorable Jiang Xian had intended to do, but the benefits to her desolate heaven divine sect were obvious. She had also ascended to the peak of this world in her previous life, and knew some secrets of karma, supreme existences that possessed a karmic aura of their own, which would radiate others, affecting their destinies, and subconsciously altering the future of others. This was also the reason why many heavens pride, willingly submitted to a certain demon and followed the demons left and right. In itself, it is a matter of mutual benefit. Of course, the karmic aura also varies from person to person. After all, it involves nebulous destiny, which no one can really penetrate or master. However, there is no doubt that the causal aura of Jiang Xian Zuanqing is unprecedentedly powerful. The situation at hand speaks volumes. She was still only releasing her goodwill, wanting to befriend His Holiness, and had yet to follow the other party, and had already been affected in some way, altering the fortunes of the desolate sky divine sect a bit. If we can successfully follow, why worry about saving the desolate heaven god sect from that great calamity? Goddess Zhang Qianquan is in possession of the Jishi Academy and the human tablet. These two supreme treasures are absolutely extraordinary, and must not be allowed to flow into the hands of these forces, or else I fear that it will pose a threat to our desolate heaven divine sect. With a heavy expression, Meiba suggested in a low voice, "Why don't we ask the divine general to make the first move and intercept the supreme treasure first?" When Luo Xinglan heard this, he glanced coldly at Meipa and said in a cold voice, "Meipa, I respect that you're a patriarch of my divine sect, but that doesn't mean that you can speak nonsense. It's not your turn to tell this goddess what to do. Just this once, and never again." Niwu's expression stagnated, and seeing that the goddess was angered, she hurriedly smiled sarcastically and said, "It's the old me who spoke too much. Goddess, forgive me. The heart is very puzzled. The goddess has always been peaceful. Never press her with her status. Why, today?" The three court demons stole a glance and saw Meiba's confusion, and smiled helplessly in their hearts. Who made our goddess? A lickspittle? At this point, click, 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 a crisp shattering sound, like a silver bottle breaking at first, resounded through heaven and earth. The crowd was startled and cast their eyes, only to see that the heavenly gnarled old ancestor had actually directly torn the illusory stone pillar into two halves, and the void that the illusory stone pillar was connected to was violently torn apart, revealing a narrow crack. The pale, barbaric aura of the Xianguan world streaked out like a tidal wave. However, there were even more massive amounts of heaven and earth rules surging within it, rapidly mending the cracks. A broken heaven and earth, still trying to struggle? The heavenly gnarled ancestor snorted and casually waved out three divine nails, wrapped in sharp divine radiance and nailed onto the crack, giving birth to a strangulation restriction that shattered all the rules of the heavens and earth that had emerged, stopping the crack from healing. It actually really opened the passageway. The hearts of the crowd were shocked, and they immediately had a more intuitive perception of the terrifying strength of a void god supreme powerhouse, tearing the dimensional space and forcing open the space channel. This great power is comparable to that of a god. Immediately, the heavenly gnarled ancestor wrapped himself in the power of the great Tao and took a step forward, passing through the rift and stepping into the Xian light world. Jiang Qianquan, get out! The terrifying great power of heaven and earth was augmented by the extreme aura of the void god, as if it were an abyss, unfathomable, causing heaven and earth to fracture, toppling the deep vault of heaven and earth, and causing a single vortex to tremble violently. Standing on top of the sky dome of the Xianguan world, old ancestor Tian Shou's indifferent eyes flickered with divine radiance as he looked down on the Xianguan world. His divine soul detached itself and traveled throughout the heavens and earth and the clouds, searching for Jiang Qianquan's silhouette. In the ancient city, the Jiang family members who were assembling, sensing this terrifying pressure, all of their faces changed, subconsciously looking up at the sky, and immediately revealed a look of panic. Void God? How could a void god supreme power enter this place? For the lesser king? There was some trepidation in the hearts of all the people, and they did not know what to do. At this time, the remains of the mountain god, which was horizontal in the firmament, steeply trembled lightly, and a pale, thick chi surged, pulling the dense rules of heaven and earth to rustle down, as if it were silk binding the heavenly gnarled ancestor, forming a kind of indescribable suppression. Buzz. The divine soul was shoved back into the sea of consciousness by a terrifying force. The heavenly gnarled old ancestor's heaven and earth momentum that was wrapped around him also dissipated steeply, and his terrifying aura was also visible to the naked eye as it retreated back into his body, as if it had been forcibly stuffed back in. Void God realm, venerable realm, Rongdao realm, Tian Yuan realm, Until the Earth Xian realm. Old ancestor Tianxiu's face suddenly became a few degrees more gloomy as his realm was suppressed to the earthly Xian realm by the rules of this world. Eyes slightly raised, gazing at the remains of the mountain god's body in the firmament. His heart palpitating. This is a god. Fortunately, he had already fallen, and only some scattered instinctive will remained in his remains. And the rules of heaven and earth that he had invoked on his own had only suppressed his realm to the Earth Xian realm. If he was still alive, with his behavior of forcibly tearing the passageway to enter this place, I'm afraid that he would have already been suppressed by this being's hand. But the Earth Xian realm is also enough. Old ancestor Tianxiu smiled coldly. He had just swept through his soul. The strongest person in this world only had a pitiful cultivation at the peak of Earth Xian, and his true cultivation was a void god after all. Even if he could only exert his cultivation at the peak of the Earth Xian realm, he could still suppress everyone in the entirety of this heaven and earth. Whether it was combat experience or the use of rules, he was far beyond Earth Xian. It was even capable of countering the existence of a heavenly yuan primordial entry. But that's when rumble, rolling thunder, like a silver bottle breaking at first, roared on and on. A mass of black clouds wrapped in thunder abruptly arose above the sky, and the aura of destruction raged, causing one's heart to palpitate. Old ancestor Tianxiu froze and lifted his eyes, which were filled with consternation. Skyjacking? But why is only at the Earth Xian level? Chapter 121, Void God? It's just an earth mystery. In the core space of the Xian Guang world, Zhang Xian bathed under the divine radiance, the ancient thunder pattern lingering flesh, a breath in and out, transmitting a palpitatingly terrifying might. The radiant blood veins also followed the manifestation of a sea of blood, wrapped in subtle energy, surging and roaring, and even more fire. Thunder and sword, three great Dao meaning, transformed into great Dao chains, entangled in the flesh above the body of Zhang Xian, adding a touch of divinity to it. It was like a revived teenage god, sitting between heaven and earth, bearing the power of heaven and earth, united with the world's ideas. The earth veins that spanned dozens of miles in the core space diffused into an earth dragon, churning and roaring, while facing Zhang Xian, bending their heads and kneeling down as if they were facing a king. Buzz. Zhang Xian abruptly opened a pair of divine eyes, which erupted with radiant divine splendor that shot up to heaven and earth and bucketed the sky. An earth dragon was ecstatic, soaring up and surging into Zhang Xian's body. The chi of the earth vein enters the body and holds the power of the earth. A thick aura that belongs solely to the Earth Xian realm slowly spread out from within Zhang Xian's body. This breakthrough was pretty easy. Zhang Xian grinned. He had grasped the power of heaven and earth in the Xian Guang world and was able to be lazy, crossing over this process of sensing the power of the earth, and then it took him no more than half an hour to have stepped into the Earth Xian realm. It's just that there's still a robbery to be crossed that's a little annoying. This point of the robbery cloud, containing the energy of the thunder road laws, is not enough to stuff your teeth. This is not a pure waste of time? Zhang Xian's eyes lifted slightly, and his gaze fell through the dome of the sky, landing on the robbing cloud that grandly hovered over the dome of the front of the Xian Guang world, tugging at the corners of his mouth, his eyes full of disdain. There was no way around it. His heritage and roots were just too perverse, so that this so-called earth metaphysical level of the heavenly calamity, for him, and scratching the itch is not much difference. The key is that the energy contained in fact, swallowed not much benefit, is really a chicken ribs. It's all because of that damned Shanghai demon emperor. If you can't beat the 8 human kings, you're just going to pull this whole thing. You've got a knack for disgusting people. Zhang Xian cursed darkly, then walked out of the core space and transformed into a divine radiance, entering directly into the robbing cloud with the speed of a rift. Old man Tianqiu froze. What the heck passed? Wait, it seems to be Zhang Qianquan? The heavenly gnarled ancestor was confused. This heavenly tribulation, was it really a breakthrough to the earthly Xian realm that had triggered it? The world knows that only when one enters the heavenly Yuan realm, due to the realization of the power of the heavenly Tao, there can be a heavenly tribulation, which is the examination of heaven and earth. And the scene in front of him was really beyond common sense. A heavenly calamity at the level of the earthly Xian realm? Sky-gnarled old ancestor a little confused. He really cannot understand. This Zhang Qianquan exactly what a situation. But is a breakthrough in the Earth Xian realm, actually attracted the will of the heavens and earth in the underworld attention. Descending thunderbolt examination? Also, what is the meaning of Zhang Qianquan's body entering the heavenly calamity? A robbery? This is a heavenly calamity, hey. Birthed from the terrifying thunder Tao laws, although it was only at the Earth Xian level, it still possessed an unspeakable destructive power. Not to mention that you have only just stepped into the Earth Xian realm. Even if you are one of the many veteran Earth Xian powerhouses, when faced with such a heavenly tribulation, you would have to be cautious, and the slightest mishap would result in a crisis to your life. This kid is so confident? Or does he no longer want to live? The heavenly gnarled ancestor murmured. Because the cracks in the Xin Guang world passageway had been nailed down by the heavenly gnarled ancestor with divine nails, the crowd at the entrance of the true mystery realm was also able to pass through the cracks and get a partial glimpse of the interior of the Xin Guang world. Now, noticing that Zhang Qianquan had entered the heavenly tribulation, he was also at a loss. Are you kidding me? Breaking through an Earth Xin realm actually triggered a heavenly tribulation? Zhang Qianquan's talent, so demonic? Unlikely. After all, even if the demons of their various Dao lineages are far from being able to invoke a heavenly tribulation when they break through the Earth Xin, could it be that he, Zhang Qianquan, was more talented than their demons? If this is really the case, this Zhang Qianquan now should have long been in the middle or late stage of the Earth Xin. And how could it be possible to just break through the Earth Xin? Is it because of the human monument? The underworld ancestor's eyes narrowed slightly, and the association was instantly made. After all, the human tablet was a holy relic of the human race, and it was a rare and supreme divine artifact when looking at the heavens. Zhang Qianquan seized the human tablet and turned it into his own base, which was indeed not to be underestimated. What's more, he also carries the Jishi Academy that carries countless literati inheritances, and previously purged the heavenly prides of all parties to monopolize the divine abyss chances and treasures. The depths that this son has accumulated in these days are astonishing even to the void gods like them. With such a horrifying underlying boost, breaking through the Earth Xin realm and invoking the heavenly robberies, doesn't seem to be unacceptable. Thinking like this, the killing chance at the bottom of the underworld ancestor's eyes then skyrocketed. It can be accepted as acceptable, but this son must not be retained. The minds of the various powerhouses, and even the void god ancestors, were generally the same as that of the underworld ancestor at this time. A demon that had already triggered the heavenly tribulation at the earthly Xian realm must be eradicated as early as possible in order to prevent future troubles. Previously, they were still simply coveting the supreme treasure on its body, and now, they are starting to be jealous of this Zhang Qianquan's potential, which already poses a huge threat to all of them. Still in the spirit transformation realm, he was able to stir up many storms, profit from them, furiously solicit opportunities and treasures, and also pitted their heavenly prides and demonic scholars, killing all of them. If we let him grow up, what would happen? Wouldn't it be necessary to set off the entire Xian heavenly realm? Old ancestor Tianxia was obviously thinking the same thing now, and directly flew out and guarded the side of the rolling and churning robberies clouds, waiting for Zhang Qianquan to finish his robberies, before his cultivation was suppressed by the rules of heaven and earth. That brief effort had the soul out of the body, searching for this side of heaven and earth, but for some reason, did not find Zhang Qianquan's figure, and do not know the other side is equipped with a powerful concealment inheritance, or hiding in the hidden place. Now, the other party had broken through the Earth Xian, triggered the heavenly tribulation, and showed up to cross the tribulation, which in turn saved him the trouble of searching. It would naturally be best if this brat died in the heavenly calamity. He picks up straight off the shelf. Of course, this was unlikely. The other party was a demon after all. So, his intention is to wait for Zhang Qianquan to finish the robbery, take advantage of its weakness, and kill it with his letter hand and seize the most precious treasure. It's simple, straightforward, and doesn't take much. It wasn't that he was being cautious. To be honest, an Earth Xian molehill had never been in his eyes. He was doing this purely to give face to Skyjack. The heavenly gnarled old ancestor casually glanced at the churning robberies clouds. The heavenly robberies were the manifestation of the will of the heavenly Tao, containing the energy of the heavenly Tao's rules. If he intervened hastily, he would be branded by the heavenly Tao as helping the person who should be robbed to cross the robberies, and the power of the heavenly robberies would multiply by a factor of 1. This is naturally not beneficial to Zhang Qianquan, and it is even likely to be difficult to withstand the heavenly calamity, and fall directly into it. But, it was more unfavorable for him. After all, he was already deeply shackled, his great limit was approaching, and the difficulty of certifying a true god was desperate. And if he was further targeted by the heavenly Tao, the difficulty of his true god's robbery would definitely be drastically increased. It was already a long shot, and he didn't want to add to it. Wait a minute, it's pretty good. Anyway, he was right here. Zhang Qianquan would never be able to fly out of the palm of his hand today even if he put on his wings. However, the next scene directly gave the heavenly gnarled ancestor a dry hump. Zhang Qianquan again walked out from the horrible robbery cloud, as if he was looking at some rare treasure. He stared at himself, looking left and right, revealing an expression of unbelievable surprise. Yo, void god bigot? No, it's now the earthly Xian realm. Zhang Xin grinned, and then the red heart sword was summoned in his hand, steeply transforming into a divine radiance as he rushed towards the heavenly gnarled ancestor. All visitors come from afar. I'll give you a great gift dash. Your collar. Chapter 122, This sword can chop void gods. He disliked that the energy of the Thunder Road laws in the heavenly tribulation was too little, too ribbed, and delayed, but what he didn't expect was that there was actually an old thing guarding the side, or an extremely bluffing void god supreme power. If he were in the outside world, then he would already be afraid to run as far away as he could. But this is the world of Xinguang, his home turf. Moreover, this old thing had been suppressed by the rules of heaven and earth to the earthly Xin realm. Doesn't that make it interesting? If he dragged the other party along with him to cross the tribulation, the energy of the heavenly tribulation would definitely skyrocket. Even if the calculation was only based on the fact that the other party was in the earthly Xin realm, it would at least increase by 1 or 2 times, right? It's still chicken, but 2 chicken is ultimately better than 1. How? He was going to borrow this old thing's hand today to pull the wool over the heavenly calamity. Of course, just in case, this old thing really did forcefully blast the heavenly tribulation and didn't even leave him with the chicken ribs. After he used this old thing to swipe out the heavenly tribulation energy, he had to decapitate the other party first. A void god who didn't have a few years to live had to come in to look for himself instead of staying in his coffin and waiting to die? Row! I'll give you a ride first. If the heavenly gnarled old ancestor knows Jiang Xian's thoughts, it is estimated that it has already stormed and cursed. Old Mihal, a false god, can be said to dominate the existence of the Xian heavenly realm, actually buy you a beginner into the earth Xian guy, as a wool-gathering tool people? Excessive. Of course, even though the heavenly gnarled ancestor didn't know what was in the other party's mind, it didn't stop him from being clueless right now. In his perspective, Zhang Qiankuan saw himself as if he saw a treasure, and rushed toward himself without saying anything. To be honest, he was confused. What's that supposed to mean? Come to get yourself killed? But are you in such a hurry to reincarnate? Do you want to look behind you? Still followed by the heavenly robberies. The heart of the heavenly gnarled ancestor was tired, because Zhang Qiankuan was close enough to himself. The heavenly tribulation also noticed him and branded him as the one who helped the person who should be tribulated to protect the way through the tribulation. He could clearly sense a supreme aura watching him. There was no doubt that it was the will of the underworld's heaven. In other words, he will later, even if he really finds a breakthrough opportunity, breaks the shackles, and strongly certifies a true God. The true God heavenly tribulation that he faces will be several times more difficult than the heavenly tribulation under normal circumstances. Don't say he's at the end of his days and no longer at the top. Even if he was still at his peak, facing a heavenly tribulation that was several times stronger, it would still be a damn near certain death. I can only hope that the Human Monument and the Jishi Academy indeed possess great creations that can help me break the shackles of the great limit. The heavenly gnarled ancestor murmured with his eyes slightly lowered. His heart was clogged. There was a mouthful of pent-up anger that he couldn't spit out, and he could be described as hating his guts. By a boy who had just entered the earth Shin, he had made such a mess. Throughout the ages, apart from him, I am afraid that he would not be able to find the second one. Originally, this Jiang Qiankuan, he did not put in his eyes, and even held a completely indifferent attitude. But now, he is considered to see the ability of this Jiang Qiankuan to rectify things. This kid's strength is not necessarily very strong, but it is really disgusting. Rumble. The heavenly tribulation violently churned, and the terrifying aura steeply surged more than 3 times. Thunder was like a dragon, raging and churning, stirring up a palpitating aura of destruction. Along with the soaring apocalypse, Jiang Xian's sword has already cut through the void, chopped to the sky. Gnarled old man, perfect sword intent, warm as water sword gas bubbling flow, with humane power, wrapped in the human race of the wish, just bright, brilliant as a flame, but more killing machine surging darkly, taking the hearts of the people. Old ancestor Tian Xiu's eyes lifted slightly as he stared coldly at Jiang Xian, the bottom of his eyes filled with ferocity and fury. Boy, even if I am suppressed to the earthly Shin realm, I am not something you can shake. What kind of metamorphosis a supreme being who has stepped into a void god possesses? You can't imagine. The heavenly gnarled old ancestor spat out divine sounds, and his arms waved with it, a terrifying power surging under his sturdy fleshly body. Just a plain and simple punch, slowly delivered. But where the fist passed, the laws of the great Tao were rolled back, the rules of the sky and earth retreated, and even the void was nirvana'd, surging with a deep dark turbulence. The void god realm's mastery and understanding of power had already reached the level of returning to the basics. Between a fist and a palm, the energy does not overflow half, but the rhythm of the dark road. All the laws are in it. Fists and swords touch. Buzz. The heavens and earth were plunged into an indescribable silence, with silent energy aftermaths that rippled through the layers before shattering the void inch by inch. Like a crisp mirror, after a short breath, the eerie silence faded. Click, click, click. The red heart sword in Zhang Xian's hand revealed a crack that instantly spread all over the body of the sword before it steeply turned into pieces. The heavenly gnarled ancestor, on the other hand, only broke a little skin on his fist. Meh, kid, as a sword cultivator, with your sword gone, how many % of your battle power can you still exert? The heavenly gnarled ancestor asked with a cold smile. Anyway, it was already like this, so he conversely wasn't in a hurry to suppress the other party. He had been sleeping for a long time, and his whole body was in a decayed twilight state, and he had a raw feeling for fighting. Now, having been suppressed to Earth Shin, it was just the right time to play with this brat and retrieve the windy and hairy spirit of the year when he had pushed his contemporaries horizontally and was invincible for a lifetime. Zhang Xian laughed. Old thing, take your head, with or without a sword. There's not much difference. Before the words fell, he had already transformed into a divine radiance and bullied his way up. The indestructible thunder body was fully activated. The ancient thunder pattern was added, and thousands of thunders, like wild snakes, wreaked havoc on the heavens and earth. The terrifying strength of his fleshly body also erupted like a volcano. Stay close to the old man? Stupid. Old ancestor Tianqiu smiled disdainfully. His extreme Dao sect reigned supreme with his physical body, nearly invincible in the same realm, and as the void god old ancestor of the extreme Dao sect, the terror of his physical body could be imagined. Immediately, the heavenly gnarled ancestor bullied his way to meet him. Boom, boom, boom. Rumbling sounds exploded the heavens and earth. The aftermath of the battle set off a storm, and it seemed as if the heavens and earth were shattered. With a hole appearing, Zhang Xian's aura grew stronger the more he fought, colliding in a wide-open manner. The entire person was draped under the thunder, his aura becoming more and more severe and domineering, as if he were a teenage god of war who was in charge of the Thunder Road. He was new to Earth Shin, and after all, he had yet to fully control the surging power. The appearance of this old thing is a timely batch of sleepyheads, a false god supreme power. Even if suppressed in the ground Shen, war power is far beyond the boundaries of this realm can be speculated. Just, his heritage, foundation is too perverse, the same realm of the demon, simply not enough for him to use his full strength, but also cannot be a sound battle. This old thing is just right, then did not fully grasp the power of their own surge of strength of his stronger, but not much stronger, can be for him to let go of his feet and fight with all his might, and further familiarize and control their own power, but not much stronger, can be for him to let go of his hands and feet to fight with all his might, to further familiarize himself with and control his own power. Instead, it was the heavenly gnarled ancestor, and the more the battle went on, the more shocked and uneasy he became in his heart. Close sparring. He actually can't suppress the other party. Not only could he not suppress it, but even vaguely, there was a tendency that he was being suppressed by the other party. What the kind of monster is this? Outside, the crowd watching this scene was also shocked, and their hearts were flooded with layers of waves. Zhang Qianquan was new to Earth Shen, and he actually drew the heavenly gnarled old ancestor? How is this possible? You know, this is a legendary void god powerhouse? An existence of this level would still be invincible even if their cultivation was suppressed to the earthly Shen realm. How was it possible to be pressed by an ant that was still in the spirit transformation realm? Whether it was combat experience or control over the rules of heaven and earth, the two sides were simply not on the same level to be right. Everyone, all of them, were shocked. And just then, boom! The heavenly tribulation that had skyrocketed by more than 3 times had finally struck the first tribulation thunder after many times of brewing. The silver-white thunder, even directly diffused into a hideous thunder dragon, circling and fluttering between heaven and earth, as if showing its destructive power. The terrifying aura, rolling and stirring, horizontal pressure on the entire heaven and earth. Bang! Zhang Xian avoided the heavenly gnarl ancestor with a punch and retreated tens of feet, glancing up at the thunder dragon that roared and lunged at him, craning his neck and turning to the heavenly gnarl ancestor with a wide grin. Old thing, it's over. The little master has to go through the tribulation. Immediately, the 2 great Dao chains of the Fire Dao and the Thunder Dao, which were bound to his physical body, were drawn down and kneaded and pinched into a broadsword. With raging thunderfire and violent breath, Zhang Xian held the thunderfire broadsword in both hands and slowly raised it, the sword pointing at the heavenly gnarl ancestor. The power of heaven and earth from the Xin Guang world surged around his body and converged on the sword. Send you on your way. The monstrous sword power, pressing horizontally, was incomparably sharp, as if it was going to cut through the void. The heavenly gnarled ancestor felt his flesh tingling vaguely and his body trembling. Is this a sword of the earth's metaphysics? A crisis of death enveloped his surroundings. Escape! There was only one thought left in his mind, wanting to run towards the outside world. Chapter 123, The Sun Must Not Be Kept. Chop! The sound of the sword softly resounded, and heaven and earth trembled with it. The rules of heaven and earth added to the monstrous momentum, the great Tao of thunder and fire as the sharp blade, and the humane beings as the source of power. Jiang Xian chopped out with a single sword, and the firmament darkened abruptly, as if the only thing left in heaven and earth was the broadsword of thunder and fire in his hand, against the earth and through the sky, as presenting the pillars of the firmament. Rumble! The sword chopped down. It was as if the pillars of the sky were pouring down. The void collapsed, the dome of the sky cracked, and the endless rules were crushed and rolled backward, as if they were shattered. The monstrous momentum formed a domain cage. The heavenly gnarled ancestor's cultivation was suppressed to earthly Xian. There was no way to resist, and his fleshly body was incidentally suppressed and imprisoned, making it difficult to move an inch. No! The heavenly gnarled old ancestor's eyes widened angrily as he roared low in fear. His fleshly body trembled violently under this horrifying sword power, as if it was being crushed and exploded, like crisp porcelain, crumbling out with cracks and flowing out with radiant blood that was shocking to the eyes. I can't die. I haven't broken the shackles and certified a true god yet, the heavenly gnarled old ancestor roared, and the already decaying Tao foundation in his dantian trembled crazily, surging with terrifying Tao power, intending to break through the suppression of the rules of heaven and earth and forcibly call back to his own void god realm. But it's not bad that he is a void god supreme powerhouse, but in front of the vastness of heaven and earth, he is only a void god. The Tao Foundation forcibly shook the suppression and blockade of the rules of heaven and earth time and time again, like a prisoner's dying struggle, to no avail. The sharp, violent blade of the sword sliced through the head of the heavenly gnarled ancestor. Warm blood, gurgling and spurting. No, I am a void god supreme power. There is no way I can die. The eyes of the heavenly gnarled ancestor slowly lost their color with an intense struggle and unwillingness. Void god, fall. Jiang Xian glanced faintly at the heavenly gnarled ancestor who was falling towards the earth, his eyes calm and indifferent, without any imagined excitement or emotion. Truly, with his current strength, killing a false god that is suppressed to the earth as metaphysics is no big deal. He had the foundation of the Tao piled up with countless resources and had mastered several kinds of great Tao meanings, plus the ability to mobilize the rules of this heaven and earth. It was only a problem if he couldn't behead an earth Xian. Immediately, he withdrew the thunderfire broadsword and raised his eyes to look at the thunder tribulation that had diffused into a thunder dragon and was lunging at him. A fist is handed out. Rumble! The void trembled and rippled. Ancient thunder patterns surged up, like greedy swarms of snakes, swallowing the thunder dragon in reverse and feeding their own indestructible thunder body. A void god. It's still a bit less after all. There's not much wool to gather. Jiang Xian gazed at the heavenly tribulation that had surged threefold, still feeling that it contained far too little thunder Tao energy. It would be nice to have another one, Jiang Xian murmured, before laughing himself, as with this old thing that he had subdued. Since these void gods had the ability to come in, they also had the ability to be able to see everything within this interior, and had surely already witnessed him personally subduing a void god. I believe that as long as they are not two cups, they will not rush in to die again. After all, a group of guys who sleep in the forbidden land to prolong their life, the degree of fear of death, to be far more than ordinary people. Immediately, Jiang Xian once again entered the heavenly tribulation, wanting to directly devour the thunder road energy in the heavenly tribulation and end this tribulation that was entirely a formality. Just as Jiang Xian thought, the outside world was watching him. But they all now had shocked looks on their faces, and their hearts set off waves of shock and more than a little horror. Jiang Qianquan chopped the heavenly gnarled ancestor with a sword? How is this possible? Even, there are a lot of people cannot accept the scene they saw, more subconsciously rubbed their eyes, and then the mentality directly collapsed. The first to enter the earth Xian, the sword beheads the virtual god. Is this world crazy? Or they cannot keep up with the times? This can't be described as beyond the pale, can it? Even a secular novel wouldn't dare to make it up like this. The gazes of many powerful people from various Tao lineages all crossed over the crack and stared blankly at Jiang Xian, who had entered the heavenly tribulation, filled with astonishment, scorn, and killing intent. If this son grows up, this Xian heavenly realm, what business is there for their heavenly pride and demons? The desolate heaven divine sex group of celestials were also filled with shock, and their hearts were boiling with fervor, strongly striking the sword, a sword against the void god. This is the kind of demon that looks out of the world and is invincible. The three core demons, gazing at Jiang Xian's figure, fell silent for a moment and silently withdrew their gazes, their hearts palpitating. It turns out that this one is so horrible. It was fortunate that they hadn't offended each other earlier, or else their heads might not be on their necks right now. And then, or thinking of something, he couldn't help but steal a glance at the goddess. A look of dawning realization came as an afterthought. No wonder the goddess had been kneeling to this Jiang Qianquan. So it turned out that she had seen the other party's terror. Thoughts to this, The hearts of the three core demons cannot help but rise up doubts. Zhang Qianquan's strength has been so terrifying, nearly invincible to the Earth Xian, that goddess had taken the initiative to marry Zhang Xian, and how terrifying it should be, after all, that Zhang family's young patriarch, but had forcefully defeated Zhang Qianquan and won the position of young patriarch. Luo Xinglan stared at Zhang Xian's figure, his ghostly blue eyes trembling, giving birth to a brilliant flash of color, his heart filled with more excitement in addition to respect. In his previous life, he had not been fortunate enough to be able to cross paths with His Holiness, and had only looked up to the other party's magnificent figure from afar when His Holiness stepped through the vault of heaven to leave Xian heaven. She had always regretted this. In this life, there was finally an opportunity. Not only did it give her the chance to take the initiative to make friends, but it also allowed her to witness His Holiness' great display of divine power and his sword beheading a void god. Luo Xinglan's eyes flickered, and there was more than a hint of fervor in the firm color. Immediately, he turned his head to look at Meiba and commanded, "Send an order to the 12 divine generals of the Desolate to give up targeting the Great Luo sacred ground when necessary, and take the initiative to take refuge in the Zhang Qianquan." Luo Xinglan's tone slightly paused. Since His Eminence wanted to hide his identity, she couldn't spill the beans. Meiba froze, her gaze subconsciously glancing through the crack at Zhang Xian in the midst of the heavenly tribulation, her eyes flooding with thought before she solemnly nodded. Promise. The goddess should have seen this Zhang Qianquan's qualifications and wanted to shelter the other party with a view to taking him under her wing. The first to enter the Earth Xian, the sword beheads the void god. This qualification is indeed qualified to follow the goddess around, or can be the first general for the goddess to conquer the 8 wastelands in the Xian heaven. It was also that Luo Xinglan didn't know what was in the mind of Milan, or else he would probably have already blanched and directly abolished the other party's position, making him kneel in front of Zhang Xian to forgive him. This one dare not offend. Even the memories in the mind are self-sealed. Knowing only the general direction of the other person's future is something you look up to. What a joke. She made good the other side of the road. This is rugged and bumpy, difficult, and now it is not easy to dispel a little Jiang Xin Zun Shang's vigilance. You damn so mixed with a foot, directly to play through, and with the fall of the heavenly gnarled ancestor, the utility of the divine nails that he had nailed to the cracks in the Xian Guan world had greatly diminished, and the rules of heaven and earth surged in, removing the divine nails and beginning to sew up the cracks. Boom! The underworld ancestor stepped out coldly and cut through the crack with a sword. The cracks were just as big again. And then he sacrificed an ancient forbidden system, and the fury rolled and flowed, intimidating the mind. The prohibition diffused 3,000 spirit swords that flew into the cracks and nailed on top of the void turbulence, forcibly holding up a stable channel. Immediately, the underworld ancestor twisted his head to look at the other 4 void gods and whispered, "This sun must not be kept." Coldness surged through the entire heaven and earth, like falling into an ice cellar. Chapter 124, There are many good people in the world. The killing intent in the heart of the underworld ancestor toward Zhang Qianquan had just as easily overpowered his covetousness for the human tablet. When he first entered the Earth Xian, he was able to kill the heavenly gnarled ancestor with a sword, and if he is allowed to ascend to the void god realm, who can match him? What's more, this son is now burdened with multiple supreme treasures and legacies. His heritage is incomparably terrifying. If he is allowed to grow, not to mention the void god realm, even if he is a true god, or even above a true god, I'm afraid that it's only a matter of time. This would undoubtedly be a devastating disaster for all their forces. The other 4 void god supreme beings nodded silently, their eyes also filled with icy killing intent. If this son does not die, their hearts will not be at peace. But, the question at hand is, what to do about this kid? The tragic situation of the heavenly gnarled ancestor was still fresh in his mind. Even the blood hasn't dried yet. They were afraid that if they entered rashly, they would end up the same way. Zhang Xian's guess is not at all wrong. This group of void god to the strongest people, who are at the end of their great limit, is far more than the average person, and is much more afraid of death. Wait him out. The void god supreme ancestor of the ancient underworld sacred sex Fate Fiend ancestor, said in a cold voice, "This heaven and earth is crippled and it is impossible to step into the heavenly Yuan realm, so if this son still wants to progress in his Tao, he can't possibly keep cowering in it and not come out." The underworld ancestor and the other 4 gave sideways glances, revealing odd looks as if they were looking at an idiot. The other party wasn't an idiot to know that they were squatting him here, and still ran out to die without a second thought. The path is important, but obviously your life is more important, right? What's more, are you going to tough it out with him here? The other party was a heavenly pride that had just been born not long ago, at the Earth Xian realm, and had 1,000 years of life expectancy at least. You are approaching the end of your life. You have very little life left. You and him to consume. You can afford to consume it? Jiang Qinkuan has grasped the power of the rules of this heaven and earth due to some unknown means, and heaven and earth will not reject him, if he really turtles in it. Turtling until he dies will not be a problem. The underworld ancestor's tone was cold and his expression was gloomy. If this Jiang Qinkuan hadn't grasped the power of the rules, how could he have beheaded the heavenly Gnarl ancestor with his sword? And how could he have caused them to be too scared to venture into the dangers so easily? In the end, they still valued their lives and were unwilling to put their lives on the line for nothing for the sake of a human monument. A life for a life, much less, their lives, are far more golden than Jiang Qinkuan. Then what is your high opinion? The fate-fiend old ancestor sneered. Anyway, I don't want to be like that fool Tianqiu, a void god, being subdued by a Di Xian kid, and having my entire life's reputation become a joke. The other three void gods fell silent before casting glances at the underworld ancestor with inquiring eyes. They were eyeing the supreme treasure inheritance in Jiang Qinkuan's body, and they were also jealous of the other party's potential, and their killing hearts were very heavy. But this was based on a premise that they wouldn't get involved in danger. Jiang Qinkuan is undergoing the apocalypse. If someone interferes, the intensity of the apocalypse will surely be multiplied. I observe this apocalypse previously has been due to the intervention of the heavenly gnarly more than 3 times doubled. If someone interferes with 1 or 2, I'm afraid that it will be directly metamorphosed into the heavenly yuan level of the apocalypse. The underworld ancestor laughed coldly. He is only a beginner in the earth Xian. Even if his battle power is high, he definitely can't resist a heavenly apocalypse at the Tian Yuan level. When these words came out, the eyes of the 4 faithful ancestors all lit up. This was a good method. They were all void gods and had experience in crossing the tribulation. And even though they were suppressed to earthly Xian after entering, they could barely hold on in the face of a heavenly yuan level tribulation. But Jiang Qinkuan cannot be the same. How demonic he is. How powerful the battle force. After all, no experience in crossing the sky, and also steeply facing the sky element level of the sky robbery. Oh, the only way to die. Then what else is there to say? I am even close friends with Tianqiu. He died unjustly at the hands of this son. I shall personally avenge him. The faithful old ancestor hypocritically showed his indignation and delivered a sentence before directly transforming into a black mist, passing through the passageway, and entering the Xian light world. The 3 void gods' faces darkened, their hearts filled with vomit. Speaking in a grandiose manner, it's still not for the Jishi Academy and the human tablet on that kid's body? Also said what in the sky gnarled is a close friend. Also do not know who just now is a mouth as stupid. Really for the most precious chance. Even do not want to face. Watching this scene, the eyes of the underworld ancestor were deep, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a cold smile. He's telling the truth, but he's also saying it on purpose. The purpose is to lure an idiot in to give it a try. Jiang Qinkuan, this kid, who had always acted in a surprisingly disgusting manner, in the face of a heavenly yuan level apocalypse that would surely kill him, would still honestly cross the apocalypse and wait to be killed by the apocalyptic thunder? Maybe it's possible, but odds are, it will just go crazy and pull a cushion first. So, he waited for a heavenly calamity to split both of them all to death, and he would enter the harvest and be done with it. Of course, the fate fiend was a void god after all. Jiang Qinkuan might not be able to pull him down to cushion his back, and the heavenly tribulation might not be able to cleave him to death, but injuries were certainly inevitable. A wounded void god would be too easy for him to harvest. After all, he boasted that he was invincible to the void god. The black mist surged into the Xian light world from the channel, recondensing into the figure of the fate fiend ancestor, with the rules of heaven and earth added to his body, and his cultivation suppressed to the peak of the earth Xian. But he didn't care. Instead he raised his eyes to Jiang Xian's figure in the heavenly tribulation and revealed an unimpressed smile. The Jigaku Academy and the human monument are now mine. Immediately, he took a step across the heavens and earth and entered the heavenly tribulation without hesitation. Jiang Xian had just swallowed the second thunder dragon and was searching for the source of this heavenly tribulation, the thunder tribulation liquid that made up the heavenly tribulation. Transitioning, he could be too experienced. As long as the thunder tribulation liquid was swallowed, the heavenly tribulation would automatically dissipate without its source. It was quicker and saved him from wasting time, devouring the thunderbolts one by one. At this time, Jiang Xian suddenly felt something, twisted his head and looked at the old ancestor of the fate fury who flew in, blinked, and was somewhat surprised. But also really have 2 cups to come in? The key was that this old thing had even directly entered the interior of the heavenly tribulation and forcefully interfered with it. In other words, take the initiative to help him pull the wool of the sky robbery. Rumble. The heavenly tribulation sensed the entry of the fate fiend ancestor and steeply and violently churned, and with the power of the underworld's heavenly Tao adding to it, the energy of the heavenly tribulation skyrocketed once again. The original silver-white thunder gradually took on a deep, dark purple color after the surge. A terrifying aura of destruction rolled out and spread out, creeping people's bones. The fate-fiend old ancestor stopped 1,000 feet away from Jiang Xian and sat in place, glancing at the skyjacket that had skyrocketed and revealing a triumphant smile. The underworld ancestor hadn't lied to him, and because of his intervention, the heavenly tribulation had skyrocketed to the heavenly yuan level. And then his gaze shifted to Jiang Xian as he laughed. I'm not that stupid bastard Tian Shou, whose cultivation has been suppressed and still has to play hard to get, play it off, and directly play himself to death. I directly entered the heavenly tribulation and interfered with your tribulation, and the power of the tribulation skyrocketed, and now it's almost at the heavenly yuan level. I have experience in transmigration. You don't. Not to mention that a heaven's origin level heavenly tribulation is far beyond what you can resist. When you're struck to death by the heavenly calamity, I'll help you collect your corpse. Boy, didn't expect that, did you? Jiang Xian met the gaze of the faithful ancestor, revealing an odd expression, nodded his head deeply, and said seriously, indeed, I didn't expect it. In this world, it turns out there are still a lot of good people. Chapter 125, granting you the position of Saint Sun. The fate-fiend ancestor frowned, somewhat unable to understand what Jiang Xian was saying. There were still more good people in this world? I'm afraid this kid doesn't know he's not going to live and has started babbling. Kid, wanna live? The fate-fiend old ancestor suddenly gave birth to a thought that made his heart pound, and he couldn't help but smile and ask, your natural talent isn't bad. It can be compared to an absolute demon. You could have had a bright future, chasing the peak of the Tao, and being invincible to this era is not a problem in time. I'm sure you're not willing to fall halfway through like this, are you? Yeah. Jiang Xian casually chimed in, but his sole thoughts were observing the surging heavenly tribulation, searching for where the thunder tribulation liquid was hiding. The heavenly tribulation at the Tian Yuan level, the energy of the thunder road laws, had indeed skyrocketed by a large margin, and the destructive aura was such that even he had a bit of a palpitating feeling. Of course, that's all there is to it. His undying thunder body was small, and his immunity to thunder Tao energy was far beyond imagination. Even, the undying thunder body had already given birth to the emotion of longing, as if by devouring this heavenly tribulation, the undying thunder body would make a lot of progress. The Thunder Road incarnation avatar, too, would have a relatively sizable increase. As for the fate-fiend old ancestor, when he saw the other party concur, his heart was immediately delighted, and he hurriedly said what was on his mind. Kid, is there any interest in joining my ancient underworld sacred sect? I can promise you the position of a holy son, while protecting you from worry and leaving this place safely. And, I, the ancient underworld sacred church, will pour out resources for you with all my might to help you grow smoothly and step onto the pinnacle. Well, think about it. The fate-fiend ancestor's words were filled with the confidence of everything is under control. This kid is a smart person. Life and death. I believe the other party will make the right choice. What else more? The ancient underworld sacred church, as the top 3 ancient Taoist lineages in the southern divine state, the depth and strength, is not in any way weaker than the everlasting Zhang family and the Yin-Yan Holy Land. He does not think that Zhang Qiankuan has any reason to refuse. He had his own considerations. The heavenly pride and demons of his ancient underworld sacred sect had already fallen for the most part. Even the holy son, Lan Wuhai, had already died at the hands of Zhang Qiankuan. One must know that this world was a great world. The Xian heaven realm and even the entire heavens would usher in a recovery. And the realm of immortality and the realm of immortality, which was nebulous and had almost become a legend, would once again have the possibility to be glimpsed. This was the battle of the great world, and it concerned the rise and fall and future of a party's Tao system for several eras, or even an epoch. But, his ancient underworld sacred sect's young power of this life was nearly broken, and the great world had already lost the possibility of contention before it even began. Therefore, he had his eye on this kid in front of him, Zhang Qiankuan, throwing away all kinds of grudges. What has to be admitted is that this kid is indeed demonic to the extreme, and with treacherous means, he can be called a generation of demonic talents. If he was allowed to grow up smoothly, the heights he could reach were unimaginable. Having not previously had the opportunity to take it for himself, it was only natural to snuff it out as early as possible at all costs. But now well, he has a chance. Found it. Jiang Xian's eyes lit up as he finally found the thunderbolt liquid wrapped in the depths of the heavenly tribulation. Probably because there was a precedent. This time the thunderbolt liquid was hidden very deeply, and there was actually a hazy power of the heavenly Tao to cover it up, making him spend a lot of effort. Since the thunderjack liquid has been found, he should next solve this old thing that helped him woolgather, and then focus on devouring it. Jiang Xian shifted his eyes to look at the fate-fiend ancestor with a few strange colors in his eyes. That's a great guy. In return, It made sense for him to send his opponent on his way early to grab a good spot on the wheel, right? How's that for consideration, kid? The fate fiend old ancestor said smilingly. As long as you present the human tablet with both hands now and swear by your own great Tao, I will definitely escort you out safely. Don't see that there are still a few void gods squatting outside, but as the same void god, their strengths are all in the same range. So if I want to protect you, even if they have 100 means, they won't be able to hurt you half a bit. He was convinced that the other man would give in, even if his heart was not in it. Because he had no choice. What? Jiang Xian froze. What was this old thing talking to himself about? Seeing Jiang Xian's expression, the fate fiend elder ancestor's expression stagnated. The other party obviously didn't care about his beckoning at all. He couldn't help but feel a few moments of sulkiness in his heart, and his tone instantly chilled as he drank in a hushed voice. Kid, don't be ungrateful. Today, you can either submit to my ancient underworld sacred sect, or you can only die. Is it hard to believe that this son is, in fact, playing a trick on himself? However, he was unable to strike at him now, and in the midst of a lightning tribulation, rashly targeting a transcending person would be seen as a provocation. It will provoke thunder punishment to go completely berserk. At that time, even he himself might not be able to block it. So, has only two ways to go now. One was to subdue Jiang Qianquan and make him take the initiative to take out his inheritance, which was the best way and a win-win situation to get the most perfect Jishi Academy and human tablet. The second was to let it slowly die out, to be struck down by the lightning punishment, and to pick up the pieces themselves. Jiang Qianquan, there are only these two paths to choose from. He himself is a void god, and he can easily cross the tribulation. It is not a matter of words, and the fall will definitely be Jiang Qianquan. Jiang Xian blinked, a little bewildered. Little master is just looking for a little bit of thunderbolt liquid. How come this old thing has come up with the whole invocation to surrender this kind of mundane path? You'd better care about yourself first. You're an old bone. It's not easy to be hit by such a big calamity thunder. Jiang Xian pointed at the falling robberies and laughed. This robber thunderbolt was similarly diffused into a thunder dragon, but it appeared to be a deep dark purple color. The aura of destruction was introverted, hideous, violent, and the rows and rows of sharp dragon scales stood out at first glance, vividly lifelike, as if it were a real thunder dragon that had entered the heavenly Yuan realm at the beginning of the Great Fierce, the heavenly tribulation of the void god realm. Laozi has survived it. So what's a heavenly Yuan level lightning tribulation? The fate fiend ancestor glanced at the thunderbolt and hummed lightly in disbelief. Kid, the power of a void god is something you can't speculate on. I'll give you one more chance to think about it. Life is precious. Cherish it. Or with the intention of displaying a wave and deterring Jiang Xian, the fate fiend old ancestor flung out his robes and took a step forward to meet the dark purple divine dragon of calamity lightning, waving his palms and invoking the treacherous underworld chi that wrapped around his entire body. Open! The fate fiend old ancestor shouted angrily. His palms pressed down against the thunder dragon in vain, and the underworld chi gushed out, opening up an abyss 1,000 feet high, pitch black, deep, and containing a creepy and treacherous power. The abyss hung upside down, as if it were a giant beast swallowing the sky and swallowing the thunder dragon in one bite. Kid, how powerful is this heavenly abyss divine ability of mine? The fate fiend elder ancestor twisted his head to look at Jiang Xian and said rather conspicuously, if you submit to my ancient underworld sacred sect, it wouldn't be wrong for me to impart this style of divine ability to you. Jiang Xian scratched his head. He could clearly perceive that this thunder dragon had certainly been swallowed, but had not been nirvana, and was now turning over in the abyss, and it was estimated that it would soon be crashing into the abyss and flying out. Fruity, boom, 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 terrifying power stirred out from the abyss. Along with the click, click, click sound of breaking, the abyss suddenly crumbled out a shocking crack. The faithful old ancestor's face changed, and he hurriedly sank his heart to manipulate the abyss, wanting to resist the impact of the thunder dragon and further confine and wear down the thunder dragon. But he underestimated the terror of the thunder dragon that was derived from the thunder tribulation, and even more so, he overestimated the strength that he could exert after he had been suppressed to the earth Xian. Bang! The abyss shattered with a roar, and the thunder dragon roared and flew out, bringing with it a morose violence and raging thunder, as it lunged at the fate fiend ancestor. Jiang Xian looked at this scene and couldn't help but skim his lips. What a bull ***** divine ability. I'm afraid it's not a blindfold to fool children, right? He counted on seeing that these old things had been sleeping for too long, and had rotted more than just their brains. I am afraid that all my own means have degenerated. Chapter 126, Void God falls again. Great Emperor's stance? The faithful ancestor was a little panicked in his heart right now. It's not right. It's very wrong. It wasn't like he hadn't crossed the heavenly Yuan realm's heavenly tribulation before. It was far from being this strong. What's more, this is only the second robbery thunder. To know that the heavenly Yuan heavenly tribulation has 9 robberies. Could it be because I interfered with Jiang Qiankuan's robbery? Fate of the old ancestor heart a little bitter. This kid is what perverted. Break through the earth Xian invoke heavenly tribulation is just the key to invoke the heavenly tribulation. The intensity of the damned far beyond the common sense. However, he was at least a void god and had been through many battles, so he quickly stabilized his mind. And then he hastily invoked the great Tao to strengthen himself, and met the thunder dragon and killed it. Both palms slapped out frequently, carrying the power of the laws of the great Tao, striking the thunder dragon over and over again, consuming the opponent's energy. However, even though he had suppressed the thunder dragon, it was clear that he would not be able to dispose of it in a short period of time. And at that moment, the heavenly tribulation either tacitly recognized that the fate-fiend old ancestor was helping Jiang Xian to cross the tribulation. So after the second tribulation thunderbolt had wrapped around the other party, it followed up with a third tribulation thunderbolt that landed towards and against Jiang Xian. Dark purple thunder dragon, hideous roar, sharp dragon claws, wrapped filled with destructive attributes of the thunder. In order to crush the way the void, tumbling down, the ferocious breath, came to the face, people's scalp numb, the heart and soul wildly trembling. Kid, it's not too late to submit. The fate-fiend old ancestor avoided the thunder dragon pouncing at him with a palm, shifted his eyes to look at Jiang Xian, and said coldly, I can sacrifice a quasi-saintly artifact to help you pass through this calamity. This calamity lightning derivation of the thunder dragon, the strength of how powerful, you should also see, even if it is me to resist up is also quite difficult. In your place, only one death. Will you choose to die under the lightning of the calamity and be reduced to ashes? Or will you worship my ancient underworld sacred sect and fully utilize your talents to attain the great Tao in the future and achieve a world of fame? Boy, that's not a hard choice. Jiang Xian nodded deeply and laughed softly. It really isn't a difficult choice. With that, he calmly delivered a punch at the thunder dragon that was lunging towards him. The indestructible thunder body was stimulated, and a terrifying power declared out. Rumble. The hideous, violent thunder dragon was like crisp porcelain, instantly shattering into pieces of thunder Tao laws. A single punch crushed the robbing thunder, without a single moment of procrastination. Ancient thunder pattern crazy surge out, raging thunder with guilt divine luster, as if to choose people to devour the ferocious, opened a huge mouth, such as the storm wrapped all the thunder roadlaw fragments, as much as possible into the mouth. Buzz. Thousands of thunder ripples shot out a brilliant light, and a violent aura, like a volcano erupted in a burst of upsurge. The scene was short-lived, however. In just a few breaths of effort, the thousands of thunder lines returned to calm, having already digested the thunder dragon, streaking back and reattaching themselves to Jiang Xian's flesh, feeding back the abundant thunder Tao law energy. Sorry, when I do multiple choice questions, I always like to choose the answer I give. Jiang Xian shrugged and said lightly. Underneath the mass of black clouds, the raging heavenly tribulation was still clamoring. The thunder dragon derived from the second calamity thunderbolt, still roaring fiercely, lunged at the fate-fiend ancestor again and again before being slapped away by the factor. However, within this heavenly calamity, an eerie silence had been presented. The fate-fiend old ancestor was silent, glancing at the thunder dragon that had been slapped away in front of his eyes. It was certainly being suppressed and consumed by himself, but it would probably take some time before he wanted to completely crush it, unless he sacrificed a paramount sacred artifact now. Looking at Jiang Xian again, the image of the other party's breezy punch crushing the thunder dragon, surfaced in the bottom of his eyes. Silence. Twisting back to look at the brontosaurus in front of him again. That's right, the thunder dragon derived from this calamity thunderbolt already has a strength comparable to that of an incipient heavenly yuan. He had to cope with it himself, and it was a lot of effort. So how did the other party just dry shatter it with one punch? Could it be that the opponent's brontosaurus hasn't developed yet? The fate-fiend old ancestor attempted to cover up his inner shock and uneasiness with this statement. Have to admit, he far underestimated the strength of Jiang Qiankuan, his best friend Tian Xiao. Death is not wrong. Old thing, lived too long to be good? Jiang Xian strolled towards the fate-fiend ancestor while opening his mouth to tease. Kid, I advise you not to make a mistake. The fateful old ancestor coldly glanced at Jiang Xian. He naturally saw the other party's killing intent, but he wasn't too worried. After all, he was armed with a quasi-saint artifact, and if necessary, he could completely forcefully activate it and forcefully suppress the other party. Of course, forcing a quasi-sacred artifact with the cultivation of the earth metaphysical realm, the load imposed on himself is too heavy, the cost was too great, and he would not use it easily until he had to. I've always practiced quid pro quo. You help me woolgather, I'll send you on your way. It makes sense. Jiang Xian laughed. Before the voice fell, the person had already transformed into a flash of divine radiance and arrived at the Fate Fiend ancestor, and the thunder fire broadsword in his hand condensed and blatantly chopped down. The monstrous sword power rolled and stirred, as if it was cutting through the void. The thunder and fire dual Dao laws were rampant, and there was even a thick sword Dao, like a divine mountain pressing horizontally. Bang! The thunder dragon that had been pestering the Fate Fiend ancestor could hardly withstand this sword force, and was crushed and shattered in despairing horror. The sword, falling. The Fate Fiend ancestor, however, didn't have time to thank Jiang Xian for his generosity. After all, the sword was chopping at him. Now, he could feel the despair of his best friend at the time of his death. The quasi-sacred weapon was offered up, and the Fate Fiend ancestor wanted to fight to the death. Shun! The Fate Fiend ancestor roared lowly. Radiant divine radiance flowed and a supreme aura that swept in all directions. A touch of pressure that belonged exclusively to the saint fell towards Jiang Xian, as if the heavens were coming in person, bringing with it an absolute crushing of the life level. Jiang Xian's figure stagnated slightly, and there was a difficult sense of obstruction. But, only for a moment. The Jiang family bloodline surged within Jiang Xian's body like a volcano erupting, instantly dispersing the suppression of the holy might. After all, it was only a quasi-saint artifact, and its holy might was faint. Not to mention that the other party was only at the Earth Xian realm right now. The sword that fell. Buzz. The laws of thunder and fire churned, and the sword chi was 1,000 feet long, leaving behind a terrifying gully. No! The Fate Fiend old ancestor presented the quasi-sacred artifact with both hands. His eyes mingled with incredulity as if he was unable to accept his own death. And then, slowly, the colors faded. Another void god. Fallen. Outside. The underworld ancestor and the others gazed at this scene and once again fell silent. Just now, when the fateful old ancestor recruited Jiang Qianquan, they were still cursing the other party to be shameless to the extreme. But in the twinkling of an eye, they now sympathized with the other party a little bit instead. Lived for at least 100,000 years now, rampant all his life, the prestige can be said to enjoy the reputation of Xian Tian, and now unveiled the coffin, revisited the earth, but was shocked to find out that everything he was proud of are false, suppressed to the Earth Xian realm, directly by a just risen junior's crazy hit face. In the end, he even died under the other side's sword. True, all these years have gone to the dogs. They didn't understand how Jiang Qianquan managed to crush the Thunder Dragon with a single punch when even the Fate Fiend ancestor had to struggle to parry it. This kid has obviously just broken through to Earth Xian. He hadn't yet crossed the heavenly tribulation, and couldn't even be considered to have fully stepped into the realm of earthly Xian. A punch that crushed a Thunder Dragon comparable to a first-time heavenly Yuan? What kind of natural talent does it take to make it this far? The posture of a witness? The saintly posture of the long-lived and long-sighted? Or the posture of a great emperor that only exists in ancient books? Chapter 127, 300 Earthly Xian. Behead him. The Zhang family has produced a supreme demon, the Hades ancestor murmured in a deep voice, unable to help but recall the many ripples that the Eastern Divine Prefecture had recently caused due to the Zhang family. His face clouded over. First, there was Jiang Xian, who was mediocre but captured the position of the young patriarch, and then there was the demon whose bloodline returned to the ancestor, and then there was a divine bone. And now even this Jiang Qianquan, who was defeated by Jiang Xian's hand, has shown himself to be invincible, capturing the Jishi Academy, obtaining the human monument, and going against the void god. The everlasting Jiang family is a good Jiang family with prosperous qi. The Hades ancestor sighed softly. To be honest, his heart was now full of envy for the Jiang family. They were already ecstatic when their various Dao lineages were able to give birth to a demon, but the Jiang family actually came out with as many as 3 or 4 at once. Even this Jiang Qianquan in front of him had already presented the astonishing weather of a supreme demon. The other 3 void gods, still silent, looked grave and filled with deep worry. Do we still have to continue to set up ambushes? The strength and invincibility that this brat has displayed has become a climate. I'm afraid that it can no longer be suppressed. There is another sentence that they did not say, but they all know it by heart, and that is, they are a little afraid. This Jiang Qianquan, previously in the Jiang family, obviously just a ranked young Zun, but already has such a large energy. That reputation more in the Jiang Qianquan before the several? What kind of heritage does the entire everlasting Jiang family possess? The great world is approaching. The war will start. They do not want to make trouble with such an unfathomable behemoth for no reason, and even make a deadly enmity. Underworld ancestor glanced faintly at the 3 people, deeply aware of their minds. But things have come to this point. Even if they give up now, can ensure that the other party a smile to end the grudge? Do not hold a grudge against them? So naive. The underworld ancestor shook his head, his expression grim, and said in a cold voice, "The arrow is on the string, it has to be sent. Jiang Qianquan does not die, will eventually become a big trouble in the heart, and even will become a life and death catastrophe that our various forces cannot resist. So, even if we pile up people, we must pile up Jiang Qianquan to death." Immediately, the underworld ancestor looked down on the venerable members of his great Luo sacred ground under the field and commanded in a deep voice, "Send an order back to the sacred ground for 50 earthly Shen powerhouses to come and enter the true mysterious realm to strangle Jiang Qianquan." The three void god supreme masters' hearts and minds flinched as they nodded stoically. The matter had come to a head and could not be avoided. No matter what, Jiang Qianquan must be eradicated today. Immediately afterward, they ordered their respective powerhouses to send orders back to the clan to dispatch 50 Earth Shen powerhouses. There was also the extreme Dao sect and the ancient underworld sacred sect, and the leading elders directly followed the intentions of the underworld ancestor and the other void gods, sending orders back to the sect to gather the Earth Shen powerhouses. After all their void god old ancestors died in the hands of Jiang Qianquan. Such a great revenge. If it is not reported, will they not become the laughingstock of the world? Though, even with revenge, it's still the same. The whole room was in an uproar as soon as the party's orders came out. Enough 6 ancient Dao lineages had summoned 300 Earth metaphysics to enter the true mysterious realm together and jointly attack Jiang Qianquan? To be honest, such a huge scale of battle, they have never seen in their lives. Even if it is recorded in the ancient books of the many demonic chronicles, the great battle of the world, this kind of situation, there are few and far between. Jiang Qianquan did it. Perhaps not yet reached the level of no one before, no one after, but also absolutely shocking, shaking Shen Tian. The desolate heaven divine sect had been on the sidelines. Previously, they were still besieged by all the various Taoist systems and had a tendency to be attacked, but now they had become unattended and had little presence due to Jiang Qianquan's sword beheading of the two void gods. However, the heavenly prides and demons above and below were now unable to take advantage of this opportunity to leave. They are concerned about the movements within the true mysteries, watching that brawny to the extreme Jiang Qianquan, full of flamboyance, heart-surging, perhaps, they will witness the rise of a legend today. The three core demons looked at each other, and then looked at the goddess once again, no longer having half a bit of resentment in their hearts, but instead full of admiration and respect, the goddess of wisdom and foresight, many steps ahead of them to see the evil of Jiang Qianquan, and the vast majority of the world made the most correct choice. Such an invincible demon. If he still does not bother to make efforts to show his goodwill, it is really incorrigible. With this thought in mind, they could not help but have doubts in their hearts again. Jiang Qianquan is already so perverted, that Jiang Xian, who the goddess kneels 100 times, has to be a more terrifying existence. Maipa Spali stared dead at Jiang Xian. His expression changed for a while, and his heart was full of fear and anxiety. Such a demon, goddess, can be taken in? Don't kill yourself. Frightened, Maipa hastily bent down on Luo Xinglan's side, with a trembling voice, whispered, "Goddess, I thought that there are quite a lot of demons in my divine religion, so I can pick one or two to act as a retinue, and it's not necessary to have this Jiang Qianquan. If we inadvertently anger this one, I'm afraid it will be a blessing rather than a curse for the divine maiden." Luo Xinglan's dark blue eyes wrinkled slightly as he gave Meiba a sideways glance, somewhat puzzled and speechless. "Where do you see that I have the intention of subjugating Elder Jiang Xian? Are you crazy, or am I crazy? I've tried to follow each other left and right for us sake, and I haven't even succeeded yet." And the world of arcane light, after Jiang Xian's sword beheading of the fate fiend old ancestor, he continued to begin the tribulation, punching a thunder dragon, then devouring fragments of the thunder Dao laws to enhance his own indestructible thunder body. The flesh that was attached by thousands of lightning patterns had taken on a deep dark purple color, surging with a palpitating berserk aura. The heavens elemental level heavenly tribulation was indeed different, and it had increased him quite a lot. If the previous small success of the indestructible thunder body had a value of 100, he would now increase by 1% for every calamity thunder he swallowed, which didn't seem like much, but let's not forget that his original indestructible thunder body's base was very large, 1/100th of a percent of $100. Just one, but if it's 1% of 100 million, that's a whole million. Jiang Xian was now devouring robberies and lightning, and the increase in his indestructible thunder body was roughly the same million of 100 million that had been gained. Why hasn't anyone come in yet? How come none of these old things are active and robbing things anymore? Jiang Xian was idly transiting while focusing on the square hole, the passageway that had been forcibly propped open. If one were to pay attention to Jiang Xian's actions in crossing the threshold, one would realize that Jiang Xian had actually been deliberately delaying. Originally, with his nature, He should have directly swallowed the thunder tribulation liquid by now, ending the tribulation. But, cannot stand the good guys. Two void gods, one after another, used their lives to help him woolgather, directly causing his lightning tribulation to skyrocket to the Tian Yuan level. Truth be told, he was eating his heart out and was kind of looking forward to the next 2 cups to help him continue to pull the wool over the skyjacker's eyes. Therefore, he didn't directly devour the thunder tribulation liquid, and even slowed down the tempo of the tribulation. Zhang Xian crushed 2 more lightning dragons derived from the calamity lightning in succession. 9 robber thunders, now only the last 3 remained. Hurry up, little master's heavenly tribulation will all be over soon. Zhang Xian was a bit secretly anxious in his heart. Chapter 128, Pretending. This scene looked in the eyes of the ancient city crowd Zhang family members, full of confusion, very puzzled. The young king a fist to break the robbery lightning, even the virtual god can be chopped by a sword. How now? The speed of the robbery, but slowed down so much. Father, the young king wouldn't have been injured earlier when he fought against the void god, right? Zhang Chen was a little worried and couldn't help but ask City Lord Jiang Ming. City Lord Jiang Ming leaned on the steps, shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Heng, and was asking the other party for experience on how to still be able to utilize his full battle power with only half of his body. In the first half of his life, the 2 men were like enemies in life and death, shooting in the dark, fighting many times, itching to destroy each other. Now, on the contrary, there was a laugh and a bit of sympathy. Maybe, are only halfway down and their eyes are back on the same level. City Lord Jiang Ming glanced back at Zhang Xian in the dome of the sky with a flat expression. Although he also couldn't see why the young king was so much slower to cross the tribulation, he thought that the young king shouldn't be in any danger. After all, Knife Ancestor could have never appeared yet. After thinking about it, Jiang Ming City Lord looked to the female child on the side. Wanting to confirm it, he asked in a respectful voice, "Dare to ask, if the young king is in danger, do we need to make a move?" The female child glanced at City Lord Jiang Ming before simply ignoring it and continuing to eat the king's pill on her own. The 2 big eyes then stared at Zhang Xian's heavenly robberies, a ghostly face full of longing. "Bad daddy, stinky daddy, you don't even take me with you when you have something good to eat." "Humph," the girl child whispered to herself while pulling out another king's pill. "I'm going to eat all of your king's pills so that you don't take me." Being ignored by the female child, City Lord Jiang Ming looked a little embarrassed, but he quickly thought of the right way to inquire. Calling over Jiang Chen and taking a king's medicine from him, offering it to the female child. The female child glanced at Wang Yao and then at City Lord Jiang Ming and shook her head. "The young king is fine?" City Lord Jiang Ming's heart was certain. "No, 1 plant is not enough. It has to be 10. The girl child said seriously. The corners of City Lord Jiang Ming's mouth twitched as he forced himself to resist the urge to curse in his heart, and allowed Jiang Chen to take 9 more king pills. Receiving the king's medicine, the female child smiled a thief's smile. This was the king's medicine that she had earned through her own efforts. Her little pot of gold. "Daddy is fine and is happily devouring the robbing thunder." City Lord Jiang Ming's expression froze. He couldn't wait to smack himself in the mouth right now. Why did he have to have a cheap hand and hand out another 9 king pills? At that moment, with a bang, Zhang Xian crushed another robber thunder, and then devoured it cleanly. Now there were only 2 robberies left, and still no one had come in from those old things outside. Zhang Xian was annoyed. If you can't get enough wool gathering, it's just as bad as if the writer didn't study for a day. It's hard to itch. Knock. A bunch of half-in-the-ground old things. How come they're more afraid of death than I am? Zhang Xian couldn't bear it anymore and directly got up and flew into the depths of the calamity clouds to the thunderbolt liquid. It was a massive liquid made up of the power of the Thunder Dao, which constantly nourished the Thunder Dao laws and diffused into a heavenly tribulation that enveloped the dome of the sky. Zhang Xian stretched out his hand, and under the wrapping of thousands of thunder lines, ignoring the destructive attributes of the power of the Thunder Road, he directly fished out the thunderbolt liquid, and then flew toward the hole. When the thunderbolt liquid moved, the heavenly tribulation naturally followed. Together, they followed Zhang Xian and moved to the hole. Zhang Xian stood in front of the hole, looking through the passageway propped up by thousands of prohibitions to the crowd at the other end, and could clearly sense several of them emitting a palpitating void god aura. However, he was in the world of Shinlight and was not the least bit afraid, and anyway, as long as the other party dared to come over, he would become an Earth Xian. Then, be the good guy and help him pull a wool over his eyes. And then, as a courtesy, he sends the other man on his way and gets in line for an early casting. "Hello guys," Zhang Xian greeted with a smile. At this end, when the underworld ancestor and the others saw that Zhang Xian was standing right across from them, and greeted them with a fervent smile, they were instantly dumbfounded and bewildered. What the hell? What is Zhang Qianquan doing? After beheading 2 void gods, You think you're invincible and want to walk over and behead them? It's not that stupid, is it? At that moment, Zhang Xian continued to speak. It was just a faint sentence, but it caused the underworld ancestor and the rest of them to all explode. I say, why don't you old things come over here? Isn't it nice to have a whole family? Today, little master is in a good mood. Buy one get one free. Anyway, there aren't many years left to live. Might as well die early. Zhang Xian said smilingly. Anger. Anger. The eyes of the several Hades ancestors spewed fire as they stared at Zhang Xian with a deadly glare, itching to crush this damned Zhang Qianquan with their own hands. Their hall of false gods can be said to stand on the top of the Xian heaven of the strongest, even if it is a party of the Lord of the Forces. See them also have to be respectful. To be more honest on how honest. How has been a D Xian boy? So contemptuous words provocation? Zhang Qianquan had only entered the Earth Xian for the first time, relying on the broken rules of heaven and earth of the true mystic realm to be able to chop up two void gods. Did he really think that he had the qualifications to rival the void gods? How dare you make such a fuss and provoke them? Looking for death. Kid, you're taking your own life. The underworld ancestor's eyes were cold as he droned morosely. Zhang Xian blinked and instantly laughed. That said, as if you guys would let me go if little master didn't say those words. Don't get all useless. You're a big old man. Don't just talk about these unnutritious threats. Come in if you can. Get out if you can't. Isn't it just that you want the Jishi Academy and the human tablet on little master? Just come on. Zhang Xian summoned the Thunderfire broadsword and casually placed it in front of his body. The sword chi gulped and spat, stern to the extreme. His eyes slightly lifted as he coldly looked at the underworld ancestor and the others, coldly saying, come one. Little master kills one. Come a pair. Kill a pair. The four underworld ancestors were stagnant, somewhat stunned and even more filled with anger. They hadn't seen such an arrogant person in a long time. Moreover, it was still only a D Xian. For a time, the killing heartsword and the killing machine raged. If they didn't personally pinch Zhang Qianquan to death today, their names would be written backwards. Hasn't the person arrived yet? The underworld ancestor steeply twisted his head to look at his own Holy Land elder and coldly bellowed. The venerable figure of the great Luo sacred land trembled and hurriedly responded with a respectful voice, reporting back to the underworld ancestor. The 50 earthly Xian powerhouses have already been summoned and are on their way here. Too slow. Give me their bearings. The underworld ancestor rebuked with dissatisfaction, and then with the coordinates given by the other party in terms of orientation, he stretched out his dry hands wrapped in withered sword chi, stabbed into the void, and forcibly tore open a rift, and even directly crossed the void, and grabbed the 50 earth Xian. All of them. Greetings to the underworld ancestor. 50 earthly Xian realm powerhouses bowed and saluted. Their voices were like bells, and their overpowering auras piled up like a storm sweeping through, shaking the heavens and the earth. They were all the mainstays of the holy land of the great Luo. Every one of them was once a magnificent heavenly pride, although due to a variety of different reasons, they failed to go further. But they have been through hundreds of battles and have rich experience in fighting and killing, coupled with years of accumulated reserves, almost touching the peak of the cultivation, and can be called invincible in the Earth Xian territory. Chapter 129, Pit Killing. 300 earthly Xian. At this time, the other three void god supreme powerhouses, just like the underworld ancestor, also probed into the void with their trusty hands, and captured the earthly Xian powerhouses of their respective clans, as well as all of them. Another 150 earth Xian powerhouses, together with the extreme Dao sect and the ancient underworld sacred sect. There were a total of 300 earthly Xian. The void god ancestors of these two Taoist systems had already been beheaded, and the summoned earthly Xian powerhouses were unable to arrive in time, which was a bit embarrassing. But in order to subdue Zhang Qianquan, the elders of the two Taoist systems, of their own accord, pulled down their faces, provided the coordinates of the directions, and asked for the help of the underworld ancestor. 300 veteran Earth Xian powerhouses, each at least in the late Earth Xian stage, and experienced in battle, with deep roots and endless means. Such a huge battle, straddling between heaven and earth. Just the stacked breath and might had already changed the sky in a 100-mile radius, presenting a dim and austere war momentum, causing one's scalp to tingle and one's heart to tremble. Not to mention the desolate heaven divine sects heavenly prides and demons. Witnessing this scene, their faces were shocked, their hearts were flustered, and they were a little frightened and uneasy, even if it was the principals of the various Tao lineages and the leading elders. Gazing at these 300 earth metaphysical powerhouses, they also had a burst of emotion and were more than just awestruck, throwing away the grudges. Even if this Zhang Qianquan died here today, it would probably be enough to shock Xin Tian. Boy! The pale eyes of the underworld ancestor lifted slightly. His cold gaze crossed the passageway and looked toward Zhang Xian on the other end, smiling morosely and coldly. As you wish. 300 earthly Xian. Going to kill you. You catch it. Immediately, he ordered in a cold voice. All of you enter the true mystic realm and kill Jiang Qianquan. Jiang Qianquan is not allowed to return until he dies. No! The 300 earthly Xian powerhouses shouted angrily in hushed voices, and then flew up and leapt across the passageway, killing Jiang Xian with a blatant killing intent. The might that piled up was like monstrous waves, violently agitating and churning, and even when the underworld ancestor had propped up the passageway with the killing array prohibition, it shook, as if it could not withstand it anymore. Boy, you seem to have played it off. From the Haoran terrace inside Jiang Xian's body came the grave voice of Fu Zi. It's not bad. 300 Earth Xian is just. Jiang Xian pretended to be relaxed, but the smile on his face had already solidified. 300 Earth Xian is not scary. He has already entered the Earth Xian. With the mastery of the rules of this side of the world, he can directly suppress all of these Earth Xian powerhouses to the same cultivation level as him. Even the false gods that were suppressed to the peak of the Earth Xian. He had one sword in one, and the 300 Earth Xian that were at the same cultivation level as him were still not chopping and cutting. If you wanted to leave all of them behind, it was just a matter of swinging your sword a few more times. But the problem now is that he has not finished his heavenly tribulation. Jiang Xian had a bit of a headache. Good news, the goal was achieved. And a few old things did get enraged by him, and did send in people to help him continue to pull the wool over the heavens. Bad news, the number of grips is 1 billion points more. Full 300. Old man. With 300 Earth Xian. To what extent will the heavenly tribulation skyrocket? Jiang Xian inquired of the husband. Husbandman was silent for a moment and hesitantly said, It's skyrocketed to the point where I'll have to replace someone to inherit the Jishi Academy. Okay, you don't have to say anything. Jiang Xian's face darkened as he shut down his communication with Fu Zi. Someone else? So he's going to die? Looking at the thunder tribulation liquid in his hand, the energy was quite abundant and quite substantial. He could totally just swallow it and end the tribulation. But Jiang Xian raised his head to look at the 300 Earth Xian who were on their way, his eyes flooding with disenchantment and unwillingness. He sprayed for half a day and managed to pull in 300 strong men to help him wool gathering. Wouldn't it be too wasteful to give up just like that? No way. Jiang Xian's eyes crossed, bracing for the bold and starving for the timid. He said he'd take a shot at anything. Immediately, Jiang Xian took the thunderjack fluid with him, backed up 1,000 feet, stood high in the sky, looked toward the first ancient city, and instructed the Jiang clan's crowd, Earth Xian realm, all of you, come out and help me stop the other side. When City Lord Jiang Ming and the others heard this, they hurriedly got up, also knowing the seriousness of the situation. All of them flew out without hesitation, arched their hands in obeisance, and answered in a deep voice, Please honor the young king's command. The 5 veins of the Jiang clan, including Jiang Hong, totaled 60 earthly Xian realms. Jiang Xian swept a glance at the crowd, nodded slightly, and ordered calmly, Set up a formation to intercept. No need for you to kill the enemy. Just stop and prevent the other party from interfering with my passage, or escaping the trap. Jiang Ming City Lord and the others looked at each other. Their eyes were full of worry and helplessness. The other party has sent out 300 Earth metaphysics. With their 60 people, can they really stop it? Jiang Hong was unwavering, responding in a deep voice. Don't worry, young king, unless they step over the old immortal, these people will not be able to interfere with young king for half a minute. Or seeing the uneasiness of the crowd, Jiang Xian waved his hand and laughed. Feel free to be relieved. 300 Earth Xian can't afford to turn over any waves. When the crowd heard this, they could only suppress their worries, and they all sacrificed their killing formations to form a trapping and killing field. Thousands of formation patterns flew about, and a great killing formation presented spectacular visions. Water and fire killing domain, great fierce void shadow, vertical sword chi, facing the 300 Earth Xian within the passageway. His expression was solemn and stern. Seeing this, Jiang Xian then proceeded to call out the Blade Ancestor. The brand manifested and condensed into the sturdy figure of the Blade Ancestor, who was already gripping a hideously large blade in his hand. The overbearing aura of the Tao of the blade was disrupting the heavens and earth, shaking the void. Young king, feel free to command, the Blade Ancestor said with a mighty voice. Jiang Xian nodded and pointed remotely at the 300 Earth Xian that were already about to arrive in the passageway, and said in a cold voice, The Jiang clan crowd will be responsible for besieging them, and you'll be in charge of purging them one by one. Be careful to retain your strength. Just waste the other party's cultivation. Don't directly chop them down. Jiang Xian looked at the thunder tribulation liquid in his hand, as well as the heavenly tribulation wrapped around himself. The 8th tribulation thunderbolt was about to fall, so he hurriedly sped up his speech and delivered. When I say one, you throw one over. Immediately, He sat down on his knees and imperiously used his own thunder road to try and delay the fall of the 8th robber thunderbolt. The Blade Ancestor's expression stuttered, and a tremor ran through his heart as he instantly realized Jiang Xian's intentions. Not, it's that time of year and you're going to pull this whole thing? With your qualifications, young king, it's only a matter of time before you even certify to the Tao, so why do you have to covet that little bit of thunder Tao law energy? Jiang Xian didn't know what the Blade Ancestor had in mind, or else he would have definitely returned a blank stare. What the little master lacks is time. Now why don't we get more greed when we can get more of it? In an instant, 300 Earth-Xian powerhouses had already crossed the passageway and descended in full force. The raging aura was like a furious wave stirring up and overturning the 8 directions of heaven and earth. Jiang Chenkuan, suffer. The strongest members of the leading armies of the various Daodongs looked angrily at Jiang Xian, and then their gazes fell towards the Jiang clan crowd that stopped in front of them, and they coldly called out, "Kill!" Immediately, the 300 Di Xian brought with them a grim killing intent. Dao techniques, divine abilities, and great Dao laws rose up in a flurry, forming a charging momentum and charging out, wanting to directly break up the other party's blockage and subdue Jiang Chenkuan. Rise in formation. Meet the enemy. City Lord Jiang Ming shouted angrily. Remember what the young king said. Just trap the enemy. Nah, the Jiang family mini Earth-Xian powerhouse answered, and then triggered the killing array. Water and fire killing domain overriding pressure. The great fierce roar pounced out. The sword chi vertical and horizontal killing enemy. At that moment, Jiang Xian mobilized the rules of heaven and earth of the Xianguang world, and the world's great power descended, like a divine mountain suppressing the 300 Earth-Xian, suppressing everyone's cultivation to the level of a beginner's Earth-Xian. The movements of the 300 Earth-Xian powerhouses rushing to kill were abruptly stalled, and the Tao and divine abilities they mobilized inevitably stagnated. The difference between a first-time Earth-Xian and a peak Earth-Xian was not half a star. With their cultivation at the peak of the earthly Xian, it was naturally a matter of faith to offer up their mastery, but suddenly suppressed to the beginning of the Earth Xian. Even if it is a familiar divine ability, the load will inevitably increase, and it is difficult to get used to it. The 300 Earth Xian powerhouses were a bit flustered, and the momentum of their charge attenuated by half, and at that moment, the Blade Ancestor had already taken a large step forward, waving his large blade, slashing the sky and abolishing an Earth Xian with a single slash. Overbearing aura, such as the beacon fire rushing to the sky, overturning the sky and the earth. One person has the unstoppable prima donna of 10,000 troops. At that time, he followed the human king and led a side of the human army, and with the sword in his hand, he decapitated countless demons and expelled the demon army for tens of thousands of miles in the starry sky. And now, he is back on earth. Although there is only one inheritance mark left, although the energy of the human monument is the source, the strength of the body is less than 1/10,000th of the peak time. But his enemies, however, are even more frail, so frail that he didn't even need to be taken seriously. 300 first-time Earth-Xian. He could have slashed one if he didn't need to collect his strength. Jiang Xian's heart was greatly relieved when he saw this. Spinning around, in a loud voice, he said, "First, 5D Xian, Chapter 130, Reward Thou, Heavenly Punishment." Nah. The Blade Ancestor answered and faithfully grabbed 5 earthly Xian powerhouses that he had already wasted and threw them into the heavenly calamity. As the 5 earthly Xian entered the heavenly tribulation, the power of the underworld heavenly Tao surged in, adding to the thunder tribulation liquid. The energy of the thunder Tao laws then skyrocketed, and the heavenly tribulation became increasingly violent and terrifying. Jiang Xian was a bit speechless after a slight perception. 5 earth Xian, and it had only doubled? The quality is a bit poor. 10 more. Jiang Xian shouted. 10, the Blade Ancestor's movement stalled, and he glanced at the heavenly tribulation in astonishment. His heart was a little shocked. Now the heavenly tribulation, but it had already surged to a level comparable to the middle stage of the heavenly Yuan. 10 more. I am afraid that I have already touched the late stage of Tian Yuan. Can the young king really stand up to this? Come on. The 8th robotic thunderbolt is brewing. The thunder dragon is already about to condense into a form. Jiang Xian hurriedly urged. The Blade Ancestor gritted his teeth and seized 10 more earthly Xian powerhouses that were already ruined and threw them into the heavenly tribulation. As a way to continue interfering with the heavenly tribulation and help Jiang Xian gather the wool of the heavenly tribulation. Rumble. The heavenly tribulation steeply skyrocketed 100 times. Black as ink in the tribulation cloud. A channel of thunder violently roaring, full of destructive atmosphere of the thunder road laws. Thick as a dragon. Violent. Wild dance. Crushing the void everywhere. And even the entire sky. All set off a strong turbulence, as if at any time will be overturned generally. The hearts and minds of City Lord Jiang Ming and the others jumped and subconsciously looked over, and a chill immediately surged in their hearts. quietly moving some distance away, fearing that he would be mistakenly injured by this terrifying heavenly calamity. They had the feeling that with the terrifying level of this heavenly calamity right now, even just the aftermath would be able to instantly nirvana them into dust. Didn't the young king just step into the Earth Xian realm? Could it be that the battle power is already able to reverse the heavenly yuan? Jiang Chen maneuvered the killing formation to encircle the alien Earthshian powerhouses while looking distractedly at the heavenly tribulation for a moment of bewilderment. As if remembering, half a day ago, when the human monument trial was held, the young king was still only at the spirit transformation realm. Hey, now, it can already rival Tian Yuan? Isn't that span a little too big? But there was no one to relieve him of his worries, so Jiang Chen could only keep this shock deep in his heart and concentrate on the matter at hand, fearing that he would delay the young king's business and be blamed afterwards. Although he contacted with the young king only half a day, but the young king of a series of shocking maneuvers has completely convinced him, so that his heart is full of awe. Do not dare to have the slightest negligence, even the idea in his heart, already from the beginning of the fight with, sees the young king's position, has undergone a fundamental change to now must try to perform, strive to follow the young king around. Jiang Xian raised his eyes to look towards the plunder cloud that had already skyrocketed 100 times to cover the entire sky. The eighth plunder thunder that was brewing and forming. His breath was also surging crazily, and the thunder road laws that were so dense that they were almost substantial, as if they were a piece of jade, were being carved into the shape of a thunder dragon. Notably, this brontosaurus has a fifth claw in its belly. It was hazy, illusory, and did not solidify. In the extreme destructive attribute, a creepy supreme aura was even swirling out. Jiang Xian's expression was cautious, his eyes glowing with delight as the heavenly tribulation was metamorphosing to a higher level. Not a mere increase in strength, but a metamorphosis of energy grade. Judas can be seen. His flesh is gently trembling, but this is not a manifestation of fear. On the contrary, this is his indestructible thunder body. In surprise, desire, to swallow this metamorphosed heavenly tribulation and elevate itself. Even the divine ability of the indestructible thunder body, the thunder Tao incarnation, naturally manifested on its own, its hazel eyes lifting slightly as it gazed at the eighth calamity thunder that was coalescing in the heavenly tribulation, transmitting an incomparable longing to Jiang Xian. After swallowing this robbing thunder, its rank would metamorphose to the next level. 20 more. Jiang Xian's eyes were firm as he drank in a deep voice. The blade ancestor stumbled, almost losing his mind, looking at the figure in the heavenly tribulation with a shocked expression, his eyes full of worry, and hurriedly transmitted, "Young king, the heavenly tribulation is about to metamorphose. Another 20 will surely evolve completely. At that time, it won't be as simple as a heavenly calamity. I'm afraid, it will attract heavenly punishment, heavenly tribulation, heavenly punishment, the difference of one word, the meaning it represents, but the difference is heaven and earth. Under the heavenly calamity, the person who responds to the calamity still has a chance to live. Heavenly punishment. Heaven is going to send punishment and no one will survive." He remembered that in his time, there was a demon who stepped into the devil's path, slaughtering cities and destroying the world, sacrificing living beings, practicing the art of great destruction, and the monstrous cause and effect was added to his body, and on the occasion of proving the Tao, he attracted the attention of the heavenly Tao, and descended the heavenly punishment for the destruction of living beings. There were 99 heavenly punishments, and only one of them descended. And that demon's soul had already been scattered, and he had completely perished in nirvana. The young king may have strong enough means to resist the heavenly apocalypse at the middle Tianyuan level, or even the late Tianyuan level, but I am afraid that the only way to face the heavenly punishment is to fall. You can't put your life on the line for a little bit of thunder road law energy. What a waste of words. Hurry up and throw it when I tell you to. Jiang Xian rolled his eyes, rich and powerful. If he devoured the metamorphosis of the apocalypse, his strength would usher in a substantial increase. His cultivation could definitely be raised quite a bit along with it. Isn't this damn faster than cultivating on his own? After all, he only had 50 years of lifespan, and the unspeakable urgency of certifying a true god within 50 years. Who the hell could understand? Now that he could improve a little, he could never miss it. What's more, he was burdened with a small completed indestructible thunder body, and his immunity to the lightning Tao was far beyond that of ordinary people. So regardless of whether this heavenly calamity metamorphosed into heavenly punishment or metamorphosed into the level of the fused Tao, he had a not so small amount of certainty. After all, he still had the human monument, the world tree, and many other means. Even that mysterious black hole Daoji in the Dantian. The blade ancestor was silent, hesitating for a moment or two before choosing to trust Jiang Xian. seizing 20 Earth-Xian powerhouses once more and throwing them into the heavenly calamity. Boom! 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 The heavens and earth exploded, and the sounds of the heavens continued to roar. The heavenly tribulation, which was already nearly metamorphosed, abruptly cracked open. Buzz! A strand of supreme chi, out of thin air, such as the wind and clouds, rolled back like convergence, gradually convergence, solidification, turned into an indescribable its size of the eyes, as if encompassing the sky and the ground, the four seas and the eight wastelands, eyes slowly opening. The dark, deep pupils carried an indifference and ruthlessness that chilled the heart. The supreme pressure swept over the entire Xianguang world like a tidal wave. Countless living beings, the body shape of a stagnation, as if by the mountain pressed half. Breathing difficulties, expression incomparable pain. From the heart is born a deep awe, as if the mole crickets directly faced the supreme being general. The eye of heaven, the eye of the heavenly Tao moved its gaze, and wherever its gaze went, everything seemed to stand still, falling into absolute stagnation. Until his gaze, it fell on Jiang Xian. He found the source of his forced awakening. The indifferent eyes revealed a hint of displeasure. A mole cricket had repeatedly claimed the energy of the heavenly tribulation, causing even he, who was sleeping and recuperating, to be awakened and had to come out to take a look, attempting to steal the energy of the heavenly calamity, defying the heavenly authority. Reward the heavenly punishment. The sound of the heavens gently echoed with an unquestionable supreme intent, and the entire Xianguang world trembled with it, as if fearing the majesty of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 131, Husbandry, to the death, fourth shift. Tendo? The pale eyes of the underworld ancestor opened abruptly and angrily, filled with undisguised horror. The three void god supreme powerhouses around them, and even the crowd of powerhouses watching the interior, were all like this, horrified, their hearts trembling, their hearts filled with deep unease and awe. What's more, the Taoist heart is unstable, the body can't stop trembling, and the legs can't even stand. According to ancient records, the ancient catastrophe swept through all worlds. The heavens were silent, the great Tao withered, all laws dissolved. Even the heavenly Tao of the various worlds was hit hard by the unfathomable greatness, and had to fall into a deep slumber, and with the help of the world's power, healed and recovered. At least, in the Xian heavenly realm, up until today, the heavenly Tao of Xian heaven had not shown its face once more. Unexpectedly, this Jiang Qiankuan had clearly only crossed the heavenly tribulation, but had actually triggered the sleeping heavenly Tao of this small world of the true mystic realm to appear. I have to say, this kid is really good at fixing things. Ha! A man's heart is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant. This kid is greedy for the energy of the heavenly tribulation, repeatedly stimulating the sky tribulation to surge, and now he has even attracted the heavenly Tao to show up, and took his own little life into it. A void god laughed coldly and said somewhat gloatingly, as the heavenly punishment falls, even if he is 100 times as demonic as he is, he can only die. Ancient books have recorded that the heavenly punishment is the wrath of heaven. Throughout the ages, no one can be spared under the heavenly punishment. Even in the distant era, those existences that were hailed as born saints and young great emperors still can't. The underworld ancestor and the others nodded silently, with a palpitating look in their eyes. Just now, the scene of Jiang Qiankuan ordering soldiers to circle and kill their Earth-Xian powerhouses and seize the energy of the heavenly tribulation really scared them, and in their hearts, they were still at a loss, heartbroken, and lost another group of Earth-Xian. But I didn't realize that this kid, himself, had made himself dead. Being insatiable, he had to invoke the heavenly tribulation to metamorphose, so much so that he awakened the sleeping heavenly Tao, enraging it and descending a terrifying heavenly punishment. Stygian ancestor's eyes burned into the interior, ready to enter at any time, just waiting for this brat to fall under the heavenly punishment. He would enter the true mysterious realm as fast as he could, seize the human monument and the Jishi Academy, and in the process, eradicate this group of aborigines, and use their blood to console the fallen heavenly prides and demons of his great Luo Holy Land, the heavenly Tao. I am afraid that this son is hopeless. After being appalled, Neba shook her head with slight regret. Obviously, he was already in possession of two great treasures, the Jishi Academy and the human tablet, and he had even seized all the opportunities in the divine abyss. So why did he still have to make a fool of himself and covet that little bit of Thunder Road Law energy? That thing is certainly also very precious, can be said to capture the creation of heaven and earth, but for you, is not something dispensable? At this, Nipa could not understand, and a feeling of regret arose in her heart. It was a bit of a pity that such a rare demon from the ancient world would fall here like this. Luo Xinglan's eyes flickered with a ghostly blue divine radiance, although she also somewhat did not understand the intention of the wanted Jiang Xian Zunshi's move. but she firmly believed that Jiang Xian Zunsher was not an adventurous person, and since he had done so, he certainly had his considerations in mind. Even, there should be a foolproof plan. Can't you see that 2 void gods and 300 earthly Xian are like playthings in the hands of Supreme Jiang Xian? Not to mention a minor heavenly punishment. Therefore, she is not worried about the safety of Jiang Xian Zuanshui, but on the contrary, she is hesitant whether she should make a move now or not. When Supreme Lord Jiang Xian finished his heavenly tribulation, and then suppressed all 300 earth Xian, the situation in front of him would then become clear, and even if these Taoist systems had a strong killing intent, they could only give up with their hands tied and leave in disgrace. At that time, I'm afraid that it would become much harder for her to further show her favor to Supreme Jiang Xian or to attack and kill the void god of the great Luo Holy Land. Luo Xinglan hesitated for a moment or two, lightly biting her lower lip, her eyes gradually firming up. Immediately, he coldly instructed Meiba, send orders to Desolate 12. Wait for Jiang Qiankuan to cross the heavenly tribulation, to make a move. Meiba's figure trembled, looking somewhat incredulously at Luo Xinglan, hesitantly saying, Goddess, the scene is currently not in chaos. With the strength of the Desolate 12 gods alone, I'm afraid it's difficult to successfully attack and kill that underworld ancestor. Luo Xinglan gently shook his head, his ghostly blue eyes lifting slightly as he looked towards that underworld ancestor who was half hidden in the air, his eyes narrowing slightly as a touch of coldness flooded through them. Tell Desolate 12 that no matter what method he uses, he must kill the underworld ancestor, even if it costs him his life. She was going to use the life of the underworld ancestor to honor his excellency, Jiang Xian. Meiba was horrified. Her mind was in a trance, and the goddess was not crazy. Luo Xinglan noticed Meiba's dissimilarity and glanced at the other party, frowning slightly as he rebuked with some displeasure. Don't go yet. Meiba was instantly jolted, not daring to go against the will of the goddess. She could only forcefully suppress the uneasiness in her heart, and respectfully said, Elderly me, lead the way. Immediately, he summoned a summoning spirit talisman to convey the divine maiden's order to Desolate 12. Who was hidden in the opposite space of the true mystic realm. In the opposite space, the young man dressed in black and red robes opened his vicissitudes eyes, and an extremely ghastly aura of death spread like a tidal wave. Finally, the teenager muttered, the corners of his mouth lifting into a chillingly evil smile. A gaze as crazed as that of a ferocious beast crossed the underworld void and implicitly stared down his prey. The underworld ancestor. The goddess ordered him to attack and kill the medieval ancestor, and he respectfully accepted the order, even if he had to pay for his life. In fact, the moment he became a member of the 12 divine generals of the Desolate Heaven Divine Sect, he was already prepared to die for the divine sect. Internal. The eye of the heavenly Tao coldly pronounced its judgment, wanting to send down heavenly punishment to punish this Jiang Xian, who had persistently demanded heavenly calamity energy. The power of the underworld's heavenly Tao emerged in a flurry, pouring into the thunderbolt liquid. The thunder Tao law energy rapidly metamorphosed into an even more terrifying thunder Tao power. The dark purple thunder is getting deeper and deeper, presenting a heart-trembling pitch-black color, the ultimate destructive breath, rolling and stirring, nirvana void all laws. The thunder dragon that was derived from the 8th calamity thunderbolt also evolved, a layer of dark purple dragon scales as if they were substantial, flooded with a faint gilded divine radiance, and a wisp of supreme aura became more and more thick and real, as if it was a true supreme thunder dragon. The most critical is that the abdomen of the thunder dragon, the illusory dragon claw, steeply solidified, 5-clawed thunder dragon. On the sharp dragon's claws, the power of the thunder road was entwined, carrying indescribable supreme power, as if it was in charge of a living being's life and death, and a single claw would be able to extinguish its vitality and completely obliterate it. Not to mention the Earth-Xian realm cultivator. I am afraid that even if it is the heavenly Yuan realm, under this power, the only choice is to be chilled, scared, and wait for death. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar resounded throughout the Xian light world. The 5-clawed thunder dragon leapt down with pitch-black thunder, carrying a power that was nearly annihilating the world. The entire world, steeply plunged into absolute darkness, as if eternal night had descended. Only the 5-clawed thunder dragon with a gilded divine radiance, the huge dragon body, in a way that shatters the void, swooping towards Jiang Xian, silently. Boy, get in here. The husbandman's hand rested on the Haoren terrace, and he stepped out from within Jiang Xian's body, urging the Haoren terrace, and the shadow of the Jishi school palace emerged, and the doors of the palace opened, and the vast literary qi surged out, the inside hazy. Enter the ruins of the Jishi Academy, shield the lock of heavenly punishment, and this calamity, I will cross it on your behalf. As the husband said, the literary qi surged around his body, actually simulating Jiang Xian's aura. Jiang Xian looked at the husband in shock, a little puzzled. Old man, what are you doing? You kid, when you're cautious, you're more afraid of death than anyone else, and when you're adventurous, you're more impulsive than anyone else. It's not good to be so adventurous. It's easy to lose your little life. But you're young. A few mistakes are nothing. Who hasn't made some mistakes when they were young? I also made a lot of mistakes and took a lot of wrong turns back then, which led to a lot of regrets being born. Kid, you're so much more talented than me, and naturally carry more. So I hope you can grow up as soon as possible, make fewer mistakes, and have fewer regrets. Husbandman stroked his white beard, the remembrance in his eyes faded, and he turned to look at Jiang Xian with eyes full of relief, laughing. The Jishi Academy will be handed over to you. I believe that in your hands, it can definitely flourish, and in the coming days becoming the #1 academy in Xiantian will by no means be a problem. It's a shame I won't get to see that day. After saying that, Fu Zi turned around and walked towards the five-clawed thunder dragon. Or it was because of the simulated breath. The five-clawed thunder dragon actually really took Fu Zi as the ferryman Jiang Xian and pounced on him with a hideous roar. The man's expression was frank, with a great deal of generosity to the death. Kid, the future of the human race is in your hands. Chapter 132, Heavenly Punishment? It's just a punch. Not, old man. What's this whole thing? Jiang Xian flew out, manipulating the rules of heaven and earth, restricting the heavenly Tao in the addition of the lightning, and then blasted the five-clawed thunder dragon with one punch, absorbing the terrifying power of the thunder road while looking sideways at the self-absorbed Fu Zi. Somewhat speechless, he shelved this wool-gathering of the heavenly calamity. Wool-gathering so well that he even gleaned the heavenly Tao of the Xin Guang world. Why did the old man suddenly get sick and pull a stunt like this? What's the matter? Playing the hero here? Being heroic and selfless? The man froze, his emotions a little off-kilter. The heavenly punishment sent down by the heavenly Tao. And you can crush it with one punch? He was ready to die generously, intending to use his sacrifice to inspire Jiang Xian to put away his current mischievous nature, get serious, and shoulder the great responsibility of revitalizing the Jishi Academy, and bring it to great heights. In his imagination, Jiang Xian would change his attitude because of his teaching by example and become a good young king who shouldered great responsibilities and exhausted himself for the human race. Then in the future when he ascended to the pinnacle, he would lead the human race and restore the glory of the human race. To be honest, he himself was moved to tears by his own selfless act of sacrifice. But now it's good. This kid dry shattered the five-clawed thunder dragon with one punch, and even the emotions that he had brewed for half a day, also dry shattered together. The husband blinked and looked at Jiang Xian as if he were looking at a monster. He still couldn't fathom how the kid had done it. How did you do that? The man couldn't help but ask curiously. What? Jiang Xian was concentrating on devouring the power of the Thunder Road, sensing the improvement of his indestructible Thunder Body in Thunder Road realm, and was a bit distracted in the face of husbandman's inquiry. Dry crushing heavenly punishment. Oh, that's easy, Jiang Xian said perfunctorily, handed out a punch, and it dry shattered. Husband was a question mark. Who asked you how to dry broken? I am not a ing no eyes. I'm trying to find out what you did to shatter the heavenly punishment. Okay, that was a heavenly punishment that represented the wrath of the heavenly Tao. Even the teenage great emperors of the distant era have to fall down on the stuff. You dry crushed in one punch. Isn't it a bit disrespectful? So, you planned all this? Fuzzy suddenly snapped back, his eyes glaring. Pretty much, Jiang Xian returned carelessly. Little master's life is precious. Without a foolproof plan, I won't die so impulsively. Husbandman gazed at Jiang Xian in a daze, his expression somewhat complicated, his heart even more filled with doubt. What kind of monster is this kid? One that can even incorporate heavenly punishment into the program? However, seeing that Jiang Xian was in the process of devouring the power of the Thunder Road, it really wasn't good to be distracted. And the husband had the good sense not to continue to inquire or interfere, and then summoned back to the Haoran terrace, holding it in one hand. And how it came out, and how it came back into Jiang Xian's body. There's no way around it. It's too embarrassing. Even if he was only a wisp of a remnant soul now, he felt that the series of actions he had just made were really shameful. In fact, it is very simple. The energy of heavenly punishment comes from the heavenly Tao, but the heavenly Tao of the Xin Guang world has been sleeping for a long time, and this world has long been assimilated by the human monument, and the world tree sapling is in control of, and acts as, its own sustenance. The human monument and the world tree seedling were both in his hands, thus also controlling the rules of heaven and earth in this world. In a way, his control over this world was still above this long-sleeping heavenly Tao. The Xin Guang heavenly Tao used the power of the heavenly Tao to enhance the heavenly tribulation and form a terrifying heavenly punishment. But where did its heavenly Tao power come from? It wasn't yet the rules of this world's heaven and earth. But if he didn't agree, how could the other side use it? And how can you utilize the supreme energy that is supposed to be there? Therefore, a punch to dry shatter the five-clawed thunder dragon was really a matter of handing out a punch. Simple and incomparable. However, the heavenly Tao was after all the heavenly Tao, and his authority was supreme, such as when he added the heavenly tribulation, causing it to metamorphose into the heavenly punishment, which contained the power of the thunder road, which was extremely terrifying, and also benefited him a great deal. The indestructible thunder body was trembling, cheering, and leaping. The power of the thunder road is ultimately a more advanced energy than the thunder road law, and it has a great benefit, not only in the improvement of the progress, but also in the qualitative metamorphosis. The thousands of ancient thunder patterns became more and more solid and deep, swirling with a palpitating aura of destruction. The indestructible thunder body was slowly metamorphosing. Before it was sourced by the laws of the thunder road, but now it was further sourced by the power of the thunder road, and the grade could be considered to have changed drastically. After all, the power of the great Tao is an energy that can only be grasped by virtual gods. When the indestructible thunder body had completely metamorphosed, to a certain extent, Zhang Xian had already grasped some of the greatness of a void god. Although this part may only be 1 in 10,000, or even far less, it is still absolutely amazing. The benefits of devouring the power of the heavenly punishment's thunder road were far more than that. The first to bear the brunt. The biggest gain is the thunder road incarnation. The power of the thunder road is filled with it. The dark purple lanky body, gradually metamorphosed to the deep black, more and more clear and real. The violent breath, as if it were a volcano that was about to erupt, terrifying to the extreme. Secondly, Zhang Xian's Thunder Dao realm. The Thunder Dao intent, which was already at a grand completion, was also rapidly rising, already tending towards completion. The last thing is his perverted flesh, which has already tended to be unsullied, and the pitch-black power of the thunder road rages in it, quenching it at a deep level. Under the blackened thunder raging, the physical body burst with a radiant haze, and there was even an inch of precious light that penetrated through the body, as if it had given birth to an unbreakable aura that could not be invaded by all laws. Muddy fleshly body aura fell like layers of wild waves, as deep as the ocean, as thick as the supreme divine mountain, and even more introspective as the pale earth. However, there was no doubt that in this already unassuming flesh, there was an explosive power that was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. One punch shattered the heavenly punishment. The Blade Ancestor's eyelids jumped, shocked beyond words. He has already pushed the young king to an extremely high position, and can even be compared to the ancient teenage great emperors. But today, he seems to see that he is still far from underestimating the young king's natural talent and background, whose teenage great emperor could shatter heaven's punishment with a single punch when he first entered Earthshen. This is a heavenly punishment. No, I have to sell myself to please the young king. Otherwise, when the young king ascends to the peak, I won't have the old face to beg the young king to help me remodel my flesh and live a second life. The Blade Ancestor's heart was in awe, with a deep sense of urgency. After all, with the perverted natural talent displayed by the young king, the time to ascend to the peak will definitely not be too long. Immediately, the Blade Ancestor didn't hold back, as he entered the killing formation and began to slaughter. Look at the skyjacking situation. The Lesser King obviously no longer needs Di Xian to enhance the energy of the skyjacking. Then he simply kills quickly, all refined into a pure energy elixir, to send to the Lesser King's daughter. Pleasing the young king's daughter was definitely quite a bit easier than directly pleasing the young king. It couldn't be helped. He wasn't a Xianin Qin lady. When he was free, he could still stroke a Qin for the young king to cultivate his sentiment and cultivate his mood. He was just a reckless man with a sword to kill people. He really couldn't take anything that could make the young king's heart flutter. The easiest and most effective way to please the young king's daughter. The Zhang clan's group of Earthshen were also shocked by Zhang Xian's hand. Excited beyond words, their intuition boiling with fervor as they worked even harder to manipulate the killing formation to trap and kill this group of outsider Earthshen powerhouses. Zhang Chen and the other 4 demons were even more red in the face, and their fighting spirit was so high that they followed the young king's example, wanting to show their invincibility. Zhang Chen, in particular, drew out his great Dao chains and body into the interior of the slaying formation, directly charging towards an Earthshen. Put! The great Dao chains crumbled, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out as Zhang Chen flew backwards. This group of Earthshen were all veteran powerhouses, the least of which had the cultivation of a late Earthshen. But Zhang Chen was only in the second level of Earthshen, and even if he was indeed a demon, he couldn't use his own natural talent to fill this gap. Under the cover of his clansmen, Zhang Chen stabilized himself, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and twisted his head to look at the figure in the heavenly tribulation, his entire body falling silent. It took a long time before he spat out a self-satisfied sigh. If you don't say so, you're the young king. Chapter 133, Eye of Heavenly Punishment. Confused. Outside, the Hades ancestor and the others looked incomparably unsightly. A deep sense of horror breeding in their hearts, and the unexplained coldness caused their void god bodies, which could be described as indestructible, to tremble uncontrollably. They have been scared. It wasn't anger. It wasn't worry. It wasn't scorn. It was genuine fear. It's a punch to dry shatter heaven's punishment. The impact that this scene brought to them could no longer be described in words. Their established perceptions that had been ingrained for tens of thousands of years were mercilessly destroyed by Jiang Xian's punch. It turned out that the supreme power force of authority that they revered and feared, the heavenly punishment of the majesty of the heavenly way, could also be shattered by the hand of faith. This unprecedented upheaval made their hearts and minds go into a trance, and there was a sense of uncertainty and uneasiness that everything was out of their grasp and the whole world was distorted. This can't help but make them recall they have not yet set foot in the beginning of cultivation. Fortunate to see the old ancestor only hand to change the heavens and earth, moving mountains and leveling the sea of monstrous greatness. That bitter memory. That kind of mole cricket looks up to the gods to master the unbelievable and unknown power of fear, and today is the same as today. Even the underworld ancestor and other void gods were in such a state. Not to mention, those powerhouses of the various Tao lineages were even more out of sorts, even more unbearable. There was no lack of people who had already had their Tao heart shaken, their breath disordered, and their realm unstable, as if they were about to fall. Now, what do we do? A void god supreme powerhouse, forcibly holding back the trembling in his heart, inquired in a deep voice. He's really scared. Hall of false gods can be said to stand on the top of the Shen sky of the existence of the life and death of hundreds of millions of living beings today, but because of a first entry into the earth Shen of the teenager, and gave birth to the fear of the emotion, is a bit ridiculous, and even absurd. Odds are, if word gets out, not only will no one believe it, but they'll be sprayed with a bunch of *T. But it just happened. Because of the unknown. Because of the loss of control. Because Jiang Xian dry shattered the heavenly punishment with one punch. The current Jiang Xian, in the eyes of these void gods, was no longer a simple up-and-coming celestial pride, not a lucky one who had a bit of opportunity and coincidentally won the Jishi Academy and the Human Monument, and even less of a death-defying young man who was arrogant, bossy, and acted out of character. Rather, a mysterious and enigmatic being with unknown powers. They suspected that this Jiang Shenkuan was not a young heavenly pride at all, but an old monster who had lived for countless epochs and had come into the world to refine his heart. In other words, they have put away their overlooking attitudes, their downward gazes, and put each other on an equivalent level, looking cautiously squarely and even upward. The other two void gods, their gazes crossed, and then coincidentally turned to the meditation ancestor, as if treating the meditation ancestor as their backbone, soliciting the other party's thoughts in order to find comfort in their hearts. After all, the underworld ancestor had been invincible for an era and had long been among the peaks of the void gods. His strength was a cut above theirs, and the hidden secrets of the great Tao and the ancient secrets he had mastered were also far beyond theirs. The pale eyes of the underworld ancestor were slightly lowered, and a color of uneasiness swept across the bottom of his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Pretending to be calm, he faintly said, "What's the panic? That's the heavenly punishment, representing the majesty of the heavenly Tao. Wouldn't it be something that this kid can cross over? Although this heavenly punishment is metamorphosed from the heavenly tribulation and only the last one is left. But it has angered the heavenly Tao, and this kid will surely die. The way of heaven is not to be provoked. No matter how demonic he is, what can he do even if he is the reincarnation of a great emperor? Today, he will definitely die." The underworld ancestor's words were so decisive, so loud, and so contagious that even the three void god supreme beings, whose hearts and minds were settled, firmly nodded their heads, convinced of what the underworld ancestor had said. The heavenly Tao is supreme, possessing the authority of the entire world, and even the most powerful beings, in front of him, are nothing more than a mole cricket that can be crushed to death at will. Therefore, no matter what the hell Jiang Qinkuan was, there was no way he could withstand the wrath of the heavenly Tao. The last heavenly punishment would surely nirvana Jiang Qinkuan and split him into ashes. But, is that really the case? At this moment, in the sky spreading heavenly tribulation, the indifferent and merciless eye of the heavenly Tao, watching Jiang Xian, suddenly saw the cause of the other party to crush the five-clawed thunder dragon. The pupils steeply and violently contracted. The eyes first flashed the color of indignation, and then was replaced by deep concern. "I just slept in and my home was actually burglarized. No, what's this kid's story? How can he take in a human tablet and then a world tree sapling? The one human race's holy relics and the other supreme divine relics. He actually knew about them all. In fact, the last time he awoke with a start, it was because that mountain god had brought these two supreme divine relics with him to this side of the world. At that time, he had just been seriously injured and was extremely weak, so he chose to back off and tolerate the mountain god residing here. What I didn't expect was that this mountain god, who was subjected to 1,000 knives, transplanted the world tree sapling and shared the world origin that belonged to him, making his control of this world attenuated a lot. For fear of the other party's strength and the fear that it would further injure him, he endured again. Then, a group of strong people pursued the trail of the mountain god and killed it. Under a great battle, the Xianguang world shattered, his wounds, made worse by the shattering of the world. Moreover, with the world shattered and the world essence sharply reduced, the speed of his recovery, too, became slower, so much so that this slumber is millions of years, and now, just recovered 90%, once again was awakened. Originally thought that it was just an insatiable boy, stealing the energy of the heavenly tribulation, and would have wanted to descend a heavenly punishment, randomly punished and killed, and it was over. But I didn't expect to be that 1,000-knife mountain god this time, but also outrageous. He had actually already subdued the human tablet and the world tree sapling, indirectly controlling this world and directly stealing his home. Certainly he has the heavenly authority, can be said to be supreme. The other party is only a Xian realm. The two have a difference of mud, but his power all originated from this world. If he loses control of this world, he is just a fear of the power of the empty frame. He moved the heavenly authority, mobilized the rules of heaven and earth in this world, and exerted his original supreme greatness, and even needed the consent of the other party to be able to do so. That is to say, now in this Xianguang world, the other party is the boss, and he, the heavenly Tao, has become the second. Nima, whose heavenly way is still only ranked second in their world. Looking at the entire world of the heavens and the earth, he was the only one, wasn't he? Tendo stated that his heart was now tired. Does this last heavenly punishment still need to fall? Tendo is bewildered. Not to mention this last heavenly punishment, there is no chance to hurt each other. Even if there is a second split boss, then he this heavenly road. I am afraid that in the future it will really become an empty shelf in vain. What's all this about? Tendo growled impotently in his mind. Deep eyes looked towards the mountain god's remaining body that was straddling the firmament, full of grudges. In the beginning, he shouldn't have backed down and let this guy who was subjected to 1,000 knives reside here. And at that moment, Zhang Xian had finally absorbed the five-clawed Thunder Dragon's Thunder Dao power. Thunder Road incarnation completely solidified, sturdy body, presenting a metallic black color, in the hands of the Thunder Spear, but also naturally stirred a palpitating destructive atmosphere. The indestructible thunder body also metamorphosed to completion, and the thousands of thunder patterns condensed uniquely, transforming into an ancient thunder seal, as if it were a divine talisman of the great Tao. It was branded onto the center of Zhang Xian's left palm. The supreme aura was hidden. The physical body also possessed the divine effect of being invulnerable to all laws due to the tempering of the power of the Thunder Road. As for the realm of the Thunder Road, but it is as if it is stuck, stopping at the consummation of the Taoyi, unable to go further. Great Tao realm, Tao intent, Tao domain, and power of the great Tao. Comprehending the meaning of the great Tao is the only way to break through the spirit of transformation, and mastering the Tao domain, you will have the qualification of ascending to the Tao melting realm. And as for the power of the great Tao, the only way to master it is to break through the void god. Nowadays, Zhang Xian's indestructible thunder body, which was based on the power of the Thunder Tao, didn't mean that he had already mastered the power of the great Tao. After all, his Thunder Tao realm was still at the consummation of the Tao intent. It was just that, compared to the unusual heavenly pride in demons, he already had one more qualification. A qualification of mastering the power of the Thunder Road before the Void God realm. Zhang Xian opened his eyes with some annoyance. How come it's just this close? He had a very strong intuition that his Thunder Tao realm was just 1 foot short of breaking through to the Tao domain level, but he couldn't get the kick out. Immediately, Zhang Xian raised his eyes to the eye of the heavenly Tao and impatiently reprimanded. What are you waiting for? Ninth robbing thunderbolt. Hurry up and fall. Chapter 134, Heaven's Path Elder. Tendo stagnated. Is he reprimanding me? Either he has not yet gotten used to the change in his status, or he is used to living beings prostrating themselves at his feet and being in awe of him. So Zhang Xian's words of some eyes without respect provoked the sensitive nerves of the heavenly Tao, and the conditioned reflexes were generally angry. He is the supreme heavenly Tao. How dare a mere mole cricket reprimand me? Looking for death. Rumble. the monstrous rage manifested, invoking the fire of the 9 heavens, scorching the heavens, the blazing temperature. Even the heavens and the earth were distorted for a while, as if it could not be borne. The ninth thunder tribulation also emerged with it, pitch-black thunder, like a wild snake dancing about, shattering the void. The fire of the 9 heavens falls, the thunder rises, and the power of the fire road and the power of the thunder road are like silk, intertwined with each other, and under the pull of the power of the heavenly road, the two are fused with each other and superimposed in order to thunder and fire avenue. The power of the thunder and fire great Tao surged and converged, gradually condensing into a thunder and fire spear, as massive as a divine peak. It straddled between heaven and earth, with the ultimate destruction of the great horror of the breath, stirring the sky, 10,000 miles of emptiness as if unable to withstand its destructive atmosphere, such as mirrors, such as cock-a-broken, showing a deep dark turbulence. For miles and miles of eternal night, the only thing that existed was the thunder fire spear, flashing with destructive light as it fell towards Jiangxian. A mere earth-Xian dares to provoke my heavenly Tao? Ridiculous! Contempt flashed in the eyes of the heavenly Tao, but the next moment, the eyes of the heavenly Tao steeply shrunk. Wait, am I forgetting something important? Oh yeah, he's the boss now, I'm the second. Or, having slept for too long, the heavenly Tao's thinking was a bit sluggish, and it was only afterward that the thunder and fire spear had already been thrown out that it came back to him. Hiss! Tendo immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and panicked aback. He slept. His home was stolen. From the boss to the second. Naturally full of resentment. But, the fact has happened. He is difficult to change anything, but also can only pinch his nose and admit it. Honestly do their own second. At least, when he is the second oldest, he can still manipulate this world and draw on the world's origin to heal. It was the only choice he could make when weighing the pros and cons, but he was attempting to exterminate the boss now, and that would be a great sin. When the boss is angry, he will directly deprive him of his rights. Then he, the second brother, will be nothing except the heavenly authority. He could even anticipate his end. Consciousness was completely blocked by the boss, so he could only cower in the heavenly Tao authority, unable to go out for eternity. What's the difference between that and being in a ing darkroom? It's like eternal torture. It has to be remedied quickly. The heavenly Tao immediately reacted, hastily maneuvering the thunderfire spear to cut down the destructive power in it, retaining only the pure thunderfire great Tao energy. Admittedly, he is also clear that the other party is the boss, and the thunder and fire spears can't hurt the other party. But, the attitude he should have must still be there. Be a dick. Be a dick. The boss needed the lightning of the robbery to quench his physique and elevate the realm of the great Tao. Then give it to the other person with all your heart. Moreover, what he had sent was the thunder and fire great Tao after fusion, which was something that could only be done by him who had grasped the authority of the heavenly Tao, and it should be no small chance in the other party's case. After all, avenue fusion is a realm that can be encountered and not sought, and when placed in the cultivators of the 10,000 races of the heavens, the only way to touch one or two of them is to have amazing opportunities. Otherwise, even a true god who had attained the great Tao would only be able to look at the ocean. The ancestor of the underworld watched the scene, and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The corners of his mouth revealed a touch of relaxed smile, a kind of celebration and self-satisfaction after setting things right, his tone pleasant. See, this is the price of provoking the heavenly Tao. The heavenly punishment upgraded again, directly descending a spear derived from the thunder and fire avenue. You should also be clear that the power after the fusion of the avenues is not a simple superposition, but rather presents an explosive metamorphosis, with a steep increase in power by 10 or 100 times, all of which is the norm. Not to mention the power of the thunder Tao and the power of the fire Tao, the two most destructive attributes of the great Tao, under this thunder fire spear, not to mention the earthly Xian realm. Even if it's the heavenly Yuan realm, the only way is to drink hate. This son will surely die. The three void gods nodded solemnly at his words, and their expressions relaxed. This kid had to die, and now that he has angered the heavenly Tao and attracted the heavenly Tao to punish him with the thunder and fire avenue, it is also considered that his death is justified. After all, according to ancient records, the fusion of the great Tao is a taboo general realm power. Non-heavenly Tao, saints like the existence of the supreme authority, simply cannot be mastered, unless, really heavenly fortune, to obtain a shocking opportunity. But the truth was, the existence that could successfully fuse the great Tao before the everlasting saints had only appeared one person throughout the ages. Ever since the human race had historical records, that person had dominated the human race in all the heavens, and with his own power, he suppressed all the races, established the supreme immortal court, and hunted and shepherded the 10,000 worlds. Whether it was within the human race or the enemies of the 10,000 races, All of them were convinced and in awe of him. All beings come to the court to honor, together, the Emperor of Man. Goddess. The state of affairs seems to be a bit beyond imagination. Meiba gazed within, her expression incomparably grave, her pale eyes filled with fear. This Jiang Qinkuan not only woke up the heavenly Tao of the Xin Guang world, causing it to send down heavenly punishment to punish and kill, but now it is even letting the heavenly Tao use the thunder and fire avenue. What the hell is this monster? Luo Xinglan glanced at Meiba. His expression didn't change much, but in his heart, he secretly smiled. It was as if she was also honored and filled with pride by this series of world-shattering actions by His Holiness Jiang Xian. The ghostly blue eyes, gently flickering, gazed intently at the figure in the internal heavenly tribulation with a tinge of excitement and anticipation. Or with Jiang Xian Zun Shang and have contact with the reason, she and its related memories of the past life, and loosened some, recalled some picture fragments. Jiang Xian Zun Shang, hands behind his back, standing in the 100,000 feet of the true dragon head, behind the thunder and fire into the sea, covering the infinite dome of the sky. Could it be that Elder Jiang Xian is the one who envisioned and fused the Thunderfire Tao today? Luo Xinglan's eyes brightened slightly, and her heart surged. She was about to witness history again. And at this moment, Jiang Xian looked at the thunder and fire spear that was falling toward him, and his eyelids jumped, and he sensed a terrifying power from it. Far more destructive power than he could have imagined. This is, Master. This is the thunder and fire Tao after the fusion of the thunder Tao and the fire Tao. The voice of Linger, the spirit of the human monument, resounded in Jiang Xian's mind. The fusion of the great Tao will show explosive growth and power. This is the power of the realm at the taboo level, apart from the heavenly Tao. Only saints who have witnessed the path to immortality can master it. A power that can only be grasped at the saint level? Jiang Xian was stunned. His indestructible thunder body was able to metamorphose by devouring the power of the thunder Tao, using the power of the thunder Tao as its source, and was ahead of everyone else, having the qualification to comprehend the power of the great Tao before the void god realm, which had already made him overjoyed. I didn't realize that there were even more heaven-defying opportunities appearing now. Thunder and Fire Avenue? Jiang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the Thunderfire Spear, and an idea came to his mind. So he hurriedly asked the spirit of the human monument, if I devour it, what's the probability that I'll be able to comprehend the Thunderfire Tao? Back to Master. 0. Linger hesitated for a moment and said, Avenue Fusion is a taboo level of power? Enlightenment. Not only are the conditions extremely harsh, but also difficult. The most important thing is that the backlash is extremely horrifying. A little bit of inadvertence, the two avenues riot, will obliterate the owner, and will be reduced to ashes. Chapter 135, Not Worthy of the Second. You're the oldest. Jiang Xian was silent for a moment, still a bit reluctant, and then he asked, the prerequisite for comprehending the Thunderfire Great Tao? The Thunder Tao realm and the Fire Tao realm are equalized. Spirit was a little worried that his master would be impulsive and immediately added, when attempting to fuse the Great Tao, you have to make sure that the realms of the two Great Tao are balanced, so that there won't be a situation where the Great Tao tilts and collapses the other Great Tao. Another point is that one's own Tao foundation has to be incomparably strong to withstand the chaotic energy that rages during the fusion of the Great Tao. Gotta. Jiang Xian immediately dismissed the idea of participating in the Thunderfire Tao. His Thunder Tao was already Tao intent perfect, and he was even about to step into the Tao domain level, while the Fire Tao was only a mere De Chang, so he couldn't balance it out at all. The word district is very spiritual. If it is spread out, it is estimated that 99% of the heavenly prides and demons will be angry and spit blood from their mouths. After all, even if it is a demon of the earth metaphysical realm, the vast majority of the Tao realm is also a small success of the Tao intention, and most of the ones that can be a big success are relying on their own powerful physique to feed back, or 9 deaths to seize the chance. The Great Way is difficult. What is said is not only the climb of the long road, but also the difficulty of participating in the Great Tao. After all, the Great World has not yet come, and it is still the end of the era when the Great Tao is withering. It's better to honestly raise the Thunder Tao to the Tao domain level first. Jiang Xian muttered to himself with slight regret. Immediately, a fist was handed out, wanting to directly shatter the Thunderfire Spear and start devouring the power of the Thunderfire Great Tao. But the fist is handed out. Jiang Xian realized that the spear is in vain. There was only pure lightning and fire avenue power, and there was no corresponding destructive power. Rather than saying that this was a robbery thunder, it was more like a pure energy pill. Jiang Xian blinked, subconsciously looking up at the eye of the heavenly Tao. The eye of the heavenly Tao blinked and then sent out a thought. Boss, go for it. Strive to comprehend the Thunderfire Avenue. In the future, Lao Ermi will follow you to mix. Jiang Xian froze, His brain was a bit confused. It was really the first time he had seen such a flattering heavenly Tao. He clearly remembered that inside those novels he read in his previous life, the heavenly Tao was not so abstract. Isn't the ultimate goal of the protagonist always to go against the grain? How did it get to him? Only halfway there. And Tendo took the initiative to be the dick? Oh, Jiang Xian suddenly recalled. According to their own life script, the protagonist and their own really do not touch. But before Jiang Xian could further digest this contrasting heavenly Tao, from his dantian, a wisp of supreme chi rippled out with a deep anger, emitting a roar that only Jiang Xian and the heavenly Tao could hear. Well, as if it were a child's roar. Who gave you permission to be a dick? What are you talking about? Tendo is great. You remember. With me, you can only be third in line. It was the voice of the world tree sapling, and he was angry. Although he submitted to the master, but he is at least the world tree. This world are their own sustenance, and even the master can master this world. There is also a large part of his credit. The master when the boss. He has no opinion, and do not dare to have an opinion. But, you a heavenly way, actually want to say nothing to ride on my head. When the second, want farts to eat. Tendo was confused. He heard it as the voice of that world tree sapling. No, when the mountain god came, this guy's spiritual wisdom was first born, and he was not so overbearing, right? Tendo couldn't help but be a little silent. It couldn't be helped. He knew very well that the world tree sapling's control over this heaven and earth was also above his own. Moreover, the other party had already submitted to the boss, quite a bit earlier than himself. Hoping. I slept. Not only was my home stolen, but I was also forced to become the oldest? Tendo's heart was tired. The heart is very angry, very suffocating, very grudging, very helpless. There shouldn't be a second heavenly Tao in a single world that could make it to his level, right? Shame on you. The eye of heaven closed in shame. Love it or hate it. He's moisturized. It's not the first time I've given in anyway, so I'll just give in again and again, and pull back once I'm done. As for submitting and kneeling to the boss like the world tree sapling, that is definitely impossible. He released his goodwill, recognized the other party's status as the boss, and then provided the other party with the Thunderfire Avenue, which was as far as he could go. Do we still have to lick the boss mindlessly like a licking dog? Come on, he's at least the supreme Tendo. He has to have a face too, okay? That's just it. I'm not good at pleasing. I can't compete for anything. As long as I can keep the well water away from the river, so that I can pass through this period of time in peace, and fully recover from my injuries, I'll also be satisfied. Tendo said with dark relief. The great world was about to descend, and he, as the heavenly Tao, felt far more than the worldly cultivators. And under the great world, along with the recovery of all worlds, there are monstrous chances and opportunities. Not only the 10,000 races of cultivators are crazy about it, even he, the heavenly way of a world, also have expectations, want to do their best to fight. Possibly, the only difference lies in the fact that the monk strives for the top of the great Tao, and he strives for transcendence, the heavenly Tao of this broken world. Whoever likes to do it, anyway, he can't do it at all. The eye of heaven's path was gone abruptly and inexplicably. At least, that's how it looked to a bunch of people on the outside. Especially in the eyes of the underworld ancestor and a few other void gods. It was an incomparably explosive scene. One moment he swore with conviction, incomparable certainty and calmness, and the next moment the whole person froze in place, dumbfounded. Not to say it was funny, but it was definitely the most out of shape they had ever been in their lives. They didn't understand, didn't comprehend, and were even more incomparably frantic. What was going on with this heavenly Tao inside the true mystery realm? You're a supreme being who holds the authority of the heavenly Tao. A single Dishian scares you away? Come on, don't you want to lose face? The eye of the heavenly Tao was gone, and Jiang Xian was somewhat emotionless about it. Perhaps the other party was too contrasting for him to empathize with the extreme descriptions of the heavenly Tao in those novels from his previous life. What are you doing out here? Isn't this purely delaying me? Jiang Xian skimmed his lips and spat, and then, he hurriedly sat down on his knees, sinking his mind and refining the energy of the Thunderfire Avenue. The two avenues fusion of the only Thunder and Fire Avenue. Indeed has a 1 + 1 greater than 10 horror, but because he cannot even achieve the prerequisites, can only regret to give up enlightenment, which also led to this avenue power of energy, but instead became a burden. He needed to carefully remove the energy of the power of the Fire Tao before he could devour and digest it. This amount of work, incomparably huge, is also critically extremely mind-consuming. It is also that his divine soul had broken the extreme, and the divine soul character rank is far beyond ordinary people. If he changes a general earth metaphysical demon to estimate that he has already gone crazy. Hey, what a shame. Zhang Xian while culling the fire road energy, while grumbling and complaining. If you don't know the Thunder and Fire Avenue that's just, now no. And there is a ready-made Thunder and Fire Avenue energy for him to participate in. He has no way to go to participate in this screwed up feeling, just like knowing that behind the door is a pile of treasure, but they have no key, can't open the door. Old man, any other way you can get on the boat first and make up the ticket later? Zhang Xian asked the husband with a distraction. He was still not willing to do so. Don't be delusional. The man returned without a word of humor, or he hadn't been able to fully digest his embarrassing actions just now. The husband's tone was still a bit squirmy. Fusing the great Tao. That's something only supreme saints would dare to attempt to do, so don't be overly ambitious. Besides, you've gained enough from this crossing. There's no need to get hung up on it. Kid, you have to understand that if you're always this afflicted, in the long run, it's bound to affect your Tao. The long road is an infinite quest, and a moment's gain or loss is nothing. When a man's life is set in heaven and earth, why should he worry about not seeing the great Tao? Zhang Xian nodded thoughtfully. You say all right, but, I believe in Santa Claus. I want all. Of course, he is also clear. Chance, have to be their own first fate to do. Thunder and Fire Avenue is really not their own forced, can be sought. With that thought, Zhang Xian's unwillingness dissipated for the most part. Immediately, he concentrated on culling the energy of the Fire Tao and prepared to raise the Thunder Tao to the Tao domain level. But just then, Nangong Mingyue obtains the inheritance of an ancient alchemist, mastering a heavenly fire. While the realm of the Tao of Fire is raised to Tao E perfection, you get the corresponding feedback. Average luck, failing to storm, and the Tao of Fire is raised to Tao E perfection. Goldfinger, who has always kept a low profile, came to the forefront quite unexpectedly. Zhang Xian froze for a moment and scratched his head with some disorientation. So, when it's crucial, you still have to look at your fiancé? Chapter 136, Nangong Mingyue's Chance. Eastern Divine Prefecture, Borderland, 10,000 miles away from the Qingyang sect, there existed a widely known ancient relic, which was said to be the tomb of the ancient alchemist, Dan Qingzi, where Dan Qingzi's lifelong legacy existed. However, this relic had been opened all year round, and had already been turned over time and time again by the large and small Tao lineages of the Eastern Divine Prefecture, but the so-called inheritance had never been sought. Gradually it went unnoticed. Only the Jade Mountain House and the Qingyang sect, the only two first-class forces that are located in the borderlands, their pride, will also enter the trials from time to time, either to hunt ferocious beasts, or with the help of the rich fire aura, to understand the avenue of fire. However, the celestial pride who were in this side of the relics obviously did not realize that inside this side of the relics that was like a mountain of flames, there was actually a side of a small world of the subdimensional world. As a matter of fact, not to mention these heavenly prides, even those strong people of the Tao fusion realm who had heard of the opening of the relics had not noticed a single bit. In the subtle world, Nangong Mingyue was seated out of thin air, surrounded by bright brilliant flames, violent, blazing breath, layers of agitation, extremely terrifying. The flesh was even bursting with divine radiance, revealing a faint divine difference. The cultivation level was even more rapidly rising. After the burning of an incense stick, Nangong Mingyue abruptly opened her eyes. A flash of firelight flashed by, and her cultivation realm metamorphosed. The aura of the entry god realm, accompanied by brilliant flames, spread out. Visibly, the heavenly flame that contained a supreme aura, like a spirit sparrow, flew around Nangong Mingyue as if it was celebrating and congratulating its master. At last, is entranced. Nangong Mingyue eyes flashed with luster. Now she, from that fiancé who has never met, should be another step closer, right? One must know that only a month had passed since she stepped into the Foundation Establishment realm. Full stop. A month across a great realm. Looking at the Xian Heaven realm, billions of heavenly prides and demons, it was also second to none. In just 3 hours, you've completely controlled the heavenly flame and comprehended my Dan Dao inheritance. Your natural talent and enlightenment are terrifying. A silhouette dressed in Dan robes emerged and gazed at Nangong Mingyue, his pale eyes carrying a look of awe, worthy of being the fiancé chosen by the young patriarch of the Zhang family. Nangong Mingyue's cheeks were slightly red and somewhat shy. Recently, she had been cultivating in seclusion and had managed to set foot at the peak of Foundation establishment in a short period of time, in order to make a breakthrough in one fell swoop. So she had come to this relic, wanting to make use of the rich fire Tao aura here to set foot in the God entry realm. I didn't expect it to startle this Dan Qingzi Senior's inheritance imprint, calling her in, saying that she saw the aura of intertwining with the Zhang family on her, and inquiring about her relationship with the everlasting Zhang family. She answered truthfully. What is even more unexpected is that the Zhang family in this Dan Qingzi Senior has a great grace, according to the other side said. Thanks to the Jiang family help, he was able to refine the holy Dan into the Dan Shang realm. Therefore, in order to repay the great favor of the past, Senior Dan Xingzi decided to gift her his Dan Dao inheritance as well as the heavenly flame that he had acquired in his early years. She digested the inheritance and controlled the heavenly flame that contained the supreme principle of the fire Dao, and her cultivation broke through to the divine entry realm in the process. Even her gong methods had made great strides, such that her physique, which had already metamorphosed and evolved, had become an innate fire Dao spiritual body. First, she was in charge of the heavenly flame, and with her physique metamorphosing and evolving along with it, her fire Dao realm naturally rose and improved drastically. Directly from the middle stage of Daoyi, crossing over to the late stage, he came to Daoyi perfection, obviously not together, not in contact for many days. Yet I am still blessed by you. Nangong Mingyue lightly bit her lower lip, and in her pair of beautiful eyes, complicated emotions flickered. A large part of the reason she was able to reshape her foundation and quickly return to the God-entering realm originated from Jiang Xian. Whether it was the previous 10 or so king pills, or worshipping the Qingyang sect and becoming a personal disciple, or the current legacy of Senior Dan Xingzi, a person as sentimental as Jiang Xian is rare to the extreme. It's a blessing for you to take advantage of. The words left behind by immortal moonlight couldn't help but echo in her ears. Nangong Mingyue subconsciously clenched her fists, her mind becoming more and more determined. Immediately, he looked up at Dan Xingzi and inquired, Senior, there is a mention in your inheritance that heavenly flame melts the body, which can quickly enhance one's battle power and raise one's cultivation level. I wonder if that is true. Dan Xingzi looked sideways and nodded hesitantly. Indeed, but there are many dangers, and if you're not careful, you'll be backfired by the heavenly fire and burned to ashes. Can rival Earth Xian? Nangong Mingyue asked calmly. Recently, the matter of Jiang Qinkuan winning the Jishi Academy had spread throughout the Eastern Divine Prefecture, and naturally, it had reached her ears as well. She hadn't thought anything of it, but when this matter was spread and discussed, it was always accompanied by comparisons to her fiancé, Jiang Xian. The words were all filled with playfulness towards Jiang Xian, the young patriarch, obviously the young patriarch, but hunkered down in the Jiang family, not visible, can't see any heavenly pride, and even, most likely the cultivation is still stuck in the entry of God, and even the transformation of the spirit has not yet stepped into it. The name is not true, it's just a name. On the other hand, Jiang Qinkuan, when the defeat Jiang Xian, missed the young patriarch of the position, know the shame and then courage, into the world of cultivation. Sword beheading Zhao family pride Zhao bracket. A person expelled nearly 10,000 Tianzhou, exclusive Jishi Palace of Learning. Such disdainful style, only worthy of the name of the young patriarch of the Jiang family. Well, she did not know these rumors, whether it has been passed into the ears of her fiancé, also do not know the other side of the attitude. But, she is Jiang Xian's fiancé. This matter is like a fish in the throat, cannot be ignored. She wanted to defeat Jiang Qinkuan and let the world know that if Jiang Qinkuan lost, he lost, having lost to her fiancé in the first place. Now, he would lose to her as well. The young patriarch of the Jiang family was her fiancé, Jiang Xian. It is now, and it will remain so in the future. In other words, this was the only way she could think of right now to repay Jiang Xian. It is a sentiment that is hard to understand, like a wandering child sinking into darkness, rescued by someone who gives light and warmth, and remembered for the rest of his life and repaid 100-fold. Dan Xingzi glanced at Nangong Mingyue and faintly said, the heavenly flame contains the supreme principle of the fire Dao. It is a creation of the great Dao. The heavenly flame melts into your body, and when you reach the peak, you will even have a chance to achieve the Lord of the Fire Dao and hold the authority of the Fire Dao. Theoretically speaking, if you fuse the heavenly flame, the Dao of Fire realm will definitely be able to step into the Dao realm level, ruling over the Fire Wei domain. Before the Dao fusion realm, crossing the border and going against the grain is not even a problem. But, Dan Xingzi's tone stagnated, shook his head, somewhat helplessly. You've just broken through into the divine realm now after all. Even if you hold the Dao domain, it's impossible to rival earthly Xian, and with the huge gap between the two great realms, even if you have divine means, you won't be able to fill it. If you break through to the spirit transformation realm, and then heavenly fire melts your body, then, you may be able to rival Earth Xian. Nangong Mingyue nodded her head understandingly, her eyes slightly drooped. Her heart had a calculation. With her current foundation and base, she was afraid that breaking through the spirit transformation would take several years at least, and cultivating in a step-by-step manner would definitely not work. When I left the gate, I heard my master mention that the grand competition between the Qingyang sect and the Jade Mountain Prefecture is about to begin. The first place in the grand competition will be able to obtain a qualification token to enter a party of ancient ruins. Nangong Mingyue suddenly had a direction. For now, he would first fuse the heavenly flame, while later participating in the grand competition, capturing the qualification token, and entering the ancient ruins to seek the opportunity to quickly step into the spirit transformation realm. I still ask Senior to help me. Nangong Mingyue bowed. Chapter 137, Melting Thunder and Fire Avenue. The old man has long since fallen. Just a legacy imprint, and now awakened. The legacy will be handed over to you, not only the successor, but also returned to the Zhang family's former favor. In the world has no attachment. Moreover, the energy stored in the tomb is also depleted, and without the supply of energy for this seal of mine, it is only a matter of time before it dissipates. So instead of naturally dissipating, it would be better to burn myself to help you fuse the heavenly flame, which is also considered to be the best use of things. Dan Xingzi agreed to Nangong Mingyue with alacrity, but as he gazed at the other party, his heart was filled with puzzlement, not understanding why the other party was so eager to improve himself. One must know that the heavenly flame melting body is full of dangers. Even he went through 9 deaths back then before succeeding. This woman is still in the entry god realm now. Even with him laying down his life to help, the probability of fusing the heavenly fire is also minuscule. Immediately, Jing solemnly said, "But, you are still in the divine entry realm, and the heavenly flame pin rank energy is extremely high, so it's hard for you to withstand it, and by forcibly fusing it, there's a high probability that you'll be burned to ashes by it. You might as well try to fuse the heavenly flame after you break through the spirit transformation realm. The possibility of success will be greatly increased then. With your stature, perhaps in a year or two, you'll be able to break through to spirit transformation. Old me should be able to wait." Senior needs no further words. My mind is made up. Nangong Mingyue shook her head, her attitude very resolute. There was no shortage of heavenly pride at the spirit transformation realm in the Jade Mountain Mansion, and if she didn't fuse the heavenly flame, it would be difficult for her to win first place in the grand competition and obtain a qualification token. What's more, in the past, when the Jade Mountain House saw her reduced to an invalid, it did not hesitate to expel her. This shame, she has always kept in mind and has not forgotten, although, it was only human for the Jade Mountain House to do so. But, she was going to defeat the other party's group of celestial pride, smacking the Jade Mountain Mansion in the face, and telling them in this way that their vision, as always, sucked. It was true for her master, back then, and it was true for her now. It's also human nature. Seeing this, Dan Xingzi nodded thoughtfully, and no longer discouraged. Everyone has their own obsessions. Pursuit, a passive identity, under the banner of for your own good, repeatedly preaching, more than a suspicion of old age, but not beautiful. He properly exhorted and did his duty, and the rest, when honored. Heaven's pride, when there is their own road. Their own road. If everything follows the footsteps of the previous person, and how to deserve the word heaven's pride, how can we talk about attaining the great Tao? It was only that husbandman didn't know what was on Dan Xingzi's mind, or else he would surely have darkened his face and rebuked unhappily. "You scold again? In that case, let's get started." Dan Xingzi solemnly said, "Operate my inheritance. Use yourself as the furnace. Use the heavenly fire as the medicine. Melt it into a Dan, and fuse the heavenly fire." Nangong Mingyue nodded slightly and sat on her knees once again, running the burning Dan skill. The bright brilliant flames around her body formed an arcane Dan pattern, attaching to her flesh, as if she was opening a furnace to make Dan. The burning Dan skill has become a minor success? Dan Xingzi's eyelids jumped, his heart secretly shocked. It had only been 3 hours, and the vast majority of the other party's time had still been spent on receiving the heavenly flame and breaking through his cultivation, and the time spent on his Dan Dao inheritance was estimated to be at most 1 incense burner. In the time it takes to burn incense, the burning Dan technique is a small success. One must know that back then, when he had obtained the inheritance of the burning Dan skill, it had taken him a full 3 months before he was able to achieve a small success. Dan Dao Demon Ah! Dan Xingzi's heart is full of surprises. Such a horrible Dan Dao talent, in time can definitely prove the Dan Shang, and even impact, the Dan Emperor realm that has never appeared since the ancient times. But after the surprise, Dan Xingzi couldn't help but feel a pang of regret in his heart. If my own father is here, or can protect her without worry, not to mention just fusing the heavenly fire, even if it is to help her directly eliminate her obsession and destroy her enemies, how difficult is it? Aside from those old Inbi Eldritch lineages, most of the Taoist lineages in Xiantian are nothing more than flashy look-alike goods. Dan Xingzi gazed at Nangong Mingyue, some complexity and nervousness in his eyes. This woman is entangled with the Zheng family's qi, and is the fiancée of the Zheng family's contemporary young patriarch. Let's hope that the Zheng family's qi luck will take care of her for a moment or two, and help her fuse the heavenly flame smoothly. Bright brilliant flames jumping, the subdimensional world of the small emergence of almost substantial avenue of fire, the emergence of thousands of fire Dao talisman, lingering in the Nangong Mingyue left and right, accompanied by the arcane Dan pattern, together with the alchemy, fusion of heavenly flames, the world of Xianguang, the true mystery realm, downwind Zhang Chenkuan, upwind true dragon cub, desperate fiancé? Zhang Shan looked at the golden fingers words and had a bad taste in his heart. It's really the fiancé's feedback reward that came at a really good time. Those who didn't know, thought he was the protagonist, with a great author behind him, setting him up. When I get out, I'm going to have to give this fiancé of mine a few more things to brush up on her favor. Zhang Xian stroked his chin, searching. Fang killed that void god who attempted to cross the threshold with him and seized a quasi-saintly weapon. Giving it to the other party was quite good and sincere. After all, this damn quasi-saint weapon is actually a woman's comb. Only just that old thing has no face. In his place, really embarrassed to fight, pull out a comb out. I'm not afraid of breaking my bones, but I want to leave my innocence on earth. Immediately, Zhang Xian cast aside his distracting thoughts and began to work on comprehending the Thunderfire Dao. Thanks to his fiancé's divine assistance, his current Fire Dao realm had been strongly elevated to Dao intent perfection, on par with the Thunder Dao realm, with the prerequisites for comprehending the Thunder and Fire Dao. Of course, there is also the point that the Taoist foundation needs to be very strong. This one can actually be ignored. After all, even he himself is not clear whether he has a Taoist foundation or not. If that black hole in the Dantian doesn't count, there is no Dao foundation, and the so-called condition doesn't exist. But if you do the math, that's even more of a problem. Ask, even the energy of the gods can be directly plundered. Even the world tree seedlings can be directly swallowed. With the virtue to convince people way, let it honestly, this kind of Taoist foundation, if it is not considered strong, then what else is there to count? Therefore, Zhang Xian directly began the Thunderfire Great Dao Enlightenment. Thanks to the gift of the Heavenly Dao, the pure lightning and fire Dao energy of the Thunder Fire Spear was very convenient for him to realize and comprehend the hidden secrets of Dao fusion. Soon, on Zhang Xian's side, the perfect Dao intent of the Dao of Fire manifested into a ball of flames that glowed with a gilded divine radiance, while the perfect Dao intent of the Dao of Thunder also manifested into a pitch-black thunderbolt. The two, which were originally well-watered, are moving closer to each other, with a great tendency to try to contact and integrate. The man was confused. He clearly remembered that this kid's Fire Dao realm was Dao Yi De Chang. When did it come full circle? Although he was filled with confusion and disbelief, his focus right now was clearly not here, but rather worrying about Zhang Xian, hastily attempting to fuse the Great Dao, which was undoubtedly a death-defying move, even if he was now at parity in the realms of the Fire Dao and the Thunder Dao. After all through the ancient and modern times, the only person who has successfully fused the Great Dao before the Holy Realm is the human emperor. He acknowledged that Zhang Xian had a supreme stature, and even the possibility of a great world coming in the future, strongly seizing the opportunity of the great world, and impacting that supreme immortal empire, was not a small possibility. But, he was still a billion points worse than the human emperor, right? After all, according to ancient records, even great emperors wouldn't dare to act out in front of the human emperor. Chapter 138, the massacre begins. 1 move and a half. Husbandman once again walked out from Zhang Xian's body, gazing at Zhang Xian, or for the sake of the previous embarrassing move, did not block Zhang Xian again, but cautiously concerned. If Zhang Xian fusion process really appeared problems, he will step in, with his own this not much use of the remnant of the soul, in exchange for the other party's safety. The fuzzy's worries, however, were clearly redundant. Zhang Xian very smoothly fused the Thunder and Fire Avenue. Smooth too. Zhang Xian himself was a little confused. The Fire Dao and the Thunder Dao, also possessing the extreme destructive attribute, but with essential differences, can be said to be incompatible with fire and water, forcibly fused, will certainly give birth to chaos only. In fact, it was true that at the beginning of the fusion, the two great avenues were already rioting, and the chaotic energies raged so much that even his physical body had a vague tingling sensation that it could not support. However, the grandfather, the black hole, which is located in his dantian, just gently trembled, and the two avenues were honestly like a grandson. And then, fused, Thunder and Fire Avenue. A success. It's done? Seeing Zhang Xian get up, the husband couldn't help but ask nervously. Zhang Xian nodded, a hint of confusion in the bottom of his eyes. This black hole Dioji, let's call it a Dioji for now, originated from the originator's inheritance that he had obtained, that horrifying inheritance that one would not be qualified to cultivate until the true God realm. But, now it seems that the originator inheritance is far more terrifying than one can imagine. There was also an unexpected delight that wasn't considered unexpected, devouring the Thunder and Fire Dao energies. His Thunder Dao and Fire Dao realms had also both stepped into the Dao domain level. This should be a huge gain, but it seems to be just that when compared to the Fusion Avenue. Receiving Jiang Xian's affirmative answer, Fu Zi's old face surfaced a shocked look. His heart was even more shocked. Waves, cloudy eyes, staring at Jiang Xian, looking left and right, eyes glowing, as if looking at a rare treasure in general. What kind of monster is this guy? Something as taboo touching as the great Dao fusion actually really allowed him to succeed? But in history, only the Emperor of Man has succeeded. No, is this guy not the reincarnation of the human emperor? Husbandman floated his thoughts for a while. Being stared at by the husband with such a strange look, Jiang Xian was instantly struck with a chill of disgust, saying, "Old man, I'm oriented normally. Don't mess with me." "What orientation?" Husband subconsciously responded, and then reacted, immediately blowing his beard and eyes out, and cursing in a bad temper. "Get lost. Back when I was handsome and graceful, my suitors were lined up from here to the eastern divine state. What kind of ones haven't I seen before?" Jiang Xian perfunctorily nodded and responded, but steeply raised his head to look at the husband, intuited that the other party's words, a little strange. The man also reacted with a sardonic look. "It's even more embarrassing." And then, without looking back, he drilled back into Jiang Xian's body. "This old man isn't much of a pussy," Jiang Xian said in his heart, then waved his hand to disperse the robbing cloud and stepped out to check on the battle situation of the Blade Ancestor and the others. Kind of surprising and makes sense. Under the siege of the Jiang clan's Earth Xian killing formation, these foreign Earth Xian had no place to flee, and could only be like a helpless pig, waiting for the Blade Ancestor to sharpen his blade and end their fragile lives. The Blade Ancestor, on the other hand, was ferociously unlike a legacy mark. True, one clean cut. The right-hand blade fell, lording over the enemy Earth Xian powerhouse, and the left hand was refined into energy pills and put inside the porcelain bottle. The action is flowing in a fluid manner. Seeing this, the corners of Jiang Xian's mouth twitched as he saw the purpose of the Blade Ancestor's refining of the energy pill at a glance, and he couldn't help but side-eye the female child in the ancient city. As expected, this little niece is now staring at the porcelain bottle in the hands of the Knife Ancestor, with both eyes, and the corners of her mouth are already indisputably slobbering. Unlucky boy. Jiang Xian shook his head. He usually didn't feed her good food. Why did she still look like a starving ghost? After spitting a bit, Jiang Xian moved back once again, glancing at the Earth Xian powerhouse who was waiting to die without much interest. Then his gaze went to the hole that had been propped up by the Void God Supreme powerhouse with the killing prohibition, and he knew that at the other end of the hole, that group of old things were squatting themselves. Once he stepped out, the other party would definitely not hesitate to strike and kill him on the spot. Jiang Xian's eyes were slightly downcast and shaded for a few moments, carrying a bit of hostility. He has a bloodline curse added to his body, and he is in urgent need of a large number of opportunities to help him break through the true God realm within 50 years. So, he must go out as soon as possible, and he can't just spend it like this. Squatting little master. Ha! The corner of Jiang Xian's mouth lifted into a cold smile. Immediately, he waved his hand and summoned the Thunder Road Incarnation. The metamorphosed Thunder Road Incarnation had skyrocketed to 15 feet, a pitch-black body that was incomparably solid, as if it were real flesh and blood, on which thunder raged, stirring up a palpitatingly destructive aura. And in its hand, it was holding a terrifying thunder spear. Blade Ancestor, you're killing too slowly. Jiang Xian coldly spat out a sentence before his mind manipulated the Thunder Road Incarnation and took a single step. Boom! The void trembled steeply, thunder danced chaotically, and heaven and earth exploded as if they were extinguished. And then, the Thunder Road Incarnation threw out the thunder spear. Buzz! The pitch-black spear of thunder cut through the void, leaving a deep gully as the raging thunder was mixed with a destructive aura, crushing everything in the heavens and earth. The 300 Earth Xian from the outside had already been killed by the Blade Ancestor and were chilled to death, retreating step by step and struggling to survive. They didn't understand why there was such a huge gap when they were also Earth Xian. They had no power to fight back in front of the other party, as if they were being chopped up. Even if multiple of them combined their efforts to resist, even if they offered up killing formations and top-notch Dao artifacts, it would still be the same. So, they're basically desperate, stepping back and cautiously trying to survive. Not only did he give up his breakthrough, he also gave up hunting Jiang Qianquan. Are you kidding me? They hadn't even seen Jiang Qianquan until now, and nearly a third of the people had already died. And hunt the hell out of Jiang Qianquan. But they soon panicked. They don't hunt Jiang Qianquan. But Jiang Qianquan has already found them. The thunder spear thrown out by the Thunder Road Incarnation cut through the void, and in an instant had already arrived in front of them. The The spear carried endless thunder, and was even mixed with a creepy destructive aura. Resist? There's no way to resist. The great Dao intent they had grasped had just held up when it was instantly crushed by the Thunder Dao rules in the Thunder Spear. It is as if the other party's South Thunder Road realm is above their great Dao realm. What the hell is this? Also at the earthly Xian realm, didn't everyone master the Dao intent? There is no difference between mid or late stage. This damned Jiang Qianquan, how could the Dao realm override them? What's more, their cultivation levels were still at the late or peak stages of earthly Xian, while Jiang Qianquan was merely a first-time earthly Xian and had just crossed the heavenly tribulation. It doesn't make sense. It makes absolutely no sense. But the fact no longer allows them to argue and think deeply, because, under this Thunder Spear, what they will face is death. Buzz. In a near-silent explosion, the void began to collapse under the ravages of pitch-black thunder, and a deep black hole appeared, presenting a despairing turbulence of darkness. Another. The veteran Earth Xian of the major powers, placed in a small place was a powerhouse worshipped by 10,000 people, placed in the top Dao lineage was the mainstay of the existence. But today, in Jiang Xian's style of divine ability, it was like an ant in the dust. Death, the only place to go. The Earth Xian who had been killed by the Blade Ancestor with more than 200 left had lost nearly half of them again under this Thunder Spear. Those who are injured are even more numerous. Everyone froze, staring blankly at the scene, shocked and speechless. Is this really an Earth Xian that can be utilized? The rest, settle it, quickly. Jiang Xian glanced at the Blade Ancestor, who was also lost in thought, and exchanged a word, before strolling across the killing formation and coming to the hole in the road, his gaze piercing through the void passageway that was held up by the prohibitions, and landing on the opposite side of the Underworld Ancestor and the others. Please, behave yourself, okay? 300 Earth Xian, and you want to kill me, Jiang Qianquan? Looking down on who? Jiang Xian's cold gaze landed on the Hades Ancestor, then looked at the other three void gods, and smiled coldly. You old things, do you want the Jishi Academy on me? Or do you want the human tablet? Or maybe, want it all? Then come in and get it. Don't cower like a grandson and make little master look down on you. Chapter 139, come over here. Quiet. Silence. It was so silent that one could hear the heavy breathing of the several void god supreme beings, the underworld ancestors, and their burning anger. All the forces in the outside world, many powerful people, were all shocked. Is this Jiang Qianquan so brave? What is the difference between provoking the void god supreme powerhouses, so bluntly and pointing at their noses? Has he always been so arrogant and so deadly? So the question is, how on earth did he survive so long being so arrogant? Many powerhouses subconsciously turned their gazes to the underworld ancestor and the others, expecting their reactions. These few existences that had awakened out of the Forbidden Land could be veritable void god realm supreme beings, and they had almost stood at the top of the Xian heavenly realm, and with a single word or action, they could dominate the lives and deaths of billions and billions of cultivators. If they were placed in the past, a demon of the Earth Xian realm, not to mention provoking them with such arrogance and impudence as Jiang Qianquan, would probably have been crushed to death and sent to reincarnation just for daring not to bow down and salute. Many strong people are not speculating whether these several old ancestors will have an explosion of mind, regardless of the fact that they will directly rush in and pinch that Jiang Qianquan, after all, a void god supreme powerhouse, being scolded by an Earthshin pointing at his nose. If this was still endured, it was estimated that in less than 2 days, the entire Xian heavenly realm would circulate their jokes. When that happens, the face will really be lost. The four void gods such as the underworld ancestor, at this time, their faces could be described as ugly as possible. They had lived for tens of thousands of years, but it was the first time they were being scolded by someone pointing at their noses. It was also a damn kid who had just entered the Earthshin realm. The four of them stared at Jiang Xian dead in the face, their anger churning, itching to go in right now and break the other party's bones with their own hands. But this was only an impulsive thought. They were certainly already furious, but they hadn't lost their minds. The tragic situation of the heavenly Gnarl and the faithful Fury was still fresh in their minds, and they didn't want to become the third void god to die a tragic death in the hands of this brat. This kid relies on the true mystical realm. Heaven and earth is crippled. The rules of heaven and earth will suppress their realm, and only then this is so emboldened to call out and provoke them. But, have to admit that they also do not have half a point of the way to counteract it. If the damned Jiang Qianquan had been cowering in the true mystery realm, they could only sigh in anticipation. I've never been so pissed off in my life. Jiang Qianquan, the underworld ancestor, stared coldly at Jiang Xian, his eyes carrying a fierce killing intent as he droned. Unless you don't come out for the rest of your life, or, I'll sooner or later pinch you to death with my own hands. At those words, Jiang Xian's heart thumped. These old things, they're not really going to stay here with him, are they? No, Don't you Void God Realm powerhouses want to be cool? Don't you need to carry out great deeds such as maintaining world peace? Isn't it a bit too shameless to guard the door and squat on me, G-Gun? After all, his lifespan is full of only 50 years left, and he can't damn well afford to consume it. Even if all of these old things were approaching the end of their days and didn't have a few years left to live, he couldn't just wear out the other side like this. My life is much more valuable than these old things, okay? The heart is certainly so worried, but Jiang Xian's mouth is not soft at all. Contemptuously glanced at the medieval ancestor. Disdainful. Old thing. The little master into the earth Xian. Life expectancy at least another 3,000 years. In this inside to stay for 100 or 80 years. Want to eat. Want to sleep. Sleep. Comfortable very. What about you? Are you okay? If I'm not mistaken, you old things all crawled out of your coffins, didn't you? There aren't more than a few drops of longevity blood left to dry up. Are there? How many years left to live? 3 years? Or 5 years? Not many years left to live. Don't you appreciate your later years? If I were you guys, just hurry back, while guys and gals can still work. Hurry up to have 2 litters, maybe a few heavenly pride, demon or whatever. Then let them come after me. How good. Of course, even you all cower and don't dare to come in to kill Little Master. Your seed. I guess it's hard enough to kill Little Master. Nothing, cannot kill. Then continue to birth. Let your species continue to birth. This generation does not work. Then the next generation. The next generation still does not work. Then the next generation. Anyway, the small master Chongqing Jiangjia Jiangqiankuan line does not change its name and sit down and change its name. Waiting for you, give you time. Jiang Xian's mouth and machine gun like, muttering a cannot. A meal of language output. Shocked off everyone's jaw. The original language attack can also have such great power. Even they, the bystanders, were all on fire, itching to tear Jiang Qiankuan's mouth off. It's too damaging, not to mention the several parties involved in the Hades ancestor. Hades ancestor 4 people's face like liver color. Shivering, old eyes have swollen into a blood red, anger burning, breath is a drumming, agitation, shaking the void, such as the backlog of a long-time volcano, will soon erupt. Deception. A void god supreme powerhouse couldn't bear it anymore and roared. Boom, boom, boom. The aura of the void god realm erupted with a roar, and the bucket rushed into the sky, triggering the great momentum of heaven and earth, like an ocean sweeping and overwhelming. 10,000 miles in a radius steeply trembled. The earth and sky trembled, and the void rippled. A horrifying pressure that pressed horizontally. Everyone present, all of their figures sank, their hearts and minds jumped, and they suddenly changed in color and were jittery. Void gods, with the name of God, although their greatness was far less than that of real gods, in their eyes, there was not much difference between them and the gods. The same letter hand will be able to crush them. These ants, kid, you're going to pay for what you said and did. Old ancestor Kongjin stared deathly at Jiang Xian as he took one step towards the passageway, and every step that fell gave birth to terrifying thunder dharma patterns, accompanied by heaven and earth roaring in thunder roaring. Traveling close to the entrance of the passage, the thunder had already converged into a thunder prison, a rough thunder, as if a group of snakes were dancing about, extremely violent and terrifying. Old ancestor Kongjin was in the thunder prison, his white hair flying, his eyes electric, as if he was a thunder road enforcer who held the power of thunder and imprisoned gods and devils, not angry and possessing supreme majesty. When the 3 Hades ancestors saw this, their brows furrowed slightly. Was Kongjin really infuriated by this kid and planning to enter the true mystic realm? No, isn't the bloody lesson of the Skynarl and the Fate Fury enough? You're going to get yourself killed? It's true that this damn Jiang Qiankuan, his mouth is really damaged and really poisonous, but you are a virtual god who has lived for tens of thousands of years. This point of chi nourishing kung fu is not there? Losing face is hateful, but it's better than losing your life. The underworld ancestor and the others were a bit confused by old ancestor Kongjin's current maneuver. Jiang Xian is also a bit confused, his eyes through the passage, looking at the pushy Kongjin old ancestor. His expression is also a bit strange. This old thing will not really be angered by himself, want to come over to send to death, right? As a matter of fact, he knew very well that his own Zwan was just a mouthful, and had no substantive effect at all. They are all old monsters who have seen all the vicissitudes of life. With deep minds, how can they really be broken by their own defense? However, the old thing in front of me that generates electricity seems to be a bit stupid. Jiang Xian held out his fingers in a signature gesture with a mindset of giving it a try. You, come over here. Chapter 140, The Invincible One, Out of the World. However, old ancestor Kongjin, who was based at the entrance of the passageway, suddenly stopped in his tracks, his electricity-generating eyes slightly raised as he coldly looked straight at Jiang Xian. angrily shouting, "Kid, my name is Kongjin, the 32nd generation of the Five Thunders divine sect's oldest ancestor, had awakened the body of the Big Dipper, palmed the young thunder, at the age of 53 entered the Earth Xian realm. At that time, the Thunder Dao realm had already become a great success of the Dao intent, and succeeded in winning the position of the Five Thunders divine son, walking in Xian Tian, without ever tasting a single defeat, and was honored as the number one of the young generation's Thunder Dao by the world." Jiang Xin froze, somewhat puzzled. So, the crowd outside also gazed at Elder Kongjin, confused as to what this one was doing. Five Thunder God Sect strongman suddenly thought of Kongjin's old ancestor's lofty past, pupils shrinking, quietly backed up a few steps, ready to bolt. I hope Lao Zu isn't pulling that again. Or, it's too damn embarrassing. At this time, only to see Kongjin old ancestor's breath steeply retreated back. The Thunder prison shrunk by more than 10 times, and his cultivation was even forcibly suppressed to the Earth Xian realm. Today, I want to use my cultivation of that year to fight with you fairly, to try to see whether or not you really have the posture of a demon. If you are truly a demon and have an invincible heart, come out. Don't cower like a grandson and make me look down on you. Jiang Xian was shocked, staring blankly at old ancestor Kongjin. I'm afraid you're not here to be funny, are you? Taking my lines, using agitation, provoking me to go out? No, it's just as well you're stupid. I don't discriminate. But, it would be a bit rude of you to treat me like a dumbass too, wouldn't it? However, seeing that the other party actually had a really serious face, as if he really wanted to fight him squarely, Jiang Xian was at a loss. This kind of goods can actually become a void god? Sure enough, God is fair. Whether stupid or genius, we all have bright futures. The underworld ancestor and the others were also startled, a little stunned, a little unreal, and their gazes fell on old ancestor Kongjin, filled with incomprehension. This thing is actually a false god like them? What's with the good shame? Many powerful people from the various great Dao unification were also at a loss. The Void God Supreme Powerhouse had always been a towering presence in their eyes, cold and indifferent, possessing supreme majesty, but today, this Kongjin old ancestor had really given them a lesson. It turns out that the elevation of the cultivation realm does not increase the IQ. Five Thunder God Sect strongman, the pace of retreat, and a few minutes faster. Shame. At the same time, the heart is silent wail. The old ancestor really hold this out. That Jiang Qiankun is arrogant. The mouth is still very vicious. But people are not. Stay inside the real mystery realm. Safe a batch. How can come out and you fair battle? Shame on you. It's so embarrassing. Kongjin old ancestor, however, did not have half a bit of shame, but instead was extremely self-satisfied, as if he had returned to his home turf. After all, he had repeatedly challenged the heavenly pride and demons within the divine religion in this way, and all of those unrivaled disciples were all taught to be submissive by him in the end. Kid, don't dare? Old ancestor Kongjin asked with a cold smile. Jiang Xian glanced sideways with a caring look for the retarded and responded with a somewhat wry smile. Why don't you come in? Come in, you're just as much of an Earth Xian. You and I will fight fairly as usual. Old ancestor Kongjin was suddenly stagnant. Access? After entering, his realm cultivation would really be suppressed to earthly Xian. How could he still secretly use super specialized divine means like he used to teach those disciples in the past? He's not stupid. If you don't fight, I'll destroy this passageway so that you'll be stuck in the true mysterious realm forever. Unable to return to the Xian heavenly realm, old ancestor Kongjin's IQ is online, threatened Jiang Xian. Without spatial coordinates, even a true god can't open a spatial channel, not to mention that the true mysterious realms heaven and earth are crippled, so you can only stop at the earthly Xian. In other words, you'll be stuck in the earthly Xian realm for the rest of your life, waiting to die. Be stuck in the earth Xian realm for the rest of your life. Stuck in the true mysterious realm waiting to die. Well, you're right about everything. Jiang Xian nodded perfunctorily. He had already mastered the Xian Guang world. How could he not open up a spatial passage connecting to the Xian heavenly realm? After all, the spatial coordinates were fixed by that true god in the past, and it wasn't just this one passageway that was destroyed. Seeing this, old ancestor Kongjin was instantly helpless. How the hell can this be done? This kid's got no sense of humor. Are we really going to spend the rest of the day like this? He certainly threatened the other party to destroy the passageway, but he was still unwilling in his heart. After all, the human steel on the other party was something he was demanding, which could help him break his shackles and ascend to the true God realm. Destroy the passage. At this time, the underworld ancestors suddenly spoke out coldly. The human monument and the Jishi Academy can be unwanted, but this kid must die. Jiang Qiankuan's repeated and counterintuitive actions had already scared them. This kid would not die, and in time would surely become a disaster for their major powers. The most important thing is, that this kid really deserves to die. A mouth too damaging and insidious. If he doesn't die, his anger won't go away. Of course, he also left a mind. Intends to use this way. Further coercion. Jiang Qianquan rolled out. The other party as a party of demons. It is impossible to be willing to end up in the inside, right? Therefore, he asked old man Kongjin to destroy the passageway instead of doing it himself. You have to know that this passage was propped up by him with the killing prohibition. If you really want to directly destroy it, just wave your hand and remove the prohibition. There is no need for nonsense. Old Ancestor Kongjin looked back at the underworld ancestor with some hesitation, and then looked at the other two void gods with inquiring eyes. Really want to destroy the passageway? The other two void gods, eyes slightly downcast, pondered for a moment or two, and said in a deep voice, destroy the passageway. Doesn't this brat like to cower in the true mystery realm? One of the void gods sneered. Then let him stay there forever and not come out. Good. Old Ancestor Kongjin nodded. And then his cultivation rolled and returned to the void god realm as he maneuvered the thunder prison and slammed into the passageway. But just then, how dare you? A furious roar, like the roar of a flood bell, descended from the sky, only to see a burly figure dressed in ancient robes, dragging a divine mountain with only one hand, strolled down from the sky dome, moving the void between one step and coming before the crowd. With the flip of a hand, the divine mountain fell. Rumble, the majestic, thick mountain force, pressing across heaven and earth, the surrounding void collapsing with it, the terrifying power of suppression, causing one's heart and mind to tremble. Old Ancestor Kongjin's thunder prison was instantly nirvana'd. Get out! The lanky figure didn't stop, but instead maneuvered the divine mountain and continued to crash into old man Kongjin. The divine mountain is 10,000 pounds and crushes all laws. Old Ancestor Kongjin's face changed slightly. The other party's strength was above his own. Immediately, sensibly, he quickly retreated, avoiding the opponent's divine mountain and returning to the side of the underworld ancestor and the others to unify the battle line. One person is not as good as the other. 4 people that is not the same. The lanky figure waved his hand to call back the divine mountain, holding it in his hand, moving to cross before the passageway, his indifferent eyes slightly raised, looking at the 4 people of the underworld ancestor. His tone couldn't help but be a few points colder as he chided. You guys, you've crossed the line. Boom, boom, boom. The sound was like the sound of heaven, and heaven and earth roared, presenting a lofty and heavy momentum. This sturdy figure, the feeling it gave off, steeply changed, as if it was a thick and immeasurable divine mountain, with its indescribably thick mountain, suppressing the vicissitudes of the sea, the ages and the ages. The faces of the underworld ancestor and the others changed slightly as they looked at the burly figure, their expressions grave and flashing with scorn. Void God. No, it's the peak of the void God. The other party's realm was the same as the underworld ancestor, both at the peak of void God. However, the other party's mastery of his own Tao was extremely terrifying, and I'm afraid that it was even above the underworld ancestor. You, who? The Stygian ancestor asked in a condensed voice. Why are you stopping us for no reason? The other party's aura was extremely unfamiliar, and did not match the vast majority of the Tao lineage inheritances in the Xian heavenly realm. The lanky figure glanced at the underworld ancestor and smiled coldly. This seat, Jiang, is invincible. Chapter 141, Former Feuds. Ginger invincible? The underworld ancestor's heart flinched. His eyes flashed with horror. You're still alive? More in his previous era. John Wuxi from the end of the micro out. Who do not know where he came from. Not to mention know where its heritage. Only know that he ground Xian realm into the world, walking the Xian Tian major god state, all the way to challenge the major ancient Taoist system of pride. Demon. All easily suppressed. With 100 battles won the battle record. Strong achievement of invincibility of the name. Afterwards, he even entered various ruins and secret realms, and wildly seized countless treasures and opportunities. Truly, wherever it passes, no grass grows. At that time, Jiang Wuxi acted in an overbearing manner, and could be said to look down upon the young generation of Xian Tian, ignoring all the heavenly prides and demons in the world. Much more so than Jiang Qianquan now. Of course, Jiang Wuxi was using his own invincible battle power to overwhelm all the heavenly prides and demons at that time. All of them were convinced and had nothing to say. Not like Jiang Qianquan, obviously also have the strength to press the whole field, but he did not have to use the real mystery realm aborigines of these external forces, and then have to use his damaged can no longer damage the mouth. Pull a wave of hatred. Will be further expanding the contradiction. In the past, Jiang Wuxi pushed the young generation of Xian Tian horizontally, making all parties of the Dao dynasty lose face and secretly bloom with anger, sending strong men to snipe, but it was as if there was a supreme protector behind him, and all parties of the snipers' strongmen were killed or injured, and they had to give up in the end. In this way, Jiang Wuxi had a smooth journey, but in 500 years, he successfully certified as a void god and dominated the party, and then he disappeared without any further news. But I didn't expect such a supreme person who was even more in an era before him to be alive. The underworld ancestor's heart rippled, intuiting that the other party was afraid that it wasn't as simple as peak void god. After all, even he himself has little life and blood and is approaching the end of his days. It doesn't make sense that this Jiang Wuxi, who is one era earlier than himself, can still be so damn spirited. Looking at its breath and state, how does it look like it's declining and decaying? Moreover, the fact that the other party had obviously arrived long ago, and had been stationed high in the air without noticing anything halfway out of the ordinary on their own, that in itself already said a lot. One must know that even if that void god thousands of miles away had been concealing himself with the power of the great Tao, he had long been aware of it, only he hadn't pointed it out. Old ancestor Kongjin and the other three void gods, as well as the many powerhouses of the various Tao lineages, also had the hindsight to finally recall the relevant records of this Jiang Wuxi, and were immediately astonished and filled with incredulity. Such an invincible person has lived until now? How did he do it? And why did he appear at this time? As if defending Jiang Qianquan? It's hard not to. Everyone's heart jumped. Could it be that this one has secretly defected to the Jiang family? Now it was Jiang Qianquan's protector? It can't be, can it? According to the ancient records, when this one came out of the world, the first demon that he challenged could be the Changqing Jiang family's young patriarch at that time. Defeating the enemy with a single move had put the Jiang family to shame for a long time. This seat has been silent for nearly 3 eras. I didn't expect that there would still be someone who remembers this seat, which is fortunate. Jiang Wuhui smiled faintly, gazing at the underworld ancestor and the others, his tone carrying a meaning of great mercy. For the sake of this matter, if you and the others leave now, this seat won't be bothered with you and the others. In fact, he was a bit diabolical in his mind right now. He is the guardian of a line of the Jiang family out of the demon. He was first out of the ancestor of the care, protection, in the Xiantian proved invincible. The road to prove the defeat of the various Tao system of the pride of the sky, the demon, so that the tree enemies quite a lot, especially Changqing Jiang family. A move to defeat the other side at the time of the young patriarch, fell on the other side of the face, and made a very unpleasant. In the beginning, many Taoist systems had sent people to hunt him down, and it was the Jiang family that had done the most. Later on, although with his certification of the void god, the cause and effect has been put to rest, but he still has no good feelings towards the Jiang family. But in order to his Jiang family in the future can be based in the Xian heavenly realm, the formal establishment of a side of the family, so he also put up with it, did not continue to seize the Jiang family not to let go. The same as the first out of their ancestors, he chose to self-seal in the secret land, waiting for the Jiang family descendants of the demon out, and then for its protection. This is the way of inheritance of his Jiang family flame. There was only one purpose. When the disciples of the Jiang family who were still in the Xin Guang world took over the human tablet, and used the power of the human tablet to lift their family and move away to the Xin Tian realm, they could quickly establish a lineage that was not weaker than the various parties. Even, it was not without a chance to impact the name of the everlasting family and the immortal family. After all, they are carrying the Jiang family bloodline of the mountain god, and their bloodline talent is second only to the King-S blood of the 8 King-S clans of the ancient times. Restricted by the broken rules of heaven and earth in the Xin Guang world, their Jiang family disciples only stopped at the Earth Xin realm. To be out of it, the suppressed talent and accumulated years of reserves will usher in a blowout explosion. Quickly break through the realm. Heavenly Yuan, Rongdao and even Zunshi are all very possible. Now, the desolate heaven divine sect had somehow managed to find the passageway to the Xin Guang world that had been opened by that true god ancestor, and had even opened it up, drawing the attention of all the great dynasties of the southern divine prefecture and sending their celestials and demons to enter. To know, they had searched for the spatial channel over and over again, wanting to lead all the Jiang family disciples out, but all returned without success. He had awakened due to the aura of the Xin Guang world and was worried that the clansmen in it would be victimized, so he stepped out and kept an eye on the situation, always ready to strike. But I didn't expect the internal direction, all the way to drift and wild. Even he was a little caught off guard. Good news, the heavenly pride and demons that entered were not the opponents of his Jiang family's disciples, and they were all ambushed, and his Jiang family was a safe batch, and the 5 veins were also able to reunite and converge into a complete Jiang family. Bad news, the human steel was still taken in by an alien demon, and the Jiang family still owes allegiance to the other side. Worse news, this demon is a member of Jiang's family. What could be more heartbreaking than a descendant disciple of one's own family pledging allegiance to a descendant demon of a family that had made an enemy of his own at that time? I haven't even pretended to be a saint and forgiven each other yet. But you guys are forgiving me first? Oh no. This is ing backwards. This was also the reason why he had been hesitant to make a move even though several void gods had blocked the door. He could put the grudge to rest. But for him to repay the grudge in kind and still lend a hand to your Jiang family to guard your Jiang family's demons, that would be excessive. But now, there's no way out. These few void gods did not speak of martial virtues and actually wanted to destroy the passageway, so he could no longer stand idly by. If you want to kill Jiang Qinquan, he won't stop you. But, you can't turn the table without a dish. The appearance of this spatial channel means that they're Jiang family. This will forever get rid of the shackles, all into the Xiantian world. In time we'll be able to establish longevity Jiang family or immortal Jiang family. Never lose. You're going to grab the human tablet too? The underworld ancestor's face was slightly cold. As the other party was obstructing him, he could only assume that the other party also wanted to obtain the human tablet, and through the magnificent human race's chi in it, break his own shackles and step into the true God realm. Chapter 142, Willing to Take Your Heads. Jiang Wuxi's expression stagnated, and he couldn't help but curse in his heart. He grabbed a fart of a human monument. The human tablet is the thing that his Jiang family has been guarding. What is he robbing? He was now simply guarding this space passage. But, no one would believe that even if they said it. Wait, the heart of the Hades ancestor moved, and suddenly associated with the ancient records. On the Xiantian world, every few eras, there will always come out of a Jiang family demon, invincible for a lifetime. I do not know from where, in the proof of the road, and then will quickly disappear. Do not know where to go. E.g. Jiang invincible. Notice again those aborigines within the true mystery. The Hades ancestor had an answer in his heart. You're also from the guardian lineage Jiang clan? You're guarding this space passage? Jiang Wuxi glanced sideways, quite surprised that this person actually saw his purpose. A bit interesting. Immediately, he nodded slightly, acquiescing to the other party's statement. Receiving an affirmative response from the other party, the underworld ancestor secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then directly said, if my guess is correct, your Jiang clan should be unwilling to be trapped in the true mysteries realm, and want to step out and gain a foothold in the Xian heavenly realm, right? Although the underworld ancestor was inquiring, his tone was extremely certain. It took several eras for you guys to come out with a demon who walks the Xian heaven. I think it's because of the shackles that exist, making it impossible for all of you to leave the true mysterious realm, and this spatial passageway is the key to that. In that case, I can guarantee that I won't destroy the passageway. And as long as you hand over Jiang Qinquan, we can share the Jishi Academy and the human tablet on him. In addition, on behalf of the Great Luo Sacred Ground, I can make a pledge to recognize the status of the Jiang family in the Xian heavenly realm and protect the Jiang family for 1,000 years. And any individual or force that dares to taint the Jiang family will be regarded as provoking my Great Luo Sacred Ground, and will be killed on pain of death. Old Ancestor Kong Jin and the other three void gods froze, not realizing that Jiang Wuxi's appearance had actually brought about a peak turnaround, and hurriedly united their front with the underworld ancestor, making the same commitment as the underworld ancestor. Jiang Wuxi hesitated. This was undoubtedly a very good choice for his Jiang family. Wasn't this the day he and his ancestors had sealed off until now? And right at this moment, before Jiang Xian and the Jiang clan crowd at the other end of the passageway could react, Luo Xinglan's face had already turned cold and ordered, do it! Things have changed and cannot wait any longer. If this Jiang Wufei was truly turned, His Holiness Jiang Xian would truly be in danger. Nah, Meiba answered in a deep voice, and then quickly crushed the desolate heaven divine symbol in her hand. Boom, boom, boom. The heaven and earth cave that carried the opposite space of the true mysterious realm steeply and violently exploded, gushing out countless barren divine symbols from within, carrying a ferocious ferocity, as if it were a tyrannical ferocious beast, instantly obscuring 10,000 miles in a radius, forming a horrifying killing realm. The ferocious aura, like heavy rain pouring down, instantly covered the heaven and earth, manifesting thousands of killing array patterns and prohibitions, linking and combining with each other, diffusing a side of barren and broken barbarian world, with yellow sands roiling in the sky and endless killing opportunities. It's finally my turn to strike. Wearing a black and red robe, Desolate 12 craned his neck and revealed an evil smile, morphological white fangs, clearly visible. The body around him was even spewing out a thick, cold, deadly aura that was creepy. Immediately, Desolate 12 strolled out, leaving behind a vivid color of blood wherever he passed, as if it was a sight of a river of blood, evil and terrifying. Desolate 12 traveled high into the sky, his body merging with the barbarian world. The old eyes slowly opened, and on the dusky dome of the sky, the endless fury surged back, and even then coalesced into a eye. It was old, indifferent, and contained a wisp of supreme meaning. the eye of the desolate sky. Everyone looked up in shock and gazed at the eye, revealing a look of horror. Why? Does this eye actually give them an illusion of facing the heavenly way directly? One example was the eye of the heavenly Tao in the true mystery realm of the Feng. The underworld ancestor was even more distracted, his eyelids jumping, and an unspeakable crisis arose in his heart. For this eye is fixed on himself. At this moment, Desolate 12 indifferently looked down at the underworld ancestor and coldly drank. Underworld burial, thou shalt die. Reward, Desolate Heaven divine punishment. As Desolate 12's pronouncement fell, the eye of Desolate Heaven steeply shot out a barren divine light, and the entire barbarian world steeply trembled, as thousands of barren mysterious divine symbols, wrapped in an endless baleful aura, derived a head of hideous bone beasts of various shapes, and all of them swooped down on the underworld ancestor. The Hades ancestor's face changed, and he cursed in his heart. What the hell is this? These pouncing bone beasts. He is sure that he can solve it, and it will not cost much. But who can tell him that the thing on the dome of the sky that is like the eye of the heavenly Tao? What exactly is it? He was really a bit panicked at being targeted by such a thing. Help me kill this Feng. The underworld ancestor roared lowly to the three Kongjin old ancestors, and then drew off the power of the great Tao out of thin air, condensing it into a long sword as he flew to meet the pouncing bone beasts, the withered white light of the sword flickering with the withering, decaying intent of the sword Tao. Chant. The sword, chopping at the bone beast, made a sound of gold and stone. Underworld ancestor's sword, which entered the bone 3 times, even followed by the force, directly cut through the bone beast's bones. However, his burial sky sword art did not directly corrode the bone beast into ashes as he had imagined, instantly destroying the other party. On the contrary, even though these bone beasts had broken their bones, they were not affected in the slightest, and ferociously opened their jaws, tearing down at the underworld ancestor. After all, the underworld ancestor's burial sky sword art, what is broken is life, and what is buried is also life. And these bone beasts, this is Desolate 12 to itself as the source, wrapped in a large array constructed dead things. The other side of the sword art in the meaning of the blight, the power is naturally greatly reduced. Get out! The underworld ancestor bellowed angrily as his long sword slashed against the grain, repelling the bone beasts that came tearing towards him. But the bone beasts that lunged at him were as many as 12. The underworld ancestor's face changed slightly, and he hastily retreated and dodged. The look ensued with a lot of gravity. These bone beasts were much tougher than he thought. This is still only the opponent's manipulated big array. How terrifying the opponent's real battle power must be. The heart of the underworld ancestor sank slightly, and while carefully fending off the bone beast's pounce, he looked towards the young man in black and red robes in the sky dome and inquired in a deep voice, "Who exactly is your excellency? Why are you ambushing us?" Desolate 12 smiled coldly, but did not respond, continuing to maneuver the bone beasts to pounce on the underworld ancestor. All parties Taoist system, many strong, also all doubtful, but a moment to see the situation. Do not dare to act rashly. Even the 3 Kongjin old ancestors were like that. Who knew what the young man in the sky was about? In case he was Hades' ancestor's nemesis and had come to seek revenge today? The other party looked young, but the death aura around him was very dense. Obviously also an old monster. And still an old monster with very treacherous methods. They also muttered very much in their hearts. If they were to be themselves, facing these bone beasts manipulated by this person, I'm afraid that they would be even more passive and wretched than the underworld ancestor. So, it's better to get a clear picture of the situation. Otherwise, if they help each other rashly and are remembered by the other side, will they not cause a mess? And at that moment, Luo Xinglan walked straight out. Behind them, they were followed by a group of powerful men from the Desolate Heaven God sect, each of them with a stirring breath and murderous intent. Luo Xinglan looked towards Jiang Xian at the other end of the passageway, arching his hand in a salute before straightening up, his eyes slightly raised as he looked around at all sides, an icy divine radiance stirring in his ghostly blue eyes. Today, His Eminence Jiang Qiankuan broke through the earth Xian and strongly passed through the heavenly tribulation, showing the posture of an invincible demon. I, Luo Xinglan, am fascinated and admiring, but I'm shy and have nothing to show my feelings. So, I wish to take the heads of underworld burial and all of you for one use. For His Eminence Jiang Qiankuan, congratulations. Chapter 143, Who should I help? Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded, unable to believe what Luo Xinglan had said. What the hell? You're shy in your pocket and then you want to take our heads to congratulate Jiang Qiankuan? Do you want to see what you're talking about? It's excessive. Is the Desolate Heaven Divine Sect trying to make an enemy of the entire Southern Divine Prefecture? A powerful person from the Great Luo Holy Land stepped out and angrily rebuked. Luo Xinglan glanced at this person and smiled coldly. Meiba, in, Nipa stepped out. Chopped. Nah, Meiba flew out and drew the great momentum of heaven and earth, blocking the void, and in her hand, she even conjured up a peak Dao weapon, and with that, her entire person transformed into a pale yellow light, carrying a fierce killing intent as she killed this powerhouse of the great Luo sacred ground. Arrogant! This strong man was furious and drew his sword to chop out. The sharp sword chi seemed to cut through the heaven and earth. However, Meiba's strength was clearly above him. The pale yellow light was like a divine weapon, directly cutting off the sword chi and arriving in front of the strong man. The peak Dao weapon erupted with a strand of great Dao power, diffusing the desolate zephyr to engulf the other party. In the blink of an eye, the strongest person from the great Luo Holy Land had become a pile of flesh and mud piled up on the ground. Instant kill. Although they were both at the exalted realm, Meiba was in charge of a peak Dao weapon and manipulated a strand of the power of the great Dao, directly crushing it without dispute. After all, the power of the great Dao is a power that can only be grasped by imaginary gods. Kill. After instantly killing one person, Meiba's eyes lifted slightly as she looked towards the disoriented powerhouses of the parties and coldly spat out a sentence. In an instant, the strongest members of the desolate Sky Divine sect killed out one after another. Lingering divine abilities, radiant techniques, and killing great formations were presented in the world, causing the void to tremble and all laws to fall. The Great War, open. The desolate Heaven Divine sect took the initiative to hunt down the forces of all parties with their own strength. And not only was their aura not suppressed because the forces of all parties were so numerous, but instead, it was even more sharp and vast, as if they had already endured for a long time, and at this time, they were finally able to release it. Originally, the various Taoist systems pressured the desolate Sky Divine sect to force the other party to give an explanation, thinking that their strength must have crushed the other party. If not for the Void God ancestor placing his focus on Jiang Qinkuan, the desolate Sky Divine sect would have long since become a dead soul under their knives. But now that the desolate Heaven God sect has suddenly risen up, they are only shocked to realize that the other party has never been afraid of them. On the contrary, I am afraid that they have been treating them as prey and staring at them to death. Under the shroud of the dusky sky, it had just become a large battlefield, and all the participants in the battle were all powerful people with high cultivation, and the main battle force had directly reached the Zunshi realm. Looking at Xin Tian for nearly 1,000 years, this was the first time that such a large-scale battle in which multiple Dao lineages were involved had ever taken place. Moreover, the reason for starting the war is still just to celebrate a boy who has entered the Earth Xian for the first time. Such a reason is even more unprecedented. The great battle was in full swing, and underneath the splendid divine techniques was a collision of blood and fire, a competition of strength and killing skills. Those who were injured were in the minority, but those who had fallen, for the time being, there were not many. After all, most of them are Tian Yuan realm, Dao Fusion realm and even Venerable realm mighty powerhouses, experienced in battle, and their cards are endless, such as the Me Granny that killed a Venerable with her own hands. Ultimately, it is still a very small number of people. Luo Xinglan calmly looked at the battlefield, and seeing that the strongest members of his side had not been suppressed, he moved his gaze reassuringly, first looking at the underworld ancestor. The other party was surrounded by the 12 bone beasts under the eye of desolate heaven manipulated by the desolate 12. And was now a bit suffocated by the suppression. It is definitely impossible to break out in a short period of time, and it is even possible to consume it and kill it in one fell swoop. The premise is that these few false gods are not going to aid. Luo Xinglan's gaze skimmed over the 3 Kongjin old ancestors before looking at Jiang Wao enemy. Pondering for a moment or two, he arched his hand in a salute. The things that Underworld Burial and the others have promised, I, the desolate Heaven Divine sect, can just as well promise senior? And I'm even more able to protect the Jiang family from any worries with my desolate Heaven Divine sect's position in the Southern Divine Prefecture and even the entire Xian Heavenly Realm. Jiang Wuxi looked deeply at Luo Xinglan, intuiting that this woman was not simple, and instead of agreeing or refusing, he asked, "And what do you need?" "All that's needed is for Senior to step in and stop these 3. Luo Xinglan pointed his finger at the 3 Kongjin old ancestors. "Without them, the Underworld Burial will surely fall today." Jiang Wuxi's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Desolate 12. "So, he is from your Desolate Sky God sect?" "Exactly." Luo Xinglan nodded. "You guys are so ambitious that you even dare to conspire and pit against the Void Gods?" Luo Xinglan smiled faintly. "Elder has flattered me. Some layouts that don't rise to the occasion are just that. So the entire True Mystery Realm is actually your layout?" Jiang Wuxi laughed in realization. Luo Xinglan smiled without responding, but his demeanor already said it all. The pupils of the 3 Kongjin old ancestors shrunk, and a monstrous rage surged up in their hearts. All of this was indeed a setup by the desolate Heaven God sect, using the True Mystery Realm as a lure. He designed to trap and kill the Heaven's Pride demons of their various Dao lineages. and now it is even offering a big formation to keep them all here. Little girl, you desolate heaven divine sect, aren't you thinking too little of us? Old ancestor Kongjin stared deathly at Luo Xinglan, his eyes carrying an icy killing intent as he coldly and angrily shouted. Luo Xinglan glanced at the other party, unperturbed. So what if it is? Seek death. Old ancestor Kongjin was furious, steeply striking out as the thunder prison manifested, suppressing Luo Xinglan, facing the killing attack of the Void God Realm powerhouse directly. Luo Xinglan still did not change his face, as if he had a dependency for self-preservation. A flash of blood swept by. Boom! The thunder prison exploded steeply, transforming into thousands of broken thunder patterns like snowflakes. Dressed in black and red robes, Desolate 12 stood in front of Luo Xinglan, first making amends, let the goddess be frightened, and then turning his head to look at Kongjin old ancestor and the others. He gave an evil smile. Several of you old things with half of your bodies lying in coffins, relying on a bit of cultivation of a void god, bullying the goddesses of my religion? More face. Old ancestor Kongjin snorted coldly. You desolate sky divine sect dared to backstab us. You must pay the price today. At this time, because the bone beast did not have Desolate 12 to manipulate and energize it, the underworld ancestor was also able to easily defeat it, and returned his body to walk back to the side of the three Kongjin old ancestors, and together they faced Desolate 12, and their gloomy eyes were filled with a grim killing intent. Today, of the two camps, one must be destroyed. We'll use his head to congratulate Jiang Qinkuan? It's so arrogant. Immediately, the underworld ancestor twisted his head to look at Zhang Wuyu and asked in a deep voice, how have you considered it? They're four void gods, enough to easily crush each other. But if Jiang Wuxi help each other, then it is not easy to say. After all, Jiang Wuxi had been invincible for an era, and now his strength was also extremely terrifying. Vaguely more above him, if he turned to help the desolate Sky Divine sect, it would be extremely unfavorable for them. Luo Xinglan and Desolate 12, with that, also turned their gazes to Jiang Wuhu, waiting for the other party's choice. If Jiang Wuxi stayed out of the way, even if they were 1 against 4, they would still have more than 50% certainty that they could kill the underworld ancestor. After all, they had prepared many means for this layout, and now only the tip of the iceberg had been revealed. Even when it really comes to the time of necessity, Desolate 12 can also blow himself up at any time, pulling a void god. Along with him, Ginger Invincible laughed. I didn't realize that things had actually gone berserk again. Himself, a person who was forced to step out of the protected space passageway, had actually become the key to the victory or defeat of the two camps. Jiang Wuxi didn't rush to reply, but instead, with a twist of his head, his gaze crossed the passageway and looked towards the other end, at the people who were in the Xian Guang world. Of course, he selectively ignored Jiang Xian and instead looked at Jiang Ming City Lord and the others. What do you think? Who should I help? City Lord Jiang Ming and the others froze, subconsciously looking at Jiang Xian before looking back at this ancestor of theirs. Jiang Wujin, with a somewhat inexplicable intuition. Does this even need to be asked? Chapter 144, The Mountain God. Watching you. Jiang Wuxia instantly understood, and his heart became even more diabolized. Not the descendant disciples of his Jiang family, really loyal to Jiang Qinkuan chant? What kind of attitude will you let me, the ancestor, face the Jiang family with in the future? If you guys were forced to pledge allegiance to Jiang Qinkuan in order to get out of the Xian Guang world, you can dispel this concern. As long as the spatial passageway is still there, this seat can guide all of you over without the need for others to help. Jiang Wuxia said in a deep voice, implying that he was dissatisfied with the Jiang family's crowd's allegiance to Jiang Qinkuan, and could completely detach themselves from each other. In fact, he could already tell that Jiang Qinkuan should be the young king chosen by the will of humanity. The other party had not only easily subdued the 5 human monuments and aggregated them into one, but had also gained the sincere allegiance of the 5 veins of the Jiang family, and the 5 veins of the Jiang family, which had been severely polarized, had also converged back into a whole. To be able to do this, the identity of the other party's young king was almost self-evident, but he didn't want to recognize the other party as a young king, and even more so, he didn't want to serve the other party. After all, if he were to follow his Jiang family's ancestral tradition, even he, a void god, would have to bow and follow the young king. What a joke! He's a void god. He was asked to follow an Earth Shin, and a member of the Jiang family? He couldn't take it. What else more? The Jiang family has abided by the ancestral training for nearly 10 million years. And now what has it all degenerated into? Why continue to abide by the ancestral teachings and fulfill the duty of guarding a lineage? Isn't it good to be your own boss? City Lord Jiang Ming and the others were silent, and it had to be said that they had some intentions in their hearts. With a void god realm ancestor looking after them, they could easily gain a foothold in the Xian heavenly realm, and even quickly establish a lineage that wasn't weaker than the various Dao lineages. It was true that it was their ancestral mission to submit to the young king as a guardian lineage, but that wasn't an option before. After all, that blade ancestor's blade was on their necks. But is different now. There was such a void god supreme powerhouse as ancestor Zhang Wufei, backing them up. Do they still want to be subordinate? With their bloodline talent, they could totally have a better future. Or notice the side of the strange knife ancestor, a knife one, more and more harsh, domineering slaughter of the various big Xian of the strong, each knife down, are coldly a smile, as if in the warning Jiang Ming city lord and so on, the best to put away their small mind, or else, they do not even have the opportunity to go out. All will become the soul of the dead under his knife. The eyelids of city lord Jiang Ming and the others jumped slightly, and although there was fear in their hearts, the thoughts came together like wildly growing evil thoughts that were hard to eradicate. The eyes of the four city lords saved, their hearts filled with hesitation. Do they want to put up a fight? Father, don't lose out on a small cause. Follow the young king for a brighter future. It is only then that my Jiang family can truly return to its former glory and revitalize the name of the guardian lineage. Jiang Chen secretly transmitted his voice anxiously. The other three demons did the same, worriedly reminding the city lords of their respective veins that they must be sober at this time and not blindly fall back because of the momentary words of the ancestor of Zhang Wufei. Following the young king is the right way to go. They can see clearly. The potential of the young king is unlimited. The future or can become the human race to carry the people, and even testify to the human king, commanding all the heavens of the human race. Follow such an existence is not more than they are from scratch. A little bit of fight, to come much faster than much more? In other words, it can also be said that they are more ambitious in their pursuits, now detached from the lesser king, based on the name of the Zhang family in Xiantian. Perhaps in time they can indeed establish a side of the family, but that is estimated to be the end. At most, he would be like Zhang Wuxi's ancestor, who had reached a humble void god realm, wanting to impact a higher realm, or even step out of the Xian heaven, were all just castles in the air, hard to reach. If placed in the past, void gods were indeed unattainable. But this is a great age, with the revival of the heavens and the opportunity of the great world. Why worry about not being able to certify a true god, or even break through above the true gods and witness the path to immortality? They boasted that they were demons with the peak of natural talent and naturally wanted to get a glimpse of the pinnacle of the great Tao. If one were to follow the young king, all of this would be entirely possible. Zhang Xian has been in a state of cold-eyed observation, did not say anything to sway their choice, and even had the intention of examining. If the other party deviates, he does not mind expelling them all, which is just as well to fulfill their wishes. But if the other party is still willing to follow him, then this group of Zhang family members will undoubtedly become his most solid team, and he will naturally return the favor with a generous gift. The inheritance imprints of those powerful people in the human monument alone were enough to benefit them for a lifetime. And just as City Lord Jiang Ming and the others were still hesitating, Zhang Hong walked out. Walking might not be the right word, half of him was completely floating in the air. Zhang Hong came to the front of the cave, his gaze leaping across the lengthy passageway, gazing at Zhang Wao enemy on the opposite side of the room, his pale eyes carrying sulking and coldness as he rebuked in a deep voice. Zhang Wao enemy, don't forget that it's my Zhang family's blood that flows in your body. This is the blood of the guardian lineage, mountain god ancestral tradition, my guardian lineage, guarding the human race for generations, guarding the human monument, should take the rise and fall of the human race as my own responsibility. In the past, we were trapped in this place with no way in, and it is still justifiable for your several veins to elect demons to walk out of this place to the Xian heavenly realm in order to survive. But times are different nowadays. The spatial passageway has already appeared. We can enter the Xian heavenly realm at any time. The shackles have been removed. So what reason is there not to continue to abide by my mountain god's ancestral traditions and fulfill the mission of my Zhang family? Zhang Heng's eyes flushed red and his words were fierce, trembling as he stretched out his hand, pointing remotely at the mountain god's remaining body straddling the firmament, angrily shouting, Zhang Wujin, you ungrateful son and grandson, open your eyes and take a good look at. The mountain gods are watching you. Boom! As if in response to Zhang Hong, the remains of the mountain god's body gently trembled, bursting out a wisp of pale chi, and in the deep dome of the sky, the vortex was madly inverted, surging with a morose aura, as if, God, be angry. Flop. Zhang Chen and the other four demons hastily kneeled and bowed, with fear, looking up at the remains of the mountain god, and shouted in a deep voice, the disciples of the descendants of the Zhang family, always keep in mind the mission of guarding a lineage, and scrupulously abide by the ancestral training of the mountain god. Although from time to time there is some slacking off, but will not dare to give birth to dissent, and hope that the mountain god rests its anger. Look out! The mountain god rests his wrath. Many of the Jiang clan's Earthxian powerhouses landed on the ground and kowtowed, shouting in fear and trepidation. Jiang Ming and the other 4 city lords, their faces turned white, as if a basin of cold water had been drenched from head to toe, and they instantly came to their senses. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and they hurriedly landed on the ground, and kowtowed with their hands propped up on the ground. Hope! The mountain god rests his wrath. It is true that the mountain god has long been silent, but he who holds the authority of the gods will one day revive and return. If he wakes up and sees that the Jiang family has deviated from their ancestral teachings and forgotten their mission, will he not be angry? The mountain god is furious, and his Jiang family is really ushering in the end. Jiang Wao enemy on the other side of the channel was chided by Jiang Heng. His mind rumbled, his face was cloudy and uncertain. He was about to have a seizure to rebuke the other party, but the trembling of the mountain god's remaining body that immediately followed was like a blow of a heavy hammer that smashed on his mind, setting off shocking waves. Boom! It was as if an explosion had occurred in his mind, a horrifying thought that enveloped his body and mind. Yeah, the mountain god, he just fell silent. He will return at last. Oh, Chapter 145, Goddess Layout, Control. Jiang Wuhui's entire body was cold, with the trepidation of being wrapped up in a great terror, an unspeakable fear that he had gradually forgotten since he walked out of the Xian Guan world and arrived at the Xian heavenly realm, especially after he defeated the heavenly prides and demons time and time again, and embarked on the path of invincibility. This kind of fear from the bottom of his heart no longer existed. Even now that he ascended to the realm of the void god, he is used to the lofty position, used to the perspective of overlooking living beings, has long since lost the heart of reverence, has long since forgotten that he is a guardian of the lineage of the Jiang family, has long forgotten, above his head, there is another god. It must be remedied. Trying to do everything to remedy the situation, Ginger Invincible was flustered, a bit overwhelmed, and more than a bit out of sorts. What should he do? Swish! Jiang Wuxi steeply turned his head. His gaze fell to the underworld ancestor and the others, gradually cooled down. Perhaps the heads of these people who had presumed to subdue the young king, their heads, could slightly cleanse him of his guilt. You guys? Damn it! Jiang Wuxi coldly spat out a sentence, and then looked at Desolate 12, coldly said, the underworld burial is given to you, and the remaining 3 are given to me. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Wuhui was already holding the divine mountain to kill the 3 Kongjian old ancestors. Mountains, mountain, mountain, spitting out 3 divine sounds in a row. The divine mountain in his hand flew out. 1 turned into 3, and the 3 divine mountains pressed horizontally, carrying the momentum of 10,000 pounds, pouring down, thick and weightless, like heaven and earth collapsing. Kongjian old ancestor 3 people looked straight at Jiang Wuxi, anger sputtering. You damn change your face changed a little too fast, right? Being woken up by an old man who's just half a man, pointing his nose and cursing twice? If you want to be so scolded, you should have said so earlier. We guarantee your satisfaction. Knock. Although the 3 Kongjian old ancestors spat infinitely in their hearts, their hand movements were not slow at all. One person palmed the thunder prison and brazenly slammed against the divine mountain. One man's sea of fire was so great that he scorched the divine mountain with the world's greatest fire. There was another person who held the power of the great Tao in both hands, forming a great Tao chain that actually bound the divine mountain, with the intention of dragging it and throwing it back. Shun. Jiang Wuxi coldly grunted. The divine mountain steeply erupted with vastness. The weight of 10,000 pounds once again skyrocketed, forming the power to break the law. The power of the great Tao was as fragile as glass under the pouring of the divine mountain, instantly collapsing. The 3's divine abilities and techniques were crushed in every way possible. The 3 faces of the Kongjian old ancestors changed, and the other party's battle power was still above their imagination. The 3 of them hurriedly retreated backwards, dodging the divine mountain's tumble. Seeing this, Jiang Wuxi sneered, stepping into the air, shrinking the ground and bullying his way up. The 3 divine mountains then hovered to its left and right, pursuing together. With 1 against 3, it actually showed absolute suppression. Jiang Wuxi's power was evident. Desolate 12 glanced at Jiang Wao enemy with interest and smiled evilly. 1 against 3? Got guts. Immediately, Desolate 12 maneuvered the eye of Desolate Heaven, and the barbarian world shifted like the stars, distorting heaven and earth and forming forbidden gullies, actually silently separating the underworld ancestor alone. Kill! Desolate 12 let out a cold cry, and the 12 bone beasts reappeared and lunged at the underworld ancestor. At the same time, he then turned into a blood aura and rushed out, his fresh arms rapidly drying down, his 10 fingernails rising wildly as if they were 10 sword blades. carrying a sharp and treacherous deathly aura, and killing opportunities raging. Arrogant. The eyes of the Hades ancestor were gloomy, his anger throbbing, casually pulling out the power of the great Tao from the void, diffusing the sharp long sword, and then offering the burial heaven sword art. Layers of treacherous black mist immediately surged around him, as if it was a death swamp, full of creepy withering and corrosive atmosphere. The rickety body stood up with it. In the swamp of death, he raised his sword with both hands, as if he were a messenger of the underworld, taking away people's lives and deaths. This time, he was serious. Buzz. The underworld ancestor slashed out with a sword, the gray sword chi, gulping in and out, like a rainstorm of pear blossom needles, pierced through the void, piercing through the 12 bone beasts that were pouncing on them, leaving a crater in their white bones. The death swamp spread rapidly, and the black mist, like silt, surged up and wrapped around the 12 bone beasts, to drag them all into the swamp to corrode and dissolve. Bull ****** immortal sword technique. Isn't it the demon high priest lineage's underworld technique? Desolate 12 snorted and had already bullied his way to the underworld ancestor, his 10 fingers stabbing at the other party like divine soldiers. Rather insightful. The underworld ancestor unhurriedly crossed his sword to block, but in the next moment, his face changed slightly. The other party's 10 fingers were extremely sharp, and even directly pierced through the long sword that he had condensed with the power of the great Tao. What kind of physical body can break through the power of the great Tao? The underworld ancestor was suddenly confused in his heart, and his hands were not half slow, the death swamp surging backward, the black mist enveloping his entire body, wearing down his opponent's attacks with the treacherous power of blight and corrosion. But, is useless. Desolate 12's 10 fingers, actually ignoring the withering and corrosive power of the death swamp, unhinderedly pierced through the flesh of the underworld ancestor, and even more so to further power up and directly tear the other party alive. The underworld ancestor's face changed drastically, and he hastily retreated aggressively, allowing his physical body to detach itself from the other party's 10 fingers, while making sure that he and the other party maintained a safe distance. 10 bloody holes, surfacing on the underworld ancestor's body, looked somewhat ghastly under the dispersing black mist, dripping with blood, gloomy eyes slightly raised. The underworld ancestor god gazed at Desolate 12, or saw a little heel of the other party. The pupils steeply shrunk. Incredibly low cry. You are not a person? Right answer. Desolate 12 laughed. The killing in his hands did not pause, while coldly saying, it's a pity that there is no reward. He got a drop of blood from the desolate heaven, refined the body of the ancient corpse, not within the 5 elements. No yin and yang, on the heaven and earth avenue has a natural immunity. The other side of the demon high priest lineage of the meditative arts used, although the energy is treacherous, but he has very little effect on him. After all, as an ancient corpse, he has no vitality, and how can he be afraid of the other party's corrosive vitality power? It could be said that he was born to restrain his opponent. **********. Where did the desolate heaven divine sect even get this? The underworld ancestor's face was ugly and he cursed in his heart, but in the face of the bullying Desolate 12, the underworld ancestor didn't dare to slack off at all, and hurriedly resisted, but most of his means were immunized by the other party, and it was difficult to inflict substantial damage, and basically he could only passively dodge, which was very stifling. The battles of Void God Supreme powerhouses destroyed the heavens and the earth when they moved, and even though they had intentionally restrained themselves and restrained the leakage of the aftershocks, it still caused the heavens and the earth to quake and nirvana to extinguish a number of voids. Profound dark turbulence flowed out, adding a mind-blowing ink color to the dimly lit heaven and earth in this barbaric world constructed by the desolate heaven divine sect with an overwhelming killing formation. Luo Xinglan stood in front of the passageway, her hands behind her back, her eyes flickering with a ghostly blue divine radiance, calmly gazing at all of this, as if the surface of the water was generally unperturbed. Whether it was the battle of the void gods in the dome of the heavens or the killing of the many powerhouses in the distance, none of it could cause her mind to ripple. It was as if everything was under her control. Chapter 146, Please, Your Holiness, Point to Kill. Luo Xinglan had always fought to please Jiang Shen, so much so that he gave off the impression of being a licking dog with no boundaries, without a trace of the pride and self-respect that came with being a demon. However, don't forget that she is the goddess of the desolate heaven god sect, the goddess appointed by desolate heaven. Being burdened with the Xianin sacred body, she had long since stepped into the realm of earth Shen, and even more so, she was in charge of most of the rites of the desolate heaven divine sect. Even if it was a divine general such as Desolate 12, a single sentence from her would allow the other party to go to their deaths without a second thought. Not to mention, she was a reincarnated and reborn person. How can such a Luo Xinglan be summarized by the word doglicker? If Jiang Xian, this change is excluded, this time the true mysterious realm. She is the executor of the layout of the entire southern divine state. Everyone was a pawn in her hands to be manipulated, and the void god was no exception. Or thought of something. Luo Xinglan's long eyelashes fluttered for a moment, and then she withdrew her gaze and moved to the other end of the passageway, looking at Zhang Xian at that end. At this moment, Zhang Xian was just like a spectator. Even, fussily, brought out a small bench and got high. For some reason, he, the center of the vortex, suddenly fell out of favor. However, he was happy to do so. Who doesn't like to have fun and watch the show? The best thing is that Zhang Wuxi and Desolate Heaven divine sex false gods, to get rid of those few of the underworld ancestor, then he will be able to go out openly. Well, Zhang Qinkuan this epic skin, he will be able to put it away, and use it a few more times. Of course, he is also clear. These false gods are some old monsters. The bottom line is comparable to a side of the Taoist system. Life preservation means are endless, easy to hurt, but want to get killed. It is really quite difficult. So he didn't hold out much hope, just begged the underworld ancestor that a few false gods, originally the courage is small, and now simply follow through to the end, hurriedly slipped away. He is still in a hurry to run away. The girl child does not know when, has already run to the side of Zhang Xian, holding the energy pills sent by the sword ancestor, throwing one after another into the mouth, but the two big eyes have been staring at the melon in Zhang Xian's hand, full of doubts. This thing is so bitter. Why does daddy eat it with great relish? Noticing the gaze Luo Xinglan cast, the girl child's eyes lit up, her head close to Zhang Xian as she whispered, "Father, third mother is looking at you." Zhang Xian froze, glancing sideways at the female child, somewhat puzzled. What third mother? Nah. The girl child captivated her mouth, indicating Luo Xinglan on the other side of the passageway, and whispered, "Father has a fiancé and a human tablet spirit, so isn't she only able to be my third mother?" Zhang Xian instantly had a black line on his face and knocked the girl child's head without a good reason. "Don't talk nonsense." The girl child ate pain to cover the head, pouting mouth. "Oh, daddy want to steal food said it earlier." Zhang Xian's eyes glared. This child was considered to have been taught to waste. Getting up and looking towards Luo Xinglan, Zhang Xian muttered straight in his heart. He was now basically certain that this desolate heaven goddess really didn't have any bad intentions towards him. After all, even take the head of the underworld ancestor to congratulate him. This kind of thing has been done. If it really has bad intentions for him, he can only say that the other party is really a little too spelled out. He thought himself that his little life was far more valuable than those old things. But, that's just what he thinks. Those few old things, after all, were void god supreme beings, existences that the entire Xian heavenly realm would have to tremble when they stomped their feet. Therefore, he is very puzzled. This desolate heaven goddess pleases him in 100 ways. First taking the initiative to marry, and then requesting to form a team to go to the true mysterious realm together. And before that, she even intended to obtain the world tree seedling and then give it to him. And now she even directly wants to take the head of the underworld ancestor, to congratulate him for. No, what does this woman want from him? A good-looking guy? Luo, girl, I don't understand. Why are you doing this? Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment and asked directly, "What do I have on me that is necessary for you?" Luo Xinglan smiled. "If I say that I want to follow your honor and hope that your honor will accept me, I wonder if your honor will believe me or not." Zhang Xian instinctively shook his head. "The hell with believing you." Luo Xinglan is not discouraged. She has gradually come to realize that His Holiness is suspicious of her, and has many defenses, which cannot be dispelled in a moment. She still needs to continue to work hard. However, she was also sure that her actions this time would make His Holiness change his mind about her. At least, has gone from defensive to trustworthy. Immediately, Luo Xinglan no longer delved into the matter, and instead smiled. "Why don't your holiness come out and have a look? I believe that your holiness must have a safe plan, and even if we walk out now, we will still be free of worry." Luo Xinglan's beautiful eyes flashed with a ghostly blue divine radiance, and in her words, she meant what she said. With the true mysterious realm as the center, all the square miles are in the monitoring of her desolate heaven god sect, and all kinds of means and overwhelming killing arrays will also cover all within 10,000 miles. So, that void god that has been hidden and not out of sight is actually more than just the underworld ancestor noticing it, and she knows some of it as well. Even, unlike the underworld ancestor, she could boldly speculate based on the information she had. That void god, from the Jiang family. She definitely didn't believe that the Jiang family's upper and lower ranks were all stupid to the extreme, letting Jiang Xin Zunshan, such a supreme demon, go out to practice, but not equipped with a supreme powerhouse to follow and protect the path. Zhang Xian's eyebrows jumped as he glanced deeply at Luo Xinglan, his heart quite surprised. This little ninny wouldn't have guessed that the Zhang clan had sent a void god ancestor to protect his path, would she? In fact, he didn't know beforehand that there was another void god ancestor behind him. Still, when he was in the ancient city of heavenly prosperity, the husbandman sensed something and informed him that apart from the heavenly elder, the protector of the Tao, there was another void god powerhouse who used the power of the great Tao to conceal himself and secretly follow him. This is also where he dares to zwan those old things of the underworld ancestor across the passageway with impunity. Even if something went wrong, with that void god ancestor covering his back, at least his little life was safe. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment or two, so he simply stepped into the passageway and walked out. Since the other party had spoken so bluntly and with full sincerity, if he still cowered and didn't move, it would seem like he was being impolite. Zhang Ming city lord and other people stunned, heart full of worry, but also do not dare to say anything, can only look from afar, because of Zhang Wuji's provocation, resulting in their current, very tormented. Zhang Xian stepped out of the passageway and gained a foothold at Luo Xinglan's side. Luo Xinglan consciously took half a step back, trailing Zhang Xian by half a body length. The four void gods such as the underworld ancestor, and even the powerhouses fighting on all sides, sensed Zhang Xian stepping out, and their movements all stalled, casting their gazes in astonishment. Not, this damn Jiang Qiankuan, now out, wanting to make a move. He forcefully subdued the other party and seized the human tablet and the Jishi Academy, but now they all have a strong enemy pestered, simply cannot be separated from the action. And even just distracted a little bit, has been the other side seize the opportunity, hard to the other side, injured not light. After all, in a battle between powerful people, the slightest distraction would be fatal. The Hades ancestor and the others hated it in their hearts. This damn Jiang Qiankuan just walked out so brightly, and they couldn't do anything about the other party. Is there anything more disgusting than that? Zhang Xian swept a glance at the various battlefields, somewhat disinterested. This can be said to have swept the entire southern divine state of killing, and he is closely related, but it seems that there is not too much relationship. He is now out of favor. Looking back at Luo Xinglan, Zhang Xian asked, inviting me out for a look. At what? Luo Xinglan spread out a smile, stretching out her slender jade finger and pointing to all sides. These Dao lineages are greedy for what your holiness is carrying and see your holiness as prey. They really deserve to die. Xinglan will dare to be the master today and perform for your honor. Zhang Xian frowned slightly, a little puzzled. Luo Xinglan laughed and said flatly, whoever your holiness points at, Xinglan kills. Chapter 147, A Strange Shame. Whoever your holiness orders, Starland kills. The voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the barbarian world, and even more so to everyone's ears. The four void gods such as the Hades ancestor, as well as the many powerhouses of the various Dao lineages, all of their faces changed, anger surging in their hearts. What did the desolate heaven goddess mean by this? Treating them like pigs and killing them at random? You are certainly the divine daughter of the desolate heaven divine sect, a demon with a holy body, but after all, you have yet to grow up, and you actually dare to be so arrogant and treat them as if they were nothing? Wait, how does the other side's words have a familiar ring to them? The crowd of powerful people abruptly realized that the damned Jiang Qiankuan had clearly said the same thing just now. No, what's wrong with the pride of this generation? So crazy? Obviously still just a tiny Earthshan realm, actually already daring to defy them. The Rome Dao and Zunshi realm powerhouses, and even the Void God realm supreme beings, and wantonly point and kill them? Zhang Xian also gave a sideways glance to this, glancing at Luo Xinglan in some astonishment, having the feeling that he had reacquainted himself with this goddess. The other party's intention of waving and determining the lives and deaths of all the strongest people, with a sense of domination with heaven and earth as chess pieces and all living beings as children, was truly stunning and amazing. Those present, let me kill them at my leisure? Zhang Xian asked with a light smile. Naturally, Luo Xinglan followed with a smile. Anyone? Your Holiness, please. Luo Xinglan simply reached out directly and invited. Good. Zhang Xian nodded slightly, his eyes lifting slightly as he observed the battlefield where the killing was fierce. His gaze quickly locking onto a strong man of the Dao fusion realm dressed in the clothing of the extreme Dao sect, whose face bore a 3-point resemblance to that extreme Dao sect's young sect leader, Gu Feng, whom he had killed earlier. It's just him. Zhang Xian pointed at the other party, the third elder of the extreme Dao sect, Gu Jiao, 5th level of the fused Dao realm, is burdened with. Luo Xinglan's tone was flat. The other party's information, knowing it like the palm of her hand, as if she were counting, it was obvious that before laying out the true mystery realm, she had already made sufficient preparations, and then, spitting out a divine voice, he commanded, Meiba, fetch his head. No, Meiba was suppressing a venerable, and when she heard the order, she hurriedly answered, and then her figure steeply split into two, and from her hunched body, a buxom woman stepped out, bare feet in the air and a smile on his brow. With each step, the shadows of compulsion swayed out, forming a dense illusion and dragging Elder Guzhou into it. Elder Guzhou's face changed abruptly, 10,000 times more alarmed. What could be more humiliating than being named by an Earthshin Jr. and demanding his head? The point is, why him? There were not 1,000 or 800 strong men present, so why was it him? Elder Guzhou had a grudge in his heart and his face was a bit grim. In front of the honored one, he, a Tao fusion realm, even if he had heavenly skills, he couldn't even live. Damn it, even if I die, you don't want to feel better. Elder Guzhou cursed darkly as the rules of the Great Tao surged around him, forming a thick field. In this 10-foot domain, the gushing spiritual energy was burning, and the rules of the Great Tao were rioting, presenting unspeakable chaos, as if it were a volcano that was about to explode. A wisp of chi became more and more terrifying. At this moment, Elder Guzhou was like a mad beast, burning his own foundation to forcefully obtain a short period of Zunsher power, and in this way, shaking the heaven and earth momentum, adding to himself to resist the Maipo's doppelganger. The plump woman smiled disdainfully, strolling barefoot, a compelling shadow around her body, invisible and qualitative, such as a fairy flying to the sky, charming face but steeply hideous, as if the soul of the severe ghost, swept into the ancient 9 elders, and quickly flew out, stripping away the other party's divine soul energy. Ancient 9 elders at this time certainly have the power of the honored one, but under this treacherous aptitude of there is no way to resist, and can only watch their own divine souls being plundered and depleted by the other party, and gradually lose their spirituality. However, in the blink of an eye, Elder Guzhou's eyes were hollow and his vitality was nearly non-existent. The plump woman approached, her long, slender nails scratched across the other's neck. A flash of blood swept by, the head and body separated. Holding the human head, he flew to Jiang Xian and Luo Xinglan. The plump woman offered up the head with both hands and respectfully said, "Goddess, Guzhou's head has been brought." Luo Xinglan nodded, then looked at Jiang Xian and smiled. "Your Holiness, the head is delivered." Jiang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. His heart was a bit startled. This desolate heaven divine sect that had only manifested itself in the ancient times was really a bit terrifying in its depths. Laying out a large portion of the southern divine prefecture's Tao system had been bold and shocking, and now that this Meiba's doppelganger had taken Guzhou's head with ease, it was even more sideways to see the terror of the desolate heaven divine sect, where a random person had extremely treacherous divine ability means. Imagine such a mysterious and powerful Taoist lineage, a goddess that was honored by all of the divine sect, would not be easy to come by? So, what does she want when she goes to all the trouble of pleasing me? Jiang Xian was puzzled in his heart. At this time, Luo Xinglan smiled again and said, "Please continue to order kills. Your Holiness, 10,000 miles in circumference, the entire barbarian world constituted by the astonishing killing formation, multiple battlefields, many strong people who were fighting." At this time, their hearts were all aghast, all distracted attention, shocked and furious. They have to admit that the desolate heaven divine sect at the moment is strong to the extreme, possessing the power to dominate the whole field, and moreover, the ability to decide their life and death. Spot kill, not an empty phrase, rather, it is the contempt with which they are regarded as ants. It was a bad feeling, one might even say very humiliating. They are at least a strong party. Looking at the South God state is also a famous existence. But now, life and death are all in the other side of the idea. Moreover, the people who decided whether they would live or die were still 2 juniors of the Earthshin realm. However, there is one thing they cannot figure out, or, the heart is very fuming. This desolate heaven goddess lay out them even if. Why must Jiang Qinkuan point to kill? They were deeply involved in the layout of the desolate heaven god sect, and when they lost, defeated, and died, they pinched their noses and admitted it. But this damned Jiang Qinkuan, what virtue can decide their life and death? They were puzzled as to why the hallowed goddess of the desolate heavens had to lick like that. There were rumors earlier that Luo Xinglan looked up to Jiang Xian of the Jiang family and was suspected of licking the other party's dog. They were much disbelieved, thinking that the other side must be up to something. But today, only to know that they are lonely, Luo Xinglan not only licked, but also licked excessively. In order to congratulate Jiang Qinkuan on his successful passage, they used the heads of the underworld ancestors as congratulations, and now they were even using their heads to curry favor with Jiang Qinkuan. Never seen it. So licked. They've never really seen it before. One must know that today, if it wasn't for the desolate heaven divine sect, Jiang Qinkuan would have already become a dead soul under the swords of the void god ancestors, crushed into a pile of mush by the ancestors and their own hands. And the human monument and Jishi Academy on Zhang Qianquan's body should also be divided up among their various Taoist lineages, becoming nutrients for their various Taoist lineages to grow stronger and stronger. But now, because of the interference and layout of the desolate heaven god sect, it makes them have to look at the face of the damned Zhang Qianquan, and even have to pray for the other party, not to focus their eyes on them. They still want to live for a while longer. The strong men who were killing each other had to perk up their ears for a moment, secretly praying that Zhang Qianquan wouldn't kill them on point. Dead Taoist friends don't die in poverty. Being able to live. No one would want to die in such a vain way. Chapter 148, please, ancestor take action. Even the four void gods, such as the meditation ancestor and old ancestor Kongjin, were no exception at this time, distractedly focusing on Zhang Xian, their hearts filled with shock and murderous rage. Zhang Qianquan, you'd better settle down, or else, I'll slap you to death even if I'm injured. Old ancestor Kongjin forced himself to avoid retreating Zhang Wuxi, turning his head to angrily look at Zhang Xian as he angrily threatened. The underworld ancestor and the other two void gods also cast cold gazes at Zhang Xian. As in the case of old ancestor Kongjin, if this damned Zhang Qianquan dared to point-blank kill someone from their forces, they would spell out the cost of being heavily injured by Zhang Wujin and Desolate 12. They would also get Zhang Qianquan killed first. They were noble void gods, so naturally they wouldn't worry about themselves. After all, the Desolate Heaven Divine Sect only had one void god battle power right now, and even if this damned Zhang Qianquan point-blank killed them, the Desolate Heaven Divine Sect didn't have the strength to do it. What they were worried about was that with Zhang Qianquan's disgusting maneuvering, it was likely that he would leave no stone unturned to retaliate against the other powerhouses of their forces. Pretend this seat doesn't exist? Zhang Wuxi's face turned cold, and his killing spree became more and more intense. He needed to use the heads of these three void gods as his pitch to the young king, as a way to ask the mountain god to make up for his sins. But, being the same void god, it was undoubtedly difficult for him to kill the other party, especially since he had to suppress three of them at once. But, just because it's difficult doesn't mean it can't be done. Zhang Wufei lifted up the divine mountain, directly diffusing endless mountain ranges, and vast divine symbols flew up, diffusing endless mountains and rivers, enveloping the three Kongjin old ancestors in them, forming the ultimate trapping and killing realm with the lofty and immeasurable mountain. Not only did they block off the void so that the three didn't have a chance to draw back against Zhang Xian, but they further formed a suppression that consumed the other party's spirit and state. Zhang Wuxi's eyes gulped with killing opportunities, and he himself stepped into the endless mountains and rivers, his body gradually becoming illusory, blending with the mountains and rivers, and was in the dark, staring at the three Kongjin old ancestors, looking for a chance to deal a heavy blow and kill them all in one strike. Now he disguised himself as a hunter, and the three Kongjin old ancestors are his prey. A little bit of time, a little bit of patience. Zhang Wuxi was confident that he would soon be able to send the three heads of the void god realm to Zhang Qianquan's face, just as that Niaba detachment did just now. Desolate 12's side was similar. Although he didn't have as strong of a killing heart as Zhang Wuhui, the frequency of attacking and killing the underworld ancestor had obviously sped up quite a bit, even at the cost of injuries. What a joke! The fact that the goddess had been going to great lengths to curry favor with this Zhang Qianquan, even ordering him to hunt the underworld ancestor, was all partly due to this. If he inadvertently gave the underworld ancestor the opportunity to strike and injure Zhang Qianquan, and the goddess took her anger out on himself, he was afraid that he would suffer a punishment worse than death. After all, death was no big deal to him. What kind of madness is this group of people from the Desolate Heaven God sect? The underworld ancestor couldn't catch his breath as he was suppressed by Desolate 12, cursing in his heart. At this time, the underworld ancestor was already injured in many places, and even his flesh was poked out by Desolate 12's sharp nails, poking out a bloody hole. At this point, Zhang Xian glanced at Luo Xinglan, nodded slightly, and looked around the battlefield, his gaze sweeping over the group of powerful men from the Dao lineages of the Great Luo Holy Land, the extreme Dao sect, and the ancient underworld sacred sect. Roll call. The Mipa detachment stepped out and brought back the heads of these lucky people, one by one. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that these strong people who were killed point-blank were all from the forces where the underworld ancestor and other void gods were located. The underworld ancestor and the other four void gods sensed something, and they were instantly enraged, a deep hostility growing in their hearts. Damn Zhang Qianquan! Today, if they let this kid leave alive, their names will be written backwards. Just like that, Zhang Xian's gaze, like a judge hooking the book of life and death, had hooked away nearly 50 powerhouses, of which there were a full 3 Zunis alone. Blood flowed endlessly in this dimly lit barbarian world, and there were countless corpses. However, apart from the battle of the void gods, The fights in the battlefields of the other parties were gradually approaching the end. The number of people in the various Great Tao unification may be far more than the desolate Sky Divine sect, but in terms of the high-end combat power of the Zunshe realm, it is going to be a big difference. Not to mention that they are still in the shocking killing formation laid down by the desolate Sky Divine sect. Therefore, in just a few incense sticks of time, Jiang Xian's body was already filled with heads. The remaining powerhouses from all sides were no longer a threat, and most of them had even been suppressed and made prisoners. Everyone was covered in blood and their breath was shriveled and miserable. But they were all surprisingly consistent, staring dead at Jiang Xian with a morose fury. Their rout originated from the desolate Sky Divine sect, but their anger and hatred was placed on Jiang Xian. If it wasn't for this damned Jiang Chenkuan, they wouldn't be in the miserable situation they were in now. In response, Jiang Xian was unimpressed and even satisfied. Dead haters are only good haters. One day his enemies died clean, he will be really safe. Also do not need to wear Jiang Chenkuan this set of epic skin. At this moment, Luo Xinglan, who was half a body length behind Jiang Xian, once again smiled and said, "Your Holiness, please continue to order the kill." Jiang Xian sniffed, looked deeply at the other party. People have been killed almost, and now let him point to kill. That does not leave the few false gods in the dome of the sky? Could it be that Luo Xinglan was even sure to leave behind a void god? Thinking like this, Jiang Xian's eyes lifted slightly, casting his gaze on the underworld ancestor who was being hammered by Desolate 12 in the dome of the sky, and he couldn't help but smile coldly. What about this old thing? He has always believed in revenge does not come overnight, and the grass must be cut to the roots, and now that he has the opportunity to strike back, how could he possibly make things easy for these old things who have been blocking his way for half a day, especially the Hades ancestor? This bad old man, a day without his death. Jiang Xian's heart was not in the right place. The underworld ancestor's heart and mind jumped as he heard this, and without warning, a trace of uneasiness and fear arose. However, he quickly suppressed this emotion again. The desolate Heaven Divine sect had only sent out a single void god this time, and while it was certainly suppressing him quite a bit, it was fanciful to want to completely exterminate him. There were a million ways he could force a breakout and get out of here. The reason why he hadn't been doing so was simply that he was still coveting the human monument in the Jishi Academy and was unwilling to leave like that. However, the underworld ancestor had clearly underestimated Jiang Xian, underestimated the desolate Heaven Divine sect, and even more so, overestimated himself. Luo Xinglan smiled knowingly. Jiang Xian's choice of object was within her expectations. At the same time, that was the purpose of her layout. But Luo Xinglan didn't directly agree, but asked Jiang Xian rhetorically, "Your Holiness only needs the head of the underworld burial. Could it be that you're not interested in the other threes? Or not?" Jiang Xian froze, glanced deeply at Luo Xinglan, and said with some surprise, "Does the desolate Heaven Divine sect really have the strength to leave all four void gods behind?" Luo Xinglan smiled faintly. "If your Holiness helps, what is there to fear from a mere four void gods?" At those words, Jiang Xian's eyes flickered as he nodded thoughtfully. He could hear the other party's meaning. This was asking that void god of his Jiang family to make a move. Jiang Wufei and the void god of the desolate heaven god sect, the two of them had already suppressed the four people of the underworld ancestor. And if he, the void god of the Jiang clan, were to make another entrance, there was naturally a high probability that he would leave behind all of the four people of the underworld ancestor. Needless to say, it's a tempting offer. He had already tied the knot with these old things, and now that he had the opportunity, he naturally had the ability to eradicate them without leaving any stone unturned. Jiang Xian mused for a moment or two and nodded slowly. It's possible to try. Immediately, he directly summoned that void god of the Jiang clan who had been in hiding. Please, ancestor, make a move. Chapter 149, Old Ancestor, Jiang Changshou. Buzz off. Above the void, ripples rose and a faint divine radiance spilled down as if it were a miracle. The invisible pressure, as vast as a tide, was like a mountain, pressing horizontally. Many of the strongest members of the Tao system, their complexion suddenly changed, and they looked up violently, terrified. An old man slowly walked out of the void. A light mist shrouded, covering his body. His figure was hidden, like an immortal. However, that breath made the underworld ancestor and others feel familiar, and their faces flushed with iron. Void God. This is a void god. And it wasn't a first-timer. The aura was thick as an abyss and undetectable. The underworld ancestor even utilized the avatar of the eye, but was unable to peer into it. The Jiang family actually has a backhand? It's hard to believe that the desolate Sky Divine sect has long been laying out a layout outside of the true mysteries. This is to pit the old ancestor. Mai Tian, the elder of the great Luo Holy Land, revealed an ugly expression, and trembling continued in his heart. Even if the underworld ancestor were to pass away, he would still be the leading figure of the Great Luo Holy Land, shaking the divine realm on one side. But now, if it falls here, the Church of the Desolate Sky God will expand further. It also had a great impact on the entire Dala Holy Land. The forehead is dripping with cold sweat. The two major eldritch forces, the layout at the same time, the underworld ancestor, is in danger. All means of summoning were now unusable, blocked off from the void by the desolate heaven god sect's shocking killing formation. In other words, they're isolated. On Jiang Changshuo's face, a trace of bitterness surfaced. The mountain ancestor had asked him to protect him secretly, but he didn't expect that he would be required to make a move now. Originally, he thought that mountain ancestor was making a bit of a big deal out of it, and that a normal heaven's pride's protector of the Tao would be an exalted at the end of the day. It was very difficult to provoke an existence of the level of a void god. But now, Jiang Xian not only messed with the void god, but also appeared 3 or 4 at once, let alone Jiang Xian. Even his own level of troublemaking can't reach this level. Each void god powerhouse was a white jade pillar of the everlasting Tao system, hidden in seclusion, only to break the Tao. But now, because of this human tablet, it directly caused the old men of the Southern Divine Prefecture to jump out several times. Fortunately, the desolate heaven god sect has a layout. Otherwise, relying on oneself alone, even if one sacrifices one's life to kill, it is simply impossible to keep Jiang Xian. He didn't want to show his face and prepared to secretly take Jiang Xian away, but as a result, he didn't expect it to intensify, and now everyone's killing intent was locked onto Jiang Xian. There is also that Jiang Invincible, himself when he was a young patriarch, he was spirited, suppressing many demons, and thought that the young generation, it was nothing more than that. However, the two had fought once but were defeated by a single move, causing Jiang Changshuo's Tao to nearly collapse. Of course, also because of him, Jiang Changshuo submerged in cultivation, peeped into the way of the true God, and stepped out half a step. But now that we meet again, our hearts are still very diaphragmatic about this person. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became, and he chided in a bad mood. You kid, can't you be honest? As the words fell, an ancient cauldron was sacrificed, on which a grayish divine radiance blossomed, and the imprint of a ferocious beast seemed to come back to life as a flood of ancient aura surged. Countless hearts palpitated. At this moment, the ethereal immortal aura on Jiang Changshuo's body also completely dissipated, and the underworld ancestor and the others, too, spied his true form. A jolt. Jiang Changshuo, you're actually alive? Kongjin old ancestor and others. Even more fear flowed out of their hearts, because this name was circulated in their previous era. It was the young patriarch of the Jiang family in that era, pressing many of the heavenly prides, unable to catch their breath. Even if they were an era late, they had still witnessed his elegance. There were once several longevity Tao systems that were not convinced and sent out their younger generation to hunt them down, only to be set up and pitched against more than a dozen first-class geniuses, who were invincible in longevity amongst their peers. It has even attracted the contemporary strong, want to be included in the closed disciple, and even some retired old monsters, are therefore re-emerged, but it didn't take long for him to fade away, only occasionally exposing his figure and gradually disappearing from the sight of all the Taoists. The underworld ancestor's face was extremely ugly. He had witnessed Jiang Changshuo's elegance. Didn't this Jiang Qianquan lose in the Jiang clan's young patriarch fight? Why was he still able to send out a void god powerhouse to defend him? This is merely a young Zuna, not even a young patriarch. Your Jiang family's void god powerhouse. Is it so worthless? If not for the fact that this human tablet was extremely important and could provide a glimpse into the way of the true God, there was no way he would have wasted his remaining lifespan wasting time here. No wonder this Jiang Qianquan provokes again and again, so he has something to rely on. Damn, we're all screwed. The Jiang clan and the Desolate Sky Divine sect, they've been laying out an alliance for a long time. This is to pit us all against each other. Old ancestor Kongjin boomed out, his face hard to see. At this time, a spell seal emerged from the hands of the underworld ancestor. Monstrous energy surged, bright sparks erupted in the air, and terrifying waves of air surged. Then, his figure was like electricity, violently running towards the outside world, not daring to stay for the slightest bit. It's a dead end. The appearance of a Jiang Wuxi was hard enough to deal with, and then another Jiang Changshuo appeared, so continuing to wait would only result in death. Desolate 12 instantly saw what he was thinking and utilized a killing formation, teleporting himself over and sacrificing a longsword that blasted away to stop the underworld ancestor. Surprise flickered in his eyes as he bellowed out, "Fellow Daoist, just block the void, and this underworld ancestor of the great Luo sacred ground, leave it to me." He would personally take the head of the underworld ancestor and offer it to the goddess, adding more leverage for the goddess to curry favor with that Jiang family disciple. Jiang Changshuo nodded slightly, and the ancient cauldron, blooming with several times the light, seemed to have a white tiger and a vermilion bird, surging through the void. Now, even if a void god is outside, he can't break the void of this place. Desolate 12, on the other hand, offered a killing move, directly covering the eye of desolate heaven between his eyebrows, and his complexion became slightly dull, as if he was being manipulated. But, the barbaric visions in this side of the big formation are now surging toward his side. His aura around him rises up, as if he has changed, and when he raises his hands and throws his feet, he blends with the heaven and earth, and there is a supreme horror. The blocked underworld ancestor felt endless pressure sweeping in at this moment. Is this, on borrowed time? The underworld ancestor's face was extremely ugly. Earlier, he tried to blow up the void blockade, but he didn't expect it to be so hard. Next, the only way to kill out is to rely on strength. Burial sword art. Holding the corrupted longsword, he attacked and killed. A grayish sword blade that caused the life of the earth and sky to dissipate. This was the demon high priest's underworld technique, capable of corrupting all living forces. Not enough. Desolate 12 lightly spat out 2 words, utilizing the shocking killing formation to suppress the countless underworld chi and blast it to pieces. When he took a step forward, the entire heaven and earth seemed to tremble. Stretching out his hands, he directly crushed the burying sky sword mantle with ease. The deep pupils of the underworld ancestor revealed a look of shock and trembling as he began to continuously set off his bottom cards, but they were all easily resolved. Himself is like a clown being teased. The many elders of the great Luo Holy Land are also dumbfounded at this moment. The underworld ancestor is invincible within the realm of the void god. But now, Desolate 12 is directly crushed, which is beyond the realm of the void god. Jiang Qingshuo's eyes contained deep meaning, and he saw the mystery, and the depth of the desolate heaven god sect is still there. Desolate 12 was now infinitely close to the true god realm, all thanks to that eye of the desolate sky. But there was nothing for himself here. He alone was able to take care of the underworld ancestor. Spinning around, he turned his figure and took a step out, arriving in the middle of Jiang Wuxi's battlefield range. When the two met, Jiang Qingshuo's heart was complicated, while Jiang Wuxi erupted with an even stronger aura, constantly suppressing the 3 Kongjin old ancestors. Calmly opened his mouth. No need for you to make a move. I am sufficient, as I was at the beginning. He once made Jiang Qingshuo lose in one move. And now, if he still lets it intervene, he look incompetent? Chapter 150, Scratch your eyes and go blind. When Jiang Qingshuo heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly and a faint light of essence flashed. He didn't say anything more and just prepared to strike. Jiang Wuxi's attack became more and more violent, and with each strike, the entire heaven and earth shook and mountains crumbled. The 3 great void gods, including old ancestor Kongjin, had awe-inspiring killing intent flowing from their eyes, and as they exchanged blows, they transmitted their voices. This Jiang Wuxi is also too trustworthy to fight 3 against 1, and he actually dares to threaten to put words in his mouth? It's a good thing that he's being arrogant. If we join forces, as long as we break Jiang Wuxi's attack, we can use this to escape this place. Now that old monsters like Jiang Qingshuo have run out, if we continue to target Jiang Qinkuan and want to seize the human steel, we'll only have one way to die. Quickly cripple him so that the night doesn't last long, while offering a killing weapon. All 3 of them didn't dare to continue to hide their clumsiness. Jiang Qingshuo was an existence that far surpassed them by an era. When he had suppressed a large divine state, he was known as a top demon. Let alone now. The most crucial thing was that Jiang Qingshuo was actually still alive. One must know that even he and the others had relied on a number of means and utilized heavenly treasures to barely be able to prolong their lives and live until now. There are only 10 more years to go before the big day. However, Jiang Qingshuo was still full of vitality, without the slightest bit of deadness entangled. To say that he was an ordinary void god, killing them would not believe it. If they continued to delay, the 2 would join forces and they would surely die. Jiang Wuxi's single strike had already left the 3 breathless. The moment the words fell, 2 magnificent momentums violently erupted, shaking the entire void. In the hands of the 2 great void gods, they both held ancient swords that were filled with the aura of the great Tao, which was extremely dense. Jiang Wuhu, die! The sword light and the sword awnings were chilling and shone in the sky. Seeing this, Jiang Wuxi quickly retreated, wanting to leave this place, not daring to stay for even a moment. In old ancestor Kongjin's hand, there was also an additional broken lance, the body of which was pitch black and only half of it remained. Ancient bloody aura surged, as if it was tainted with the dead souls of countless living beings. The half-empty lance in his hand swung away. For a moment, Jiang Wuxi was in a bit of a mess, retreating and not daring to touch him. The aura of the holy Tao on it was difficult to resist, even for him. The heaven-splitting gun was once displayed in the ancient wars, decapitating true deities, and I didn't expect to actually fall into your hands. Shock surfaced in Zhang Wuhui's eyes, his heart palpitating beyond measure. The heaven-splitting gun, which had once been stained with divine blood, if one were to touch it, the fury in it would be able to directly cause one's divine sense to quake or even shatter. Extremely scary. The fury is too heavy. Even after endless years have passed, it has never dissipated. Not only that, but there were also those two paramount sacred artifacts, which were also extremely precious items, and they had nearly doubled their combat power in a short period of time. But there was a price. They were using their own lifespan essence blood to stimulate the activation of the quasi-saint artifact's Dao power. Otherwise Zhang Wuxi would not be in such a sorry state. The hearts of the powerhouses of the Dao Lord Sacred Land and other Dao lineages were invigorated beyond measure after seeing this scene. This is the signal for a counterattack. Even if that Zhang Wuhui is powerful, he's just a void god, not having broken the Dao and transcended out of it. It's difficult to resist the attack of a quasi-sacred artifact. In their opinion, Zhang Wuxi was definitely the most powerful when he fought 3 against 1. If it is possible to cut it down, then the layout of the desolate heaven god sect would naturally be broken. The 4 great void god powerhouses joining forces was completely enough to face the Zhang family void god as well as the desolate heaven god sect's people. 2 major quasi-saint artifacts, a broken saint soldier. What a great stroke! Luo Xinglan's beautiful eyes surfaced with a touch of surprise. These void god old monsters had taken out all of their bottom cards in order to compete for the human steel. Quasi-sacred artifact level supreme treasures were extremely rare even for the desolate heaven divine sect, and there were very few that had been left behind in the ancient times. This time, but a full 3 pieces appeared. It's a bit shocking, and I can't help but feel a little worried. Jiang Shen's eyes also flowed shock. These old guys, in order to kill themselves, really prepared enough killing weapons. If it wasn't for Zhang Wuxi and the old ancestor Zhang Changshou, with the help of these quasi-saintly artifacts, they would have even been able to wear down the broken world rules they had mastered. Of course, takes forever, but it's still scary. Using a holy weapon, one could forcefully fight their way in, and one might not be able to mobilize the power of the rules to suppress their realm. But these things are all on their own. He was roughly able to know one thing: this long life old ancestor is powerful, and may not be weaker than Zhang Wuxi. Even Judeo-Christian, 2 people joining forces is enough. Immediately, his gaze was cast and he exchanged a glance with Zhang Changshou, and the other party was naturally clear that it was time to strike next. Zhang Changshou laughed, seeing Zhang Wuxi, who had defeated himself in one move in the first place, suffer defeat. His heart was naturally still very happy. Immediately, he stepped forward and his figure became illusory. Coming to the side of the Kongjin old ancestor who was attacking, his left hand turned into a palm and slowly pushed out, and in the center of his palm, there seemed to be a faint Dao embodiment emerging, and a shimmering light flickered. But his speed is so fast that it is not visible to the naked eye. Even though old ancestor Kongjin sensed it, he was completely too late to react. Holding the heaven-splitting lance in his hand, he wanted to counter-stab, but there was a stabbing pain in his back. Put! Essence blood spurted out of his mouth. His face was pale to the extreme, and the vitality around his body was slowly fading. Disbelief flowed from his deep pupils. Because this palm, it seems to have dispersed its own lifespan. Directly? No. He tried to speak, tried to struggle, but there is less and less life in his eyes. The momentum around his body, in a flash, dissipated and disappeared. The figure, falling from the sky. Not only were many of the strongest members of the Dao lineage shocked, being the same void god, the gap was able to be so large to such an extent? Even Jiang Xian himself had been startled. This was sent by the clan to protect them? He thought that he guessed that the strength of Zhang Wuxi was almost the same, and the result was not expected to be even more horrible. This Kongjin old ancestor was once also a mighty name that spread through the divine state, and was a notably strong person. Plus now that his great limit is approaching, he is holding a heaven-cracking gun in his hand, and although it is broken, his strength is still there. But just like that, a light slap directly ended his life? It's kind of like too amazing, especially Jiang Wuxie, who was somewhat dumbfounded at the moment as he watched the scene. Dead. Up? He profoundly knew that the strength of old ancestor Kongjin was definitely not weak, but just like this, he was blown away by his own former underling with a single palm. His mind was, for a moment, a little hard to accept, because, even himself, it is impossible to achieve this level. The Kongjin old ancestor who has a heaven-cracking gun, wants to win him, it will take a lot of effort. This, or the Zhang Changshou that he had once defeated with a single move? Zhang Changshou could see the difference in Zhang Wuxi. Smiling, he looked at Jiang Wuxie playfully and said, "If you don't see me for 3 days, you'll have to scratch your eyes out. You and I haven't seen each other for how many years?" Mustn't we scrape our eyes blind? Chapter 151, Heads, Delivered. In the beginning, he was defeated by Jiang Wuxie's hands, and his Taoist heart nearly collapsed. But fortunately, an old Jiang family ancestor preached through the air and led him to a new path. So he was able to revitalize his Taoist heart and sang all the way to today's heights, with half of his feet already touching the realm of the true gods. But this last half step, well, probability is only 98%. Rounding up and sending death is no different. Upholding that old ancestor's legacy and philosophy, he chose to continue to endure and accumulate his own reserves. Zhang Changshu glanced at the other two void gods before looking at Zhang Wuyu with a playful smile. These two, do you need me to make a move? Zhang Wuxi's face stiffened. No need. Immediately, the great power came to life, lifting up the divine mountain and killing out once again. Mountains, mountain, mountain. The divine voice bellowed angrily, bursting with radiant divine splendor, and the shadows of the lofty divine mountains fell one after another, wrapping up the vastness of the momentum and suppressing it, strongly crushing with absolute power. The heaven and earth within a radius of 10,000 miles swayed crazily, the rules of the great Tao collapsed, and the void crumbled out into a pitch-black crack, the terrifying aftermath of which set off a gust of palpitating energy ripples. The two void gods had ugly faces as they wielded their quasi-saintly weapons and struggled to fend them off. However, Jiang Wufei's killing was simply too overwhelming, even more violent than before, as if he had been stimulated by something. Even the quasi-sacred artifact's divine might was suppressed and sharply reduced by a large portion in front of that divine mountain on the other side. Under the repeated crushing of Jiang Wufei's vast divine mountain, thousands of splendid divine abilities and techniques gradually withered and died out. Along with the withering, there was the breath and vitality of the two void gods. It was only a matter of moments, and along with two roaring explosions, the quasi-saintly weapons were crushed, and Zhang Wuxi had already removed the heads of the two void gods. The dusky heavens and earth added a dull shade of blood. Putting away the divine mountain, Zhang Wuxi rested his two heads and looked at Zhang Changshu, his stern eyes carrying a provocation. The former defeated general now somehow has the strength of a half-step true god, but he is not much weaker than the other party. Zhang Changshu laughed and waved his hand to remove the head of old ancestor Kongjin, who had already had his vitality severed, and weighed it before snickering. What? After living for tens of thousands of years, you still want to fight again like you did back then? Jiang Wuxi smiled with it. Why not? When the great world descends, I will step into the true god realm before you. Maybe. Zhang Changshu shrugged, and at that moment, the two suddenly felt something and looked sideways at the battlefield area on the side of the underworld ancestor. At this moment, the underworld ancestor, in the hands of Desolate 12, was like a doll, being wantonly ravaged. To be more woeful, to be woeful, cloaked in hair, covered in blood, where there is still half a point of the void god old ancestor's high and mighty appearance? Deception. The underworld ancestor hissed in blood, his withered Chinese hair flying, a treacherous black fog gushing out from his body, and the death swamp around his body writhing violently, wrapping the underworld ancestor's flesh around him like mud, forming a fishy, ghastly monster. Bury the sky. A sinister hissing sound, up in the sky. Rumble. The monster full of rotten mud, steeply exploded. The swamp with a horrible corrosive power, splashing around, staining the void heaven and earth. The rules of the great Tao. Corrosion out of there is a horrifying crater. In the pit, it was as if there existed some kind of treacherous temporal and spatial greatness, revealing a seeping evil aura. The eye of desolate heaven at the center of Desolate 12's brow flickered slightly, bursting out with a flash of anger. Demonic aura. Surely you've colluded with the demon race. Ha! Desolate 12 whispered, his tone indifferent and ruthless, mixed with deep anger. Buzz. The dusky divine radiance appeared steeply, like a flash of astonishment, cutting through the void. Desolate 12 figures dissipated, and appeared in front of the medieval ancestor again, like a dry corpse. Like a dry right hand grabbed the head of the medieval ancestor, slightly force. 5 fingers pierced through the other party's head, and the pale power surged, imprisoned the other party's divine soul, dismantled the other party's divine backhand, and began to search the soul. No, no. The divine soul of the underworld ancestor struggled violently. He practiced the ancient meditation techniques of the demon high priest, and his strength was almost invincible to the false gods. How could he lose? How could he lose so easily? What is the origin of this ghostly thing? The desolate heaven god sect. The black mist surrounding the underworld ancestor was receding as far as the eye could see, and along with it was the underworld ancestor's vitality. A few moments later, the muck disappeared and the swamp dissipated. Desolate 12, who had finished searching his soul, crushed the divine soul of the underworld ancestor with his trusty hand, and the vitality of the underworld ancestor was completely extinguished with it. Great Luo Holy Land, you guys are looking for death. Desolate 12's face showed anger as he roared in a low voice. Buzz. Immediately, Desolate 12 twisted his head to look at Luo Xinglan, and the eye of desolate heaven in his brow shot out a dim divine radiance, transmitting the information from the soul search to the other party as much as possible. Make sure you stop them before I wake up. Luo Xinglan's eyes widened slightly, and a flash of ghostly blue divine radiance swept past, carrying a morose coldness. Traitor to the human race. The great Luo Holy Land had actually colluded with the demon race, attempting to rebuild the spatial passageway to receive the demon race to descend into Xian heaven, and then further utilizing the power of the demon race to unify the major divine states and dominate Xian heaven? No wonder. The demon race in the previous life would descend without warning, and even attacked and killed a number of strong people of her desolate heaven god sect in one fell swoop, respectfully following the order of the desolate heaven god. Luo Xinglan secretly responded. And then, the eye of desolate heaven dissipated. The shocking killing formation faded, and the barbarian world, which had enveloped a radius of 10,000 miles, dissipated as well. Desolate 12's eyes then regained their clarity, and the corners of his mouth resumed their evil smile. Carrying the will of desolate heaven and becoming the flesh of desolate heaven. This is the meaning of his existence and his honor. Immediately, Desolate 12's sharp nails slashed across the neck of the underworld ancestor, removed the other party's head, lifted the head, and walked in the direction of Luo Xinglan. Zhang Changshou and Zhang Wudi exchanged glances, a flash of astonishment spreading in the bottom of their eyes. They all saw the oddity of this Desolate 12. To a false god soul-searching, this horrible power control, even if they are far from being able to do it. I'm afraid that the Desolate Sky Divine sect contains deep hidden secrets that are unknown to the public. Pressing down the speculations in their hearts, the two of them also each held up the heads of the void gods and walked towards where Jiang Xian was. Is it over? Many powerful people were paying attention to this scene, all of them showing horror, their hearts and minds stirring, unable to calm down for a long time. It's a full 4 void gods, and just fall? Those powerful people from various Dao lineages who had already been captured were ashen, their hearts filled with despair. Even the void god ancestors could not escape their fall, let alone them. Doomsday. Today, it was the end of their various Taoist traditions. At this time, Desolate 12, Zhang Changshou and Jiang Wawu, already holding the head of the Hades ancestor and other void gods, came to Jiang Xian and Luo Xinglan's body, or intentionally, the 3 people even at the same time, presenting heads to Jiang Xian in front of them, and voiced, "Heads, bring it to me." The voice was not loud, but it was like a thunderous boom that shook everyone present. A medium Earth-Xian point to kill the virtual god. Even, really did it? It is not only the many heavenly prides and strong people of the desolate heaven god sect, the Jiang family and others in the Xin Guang world, and it is not limited to the captured people of the various Dao lineages, as well as the eyes of the major powers that are hidden and watching from afar, as well as Jiang Hong's Dao Protector, the Sea Elder, Jiang Xian's Dao Protector, the Heavenly Elder, and even some of the old monsters who are secretly casting their eyes and who are still in the ancient Forbidden Land. His heart and mind were shaken and appalled, and the shock in his heart was beyond words. However, it was certain that after today, Zhang Qianquan's world-shattering act of killing a void god on point would stir the entire Xian heavenly realm. Chapter 152, Rounding Up is like sending to death. Facing the 3 void gods, Zhang Xian scratched his head in some impatience, uncomfortable and even a little apprehensive. What the hell? It's just that Luo Xinglan has repeatedly lowered his stance to show his goodwill. But what do you 3, the 3 of you, void god supreme beings, mean by this? Putting it in the eyes of outsiders, those who don't know would think that Little Master is already powerful enough to make the 3 void gods bow down. Isn't that like holding me over a fire? Although, I now diffracted appearance, or red heart, was torn a layer of vest, set or epic skin Zhang Qianquan. But, epic skin again how good, but also cannot top so screw off. With Zhang Qianquan's persona? Where was he worthy of making the 3 void gods bow down? If you do this, I'll lose my armor. The minds of the 3 void gods were actually quite simple. Desolate 12 was for goddess Luo Xinglan, goddess to make good this Zhang Qianquan in front of him. He naturally does not leave any stone unturned. And now lower the posture. Take the initiative to send the head of the medieval ancestor. Can be said to be the sincerity of the pull full. He believes that this Zhang Qianquan, even if it is a piece of stone, and now should also be remembered goddess a good. Zhang Wuyu, on the other hand, in order to make up for his own faults, offered the heads of the 2 void gods to the young king, who did not care about his earlier disobedience, so that if the mountain god recovered in the future, he would be able to face it without shame. As for Zhang family ancestor Zhang Changshou, his purpose, on the other hand, is worth playing with. Zhang Changshou saw Jiang Xian's dilemma, heart secretly laughed, so that you kid a hard to show the saint in front of the people, arrogant are out of bounds. Really think that the set of a layer of Jiang Qianquan's vest can be wantonly chaotic, safe and worry-free? Isn't that Jiang Qianquan a disciple of the Jiang family? As the same disciple of the Jiang family, how much difference can it make in the eyes of those supreme beings when you set his status? Especially those old monsters hiding in the ancient forbidden land. Once the heart is killing, wanting to take action to eradicate, the probability is that they will directly overthrow the Jiang family, once and for all. Kid, on Go Dao. You're still too young. There's still a lot to learn. Jiang Changshu directly transmitted his voice. Now that the matter is over, what should be robbed has been robbed, and what should be killed has been killed. Come back to the clan with me, old ancestor will teach you a couple of hands. That's right. Jiang Changshu's purpose is very simple. That is, to put Jiang Xian on the fire, so that this kid knows what's at stake. His heart is worried, and then honestly go back to the clan and stop wandering around outside. This was so that he could teach the other party and guide the boy to truly set foot on the Go Dao, Godo everlasting life. To be honest, this time, if it wasn't for karma and the layout of the desolate sky divine sect in front of him, just these few void gods blocking the door would be enough for this kid to die for several rounds. It's a pity that old ancestor Go Dao has already reached the realm of realization. Even I am not sure if the other party is still in the Xian heavenly realm, much less able to get in touch. Otherwise, if that old ancestor is allowed to teach this kid, with this kid's natural talent, perhaps he is better than the blue. Jiang Changshu couldn't help but feel a connection in his heart. After he got that old ancestor's inheritance, he had deliberately inquired about the records of that old ancestor in the ancestral books, and one sentence was flat. It was hard to imagine that old ancestor had never been prosperous even once, much less made a name for himself, as if he was an ordinary, unproductive disciple of the Jiang family. If he hadn't learned through the mountain ancestor that the other party was born in the same era as the mountain ancestor, he was afraid that he would have been blindsided. What is Go Dao? That's the ing way to go, to the extent that even his own people would ignore it. Jiang Xian looked at Jiang Changshu in consternation. So, this ancestor was a member of the Go Dao? It was also true that being the same void god, but being able to exterminate old ancestor Kongjin, who had sacrificed a broken saint soldier, with a single palm, it was not even possible to say that this was not a person of the Go Dao. Jiang Xian instantly had some tears in his eyes. Meow. If I hadn't had a bloodline curse on my body, and my lifespan was short, with such an ancestor leading the way, it wouldn't have been so easy to achieve the great Dao, break through to the true God, and even chase after the higher realm of the Supreme Being. Songhai Demon Emperor, you deserve to die. But, Jiang Xian thought about it, he really should go back too. He had gained a lot from this trip. He really needed a bit of time to digest it properly. Spinning around, he nodded silently. Jiang Changshu laughed. So the best, save this kid and then the whole moth. He had to follow and wipe his ass. Although with his half-step true god strength, he had no problem walking sideways in the Xian heavenly realm. But, this kind of behavior is inconsistent with his Go Dao. After all, in case the old monsters in those ancient forbidden lands came out without speaking of martial virtues, he was still in danger. Your Holiness, what to do with these people? Luo Xinglan spoke out at the right time, pointing remotely at those captured powerhouses. Jiang Xian glanced at it and said indifferently, since it was captured by the desolate Sky Divine sect, you guys just deal with it. Luo Xinglan nodded and coldly spat out, kill it. Nah. A bloody light swept by, and the captured powerhouses were all beheaded. Thus, the true mysterious realm line came to a complete end. More than a dozen Taoist regimes in the southern divine prefecture, the celestial pride and powerful people they had sent here, had all fallen. The layout of the desolate heaven god sect could be considered a great success. And then, Luo Xinglan once again looked at Jiang Xian, hesitated for a moment or two, spoke out about the matter of the great Luo sacred ground colluding with the demon race, and proposed, I hope that your holiness will make a move, and we'll kill the great Luo sacred ground together. I'm certain that there are still 2 void gods sitting in the great Luo Holy Land today, and there are no true god powerhouses. Luo Xinglan's gaze turned to Jiang Wudi. If this senior is also willing to help, with our current strength, we can definitely level the great Luo sacred ground and cut off the possibility of the demon race's descent. The husbandman in the Haoran terrace was furious, containing his indignation, and agreed. This woman's proposal is very good. Kid, this kind of human traitor must not be tolerated. It must be eradicated as soon as possible. Jiang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. His complexion became a few points heavier, recalling that earlier in the divine abyss, the great Luo Holy Son Xiao Tianyi received the matter of the descent of the demon clan as heavenly pride. So, the whole of the great Luo Holy Land has already secretly colluded with the demon clan with the intention of betraying the human clan? Jiang Xian couldn't help but be a bit impressed. Not to mention the fact that this great Luo Holy Land had already violated the taboo by colluding with the demon race, on the matter of their void god blocking the door alone. He and the great Luo Holy Land had already formed a deadly enmity, and it would be best if he could eradicate it before it was too late. Jiang Wuxi's eyes flickered slightly as he looked toward Jiang Shen, clearly heeding the will. The Jiang clan within the Xianguan world had already given their allegiance to the sun, and he, as well as the other ancestors of the Jiang clan, apparently had no choice but to follow this young king, so even though he had not yet submitted, he was no different from submitting. Seeing this, Luo Xinglan's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. This Jiang Wuxi actually followed orders from his eminence as well? So, the entire guardian lineage of the Jiang family has pledged allegiance to his holiness? If that were the case, things would be a lot simpler. Immediately, Luo Xinglan spoke. After the destruction of the Great Luo Sacred Land, all the secret treasures of the Great Luo Sacred Land, Xinglan will not take any of them. They will all be handed over to the Jiang family, as if they were the icing on the cake for the Jiang family's foothold in Xian heaven. The Jiang clan was loyal to Jiang Xian, and Luo Xinglan was implying beyond his words that he was giving Jiang Xian the entire Dala Sacred Land. Jiang Xian became even more intent. However, just as he was about to open his mouth to respond, an unspeakable crisis steeply surged in his heart, as if he was facing the abyss directly. His heart throbbed, inexplicably panicked and uneasy. Jiang Xian heart and soul, this damn familiar feeling. It's that feeling of being able to pick up something for nothing and then something happens. Again. Was about to open his mouth to refuse. Ancestor Jiang Changsho, however, suddenly spoke. No way. Absolutely not. The probability of our party to overthrow the Holy Land of the Great Luo is only 80% at most. So what's the difference between rounding up or down can be sent to death? Kid, you can't get into danger like this. Chapter 153, Handing over Jiang Qianquan. When the people heard, their expressions were all stagnant. And the probability of overthrowing the Holy Land of the Great Luo is as much as 80%. Isn't it enough? After all, that was an ancient Dao lineage second only to the desolate Sky Divine sect in the southern Divine Prefecture. If it was in the past, not to mention overthrowing it, even if it was to break through the Protectorate formation and enter it, it would be incomparably difficult. And now there is a full 80% probability. A one-off overthrow will be the other side to attract the seedling of the descent of the demon race, strangled in the cradle. This is an unprecedented opportunity, which why not go to? Desolate 12. Maipa, and the many strong people of the desolate heaven god sect, all of them looked sideways at Jiang Changsho, and could not help but give birth to a strange look. Jiang family, this void god ancestor, isn't it a little too cautious? Jiang Wudi looked at Jiang Changsho and was also somewhat speechless. No, this former underdog, so afraid of death. How on earth did he reach this height now? Half-step true god. Hey, you can't always rely on caution and fear of death to survive until you're a half-step true god. Can you? Luo Xinglan also glanced at Jiang Changsho, then dropped his eyes to Jiang Xian, pondering. No wonder his holiness was so cautious, and even kept cloaking himself in someone else's identity, unwilling to expose himself. So it's a lineage. Jiang Xian instead gave Jiang Changsho a somewhat grateful glance. It had to be his own old ancestor who understood his mind. This sense of crisis that enveloped his entire body was definitely not empty. There was definitely a big pit in the Holy Land of the Great Luo. And going there rashly would definitely lead to a big crisis. Since the ancestor said so, then, we will discuss it again. Jiang Xian pondered for a moment or two and slowly spoke. First, secretly monitor the Holy Land of the Great Luo. Prepare your strength, and when all is well, then it won't be too late to strike to overthrow it. This, Luo Xinglan nodded hesitantly. Without the help of His Holiness's power, she alone, the desolate heaven divine sect, would not be able to overthrow the Dala sacred ground, and could only follow His Holiness's words and monitor the Dala sacred ground first before making any plans. Immediately, Luo Xinglan excused himself to Jiang Xian, gathered the people of the desolate Sky Divine sect, and left first. Seeing this, the two Dao protectors, Heavenly Elder and Sea Elder, stepped out and came in front of Jiang Changsho, bowing and saluting. Greetings, Ancestor. Jiang Changsho laughed. You two old boys, protecting the way for the juniors, protecting the way. Why are you hiding yourselves? Elder Tian and Elder Hai smiled back, somewhat ashamed. The development of events has long been out of control, and even the Void God Supreme Powers have killed each other, and His two reverends, even if they appear, they can't do anything. Kid, go back? Jiang Changsho didn't look deeper, turning to Jiang Xian to propose. Ancestor, wait a moment. I still have some things I need to take care of. Jiang Xian said, turning to look at the Jiang clan's crowd on the other side of the passageway. All of the previously selected people come out and return to the Jiang clan with me. Nah, Seeing that the young king didn't pursue the matter of Jiang Wuji's ancestors' disobedience, the Jiangming city lord was relieved in his heart and hurriedly responded. And then, Jiang Chen and a full 30 other heavenly pride demons crossed the passageway to Jiang Xian, bowing in front of him. Greetings to the young king. We are willing to swear to follow the young king to the right and left. Jiang Xian nodded slightly before looking at Jiang Wuxia without speaking, as if he was thinking about something. Jiang Wuxi's expression was a bit complicated and even more apprehensive. The lesser king would do this to him? Would they treat him leniently on account of the fact that he was a void god of the Jiang clan and had beheaded 2 other void gods? Ancestor, admit your mistakes. Have to have the attitude to admit your mistakes. Jiang Chen duly transmitted his voice to mention. Jiang Wuxi instantly stiffened. An attitude of admitting fault? Not. He is at least a false god, right? What more attitude do you want from him? Prostrate and kneel? Jiang Changshou, on the other hand, looked at the scene with some amusement. He was now also informed of the dilemma Jiang Wufei was facing, and couldn't help but snicker. Begging this kid for forgiveness is indeed a bit difficult for you. Why don't you beg me? As this boy's ancestor, I should be able to speak just as well. I lost to you back then and never had a chance to get back at you, but today I can finally raise my eyebrows. Jiang Changshou's heart was soothed, and he felt a lot smoother looking at Jiang Xian. This kid's Godao is certainly not well learned, but it still has quite a lot of potential. He guides more guidance, and will soon be on the right track. Jiang Wao enemy's face darkened as he ignored Jiang Changshou's mockery and bowed directly to Jiang Xian. I hope you'll forgive me for disobeying young king earlier. He could afford to take it and let it go. So what if he saluted earthly Xian with the dignity of a void god? This one was the young king after all, and in terms of status and esteem, he was definitely even more above him. Jiang Xian hurriedly lifted up Jiang Wuxi with both hands. There's no need for senior to do so. Seeking a way out for the family is human nature and understandable. Now that the Jiang family is following me, but it's inconvenient to walk out at once, so I still hope that senior will guard the passage here. And when I find a suitable Holy Land dojo for everyone, then I'll bother senior to guide all of the Jiang family members into the Xian heavenly realm in batches. When Jiang Wuxia heard this, he let out a sigh of relief in his heart and nodded solemnly. I will obey the young king's order. Immediately, Jiang Xian also left with the crowd and returned to the Jiang family, and the ripples on the southern divine prefecture only began to ferment as the news spread. The various Taoist systems gradually learned that the everlasting Jiang family had produced a demon named Jiang Qiankuan, moving the Jishi Academy, capturing the human tablet, relying on the rules of the true mysterious realm, killing 2 major void gods, and even joining forces with the desolate heaven divine sect to lay out their various Taoist systems, killing countless powerful people, and even the void gods were killed by as many as 4 of them. For a time, the entire South Goddess state exploded. Countless powerhouses walked out from the Forbidden Land with monstrous fury, questioning the desolate heaven divine sect, demanding that the other party give them an explanation. To this, the desolate heaven divine lord only responded, those who do not submit, feel free to go to war. The desolate heaven divine sect will follow. The powerful people from all sides were suddenly absent. When they were in their prime, they didn't even dare to go head to head with the desolate sky divine sect, let alone now that they had lost so many powerful people and their vitality had been greatly injured. So naturally, it was even more unlikely that they would be the opponents of the other party. Once the war starts, whether the other party will be seriously injured and destroyed, they are not sure, but they are afraid that they will become cannon fodder and fall in the Great War. The many forces had no choice but to endure their anger and swallow their anger, waiting for the movements of the Great Luo Holy Land and the extreme Dao sect, which were only second to the desolate heaven divine sect's top Dao lineages. If they led the way in waging war against the desolate heaven divine sect, they, perhaps, still have a chance to avenge their blood. However, waiting left and right, but has not been waiting for the reaction of forces such as the Holy Land of the Great Luo, as if it has been determined to be this shrunken head turtle. All the major forces cursed in their hearts, denouncing the other party's usual bravado, not putting the desolate heaven divine sect in their eyes at all. But when it came to the critical time, all of them became grandchildren. The desolate heaven god sect couldn't move, so they could only spread their anger on the other side of the layout. Jiang Qiankuan, multiple times to gather intelligence and deduce cause and effect. Soon, they sought out Jiang Qiankuan's trail, the Yin Yang Holy Land. The 3rd day after the great battle outside the True Mysteries, outside the Yin Yang Holy Land, the southern divine prefecture's more than 10 parties of Dao, nearly 30 exalted ones, and even 2 void gods, all straddled the dome of the sky, with divine radiance spilling down, and the great Dao crossing the sky, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth, leading to many astonishing phenomena, which appeared in a variety of ways. At this time, a void god supreme powerful person wrapped in rolling fury chi broke the sky with a finger, leading the great Dao into a sea. with the intention of flooding the Yin-Yang Holy Land. This void god indifferently looked down on the Yin-Yang Holy Lord and angrily rebuked. Hand over Jiang Qianquan. Chapter 154, this Jiang Qianquan. A bit weak? The divine sound stirred and boomed in the heavens and earth, causing the sky to crumble and the void to sway. The awe-inspiring killing machine was even stirring in layers, pressing horizontally across the entire Yin-Yang Holy Land. Within the Holy Land, many disciples, all face changed greatly, face terrified. The heart is even more doubtful. A few days ago the true biography of Jiang Qianquan returned to the Holy Land, has been in the Forbidden Closed. How will suddenly provoke so many strong people? Even the Void God Supreme Being descended in person to claim Jiang Qianquan by name? What has Jiang Qianquan done that is so outrageous? At that moment, in the Yin-Yang Holy Land's Forbidden Land, Jiang Qianquan stepped out with a confident smile on his face, bathed in divine radiance. The rules of the great Tao lingered, and the qi of Yin and Yang flowed, mixed with the rich qi of the earth's veins. A powerful aura that belonged exclusively to the Earth Xian realm rolled and spread out. Quite divine. He had, finally, stepped into the Earth Xian realm. Looking at the Xian heavenly realm, there weren't many demons who had stepped into the Earth Xian realm at his age. In other words, from now on, he was considered to be officially among the ranks of the demons, qualified to compete with the holy sons and goddesses of various Taoist lineages, and strive for the great world qi. Jiang Xian, you didn't expect it, did you? Even without the Jiang family's old ancestors' inheritance, even without the Jiang family's young patriarchs' tilted resources, and without the Jishi Academy and other amazing opportunities, I'm still ahead of you, stepping into the Earth Xian realm one step ahead of you. Jiang Qianquan's heart and soul stirred, sweeping away the haze of being repeatedly suppressed by Jiang Xian and latching onto his identity earlier. He was spirited and full of pride. When I return to the clan this time, I will definitely suppress you with my own hands and take back the position of the young clan chief. Jiang Qianquan's eyes flickered with divine radiance as he secretly said in his heart. Seeing this, the disciples of the surrounding Yin-Yang Holy Land saluted. Welcome true senior brother out of the gate. But, there was an inevitable look of wonder and curiosity on their faces. What on earth had this one done out there? Jiang Qianquan sensed something strange and couldn't help but frown. Did something happen? The disciples hesitated, their gazes subconsciously looking beyond the Holy Land. Jiang Qianquan looked with him and his face changed abruptly. Although there was a protectorate formation sheltering the sect, which had already blocked the pressure of the great Tao from the many powerful people in the outside world, the terrifying aura of the two void gods and the nearly 30 venerable masters approaching the sky still caused one's heart to tremble with fear. Why have so many powerful people descended for? Why have they come? Is it hard to attack my Yin-Yang Holy Land? Jiang Qianquan inquired in a low voice, a fear that he couldn't hide between his words. The disciples were stunned, and some of them were puzzled to gaze at Jiang Qianquan. Aren't you the one who attracted these strong people? Found you. The leader of the five thunder god sects void god, old ancestor thunder, had a vast divine sense that actually penetrated the Yin-Yang Holy Land's protecting sect formation and searched for Jiang Qianquan's location, invoking the great momentum of heaven and earth to squeeze the protecting sect formation, and then one hand probed out, wrapped in the violent power of the thunder road, tearing apart the esoteric array pattern of the protecting sect formation, probing into it, and grabbing Jiang Qianquan. The large hand carried a terrifying aura, and the void shattered with it. Jiang Qianquan looked at the big hand that grasped toward him. The terrifying avenue qi came to his face, and a deep sense of helplessness immediately wrapped the whole body. He, confused, is this a false god? No, I'm in seclusion to break through an Earth Xian. How come once I'm out of seclusion, I'm being sniped by a void god supreme powerhouse? Please, I'm only breaking through to earthly Xian. Do I need to use the void god? Which power is it? What do you think of me? Jiang Qianquan wants to cry without tears, and his heart breathes a raw despair, facing the avatar of the void god. He can't seem to do anything but wait for death. And at that moment, a divine voice sounded steeply at first. You have gone too far. The divine sound is vast, and the yin and yang are reversed. The yin-yang holy lord, who was in the yin-yang sacred temple, had his eyes slightly opened as he casually waved his hand, distorting the void and forming a treacherous force to repel the thundering old ancestor's hand. Boom! The short-lived collision set off a gust of aftershocks, broken rules of the great Tao, like a flood of chaotic collisions. But Jiang Qianquan was the first to bear the brunt of the aftermath of the positive waves. It was difficult to withstand. Instantly sprayed blood and flew backwards. The entire flesh is crumbling out of a crack. The injuries are tragic. Thundering old ancestor saw this. His eyebrows were wrinkled. His face was surprised. How does this Jiang Qianquan feel? A little weak? At least he was at the earthly Xian realm. How could he not even withstand a little aftershock of the great Tao? Wasn't it said that in that battle in the true mystic realm 3 days ago, This kid relied on the suppression of the true mystic realm's rules, and successively felled 2 void gods in reverse. After that, he even killed 4 void gods at point-blank range, killing all parties and nearly wiping them out. According to that day's scene, this damn Jiang Qianquan's battle power should have already surpassed most of the Earth Xian realm, right? It's unlikely that a little aftershock from the Great Tao could hurt him, right? Moreover, he had deliberately withdrawn his force, and his power itself was at the Tian Yuan level, not to mention the aftermath. It was estimated that it was only at the beginning of the Earth Xian level. You can't handle that? Many strong people are also very surprised at this time, as if it is not a star and a half weaker than they expected to be, so much so that they were now even a bit skeptical that this Jiang Qianquan, was it the one they were looking for? After all, at the time of the true mystic realm, that Jiang Qianquan had always diffused into the appearance of a loose cultivator. The thundering ancestor and all the powerful people probed out their divine senses and carefully examined Jiang Qianquan, bearing the bloodline of the Jiang family, the first entry into the realm of the Earth Xian cultivation, and there is still a residual earth vein qi, obviously just breaking through. Right, this son is that Jiang Qianquan. It seems that the rumors aren't believable. Jiang Qianquan should have something else going on at that time when he went against the Void God and killed the Void God on point, and that he himself is actually just a demon with slightly more natural talent. Old Ancestor Lei Ming and the others immediately had what they thought was the correct answer in their hearts. But there's something odd about this place everywhere. But none of it mattered. Their purpose was to get the human tablet, or to share it with the Yin Yang Holy Land. At this time, the Yin Yang Holy Lord strolled out, his body surrounded by Yin and Yang. The void was inverted, presenting a twisted haze, dissolving the might of the crowd of powerhouses, even if it was the pressure of the great Tao of the Void God Supreme Powerhouse. A pair of holy eyes with inverted Yin and Yang opened slightly and looked around the crowd, flooding with coldness. When the crowd saw this, their eyes narrowed slightly, seeing the clues, and they immediately flashed a look of austerity. Yin Yang Holy Lord, this is about to break through the Void God realm? The faces of the group of Zunis immediately turned ugly. The Yin Yang Sacred Lord belonged to the demons of the last previous era along with them, and most of them stopped at Zunshur, making it difficult for them to advance an inch. But they didn't expect the Yin Yang Sacred Lord to sneak in unobtrusively and walk ahead of everyone. Could it be that he is going to become this era the first person to testify to the Void God? The leader of the Thunder Old Ancestor. Dead eyes on the Yin Yang Holy Lord. The pupils of a burst of contraction. He can see more. This Yin Yang Holy Lord is suspected of fusing Yin and Yang, accomplishing the Yin and Yang avenue, and once it succeeds, there is a complete opportunity to impact the realm of the true gods. After all, this era was a great age. The great Tao was revived and manifested, and the heavenly rift that lay across the front of the true God realm was already attenuating indefinitely, and this junior was still very young, and had every opportunity to do so. The number one force in Shen-Tian. The bottom line is truly terrifying. The hearts of all the powerhouses are all secretly shocked. The eyes of the Yin Yang Holy Lord lifted slightly and looked around at the crowd, the Yin and Yang in his eyes inverted, with a kind of indifference and contempt that could not be described, and he said coldly, "Everyone, why are you barking at my Yin Yang Holy Land?" The extremely contemptuous words made the crowd's expression all stagnate, not expecting the Yin Yang Holy Lord to dare to be this arrogant, when he was really in the same vein as that damned Jiang Qianquan, a raccoon of the same tribe. For a time, everyone was enraged, their eyes spitting fire. Old Ancestor Lei Ming even shouted coldly and angrily, "Unbridled, Junior, don't be so arrogant. Although you have half a foot in the Void God realm, you have yet to enter the Void God realm, so it's still as easy for the seat to pinch you to death as it is for me to do so. Hand over Jiang Qianquan, as well as the Jishi Academy and human monument on his body, or else, today I will not blame this seat for drowning the Yin Yang Holy Land." The divine sound shook, and heaven and earth shook as the thundering old ancestor's thunder divine radiance spilled out around him, gulping down a violent and ferocious momentum. The sea of the great Tao invoked by the thundering old ancestor was even more violently churning and spreading, with endless thunder diffracting into raging seawater, encompassing the Yin Yang sacred ground in a mass, as if at any time, it could set off a shocking wave that would capsize it. Chapter 155, Jiang Shen, must not remain. Yin Yang Holy Lord Saint eyes slightly drooped. The expression looks a little gloomy. Jiang Shen in the South God State set Jiang Qianquan identity to do good things. He has already heard. Just did not think that the South God State these forces to come so fast. It was clear that most of the strong people who had fallen from these forces had been killed by the desolate heaven divine sect's layout pit, inside and outside the true mysteries. It was all done by Jiang Shen, the youngest clan member of the Jiang family, under the false name of Jiang Qianquan. The Jishi Academy and the human tablet that you seek are both on Jiang Shen. Yin Yang Holy Lord's tone is flat, with a few coldness. With his position, he did not bother to explain. But Zhang Xian dumped a pot that was too big. Not only is he burdened with the supreme treasures of the Jishi Academy and the human tablet, but he also united with the desolate Sky Divine sect to lay out the pitfalls and kill many strong people. Even the Void God Supreme powerhouses had fallen by as many as 6. This big pot, not to mention a small Jiang Qianquan, even if it is his entire Yin and Yang Holy Land, are damn enough to be able to carry. Junior. Such a poor excuse. You're treating us all like cuties. Lei Ming old ancestor eyes thunder raging. Full of shade. Deep voice cold laugh. This seat has been investigated clearly in advance. The Jiang family's young clan Jiangxian last time to show up, but only into the god realm, even if he how heavenly talented, cannot in less than a month's time, even break 2 realms. Into the Earthxian realm not? Want to monopolize the Jishi Academy and the human monument? I'm afraid you can't do it with your Yin Yang Holy Land alone. Junior. I advise you to hurry up and hand over Jiang Qianquan. Hand over the Jishi Academy and the human monument. Otherwise, this seat will definitely set off the Yin Yang Holy Land. Before the Yin Yang Sacred Lord could react, Jiang Qianquan, who had been heavily injured by the aftermath, heard it, but his eyes opened steeply and angrily, and a mouthful of rebellious blood sprayed out. It's Jiang Xian again. Damn Jiang Xian. Not only did he apply his identity, move the Jishi Academy, and seize the human tablet, but he actually dared to collude with the desolate Sky Divine sect to lay out the pitfalls and kill many of the strongest people in the Southern Divine Prefecture? He didn't even need to know the specifics right now. Just by looking at the battle of the 2 void gods and the many venerable ones today, he could already clearly tell just how big of a pot Jiang Xian had dumped on him. Nima, will you be a human being? Jiang Qianquan cursed more than just in his heart. The emotions were more than a little grim and twisted. On what grounds? He had suffered frequent setbacks and all sorts of obstacles along the way, and now that he had inflicted pain on Jiang Mingho, he had managed to break through to the earthly Xian realm only after he had managed to obtain the tilting of his master's resources. In the end, he realized that Jiang Xian had actually broken through to Earth Xian. The most crucial thing is that the damn Jiang Xian was only broken through to Earth Xian after applying his identity, rampaging all the way, committing crimes, and collecting all the benefits, taking advantage of the situation and not forgetting who gave him the pot at the end. Jiang Xian, I, Jiang Qianquan, will not be a man until I kill you. Jiang Qianquan's eyes erupted with fire, his anger attacked his heart, and another mouthful of reverse blood was sprayed out, and he fainted at once. Thundering old ancestor and the others looked sideways and couldn't help but skim their mouths. This kid has a lot of drama. Didn't think they'd buy into the other side's bull asterisk if they roared a few times and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, did they? But, don't say. This old man and young man, the cooperation is quite tacit understanding. This side of the Yin Yang Holy Lord just said that Jiang Xian pretended to be Jiang Qianquan. This side of Jiang Qianquan on the rage, blood spraying fainting, swore to kill Jiang Xian. Action coherent, full of emotion, a breath of air, no performance components. The said not to say, acted very in place. If Jiang Xian's cultivation realm and Jiang Qianquan were not so different and extremely inconsistent, they were afraid that they would really believe it. The Yin Yang Sacred Lord glanced at Jiang Qianquan, who was vomiting blood and fainting, his brows slightly furrowed and a hint of displeasure flashed in the bottom of his eyes. He had really misjudged the son, and it was really hard for him to take on a big job, if not for the fact that he was nearly halfway through his plot against the Jiang family and couldn't temporarily replace him. He wouldn't be able to refine this son right now. And then, the eyes of the Yin Yang Holy Lord lifted slightly, fatally glancing at the thundering old ancestor, and then moving his gaze, looking around at the crowd of powerhouses. He couldn't help but spread a cold smile, and said disdainfully, "The powerhouses of your Tao have been pitted by the desolate Sky Divine sect's layouts, and since you don't dare to seek out the desolate Sky Divine sect to ask for a claim, you're coming to my Yin Yang Holy Land, and ask for Jiang Qianquan? What? If you are afraid of the desolate Sky Divine sect, you are not afraid of my Yin Yang Holy Land? Is it because my Yin Yang Holy Land has been too quiet lately? Or is it because I've killed too few people lately that I've actually given you the illusion that you can pinch my Yin Yang Holy Land as a soft persimmon?" The eyes of the Yin Yang Holy Lord were slightly downcast. A flash of killing intent swept past like a shocking bolt, and a vast divine sound was spat out from his mouth. "Anyone who violates the Yin Yang Holy Land without a reason, dies." The divine voice fell with an awe-inspiring killing aura. Rumble. The Yin Yang sacred ground steeply and violently trembled. A dark divine radiance burst out, breaking through the heavens and bucket rushing into the sky. An old thundering ancestor sea of great Tao was instantly dispersed and shattered, and indescribably decayed. Ancient aura echoed like a cloud and drifted away. Buzz. A crippled figure walked out. The heavens and earth were silent. The wind and clouds were reversed, and this space and time seemed to have fallen into stagnation. Shock lingered on the faces of many powerful people, as if they were frozen in place. Even the thundering ancestor and the other void god, at this time, were all blocked in their forms, as if they were locked in by supreme terror, their hairy bones and bodies trembling, subconsciously retreating with extreme speed and shock. The mutilated figure walked out slowly, again as if it was the extreme speed of the world, extremely fast and slow, giving a sense of intertwined chaos. Next moment, the crippled figure returned to the side of the Yin-Yang Sacred Lord and nodded his head before slowly walking back and losing sight of him. The stagnation of time and space dissipated with it. That suffocating feeling of having someone's neck in a chokehold slowly faded as well. But, boom, 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 of the nearly 30 venerables dispatched by the various Tao lineages in the southern divine prefecture, there were a full 15 of them, their shocked faces frozen forever, their vitality rapidly dying out as they crashed into the earth, completely falling. The pupils of old ancestor Lei Ming and the others contracted steeply, their eyes flickered with horror, and as they looked in the direction of the crippled figure's departure, they were surging with a deep sense of awe and fear. This is a old monster that has survived from what era? The hearts of the crowd trembled wildly, an unspeakable fear that loomed over their hearts, unable to be waved away. It was only at this moment that they soberly and profoundly realized why the Yin-Yang Holy Land was honored as the #1 force in the Eastern Divine Prefecture, and even more breathlessly realized how terrifying the Yin-Yang Holy Land's depth and strength really was. To casually walk out of an old monster had the absolute strength to override the entire field and dominate Xian heaven. Thundering old ancestor and the others, their hearts were frightened and uneasy, and they suddenly retreated. There was even a deep sense of remorse. Which string had they struck wrong? Actually daring to come directly to the Yin-Yang sacred ground and claim Jiang Qianquan and the two great supreme treasures? The matter of the true mysterious realm is all the work of Jiang Xian of the Jiang family, not my Yin-Yang Holy Land's true heir. Jiang Qianquan, if you believe, you must believe. If you don't believe, you must believe. The Yin-Yang sacred lord lightly glanced at the remaining group of people and icily scolded. If you dare to bark half a sentence again, you will be killed without pardon. Get out! Thundering old ancestor and the others' faces changed abruptly. Their hearts burst with anger, but the situation was stronger than the people. Just the old monster that stepped out earlier was far from an existence that they could rival. Forcing pressure on the Yin-Yang sacred ground, not only would it not be able to achieve the effect, but it was even very likely that they would be buried as a result. The crowd glanced deeply at the Yin-Yang sacred lord, and could only force themselves to hold back the pent-up grievances in their hearts as they whisked their sleeves and turned to leave. The Yin-Yang sacred lord stood high in the sky, indifferently watching the crowd leave. His holy eyes slightly narrowed. An awe-inspiring killing opportunity was madly brewing. Jiang Xian can't stay any longer. Immediately, he waved his hand to lift Jiang Qianquan and turned around to return to the Yin-Yang sacred temple. With a wave of his sleeve, he invoked the power of the great Tao in heaven and earth, wildly collecting the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and pouring it into Jiang Qianquan's body, recovering his injuries and awakening him. Jiang Qianquan turned awake as the memories came flooding back. His face was suddenly gloomy as water. Immediately kneeling on the ground, with a morose murderous intent, gritting his teeth and roaring lowly, I implore Master to take action and subdue Jiang Xian. The Yin-Yang sacred lord glanced at Jiang Qianquan, the disappointment in his heart intensifying. No response at all. Instead, he summoned Mr. Puppet and commanded in a cold voice, escort Jiang Qianquan back to the Jiang clan. Help him lure the Jiang clan's disciples and enter the Earth Emperor's secret realm. Coefficient pit kill. If there's any mistake, bring your head. Mr. Puppet's heart flinched as he subconsciously glanced at Jiang Qianquan before he hurriedly responded with a respectful voice. At the will of the Holy Lord. Chapter 156, Fiancé, God's Mighty Power. Eastern Divine Prefecture. Borderland. The only two first-class forces in the Jade Mountain Mansion. On the martial arts ring, at this time is carrying out the once every 5 years of the great competition. Within a radius of 10,000 miles of the forces gathered here, together competing for the strongest of the younger generation. To obtain the qualification token to the ancient ruins, the divine radiance shone brightly in the sea of fire churned, as Nangong Mingyue slammed the Jade Mountain House disciple he was fighting against and expelled him from the ring. Standing in the center of the ring, her beautiful eyes were stern, and her clothes were fluttering and heroic. The blazing rules of the fire Tao surged around his body, like a primordial deity who held the authority of the fire Tao, and with a disdainful stance, he looked at the crowd below the ring and faintly said, "Next." The whole room was silent. Heavy breathing, clearly audible. The Jade Mountain Mansion's group of strong men and disciples all had gloomy faces, suppressing deep anger. Nangong Mingyue alone occupies the ring, deluded that no one in his Jade Mountain House can be called heavenly pride, and that she alone is sufficient to defeat all the disciples of the Jade Mountain House. They are naturally furious. The three major pro-transmission, 10 core, 30 inner door, a full 43 heavenly pride disciples, take turns to challenge, want to suppress Nangong Mingyue, to dispel the other side of the arrogance of the flames, but, without exception, all by the other side lightly hit, easily defeated. And at this time, less than half an hour had passed since the start of the grand competition. Cultivation levels, body hardening, foundation establishment, entry into the divine, spirit transformation, earthly Xian, heavenly Yuan, fusion of the Tao, Zun Shi, void God, true God. This woman is clearly only at the divine entry realm. Why is her battle power so terrifying? The group of disciples from the Jade Mountain Mansion stared indignantly at Nangong Mingyue in the ring, but their hearts were filled with fear and confusion. One must know that all three of his Jade Mountain Mansion's protégés were all supreme celestials at the spirit transformation realm, especially the one just now, but also at the age of 60 years old, stepped into the fourth level of the transformation spirit. The future has every chance to impact the venerable realm, and even ride the east wind of the great world, trying to prove the path of the void God, true God, to achieve a world of fame. But it was this kind of pro-transmission heavenly pride that actually still wasn't Nangong Mingyue's opponent, and couldn't even break through the other party's sea of fire defense. The absolute gap in strength is visible to the naked eye, even as if it were a moat. It doesn't make sense. Do any of you know this Nangong Mingyue? What exactly is her origin? The disciples of some of the surrounding forces were all whispering, full of curiosity about this valiant woman in the ring. A disciple who knows some insider information stole a glance around. Some show-off whispered, "You do not know. This Nangong Mingyue was originally a disciple of the Jade Mountain House. Due to a change in the meridians are broken, Dantian damaged, reduced to waste, and then was the Jade Mountain House of the Grand Elder expelled from the clan. But I do not know for what reason. This woman in a few months ago was remodeled physique, but also worshipped into the Qingyang sect and became the personal disciple of the Sad Green sect master." What? Nangong Mingyue was originally a disciple of the Jade Mountain Mansion? All parties were in an uproar, and while shocked, their gazes couldn't help but turn to the Jade Mountain Mansion's Grand Elder Fu Rong, their hearts wondering, this old man's brain isn't broken, is it? This Nangong Mingyue defeated the spirit of transformation with the divine entry realm. His qualification is considered a demon. Such a demon actually tolerated being expelled from the clan? Even the powerhouses of the various forces also looked sideways with suspicion at Fu Rong. What exactly did this one think? Such a demon is actually willing to expel the clan? The voices of the various parties talking were certainly small, but they still clearly reached Fu Rong's ears, and his face immediately turned blue, his heart incomparably irritated. Jade Mountain House disciples heard the discussion, understand some of the situation, full of indignation, steep stagnation. No wonder the Nangong Mingyue has been targeting him. Jade Mountain House, together with the original, is that they are at fault in the first place? The crowd of disciples all looked at Fu Rong, their gazes filled with disbelief and resentment. Great Elder, you are afraid that you have not lived too long and are confused? And at that moment, the Jade Mountain Mansion Master as well as all the elders looked at each other, and then they all looked sideways at the Grand Elder, with dissatisfaction and questioning in the bottom of their eyes. Look what you've done. If you did not make yourself smart at that time, Nan said what Zheng family not to withdraw from the marriages to take care of the reputation, so that they failed to remedy in time. Otherwise, how would today's matter happen? He Jade Mountain Mansion fully 43 heavily pride including many transformation spirit realm, but by their mouth at the beginning of the waste of man, with the cultivation of the God realm, all heavily defeated. The key is, still in his Jade Mountain House, in front of his own house. The young generation was swept away by all. This old face has been lost to his grandmother's house. Seeing the dissatisfaction of the prefect and the others, Fu Rong's face suddenly became even more ugly. In his heart, he cursed even more. How could Lao Zi have known that this woman would have today's achievements? Besides, weren't you all in favor of my proposal in the first place? Why should I be blamed alone? Nangong Mingyue stood in the ring, saw no one come to challenge, eyes slightly raised, flooded with divine radiance. Gaze fell to Fu Rong, coldly smiled. Jade Mountain House, no one? Fu Rong's face changed abruptly, his eyes erupted with fire, and he rebuked in a fierce manner. Nangong Mingyue, don't go too far. Excessive? Nangong Mingyue's eyes widened slightly as she stared coldly at Fu Rong, her eyes swirling with radiant streams of fire. Why didn't you say that you went overboard when you first concluded that I was already an invalid and expelled me from the clan? How come you didn't say excessive when you couldn't see my master's natural talent and threw my master off the cliff? Today, I'm standing here, sweeping away your Jade Mountain Mansion's disciples, just to tell you plainly in this manner. Boom! Nangong Mingyue took a step forward, divine radiance fluttered around her body, the sea of fire churned, and thousands of fire Dao rules intertwined, diffracting a side of tens of feet of fire space composed entirely of fire Dao divine symbols and Dao patterns. Nangong Mingyue, who was in the middle of it, was as if she was the master of the fire, holding the flames and burning everything in the world. Nangong Mingyue looked straight at Fu Rong and spat out divine sounds. Your vision, no, rumble, and unspeakable might, steeply erupted, like wild waves, rolling and spreading out, causing people to be fearful and difficult to look directly at. The many heavenly pride disciples around the ring, face steeply changed, subconsciously back a few steps. Unexplained fear shrouds the whole body. Flesh is uncontrollably trembling up, as if they are enveloped by the space of fire, their lives and deaths will be completely manipulated by the other party. The various powerful people present were even more abruptly startled, and their hearts set off shockwaves. This is the field of fire paths. No way. Fu Rongtang stood up, staring at Nangong Mingyue, full of unbelief, exclaimed in shock. You area into the divine realm. How can you master the Dao domain? One must know that the great Dao is extremely difficult to comprehend. Looking at the entire Xian heavenly realm, even those heavenly pride demons from the top forces, there are only a handful of them that can comprehend and master the Dao domain in the earthly Xian realm. Not to mention the divine entry realm. Simply unheard of. After all, mastering the Dao domain was the same as having the qualifications to break through the Dao fusion realm. In fact, even he, who has lived for nearly 10,000 long years, has been stuck at the peak of the heavenly Yuan realm for a long time and has not been able to break through. It is because his Dao realm is still in the Dao intention consummation, and he has not been able to realize and break through the Dao domain level. What the hell kind of concept is that? Shackled their own thousands of years of the Rift Valley, they do not even hope for this, but turn a glance. They had looked at the waste of man, but first he 10,000 steps, to master it? Please, this Nangong Mingyue, only entering the God realm. Fu Rong stared blankly at Nangong Mingyue, he, with a broken heart. Chapter 157, such a beauty should be collected in the harem. Many powerful people from various forces were eyeing Nangong Mingyue, and their hearts were also stunned. Mastering the Dao domain with the cultivation level of the God-entering realm? What kind of monster is this Nima? It is said that young father of the Jiang family, Jiang Chenkuan, has been repeatedly miraculous lately, moving the Jishi Academy, seizing people's monuments, pitting and killing many heavenly pride demons in the southern divine state, and even taking advantage of the situation to reverse the void god, and then in conjunction with the desolate heaven divine sect to kill the 4 void gods at point blank, which can be described as shocking the entire Xian heavenly realm. However, even if it's that kind of shocking and overwhelmingly demonic, it should not necessarily have grasped the Dao realm, right? It's hard to believe that this borderland of theirs has produced a peerless demon who can compare to Jiang Chenkuan. Everyone present was shocked and lost their minds because of Nangong Mingyue, and apparently did not notice that 10 miles away, in a white jade pavilion in the Jade Mountain Mansion, there was a woman in a purple dress with a veil who was also paying attention to this side, entering the divine realm, mastering the domain of the way of fire. The woman's beautiful eyes under the veil were flooded with an astonished radiance. This demonic natural talent, even if it's not much worse than that of the several holy maidens and divine children. It seems that the saintly daughter my Nangong clan left behind as predicted by the ancestral artifact is her. Nangong Mingyue, outside the ring. Sorrowful Chang looked at Nangong Mingyue, who had taken the heat for herself, and felt doubly pleased in her heart. His lofty life, all the way up against the wind, with his own strength to establish the Qingyang sect, with the Jade Mountain House to fight against, the prestige cannot be said to be not very much, and even in this side of the borderland, can be regarded as a legend. However, he knew that he had already entered a bottleneck, and without special opportunities, he was afraid that it would be very difficult for him to go further in the future and touch the realm of the Honored One. In other words, his time has passed. The heart can't help but feel a little sad and forlorn. Fortunately, by chance, he had accepted Nangong Mingyue as his personal heir, which was perhaps the most correct thing he had done in recent years, and also his greatest fortune. In this disciple, he saw his former self, self-improvement, resilience, with the belief of never giving up. Even if he fell into the dust, he still firmly believed that he could be lifted up, spreading his wings and circling 90,000 miles high. More than that, I see my own future. It may not be accurate to say so. It should be the future that the person who was once himself should have had. In the beginning, oneself had certainly obtained notable chances and befriended the blazing flame Wu, but after all, he did not have sufficient resources, and had to be wary of the Jade Mountain House's pursuit, and struggled to fight against the other side. Under the influence of a number of times, seriously delayed his own talent, wasting their own potential, so that he was forced to be trapped in this borderland, unable to get out of here. Really see the vast eastern divine state, the vastness of the Xian heavenly realm, and even more so, there is no opportunity to compete with the top of the heavenly pride of the sirens, and a glimpse of the boundlessness of the great Tao. He has always regretted this. This was one of the reasons why he was glad that he had taken Nangong Mingyue in. The regrets that were once left on him, he would not let Nangong Mingyue experience once more. With him around, Nangong Mingyue's cultivation resources were not a problem, all the interference from external factors. He could also stop them with one force. It could be said that he would do his best to provide Nangong Mingyue with a platform to blossom herself to the fullest extent, and at the right time walk out of here to compete with the various heavenly prides and demons, chasing after the top of the great Tao without any burden. It was his responsibility as a master teacher. It's also making up for who I was. At first, he had responded to this child, accepting her as a personal heir. 7 points lies in the background of the other party's fiancé Chunxing Zhang family, and 3 points is to see her talent. And now, he can say with certainty that he is 100% treating her as a heir, and has nothing to do with the Zhang family. Even if that Zhang family Zhang Xian had not withdrawn from the marriage and was really trying to fight for a good reputation, rather than valuing the marriage contract and having no intention of honoring it, he would have to go up to the Zhang family in person to ask that boy about it, and ask for a statement for this child. In his heart, this child, this heir, had become no different from his daughter. As a matter of fact, he had seen all the sweat and effort that Nangong Mingyue had put in these days, night and day, in seclusion and training, cultivating great medicines and king medicines, refining them one after another, each time requiring the consumption of huge amounts of essence and blood, as if they didn't want to die, without stopping. The trials of the dangerous land, the secret realm of battle, the challenge of one level after another. The intensity was so high that it far exceeded the other heavenly pride under his door. 10 times, 100 times, even he, looking at it, was shocked, heartbroken, and more than a little intolerant. Not to mention, a few days ago, Nangong Mingyue had traveled to Dan Xingzi's tomb in order to break through to the divine realm. He stayed hidden to the left and right of the other party, defending his path. With his own eyes, he watched the other party forcibly fuse the heavenly flame in order to enhance his strength, at the risk of 9 deaths. It was close. At that time, the situation was very dangerous. If he had not summoned the blazing flame Wu in time to share some of the fire Dao energy, Nangong Mingyue was afraid that she would have been burned to ashes by the heavenly fire. Afterward, he asked the boy why he had fought so hard. I don't want to live up to his expectations, said Nangong Mingyue, who was still very weak at that time, with a glint in her eyes. With this thought in mind, Sad Qing's heart was a bellyful of fire. Damn! If that kid Zhang Xian dares to fail my disciple, I'll get him killed. There was a sense of my own daughter being ho-hum. Sad Qing, who had a bellyful of fire, instantly set his sights on Fu Rong. Taking one step, the raging waves of fire erupted like a volcano, burning a side of the sky. Fu Rong, is there something wrong with what my disciple said? You old piker, your vision just sucks. Any comments? Got a problem with that? Come here, I'll let you have a hand. Wretched Cheng, dressed in white robes, had one hand behind his back and one hand pointing at Fu Rong, his eyes gulping out a shocking fury that made people somewhat unintelligible. If I can't get you killed with one hand today, you're grave. I'll give it to you to go up in the future. Sad Green. Fu Rong instantly exploded. His eyes swelled red as he stared at Sad Qing, his killing machine raging, itching to rush up and fight with the other party right now. But he is very clear in his heart. He is stuck in the peak of Tianyuan, and the other party has long reached a half-step Zunshur. The strength gap is huge. Rashly rushed out. The only way to die. And even the other party may not need to use a hand. Sad Green. A great competition between juniors. Isn't it a bit unorthodox for you to step down now? Jade Mountain Housemaster had to step out, attracting heaven and earth momentum plus body, dispersing the other side of the mighty avenue pressure, and then stared at the Sad Green, coldly said, or, do you Qingyang sect is to declare war with my Jade Mountain House? Sad Qing shifted his eyes to look at the Jade Mountain Mansion Master and smiled. Declaring war? Have I, Qingyang sect, killed fewer people from Jade Mountain Province over the years? And a declaration of war? The atmosphere of the scene stagnated with Sad Green's words. Some of the other forces watched on and watched the show with interest. They had heard about the feud between Sad Qing and the Jade Mountain Mansion. It was rumored that the reason why Sad Qing had created the Qingyang sect was to retaliate against the Jade Mountain Mansion. Between these two first-class forces, it could be said that there existed an unshared hatred. It makes sense to think that today, the Qingyang sect as proclaimed Nangong Mingyue, strongly swept the disciples of the Jade Mountain House, and hit the face of Fu Rong. I just don't know how to end it now that the conflict has intensified. Is it hard to really go to war? At that moment, a young man wearing a gilt Tao robe with a smile on his lips walked out. Divine radiance poured down around his body, and the great Tao was commensurate, as if he were a teenage god. Its natural diffused aura had actually reached the 7th level of spirit transformation. It far surpassed the younger generation of the forces present. He was Zhao Tianpeng, a celestial pride of the immortal Xiao family lineage branch, and also the principal of this grand competition, responsible for awarding the qualification token to the first celestial pride of this grand competition and leading the other party to the ancient ruins. If there was an outstanding talent, he would also guide the other party to worship the Xiao family. It's a way for them to enrich their bottom line. Zhao Tianpeng glanced at the two parties and said indifferently, "The grand competition is my Xiao family's main reasoning. If you want to make a scene, wait until the grand competition is over." Seeing this, Sad Cheng and the Jade Mountain Mansion Master could only stop. The other party was backed by the immortal Xiao family. Even if it was just a branch of the lineage, it was not something they could easily mess with. And if there was no need to do so, try to still take the initiative to back off. At this time, Zhao Tianpeng took out the qualification token and walked towards Nangong Mingyue. A fiery luster swept across the bottom of his eyes. A hint of evil thoughts rose even more in the bottom of his heart. With such looks and qualifications, it's a top choice. If you receive it in the middle of your own backyard, it will surely bring honor to your face. Even using the Zhao family's resources to cultivate it, he could make his own lineage shine. His own status is perfectly capable of making her a concubine. Chapter 158, Convincing Her. Refusing good intentions. Congratulations, Miss Nangong, for winning first place in the grand competition. This is the qualification token. Zhao Tianpeng handed the qualification token to Nangong Mingyue and said with a smile, 3 days later, I will lead you to that relic. Miss Nangong has mastered the Tao realm with the God-entering realm. Her battle prowess can't be said to be unimaginably strong, but that relic is extremely perilous. Even if you're an earthly Xian celestial pride, there's a danger of falling if you're a little bit inadvertent. I also hope that Miss Nangong will be more prepared and cautious. Of course, if Miss Nangong needs anything, she can also summon me with this order, and I will not excuse myself from what I can do. With that, Zhao Tianpeng handed out another transmission talisman. Nangong Mingyue held the qualification token in her hand as she looked at Zhao Tianpeng, her brows frowning slightly as she glanced at the other party's transmission talisman and did not take it, instead rejecting it outright. Fellow Daoist Zhao's good intentions. I appreciate it. Life, death, riches and honor are in the hands of man. Zhao Tianpeng raised his eyebrows in slight surprise. The other party actually rejected his good intentions? It's kind of fun. However, it was normal for the daughter of heaven to be a little upset. When the other party walked out from this poor countryside and truly saw the vastness of the Eastern Divine Prefecture and realized the power of his immortal Zhao family, then she would understand how precious his good intentions were. At that time, it would have voluntarily thrown itself at him. He had experience in this matter. Most of the heavenly daughters in small places were like this. He had seen many and collected even more. This one, right here, will be no exception. Zhao Tianpeng smiled and withdrew the transmission talisman. In that case, Miss Nangong will prepare first, and 3 days later, I will come back to pick up Miss Nangong to head to that relic. Nangong Mingyue nodded slightly. Thank you, fellow Daoist Zhao. Zhao Tianpeng didn't say anything more, but moved his eyes to look around at the powerhouses from all sides, especially lingering deliberately on the Jade Mountain Mansion's crowd, and then faintly said, Nangong Mingyue, with her absolute strength, won the first place in this grand competition, and is recognized by my Zhao family, so don't make any mistakes of your own, and make some foolish things. The anger of my Zhao family, you can't afford it. The light warning fell and brought heavy pressure on all sides. Right now, Nangong Mingyue wasn't too clear about it, but slowly, she would realize how much her identity would benefit her. He has to use his personality to bend it to death. The Jade Mountain Mansion's mansion master in Fu Rong and the other elders, their faces were even more steeply changed, and a fear grew in their hearts. Unlike the previous Chongqing Zhang family, who had only sent an Earthxian powerhouse to send cultivation resources for Nangong Mingyue, indicating that they would not back out of the marriage, this person in front of them was directly warning them on behalf of the immortal Zhao family, and the pressure that both of them brought to bear on them was vastly different. After all, the former was just an oracle, while the latter was a very intuitive Zhao family's pride. Seeing that his warning had worked, Zhao Tianpeng smiled with satisfaction, and then blandly left, not glancing at Nangong Mingyue again from start to finish. Like Nangong Mingyue, such a poor birth of the heavenly maiden. The pursuit of up, in fact, is very simple. Do not have to show their own adoration of the heart, much less need to be like a licking dog. Gift cultivation resources and treasures, As long as a little show his own powerful and Xianhui background, pretending to be smooth and help one or two, will be enough. When the opportunity arrives, it will fall. After all, his resources and background are for them to see, not to use. Zhao Tianping left the Jade Mountain mansion and the Zhao clan's immortal boat and sped in the direction of the Zhao clan's branch. But he didn't notice right now that in the void behind his speeding immortal boat, there were silhouettes fluttering around with an awe-inspiring killing intent. Keep an eye on this kid. Find out if there's an authorization from the Zhao family behind this kid. After I deliver the items, I will report back to the young clan leader to finalize the matter. Daring to taint the young clan chief's fiancé. You're tired of living. A middle-aged strong man dressed in the Zhang clan's attire commanded icily. His breath was hidden, but his figure was vaguely in tune with heaven and earth, and he was clearly in the heavenly Yuan realm. Nah! Another Zhang clan powerhouse stepped out, hiding his figure and chasing after Zhao Tianping to keep watch, inside and outside the ring. Although Zhao Tianping had left, but the aftermath of his warning was still there, the entire arena remained quiet. Many powerful forces, watching Nangong Mingyue, with mixed emotions and a lot of thoughts. As a matter of fact, they have heard that this person and the Zhang family one had concluded a marriage contract, and the Zhang family one had sent a letter a few months ago, promising not to withdraw from the marriage. But, in their opinion, this is only that person's concern for his own reputation. Not true. After all, the two's natural talent and status were too different, and the so-called marriage contract, like a castle in the air, was simply impossible to implement. However, today, Nangong Mingyue's display of horrifying demonic qualifications, and even more appreciation from Zhao family's heavenly pride, Zhao Tianping, was real. In the future, if Nangong Mingyue gets Zhao Tianping's favor and becomes a member of the Zhao family, her status is bound to rise, and in time it is not without a chance to achieve a world of fame. For a while, many powerful people couldn't help but be in awe. The once taunted waste man, today, really rise. The heavens' pride disciples of the various forces gazed at Nangong Mingyue, while their hearts couldn't help but give birth to a sense of loss. Such a look and talent of the heavens' daughter, they naturally adore, have the pursuit of the mind, but compared to Zhao Tianping, they know that the difference is far difficult to match. Just like that, the great competition ended in silence. Due to Zhao Tianping's warning, no forces dared to taint Nangong Mingyue and covet the qualification token in her hand, and they all left with good sense. The two parties, the Qingyang sect and the Jade Mountain province, after weighing the pros and cons, were not able to really go to war. Sad Xing rode the blazing fire umbrellas, bringing along Nangong Mingyue and a group of celestial pride, transforming into a stream of flames that cut through the sky and headed in the direction of the Qingyang sect. Senior sister Nangong, why didn't you receive that Zhao Tianping's transmission talisman? A cute-faced female disciple of the same sect, with a puzzled look, pretended to be innocent and carefree as she asked Nangong Mingyue, senior sister wouldn't still be thinking about that fiancé of yours, right? That is the young patriarch of the Zhang family. The status is flourishing to the extreme. How can he look at? Halfway through his words, he pretended to realize that he had misspoken, and hurriedly waved his hand in alarm. Senior sister, I'm sorry, I don't mean that. With senior sister's talent, she can completely be called a demon, and she will definitely be able to match that one in time. This female disciple lowered her head as a way to hide the jealousy that danced madly at the bottom of her eyes. Nangong Mingyue stars, first have the young patriarch of the Zhang family like a fiancé, but also the Zhao family Tianzhou admiration. Their own natural strength is also extremely outstanding, has become the first person of their young generation. She is not convinced. She is jealous. How is she worse than the other guy? Why should Nangong Mingyue get to have everything while she has nothing? 12 hours a day. She was cultivating for at least several hours. She obviously worked so hard. Why was it that all this luck never favored her? Including your own posture, which is not bad at all. Due to this female disciple's words, the crowd of disciples could not help but also look sideways at Nangong Mingyue, eyes save with curiosity and confusion. To be honest, they also do not look favorably on this marriage contract of Nangong's senior sister. The other party's status and position is too noble. Even if Nangong's senior sister now also shows a horrible talent, but she after all, she started from the end of the micro, from a lowly origin, and the two sides' backgrounds are too disparate. Moreover, that young patriarch of the Zhang family never showed up even once from the beginning to the end, which had to make them suspect that the other party had not repented of the marriage, but was only taking into account their own reputation, and now it was even delaying, hanging Nangong's senior sister. But today's Zhao Tianping, it's different. The other party was actually standing right in front of him, and even if he was rejected for his good intentions, he was not half annoyed, but also spoke out to warn all parties, and his demeanor was not only very measured, but also showed the illustrious style of the immortal family's origins. Even if senior sister Nangong had no intention of the other party, it was perfectly fine to accept the transmission talisman and accept the other party's good intentions, right? Wouldn't it be nice to take a step back and have more options? Chapter 159, Rejection of the Quasi-Sacred Artifact. In response, Nangong Mingyue's expression was bland, without any emotional fluctuations, and she looked toward Sad Cheng, who had his hands behind his back and stood on the head of the blazing fire wu, with an inquiring tone. Master? Sad Green would understand and faintly said, You see to it. Nangong Mingyue nodded and flicked out flames with one finger, flying into that female disciple's body and directly abolishing the other party's Tao foundation. Ignoring the other parties twisted on the ground in miserable screams, Nangong Mingyue glanced at the crowd of disciples and said indifferently, It's not your turn to judge my affairs. You're not Zhao Tianpeng, and you don't have the background of the Zhao family that scares me from making a move. What happened today? I don't want it to happen again. The crowd's hearts and minds flinched as a chill immediately enveloped their entire body, and they hurriedly lowered their heads. They only then sort of understand the mind of the Nangong senior sister. Perhaps, in the eyes of the Nangong senior sister, Zhao Tianpeng is still far from being worthy. Only then did Sad Ching turn back, glancing at the female disciple who was twisted on the ground, waving his hand to invoke heaven and earth's aura to stabilize her injuries before looking at Nangong Mingyue and asking with a smile, How is it that only the Tao Foundation was abolished? Nangong Mingyue shook her head. A few jealous words. The crime is not to death. Not afraid of leaving behind hidden dangers? Sad Ching laughed lightly. If she remolds her physique and recasts her Tao Foundation, she will definitely seek revenge on you in the coming days. Nangong Mingyue spread her face and smiled. There was more than a touch of arrogance in her words. Not anyone is called Nangong Mingyue. Sad Cheng nodded approvingly and no longer bothered about the matter. Turning to say, Zhao Tianpeng, then what do you think? The other party is, after all, the Zhao family's heavenly pride. You just coldly refused and refuted the other party's face. I'm afraid that the trip to the ruins afterward will be unfavorable to you. Zhao Tianping's heart is impure, Nangong Mingyue faintly said. Sad Green froze, couldn't help but smile. Fair lady, gentleman's good marquis, you look talent double. The other side adores you. It's normal, there's no need to be so overly aggressive, right? Nangong Mingyue shook her head and said coldly, Zhao Tianping has an evil fire in his heart. She inherited the Dan Dao inheritance from Dan Qingzi's predecessor, with a pair of eyes that could observe herbs, pills, and even more so, people. One example was this female disciple, who had a jealous fire in her heart and was obviously jealous of her, deliberately provoking her with her words, while that Zhao Tianpeng of the party, when facing her, had an evil fire in his heart, a fire of desire, and a lecherous mind, whose heart was far from being as refined and measured in demeanor as it was presented. Upon hearing this, Sad Ching understood. His eyes narrowed slightly, swept over a cold aura, and his tone sank slightly. Feng, you could have just made a direct strike and strangled him. Otherwise, with its status position, if the iron heart to seize you do not let go, will become a hidden trouble in the future. The other party, after all, has the Zhao family at his back. If I rashly strike, I am afraid that it will jeopardize the Qingyang sect. Nangong Mingyue word some helplessness. Hit the dog but also look at the master. The other side of the spirit transformation 7. Kill it is not difficult, but the other side of the back of the immortal Zhao family is an untouchable behemoth. Sad Ching laughed, smiling somewhat reluctantly, not expecting his own clan, at this time, became a drag on the other side. Your fiancé is the young patriarch of the Jiang family. As long as you bring out his name, even if you kill Zhao Tianpeng, the Zhao family won't dare to say anything more. Nangong Mingyue sniffed, her lips pursed slightly, hesitated for a moment or two, and shook her head. It's nice that Jiang Xian is my fiancé, but I don't want to rely on the other party for everything. I have to be Nangong Mingyue first, and second, to be his fiancé. Turning her head to look at Sad Green, Nangong Mingyue's beautiful eyes flashed with stubbornness as she said calmly, I hope that master can understand my disciple's heart. Sad Ching froze and looked seriously at Nangong Mingyue, nodding rather gratifyingly. I am very happy that you are able to think so transparently, master. The blazing flame wu was halfway through its flight, and it was clear that it was not far from the Qingyang sect. Strong members of the Jiang clan rushed over and stopped the other party. By order of the young clan chief, I'm delivering the most precious treasure for Miss Nangong. The hearts of the crowd of disciples were suddenly startled. The Jiang family's people, had they been there all along? That Jiang clan young patriarch, wasn't he just hanging senior sister Nangong out to dry? Nangong Mingyue received the storage ring. Her divine soul swept through it. It was a comb. It should be made from some kind of great murderous skeleton, warm and moist like jade, all natural, flooded with milky white light. Why did the other person give her a comb alone? Nangong Mingyue was quite puzzled in her heart. Remove it and hold it in your hand. Buzz. The comb rippled with gusts of divine radiance. An ancient, thick aura, accompanied by a supreme intent, rolled out and spread out, pressing horizontally across the 4 directions. Even the blazing fire ooze under his feet trembled as if it was unable to withstand it. It is important to know that the blazing fire crow is burdened with a thin golden crow bloodline, and a terrifying strength has long been straight to the invincible honored one. Sorrowful Green also looked stunned. Under this aura, he actually had a creepy feeling? Sad Shing looked at the comb in Nangong Mingyue's hand, examined it for a long time, and had a look of astonishment and doubt. This is a quasi-saint weapon? No, is that guy that big of a deal? Previously, sending king pills and Dao-level inheritance was outrageous, but it was still within the acceptable range. After all, the Jiang family, as an eldritch family, had a deep heritage, and these supreme treasures that seemed to be precious in the outside world were certainly quite a lot within the Jiang family. But what is the concept of a quasi-sacred weapon? Even an honored one may not be able to possess it, right? In fact, even if the creation and management of the Qingyang sect, this first-class forces, their own cultivation has long since stepped into the half-step Zunshi. The hands of the weapon is still only a broken Dao weapon. Looking at the comb in Nangong Mingyue's hand, and then thinking about herself, Sorrowful Qing finally realized how Fu Rong felt in Fangkai. Who wouldn't be devastated by this? Sorrowful Qing thought for a moment. His heart was comfortable again, still counting that boy a little conscience. To himself, this disciple is really good. Nangong Mingyue, on the other hand, tightly clutched the quasi-sacred artifact in her hand, her beautiful eyes lightly trembling, flooding with a crystalline color. The preciousness of quasi-saint artifacts, needless to say, not to mention this borderland of theirs, even those ancient top Dao lineages may not be able to have a few pieces. Those top heavenly prides, demons, I'm afraid that it would be very difficult to have a quasi-saint artifact beside them. She suspected that even Zhang Xian himself might not have a quasi-saint weapon. The touching in his heart was beyond words, and it also strengthened his idea of becoming stronger as soon as possible and reaching the other side as soon as possible. Immediately, Nangong Mingyue took the comb back into her storage ring and returned it as is to the Jiang family's strong man, solemnly saying, "This item is too valuable. I am not ashamed to accept it now. I would like to trouble Senior to inform my fiancé on my behalf, and when I truly walk in front of the other party, I will personally take this item from the other party's hands." This, Jiang family strong man froze. He really did not expect the young patriarch actually can only send a quasi-saint weapon. This handwriting to defeat to describe it is not too much, but he was even more unexpected is, Nangong Mingyue actually refused. A few moments of admiration could not help but grow in his heart. Previously, his respect for this person, all originated from the young patriarch, itself has no intuitive knowledge of this person. But now, just based on the fact that the other party did not hesitate to reject this quasi-saint artifact, he had to look at it highly and admire this powerful heart of the other party. This Miss Nangong's background might be low, but this heart alone had already killed most of the heavenly pride. At least, in his eyes, this one was now qualified to become the young lady of his Jiang family. Yes, I will definitely bring Miss Nangong's original words. The Jiang clan powerhouse nodded solemnly and turned to leave. Sorrowful Chang and the disciples, staring blankly at Nangong Mingyue, lost in a trance for a while. They were also shocked by this decisive refusal of the other party. That's a quasi-sacred weapon, just rejected without hesitation? What a drive! And all of this was also in the attention of that purple-skirted woman, and the beautiful eyes under the hazy veil were flooded with astonished colors. Even the quasi-saint artifact is rejected? With this woman's heart and vigor, if she gets the support of a certain old ancestor within the clan, in time, I'm afraid that it's not without a chance to win over the other several holy maidens and divine sons, in one fell swoop to seize the throne. There's no need to observe any further. There's no reason why such a clan member shouldn't be welcomed back to the clan. Immediately, the purple dress woman barefoot in the air, strolling out, standing horizontally in the void in front of the crowd, sprinkled around the body of the crystalline purple divine radiance, dense rules of the road such as the auspicious clouds lined, like a goddess who descended to the earth. Sorrowful Chang looked at the woman in the purple dress, her eyes narrowed slightly, and her entire body tightened up. This person's breath is extremely hazy and subtle, and it is impossible to speculate, and there is reason to suspect that the cultivation of the other party is even more above him. In other words, this woman was suspected to be a powerful venerable. Your Excellency, what is the reason for stopping us for no reason? Sad Xing asked in a deep voice. The purple-skirted woman glanced at Sad Green and smiled lightly, not paying any attention to it, but instead, she dropped her gaze to Nangong Mingyue and introduced herself. I am the eldest princess of the great Qian immortal dynasty of the Central Divine State. Purple Smoke. Today, I've come to guide you back to my Nangong main clan. Chapter 160, Immortal Dynasty Bloodline. Helping you seize the first emperor. The great Qian immortal dynasty of the Central Divine State? Sorrowful Qing's heart was in awe, and it was suddenly flooded with shocking waves. The Central Divine Prefecture, as the richest and most powerful divine prefecture in the Xian heavenly realm, was situated with countless ancient Taoist traditions, holy places, and divine religions, and even the immortal emperor sect, which existed before the ancient times, was suspected to exist. Therefore, the overall strength of the Central Divine State was far above the other divine states. As a matter of fact, the vast majority of the ancient Tao lineages in the Central Divine Prefecture were mostly one level above the other divine prefectures. For example, his Qingyang sect, in this borderland, can be called a first-class force, looking at the Eastern Divine State, or can be called second-class, but if it is placed in the Central Divine State, at most, it is a third-class force. The Dacian Immortal Dynasty is one of the two great dynasties in the Central Divine State, and is located in the central region of the Central Divine State, with a territory of billions and billions of miles, controlling the lives and deaths of billions and billions of living beings, and looking at the Ziwei star, and wildly grasping the fortune of nearly 30% of the Central Divine State. In the Immortal Dynasty, there were even countless powerful people, and there were as many as several invincible exalted alone. One must know that the desolate Heaven Divine Sect, as the uncrowned hegemon of the Southern Divine Prefecture, only had one invincible venerable lord of the slaying heavens on the surface. The strength of the great Qian Immortal Dynasty was evident in front of the self-proclaimed great Qian Immortal Dynasty princess. If it is true, its identity status can be said to be under one person, millions of people, not to mention him. I'm afraid that even if it is the immortal Zhao family's patriarch here, but also have to be treated with courtesy, to the road friend to call each other. Of course, what shocked Sad Qing the most was what this eldest princess had said. Guiding Nangong Mingyue back to the Nangong main clan? It's hard not to. Nangong Mingyue carry the royal bloodline of the Dacian Immortal Dynasty. The sad green heart and soul stirred, and for a moment it was a bit of a trance. This baby disciple of his, as if it was a bit too powerful, right? Originally, he was worried that the one from the Zhang family would dislike his disciple's low background and not be able to match the other. Now it seems that his own worries are completely redundant. If that person knew the identity of Nangong Mingyue, I'm afraid that he would have to be glad that he didn't withdraw from the marriage, and thus had a huge extra helping hand. Nangong Mingyue's eyes narrowed slightly. Her expression was flat, without any ripples. She was not surprised at the other party's noble status. To put it objectively, her fiancé Jiang Xian, as the young patriarch of the Changqing Zhang family, in terms of status and position, he might not be much worse than the other party. As for what the other side said to guide her back to the main Nangong family, she had also heard from the Moonlight Fairy seniors. Her Nangong family had been prosperous for a while, once also a party not weaker than the Everlasting family's powerful family. Even the true god powerhouses had been as many as several, if their lineage is a distant collateral lineage, and the main clan is the Dacian Immortal Dynasty. In the Central Divine State, it is reasonable. But, so what? Her Nangong family is rooted in Hengyu City, has been thousands of years, during which time there has never been a person from the main family to come. The love affair between each other has become dispensable with the thinning of the bloodline. She didn't think the other's sudden appearance was entirely in good faith. In other words, there must be something. Senior can just say it straight. I do need the resources of the Dacian Immortal Dynasty right now, but I also need to be clear about what price I need to pay. Nangong Mingyue looked straight at Zkaru. Her eyes were flat and unassuming. All seeming gifts of fate have secretly had their prices marked up long ago. She has a clear cognition of herself, even though she possesses a natural talent that can be described as demonic, and has mastered the Tao domain by entering the divine realm. But these are not enough to make the Grand Princess of the hallowed Dacian Immortal Dynasty come all the way from the Middle Divine State to personally receive her back to the main clan. After all, with the strength of the Dacian Immortal Dynasty, there will never be fewer disciples who are even more demonic than her. In other words, the other party had come to such great lengths to come here, and must have seen some value in her that was worth the other party's efforts. Measuring by value may be biased, but by and large you can never go wrong. This was one of the reasons why she had rejected the quasi-saintly artifact Jiang Xian had gifted her. She thought to herself that she, her nominal fiancé, didn't have such a high value with Jiang Xian. Of course, Jiang Xian's act of sending charcoal in the snow had long left an indelible mark in her heart. Even if the other party has series of good deeds or really some unknown plots against her, she is also willing to be happy. Zkaru looked at Nangong Mingyue with a stagnant expression, somewhat surprised. The beautiful eyes under the veil flooded with strange colors, marveling at the other party's rationality, better laughing at the other party's prudence. What? Don't believe me? Violet Smoke asked with a light smile. I dare not presume to judge Senior. Ha! Zkara shook his head and lost his smile, waved his hand to invoke the heaven and earth momentum, shielding the crowd. Looking at Nangong Mingyue, simply directly informed the other party of the cause. A few days ago, the ancestral weapon is moving, showing a stunning vision, showing that in this place there is a lineage of my Nangong family left outside, giving birth to a demon. The old ancestor of the clan told me to come to welcome back. Might as well be straight with you. 3 years ago, my great Qian emperor, Nangong Xiong, issued a holy decree that an heir will be chosen to inherit the great Qian throne in 5 years' time from amongst the Nangong clan's various holy daughters and divine sons. Upon hearing this, Nangong Mingyue's beautiful eyes slightly wrinkled. Senior, or don't play dumb riddles with me. The great Qian emperor chooses his successor. What does this have to do with me? Naturally there is a relationship. The corners of Zkairu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile that had an undisguised ambition. With your stature, returning to the main clan, as long as you get the support of one of the old ancestors, you will definitely become a sacred maiden, and will be fully qualified to contend for the throne. Nangong Mingyue's heart and soul jumped, no longer able to remain calm. Somewhat shocked, she looked at Purple Smoke. Senior's meaning? Exactly. Zkaori nodded. My lineage, this era of bad luck, not born a demon. Originally no chance of the throne of the fight. Fortunately, you appeared. Gazing at Nangong Mingyue, Zkaro converged her smile and solemnly promised, as long as you are willing to return to the main clan with me and join our lineage, I can guarantee that our lineage will fully support you, pouring out all of our resources to cultivate you, and help you to contend for the throne of the great Qian. This, Nangong Mingyue was shocked. She expected the other party to have some plans, but never expected the other party to plan so big. You want to support her to fight for the throne of Qianlong? This move, it's crazy. Senior, I have one thing I don't know. The same clansmen of the Nangong family, all of them are the Deqian imperial family. I believe that those established holy daughters and divine children must be carrying even more intense direct lineage bloodlines, and supporting them is not more powerful than supporting me, an outsider, much stronger? Nangong Mingyue inquired in a deep voice. In response, Violet Smoke shook her head and lost her smile, saying somewhat helplessly, the more powerful and ancient a family is, the more intense the internal factional fighting. The more intense it is. Your fiancé, Jiang Xian, is the young patriarch of the everlasting Jiang family, and you should have some understanding of the Jiang family's factional disputes. Even though the Jiang Xian took the position of the young patriarch, there are obviously still many heavenly prides and demons that don't serve him and want to take his place, especially that young Zun Jiang Qiankuan. Lately he has caused quite a storm in the southern divine prefecture, and now he should have returned to the Jiang family land as well. So if there are no surprises, his lineage will definitely fully support him and make another push towards the position of young patriarch. Zkara looked at Nangong Mingyue and solemnly said, the longevity Jiang family has been declining since ancient times, and now it is vaguely about to fall off the name of the longevity family, and the internal factional fights are still like this, not to mention the great Qian immortal dynasty which is still in its heyday, so that you know that if our lineage doesn't fight, and the throne falls into the hands of a demon from another lineage, when the other party ascends to the throne and takes charge of the great Qian dynasty, they will surely suppress the other factions as a way of highlighting the orthodox status of their lineage as the absolute direct lineage. If it's a benevolent government with gentle means, then it's fine. At most the cultivation resources will be limited. But if it's a domineering nature with harsh means, it's not impossible to directly depose the other veins and kick them out of the clanland. So, we had to fight. Said this, Purple Smoke paused for a moment, and then the tone of voice slowly said, I admit, the risk of fighting for the throne of the great Qian is very big. A little careless, will die without a burial place. But in your case, it is even more heavenly opportunity. Once grasped, the future are at your feet. If you hold the power of the great Qian and rule the great Qian immortal dynasty, how could you not be worthy of that Jiang family's Jiang Xin? Given your status? Of course, Zkaro also had a sentence that she didn't say. If Nangong Mingyue really reached that height, a small young patriarch of the Jiang family, naturally, could no longer enter the eyes of the right method. Chapter 161, When? To raise the prestige of my Jiang family. Finally, Violet Smoke said faintly, the choice is yours. I just hope you can consider it carefully. Nangong Mingyue nodded thoughtfully and did not rush to respond. Even if the pie that the other party had painted for her could no longer be described as big, it was simply amazing. After carefully weighing the situation, Nangong Mingyue calmly said, this is a big matter. I need a little time. Could be. Violet Smoke nodded. How long do you need? I will confirm your choice then. After I return from that site, I will give Senior an answer. Nangong Mingyue raised the qualification token in her hand. Violet Smoke's beautiful eyes couldn't help but wrinkle, somewhat puzzled. But an ancient site, held by the immortal Xiao family for many years, the treasures in it have long since been scavenged. Even if you're endowed with great fortune, it's difficult for you to obtain any chance. Instead of wasting that time there, why don't you return to the main clan with me at an early date? You can rest assured that with the support of my lineage, the cultivation resources you can obtain will definitely far exceed what you gained at that party's ruins. Nangong Mingyue stubbornly shook her head and said in a calm tone, if I have not grasped what I see in my eyes, how can I dare to hope for those nebulous things in Senior's mouth? Upon hearing this, Violet Smoke froze and looked deeply at the other party, somewhat unable to understand this so-called insistence of the other party, but did not force herself to do so and instead nodded. Then, as you say, the other party's attitude was already obvious. The probability was that they would return to the main clan with her, and she didn't have to rush this moment. Taking advantage of the other party's trip to the ruins, she also happened to return to the clan first to prepare in advance, using the energy of her lineage to ensure that she could push the other party to the position of the Holy Maiden in the shortest possible time and participate in the battle for the throne of the Great Qian, the everlasting River family. As the matter of the true mysterious realm and the southern divine state spread, the Jiang family's internal affairs also set off shocking waves. The Jiang family's upper and lower ranks, from the ordinary disciples, to the heavenly prides of the various veins, the clan elders, the strongest, and then to the ancestral peaks crowd of elders, were all shocked by the astonishing action of Zhang Qianquan's young father, and even more so, shocked by the other party's speed of growth. More than a month ago, also lost in the hands of Zhang Xian, lost the young patriarch position, but now a change has already seized the Jishi Palace of Learning and the Human Monument, two great treasures, by virtue of the true mystery within the Department of the Rules of the Reverse Logging Void God, but also together with the desolate Heaven God Goddess Luoxinglan. The layout of the Southern Divine State. Many Taoist traditions point to kill the four Void God to the strongest person. It could be said that any one of these moves would be enough to startle a party of the Divine Kingdom and honor the world, but such a world-shattering move, Zhang Qianquan had actually wrapped up all of them alone. Now, I'm afraid that the name of Zhang Qianquan's young Zun has spread throughout the entire Xian heavenly realm. Zhang family up and down tens of thousands of clansmen, in shock, all focus their eyes on Zhang Qianquan lineage and Zhang Xian lineage, with Zhang Qianquan young Zun's current prestige, qualification and strength. When he returns, he will certainly challenge Zhang Xian to reclaim the position of young patriarch. I wonder, this unnamed Zhang Xian young patriarch, how is he going to keep his position as young patriarch? Nowadays, Zhang Qianquan, even the void god to the strongest person, can be a force against the logging, and their Zhang Xian young patriarch, since the ancestral land trial out, has been closed and invisible, so far not to show up, and even, there is no breakthrough in the transformation of the spirit, are still two words. How should he compete with Zhang Qianquan, and what could Zhang Xian his lineage do in response? Ancestral Peak. In the Great Hall, a group of elders had gathered here and were deliberating in response to Zhang Qianquan's fiasco. The Grand Elder stood in the first place, glancing around at the elders under the seat with different expressions. His pale eyes were slightly deep. Zhang Qianquan's rise was too sudden, too rapid, and even more shocking, so much so that they were all a little disoriented right now, and it was difficult to deal with it properly for a while. According to the news sent back by the elders outside, Zhang Qianquan is now in the Yin-Yang sacred ground, and with the Yin-Yang sacred ground sheltering him, he has been spared from the pursuit of the many Dao lineages in the Southern Divine State. I've also warned all the various Dao lineages in the Southern Divine Prefecture in the name of the Zhang clan, and I believe they won't dare to be so blatant again. Zhang Qianquan's safety should be worry-free for now, but, when Zhang Qianquan returns to the clan, he will definitely challenge Zhang Xian and seize the position of the young patriarch. How should we respond? What are your thoughts? The elders look at each other. Have their own thoughts, but did not speak out in response. This matter is a little difficult to deal with. After all, Zhang Xian, this young patriarch, when only just a month or so was replaced, spread the word. His face of the Zhang family, more or less a little bad look. After all, which everlasting family's young patriarch would change every month? What else more? Zhang Xian, the role of this young patriarch, was originally used to give that bloodline returning demon, to act as a shield. In other words, it's a throwaway. If Zhang Qianquan took his place and became the young patriarch, wouldn't he become a shield? Such a demon, they are really a bit reluctant to give up. However, Zhang Qianquan's now that can be called a horrible battle record. It is placed here. Even if they open their eyes and say that they are blind, there is absolutely no reason to suppress. really burns the brain. This had to mention that bloodline returning demon again. If he hadn't been hiding himself and avoiding them without revealing his identity, they wouldn't have to be so entangled. After all, in their hearts, it was still the demon with the returned bloodline that was the most qualified to become the young patriarch of his Jiang family. Whether it was that divine bone from earlier or the now infamous Jiang Qinkuan, they were actually a little bit worse than that demon. 95 concentration of Jiang family bloodline. It's already comparable to a second-generation ancestor. Its future achievements, the probability of reaching the heights of the second-generation ancestor of the past, and how can it be comparable to that god bone in Jiang Qinkuan? At this time, the fourth elder pondered for a moment or two and spoke. Since the mountain ancestor has decreed that all disciples of the Jiang family can challenge Jiang Xian to seize the position of the young patriarch, it's not good for us to go against it, not to mention that with the demonic qualifications that Jiang Qinkuan has shown now, if he achieves the position of the young patriarch, he can also represent my Jiang family and raise the name of my Jiang family. As for that divine bone, as well as that bloodline returning demon, if they are also interested in the position of young patriarch, then let them continue to fight. If we win over Jiang Qinkuan, the clan will naturally have no second thoughts about it, and the young clan head will be replaced again. If they can't compete, they fail to live up to their own demonic stature, they can't blame others. What the fourth elder said was justified, and was recognized by a number of elders, who thought that they could follow the trend. And if Jiang Qinkuan challenged Jiang Xian after his return and defeated the other party, they would follow the decree of the mountain ancestor on that day, and set up another Jiang Qinkuan as the young patriarch. The grand elder's eyes slightly drooped, intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the fourth elder, and then glanced at several of the group of responding elders, and slightly sighed in his heart, but he didn't point at each other. After all, the fourth elder and the others hadn't made any too out of the ordinary actions either. He was in charge of the Jiang family, and he knew the situation inside and outside the Jiang family like the back of his hand. In the past few days, the people in Jiang Qinkuan's lineage had obviously moved frequently, intending to store up their strength to support Jiang Qinkuan and recompete for the position of the young patriarch. That's okay, it's in order. However, they secretly began to make contact with the fourth elder and the others, clearly pulling each other in, which had already violated the clan rules. After all, the factional fighting within his Jiang family had always been kept within a reasonable and manageable range. One of the points clearly stipulates that the ancestral peak elders must not interfere in the internal factional fighting within the Jiang family, and must be committed to maintaining the unity and solidarity of the Jiang family as a whole. Since that's the case, let's do it this way and follow the trend according to the mountain ancestor's decree. The grand elder clapped his hands and said, "Yes." The elders responded in hushed tones, and the slightest hint of anticipation arose in their hearts, looking forward to the return of Jiang Qinkuan. His Jiang family had been very low-key in recent years, so low-key that the entire Eastern Divine Prefecture had almost forgotten the prestige of his Jiang family, and Jiang Qinkuan's recent series of moves, it had to be admitted, had raised his eyebrows fiercely for his Jiang family. As Jiang family elders, their hearts were naturally very comfortable, and they were also quite optimistic about Jiang Qinkuan. If the other party became the young patriarch of the Jiang family, then his Jiang family might not be able to try to come out of the world and compete with all parties of the Dao lineage. To be honest, in their hearts, Jiang Qinkuan was indeed more like the young patriarch of his Jiang family than Jiang Xian. Especially, that kid is still in seclusion since the ancestral ground trial, which is simply outrageous. Chapter 162, Jiang Hong's Great Robbery, Desire to Capture Bones. And then, the Grand Elder looked at the law enforcement elder. His tone turned cold as he inquired, "Have you investigated Jiang Mingho's matter clearly? One of the 4 young Zuns of my Jiang clan can't just die in vain." The law enforcement elder shook his head slightly, looking a bit ugly. Jiang Mingho left the Jiang family privately without reporting to the clan. It's really hard to find traces, much less uncover who exactly plotted to kill him. Even when I asked Tai Shang to deduce it with the art of usurpation, I did not find any traces. The person or force who plotted to kill Jiang Mingho was afraid that he has long made complete preparations. This statement, the elders present, their faces are all sunken, eyes flooded with coldness. Just who ate the bear heart and leopard gall, dared to secretly calculate his Jiang family, pitched his Jiang family's heavenly pride? The eldest elder is more eyes flooded with cold. Through the austere killing machine, tone gloomy, icy cold. Since the investigation cannot come out, that will be hidden in the Jiang family of assholes, all pulled out, through to kill again, especially Jiang Bei's lineage. According to the information that has been grasped, when Jiang Bei previously entered the world to practice, he had already worshipped the Devil's Kuei Cave and became a member of the other side, and recently the exchanges have been even more frequent, so he should be trying to receive the strongest person from the Devil's Kuei Cave and sneak attack my Jiang family. When the elders heard this, their faces changed slightly, and their eyes immediately surged with a morose anger. The Devil's Kuwei Cave was a demonic force hiding in the shadows of the Eastern Divine State, with whom the Zhang family had an unshakable blood feud. As a matter of fact, nearly 40% of the celestial pride and powerhouses that had fallen in his Zhang clan in the past 1,000 years were thanks to the demon Kuwei Cave. Zhang Bei had actually thrown himself into the Devil's Kuwei Cave, so he was really a disciple of the Zhang family in vain. And just as the elders were discussing the need for a thorough cleansing of the Zhang family up and down the line, a young man dressed in a golden robe drove a hideous ancient chariot with a radiant flowing flame divine radiance through the void and sailed back to the Zhang family's divine peak from the infinite vault of the sky. The great elder and others had a sense of it, and they cast their gazes, and their eyes carried amazement that the divine bone Zhang Hong had returned. This son traveled to the true mystery realm alone with the cultivation of the divine entry realm, and actually escaped in one piece? I don't know if the other party, in the true mystery realm that was stirred up by Zhang Qiankuan, had succeeded in obtaining the required divine objects. What they were more curious about was whether Zhang Hong had met Zhang Qiankuan in the true mystery realm and witnessed the other party's amazing style? And has there been a head-on collision? A person who carries a divine bone, 10 days into the god-born demon, a no shame and then courage, with their own strength, break out of the great prestige, successfully metamorphosed into a demon. Between these two demons, who will actually be better? As the minds of the elders were saving up, the Grand Elder couldn't help but reveal a smile and laughed rather gratifyingly. My Zhang family is greatly prospering, and at that moment, in the clan shrine of Zhang Xian's lineage, the clan elders and all the powerful people also sensed something, and their gazes fell on Zhang Hong, who had returned to the dojo, and their faces couldn't help but all spread a smile of surprise. Just, their smiles, a little cold. This god bone, at last, has returned. Their bone-grabbing plan can also finally begin to be implemented. Zhang Qiankuan true mysterious realm line, fame, gained a lot, when he returns to the Zhang family, will certainly challenge Zhang Xian, sees the position of the young patriarch, in Zhang Xian is extremely unfavorable, must be as soon as possible to seize the bone, will be that person in the body of the divine bone, transplanted into the body of Zhang Xian. The clan elder's eyes were slightly downcast, flickering with a cold light. Zhang Xian is burdened with a 75 concentration of bloodline. If he possesses a divine bone again, he can definitely overpower Zhang Qiankuan, and even that demon whose bloodline returned to its ancestor should have the ability to counteract it. Together with the full support of those veins and those elders that we have recently brought together, Zhang Xian will definitely be able to secure the position of the young patriarch, and once he proves the way in the future, he will be able to assume the position of Zhang family patriarch and take charge of the Zhang family. The crowd of great powerhouses under the seat nodded in agreement. Zhang Xian was the one they had watched grow up. If they could push Zhang Xian firmly into the position of Zhang family head, it would also be considered to have fulfilled their responsibility as elders. To Zhang Xian's parents, also counted some accounts. AI. If Zhang Xian had taken the position of patriarch, it would have fulfilled Hao Tian's unfulfilled wish back then. A middle-aged strong man whose face was 3 times similar to Zhang Xian's, sighed softly, with reminiscences and a touch of gloom between his brows. He was Zhang Haotian's younger brother, Zhang Xian's second uncle. When these words came out, the clan elders and all the powerful people all fell silent. Their expressions all became gloomy, and even more so with a few points of deep guilt. Zhang Haotian, Zhang Xian's father, is the most outstanding pride of their lineage in the last era, but also the only demon of the entire Zhang family, bearing the everlasting sword bone. Sword Dao talent crowns the young generation of Xiantian. At that time, even that sword son of Puryang Sword Palace who was born with a sword heart was not an enemy of Zhang Haotian's sword. It is important to know that as early as the beginning of the rise of Zhang Haotian, he had already convinced the other 3 young Zuns to follow the left and right, and then he was recognized and convinced by the Zhang family, and was honored as the young patriarch of the Zhang family. Even when Zhang Haotian was still in the spirit transformation realm, he had already walked out of his own invincible path, and when he ascended to the Earth Xian realm, he even pushed the thousands of heavenly prides of the Eastern Divine Prefecture across the board, and one person and one sword pressed the heavenly prides and demons of that era. All of them were eclipsed by the light of day, and then in just 100 years' time, Zhang Haotian had already stepped onto the peak of the Fusion Dao, and was only one step away from breaking through to the Venerable and achieving the name of Heavenly Father, the Invincible Venerable One, honored by the world as Heavenly Father. Afterwards, he tied the knot with the goddess Rangyu of a hidden ancient religion and gave birth to Zhang Xian the following year. Everything is booming in a good direction, just waiting for Zhang Haotian to break through the honored one. He can undertake the Zhang family head and take charge of the Zhang family power. But the accident came first. Their lineage was powerful due to Zhang Haotian, and the mentality of their upper and lower ranks had changed. somewhat inflated. And after discovering a lost site of the forbidden land of life, they didn't report it to the clan's elders and ancestors, but instead wanted to privately take it over and monopolize the chances of the forbidden land of life. Zhang Haotian couldn't argue with them, so he could only go together, with Range Moon following. However, it is not expected that in the process of exploring the forbidden land of life, they inadvertently awakened the ancient demons that were sealed in it. The power of the ancient devil was horrifying, and his methods were even more treacherous and unpredictable, so they had no way to resist, and could only despair and wait for death. At the critical time, it was Zhang Haotian and Range Moon who joined hands to block the ancient demons and cover their successful escape. But Zhang Haotian and his wife failed to get out of the forbidden land of life. Afterwards, there had been a number of ancestors within the clan who had entered it to search for the Zhang Haotian duo, but they had all returned without success. Although the two of them's life cards, unbroken, were in the forbidden land of life, they were likely isolated. So they are clear. Zhang Haotian husband and wife. The probability of still surviving, minuscule. This was the eternal pain of their lineage, and even more so, the indelible guilt and remorse in their hearts. If it wasn't for their selfishness and self-interest, Zhang Haotian would have long since become the head of the Zhang family, taking charge of the Zhang family, and with his demonic qualifications, I'm afraid that he would have already begun to impact the realm of the Void God by now. He and his wife, moreover, will not be killed in that forbidden land of life. So, they must do everything possible to push Jiang Xian to the position of Jiang family head, and revive the Jiang family's divine prestige. That so-called comparable to the second-generation group bloodline of the demon, still did not show up. Such a demon, hidden to the depths. What to talk about the future invincible road? What to talk about leading the Jiang family and reviving their glory? Therefore, even if that divine bone is sacrificed, it is still not worth it. This was what their lineage owed to Zhang Haotian. After all, that divine bone is the reincarnation of a god, and its heart is difficult to be measured, and they will not be burdened by killing it painfully. Instead of letting this unstable factor grow wild, it should be used to compensate Jiang Xian. The clan elder suppressed the shame in his heart and looked at the crowd of strongmen. His eyes gradually turned cold and ordered in a deep voice, "There's no time to lose. Let's proceed to start now and deprive Jiang Hong of his divine bones. Be careful and cautious. Never alert the elders and old ancestors." "Nah," the strongest of the crowd solemnly responded. And then they all moved to leave the clan's ancestral hall and flew towards Jiang Hong's dojo. At this moment, Jiang Hong returned to the dojo and directly began his seclusion. "Stygian ancestors, when my 10,000 Dharma Heavenly Eyes' great divine power is accomplished, it will be the day you die." Jiang Hong's tightly closed eyes pulsed with a gilded divine radiance. His tone of voice was sanguine and filled with a murderous aura. He was a deity in his previous life, but now he was forced to flee by a tiny void god, which was really hateful. Immediately, Jiang Hong sank his mind and began to further refine the mountain god's divine power in the mountain-shaking cauldron. But he didn't know that a great calamity was coming. Chapter 163, Jiang Xian's authorization to take my bones? Jiang Hong Dao place in. The entire God Peak rose up a hidden fluctuations. God Peak, four sides of the hidden bright divine glory swaying. Thousands of dense avenue rules such as water slowly flow. A channel of the arcane prohibition then born, such as a large net of the sky enveloped the entire God Peak. The formation of vast avenue of confinement. Under the great Tao's confinement, everything inside the divine peak all stagnated, and even the void was completely blocked and could not be shaken. The clan elders and others were well prepared. They clearly knew that Jiang Hong had obtained a void god-level teleportation talisman from the Grand Elder, and in order to prevent Jiang Hong from using that teleportation talisman to escape, they spared no effort to use most of their reserves to add a forbidden array. Today, even if a void god is here, he will have to leave with some injuries. The strong man who was leading the arrangement of the forbidden array said rather confidently, "The divine artifacts of the Tao of formation that their lineage had mastered were almost all used here, and with two venerable masters and nearly a dozen Tao fusion realm powerhouses co-maintaining the formation, the confining power of the forbidden formation had already reached an unbelievable level. Even if it was a void god, it could still trap him for a while. It was naturally more than enough to suppress a Jiang Hong that had not yet risen to power. Make sure to pay attention to cover up. Never let the elders and the others notice." The clan elder commanded in a cold voice before walking into the divine peak with both of Jiang Xian's second uncles. The main array's powerhouses then fused their bodies into the forbidden array, further increasing the array's power and diffusing a faint divine difference. Exposed, there was a bubbling flow of spiritual energy, accompanied by a haze of light, as if it was some kind of powerful spirit-inducing formation. The elders of the ancestral peak, sensing something, glanced at it, saw that it was a spirit-drawing formation, and stopped paying attention, just sighing in his heart. This divine bone demon, certainly frequent manifestation of sainthood, too sharp, but have to admit, the other party cultivation does have a hard work that far exceeds ordinary people, obviously carrying a supreme divine bone containing the great Tao of creation, but also the reincarnation of the gods. Just the starting line has already surpassed the vast majority of the world's heavenly pride, but even so, the other party actually still cannot be arrogant, just returned from the true mystical realm, and immediately put into the seclusion. It seems that this divine bone demon should have been irritated by Jiang Qiankuan. An elder stroked his white beard and said with a smile. The elders then smiled, their eyes with gratification and hope. Their Jiang family this generation of demons frequently, showing a thriving state. If this continues, the future why worry about not return to the glory of the past? It was that Zhang Hong didn't know what these elders were thinking right now, or else he would have cursed in a broken voice. Are you guys alright? Can you guys look at my current situation before you talk to yourselves here? Vast confinement like a torrent rushing in. Zhang Hong did not have the chance to react at all, instantly wrapped and suppressed by an arcane forbidden mass, losing control of his body, and even more so, losing all ability to move. Even the divine soul was suppressed, falling into stagnation, and thinking was slowed down. What's the situation? Looking at the overwhelming prohibition, Zhang Hong's tightly closed eyes jumped for a while, very confused. This is not my own home. Can I be backstabbed even in my own ING house? At this time, the roiling band divided into an obvious channel. The clan elder and Jiang Xian's second uncle both came from the other end of the channel, came to Jiang Hong, coldly glanced at Jiang Hong, no nonsense at all, began to deprive the divine bone. Jiang Xian's second uncle offered up a party of ancient vessels, which surged with mysterious qi and diffused a rich life essence. This was a Tao artifact refined from the everlasting tree, which itself possessed extremely strong healing power, and could even raise the dead to white bones, and now it was used to carry the divine bone, which could maintain the activity of the divine bone to a great extent. After all, Jiang Xian that kid did not know where to run away, so far has not returned. They cannot wait until Jiang Xian return, and then start to seize the bone. In case that kid in some secret place closed at 2 or 3 years, they cannot wait for each other at 2 or 3 years, right? 2 or 3 years? Zhang Hong relies on the divine bone. All should rise. Today's situation is changing rapidly, and waiting around will only lead to missed opportunities. The clan elder, on the other hand, invoked the forbidden formation, mingled with the power of heaven and earth, and derived a rule dagger that carried the sharpness of the great Tao and stabbed at Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong cracked. I've been stabbed in the back by my own people? It's not so bloody, is it? If it was someone from another vein, who made a move against him, he could understand it. The competition in the great clans was fierce, and this kind of thing was not uncommon. But the one who was doing it to him now is the clan elder of his own line. The Jianghong people were dumbfounded. As the reincarnation of a deity, he was even burdened with supreme divine bones, with a demonic stance that surpassed the vast majority of heavenly prides, unlimited potential, and a heavenly path. Even if that bloodline returned to the ancestor of the demon, there were a few certainties that he would be able to win. In the future, if he rises, and then receives the full support of his own lineage, he will have every opportunity to suppress that person and seize the position of young patriarch, or even assume the position of patriarch and take charge of the Zhang family. By then, won't their lineage all rise with them? He is completely confident that as long as he grows up smoothly, he will certainly be able to certify as a true god, revitalize the Zhang family, and recreate the ancient grandeur of the Changxing Zhang family. Although he was the reincarnation of a deity and possessed memories of his previous life, he completely treated himself as a member of the Zhang family. It was also recognized and strongly supported by the Grand Elder. However, he never expected that the clansmen of his own lineage would give him a damn cold shoulder. What are you guys charting? Afraid that your own lineage is too strong, so you exterminate your own lineage of demons and cut off your own arms and legs? No one in their right mind could do this, right? Clan Elder, I need a reason. Rule dagger hanging head. Life and death is only between a line. Zhang Hong in turn calmed down, forced to hold back the anger in his heart, asked in a deep voice. Clan old eyes scattered with cold light, did not respond, very cautious, do not dare to have half a bit of slack. The other party was, after all, the reincarnation of a deity, and was burdened with an object such as a divine bone that had seized the creation of heaven and earth, so it was not guaranteed that there were hidden means, so one had to be cautious, and cautious again. The conspiracy to seize the bones can't afford any mistakes, otherwise, his lineage, it is difficult to bear the anger of the elders and the old ancestors. And right at this moment, from outside the roiling prohibitions, out came the voice of the main formation powerhouse, Clan Elder. Jiang Xian is back. The clan elder's movement of maneuvering the rule dagger stalled as a flash of light swept across the bottom of his eyes. A smile lifted the corners of his mouth. back just in time. Zhang Xian's second uncle on one side also couldn't help but laugh and scold. This kid is afraid that he is not a dog. Right. His nose is so smart, rushing back at the right time. Although the Dao weapon in his hand could keep the divine bone active, it would eventually lose some of it. How could it compare to on-site transplantation? If it was done properly, there was no chance that Zhang Xian would be able to inherit 100% of Zhang Hong's divine bones. You stand guard here. I'll bring Jiang Xian over. The clan elder handed over a sentence before turning to leave. The doubts in Zhang Hong's heart, on the other hand, increased. Could it be that the clan elders and their stabbing at him was authorized by Zhang Xian? Chapter 164, Familiar Flavor. Digging a hole to come? Zhang Qianshou held Zhang Xian and the Zhang clan's numerous heavenly pride demons in one hand, leaping across the void and returning to the Zhang clan, worthy of being a void god supreme powerhouse who was well versed in the Go Dao. Even his return to the Zhang family was silent. Not only did he not startle anyone, but even the Zhang family's family protection array didn't have the slightest reaction. Kid, these are your squad. Cultivate them well. They will be a considerable help to you in the future. Zhang Qianshou glanced at Zhang Chen and the others. These celestial pride is burdened with not bad Zhang family bloodline. The qualification cannot be said to be not strong. Even if it is placed in the ancient Taoist lineage, at least is also the level of true transmission. Especially Zhang Chen and the other four have already been among the Earth Xian realm of the demon. If the resources are in place, absolutely no less than the stream of those saintly sons and goddesses, it was not unlikely that he would be able to ascend to the subterranean dragon ranking and compete with the demons of the entire Xian heavenly realm. Zhang Xian had such a group of heavenly prides following him, and in time, it wouldn't even be a problem to rival a party's forces with one's own strength. It's also the bottom line, and it's a horrible bottom line that's sustainable and has no ceiling. Zhang Xian nodded slightly. Don't worry, ancestor, I'll save it. No, you boys are still too young. Zhang Qianshou shook his head and said in a serious tone, such a group of celestial pride, if it is put in the open, it is just a group of celestial pride. At most, it will become a group of strong people in the future. Your enemy knows about it and is wary. The effect will undoubtedly be greatly reduced, and it will be difficult to play an absolute role. Zhang Xian froze. What does the ancestor mean? You have to hide them. Zhang Qianshou smiled faintly and instructed. Hide them until they all grow up. Hide them until no one knows of their existence. When you have a need, summon them, and when you don't need them, then continue to hide them. Remember, the enemy's greatest fear is that you have unknown powers. What's the bottom card for? Crush it. When the enemy misjudges your power, and you backhandedly crush it with your undercard and get the other party killed without giving him a chance to fight back, then naturally you can live high up in the building and sit back and watch the elders. Zhang Xian's heart jumped, and he had a feeling that he had dialed the clouds to see the fog. This ancestor is a bit of a thing. Thanks to the ancestor's teachings, I know what to do. Zhang Qianshou nodded and smiled. The Go Dao is vast and profound. You need to learn a lot more. You hide them for now. I'm going to go back to the mountain ancestor and I'll teach you more later. Immediately, Zhang Qianshou left and headed to his ancestral land. In the ancestral divine tomb. How was the trip? Did Zhang Xian have a smooth journey? Mountain ancestor projection stepped out and asked Zhang Qianshou somewhat nervously. Zhang Xian was now the treasurer of the Zhang family. He was afraid that Zhang Xian would have any accidents. Zhang Qianshou laughed and told him everything about what Zhang Xian had done along the way. From Wang Cheng pretending to be Zhang Qiankuan and moving away the Jishi Academy, to entering the true mysterious realm, seizing the human monument, and suppressing the southern divine state's heavenly pride and demons, to the power of the rules and the reverse felling of the void god, and finally together with the desolate heavenly divine feminine layout and pointing to kill the void god. It hadn't been a long time, just over a month, but Zhang Xian's experience was described as dramatic and thrilling. Shanzu's shifting demeanor for a while could also illustrate this point. Even this one had long since stepped into the realm of true gods, and now he was shocked and lost his expression management. Is this really his Zhang family demon? He's not dreaming, is he? Ancestor, this son is not only a demonic talent to the extreme, but also knows the way of the metal. In the true mystery realm, under the false identity of Zhang Qiankuan, he wildly took all the chances, attracting many powerful people of the Dao system, and even the void god hated him, but he was able to calmly withdraw from it after the incident. Zhang Qianshou said rather marvelously, at his age, it's rare to have this ability. I think that Zhang Xian can definitely become the person who carries my Zhang family. We should cultivate it with all our might. Mountain ancestor also digested the shock in his heart at this time, and looking at Zhang Qianshou, he couldn't help but smile. Even you and I have sent out to guard that kid closely. I still need you to say how important that kid is? Zhang Qianshou's expression stagnated, and he couldn't help but smile sarcastically. Of the few remaining void gods in the Zhang family, He was the strongest, already a half-step true god, and sending him to protect the road already explained everything. After all, this is almost already tilting all of the Zhang family's bright side to Zhang Xian, breaking through the earth Xian, invoking the heavenly tribulation, utilizing the power of the rules to reverse the void god. The mountain ancestor's eyes narrowed slightly, recalling a moment or two. He still couldn't help but sigh in awe. This kid was even in the entry god realm when he left from the ancestral ground, and now actually has already reached Earth Shen. It's only been over a month. This growth rate, it's terrifying. A peerless demon. There were a few more points of uncontrollable excitement in Mountain Ancestor's tone. Jiang Xian's future was limitless. The realm of true gods that had shackled countless people was definitely not a problem in front of that kid. Proving longevity and being among the saints is the future of that kid. And even when the great world comes, after seizing the opportunity of the great world, he will walk out of the Xian heaven and ask for the heavens and the world, and chase the supreme immortal emperor position. And it is not without a chance. When that time comes, under this kid's blessing, why would he worry that his Zhang family would not be able to return to the grandeur of the ancient times? Yeah. Zhang Changshu nodded deeply. If I didn't see it with my own eyes and know that the kid's foundation is incomparably thick, even going far beyond the demons in the same realm, I would suspect that this kid is not getting high without restraint. At this time, the mountain ancestor thought of something and couldn't help but shake his head, with a hint of surprising embarrassment in his tone. It's a pity that I have long since sealed myself and slumbered, and I have nothing else in my body, so there is nothing good to give to that boy. Zhang Changshu was stunned. Mountain ancestor was burdened with the mountain and sea secret technique. The inheritance of this path was extremely ancient and powerful, even though he was coveting it, but every time he asked for it, it was ruthlessly rejected by mountain ancestor. Could such a powerful inheritance not even be held in the eyes of the mountain ancestor? Then my half-assed go down. Zhang Changshu's heart suddenly apprehensive. Later we'll go out still want to guide Zhang Xian? If you inadvertently delay each other, his sin, then, is great. After witnessing the departure of ancestor Zhang Changshu, Zhang Xian pondered for a while before placing Zhang Chen and the others in his own dojo first, and then headed to the clan shrine, wanting to ask for a divine peak from the clan elders to hide Zhang Chen and the others. After Zhang Changshu's ancestor instructed him, Zhang Xian felt more and more that it was necessary to cultivate Zhang Chen and the others to create some hidden classes and cards. Let's not talk about the GK Academy that time. If he had been able to summon Zhang Chen and the others, where was the need for him to disguise as Zhang Qiankuan and kill so many people? One wave of the hand and a bunch of people do things for him. He doesn't even need to show up alright. He came to the clan shrine and reported that he was seeking an audience with the clan elder. The clan elder was harboring excitement as he rushed from Zhanghong Divine Peak. Clan elder, I have something to tell you. Don't get excited. Zhang Xian intended to inform the other party about the true mysterious realm. After all, he needed the clan elders' power and their strength to help hide Zhang Chen and the others. Concealing it was not possible. Anything, later. The clan elder, however, didn't even listen as he tugged Zhang Xian and flew directly towards Zhanghong Divine Peak. On the way, the clan elder smilingly said to Zhang Xian, "Kid, you've come back at the right time. Your uncles and I, they have a heavenly chance to give you. A great opportunity?" Zhang Xian froze. A familiar feeling steeply surged to his heart. Even the uneasiness this time was far more intense than each of the previous ones. Damn! Zhang Xian's pupils shrunk, and he couldn't help but curse in his heart. His relatives wouldn't be digging a hole for him again, would they? Chapter 165, The True Mystic Realm is You. Zhang Xian hurriedly broke away from the clan elder installed in midair, gazing at the other party with a serious expression as he solemnly said, "Clan elder, I have already gained quite a lot of opportunities recently, and I am afraid that I am not blessed to receive the clan elder's generous love." The clan elder's expression stagnated, looking at Zhang Xian somewhat strangely. This child went out for a trip and broke his brain? Who's a good person who's too much of a chance? Furthermore, you have only just stepped into the spirit of transformation. Even if your luck is good and you have gained some uncommon chances, but those sparse and ordinary chances can be compared to the divine bone that seizes the creation of heaven and earth? Child, don't be so hasty to reject it first. Why don't you go with me to take a look? I guarantee that as long as you see this chance, you will definitely not reject it. The clan elder was extremely confident and said with a strong voice, "This heavenly chance, not to mention you, even if a void god supreme powerhouse came, they would have to go crazy for it." With these words, Zhang Xian became even more uneasy. Nima, a chance that all the void gods are crazy about? How big of a hole does this have to be? Last time, if not for his strict refusal to withdraw from the marriage, now Nangong Mingyue is afraid that he has already made a 30 years of River East, 30 years of River West. The grandiose words, and he had a hand of 3 years of the contract, and then he can count down his own life. Now, And a chance that's even more outrageous than withdrawing from the daughter of God's destiny? Jiang Xian went numb and looked at the clan elder with a few hints of resentment in his gaze. I know that you are trying to make up for the fault of the disaster of my parents in that year as much as possible, but, if you really want to make up for it like this, my parents cannot help but have to climb out of the forbidden land of life and talk to you. The clan elder noticed that Jiang Xian's mood was a bit different. His expression was stagnant and he was a bit puzzled. This child went out for a trip. Why did he come back as if he was a different person? You don't even want the god bone? Under no circumstances. The old man can only first appease Jiang Xian emotions, and smooth persuade each other to accept the divine bone chance. Otherwise this kid has been very resistant, even if the divine bone forcibly stuffed into his body, but also very difficult to merge. Tell me your business first, and if I can do it, I'll do it for you directly, the clan elder said helplessly. I need a divine peak to hide those Jiang clan celestial pride I brought back from the true mystic realm for them to live and cultivate, Jiang Xian said succinctly. What? The clan elder froze, unable to digest the huge amount of information in Jiang Xian's words for a moment. I need a divine peak. Not this. You went to the true mystery realm? To hide who? The Jiang family's heavenly pride? Which Jiang family? The clan elder's mind jumped, suddenly had a feeling of panic, and hurriedly confirmed. It can't be the Jiang family of the guardian lineage in the true mysterious realm, right? Jiang Xian glanced oddly at the clan elder and nodded slightly. It's that Jiang family. Receiving the other party's confirmed answer, contacting the recent winds and waves about the true mystic realm, especially the Jiang Qianquan's astonishing miracles. The clan elder's breath steeply stagnated, and his heart immediately set off shocking waves. Puff, flop, heart beating violently, on the withered old face, surging with flushing, eyes are even more blood-filled and swollen red. The clan old man breathing heavily, staring dead on at Jiang Xian. Nervous palms are seeping sweat. So, the one who reigned over the true mystic realm and set off the entire southern divine state, is not Jiang Qianquan, but you? Jiang Xian scratched his head and said with some embarrassment. It's also considered Jiang Qianquan. After all, I was diffracted into Jiang Qianquan's likeness. It turns out that the Jiang Qianquan who shocked the world that is not the real Jiang Qianquan, but Jiang Xian? The clan elder looked at Jiang Xian in a daze, his mind in a bit of a trance. He was clear that Jiang Xian's qualifications were very strong. 75 bloodline concentration. When looking at the younger generation of the Jiang family, it was second only to that demon whose bloodline had returned to the ancestor. But he never expected Jiang Xian's natural talent to be so strong that it was outrageous. Jiang Xian is already so strong. If he fuses the divine bone, the clan elder's heart fluttered, his eyes opened steeply, and his entire body went into a frenzy. Go! Without saying a word, the clan elder directly grabbed Jiang Xian, not giving the other party a chance to break free at all. Even if it's hard to stuff it today, he's going to stuff the divine bone into Jiang Xian's body. There was no need to say anything more about Jiang Xian's current potential. The matter of the true mystic realm already spoke for itself. If he then fuses the divine bone, to understand the great Tao of creation in the divine bone, not to mention the demons of the major divine states in the Xian heavenly realm, even if it is the top 10 absolute demons on the submerged dragon list, so what? In front of Jiang Xian, they all had to honestly prostrate and retreat. The future of Quan. The clan elder tugged Jiang Xian and flew towards Zhonghong divine peak at breakneck speeds while floating in his mind, crushing that bloodline returning demon, surpassing his father Zhang Haoqian, fulfilling his father's last wish, and taking the reins of the Jiang family is no longer a matter of concern. After fusing the divine bones, the realm of the district true gods couldn't be simpler. It shouldn't be too difficult to witness longevity and achieve the dignity of a saint. With this thought, the clan elder's breathing became more and more rapid, and he also became more and more maniacal. Junior Great Emperor, our lineage. No, our Jiang family is going to come out with a teenage Great Emperor. Jiang Xian was filled with helplessness and even a bit of resentment and dissatisfaction as he was tugged by the clan elder's deadly grip, and even bound his physical body with rules so that he had no way to break free. Who family old? So pitiful that is, was confined. Suppressed Jiang Hong. Do not know Jiang Xian at this time the mind, or must hands in favor of. He can be too vocal when it comes to being pitted by clan elders. The blade of rules that added the sharpness of the great Tao. The square is from his chest, can be only 0.0001 centimeter. Just a little bit, he will be opened up. Hey, we'll just have to see what happens first. Unable to break free, Jiang Xian could only helplessly compromise. Let's hope that this heavenly opportunity the clan elder is talking about can be refused away. Jiang Xian couldn't help but make the connection in his heart. He refused to withdraw from the marriage to Nangong Mingyue, activated the golden finger, and he gained the bloodline return, which led to the smooth sailing in the past month or so. Well, if you exclude the few remaining lifetimes. This time, the great opportunity in the mouth of the old man brought him a sense of uneasiness. Even stronger? If he refused, is it considered to break the setting, touching the golden finger? If you can, what rewards will you get? Thinking of this, the resistance in Jiang Xian's heart couldn't help but dissipate a bit, giving rise to even more anticipation. The clan elder slightly sensed that the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. His mouth said no, but his body was still not very honest. Coming to Zhang Hong's divine peak, he entered the interior. Before penetrating the roiling prohibitions, Zhang Hong's icy, questioning voice had already reached Jiang Xian's ears. I don't understand. We belong to the same lineage. It's just that you guys don't support me or back me up. Why do you still want to inflict harm on me? Worried that I'll jeopardize Jiang Xian's position as the young patriarch? You can rest assured on this point. I only seek the great Tao in this world and have no desire to chase power. Even if you need it, I can help Jiang Xian and clean up the competitors from the various veins. You should also be clear that I am the reincarnation of a deity. And now that I'm even burdened with a divine bone, when you look at the younger generation of the Jiang clan, other than that demon whose bloodline has returned to the ancestor, the others are absolutely no match for me. Zhang Hong tries to negotiate with his opponent to save his own life. Didn't he want to die? He had made many plans in his previous life, and he had even gone so far as to scheme against the Jiang clan's true god in order to lay out his plans for this life, with the aim of successfully practicing the 10,000 Dharma Heavenly Eyes great divine power and chasing after the summit of a higher and more distant great Tao. Originally, everything was going steadily and smoothly in the direction you had planned. He harvested an unexpected joy. The divine bone companion, divine bone, capture the creation of heaven and earth was born, contains the principle of the great Tao, grow to a certain extent, can bear the secret of the great Tao. The formation of a powerful treasure art belongs to their own, whether it is the power or the degree of fit, are far more than the majority of the inheritance in the world. If one went to the extreme, rivaling a quasi-emperor art would not be a problem. And when the 10,000 laws heavens I great avatar was cultivated to its peak, it was also at the level of a quasi-imperial art, with 2 quasi-imperial techniques added to his body. Why would he worry about not reaching the peak, chasing after that immortal emperor position that he didn't even dare to hope for in his previous life? However, it never occurred to him that he would damn well be stabbed in the back by his own lineage of clansmen, setting up a heaven-defying array to suppress him. He still doesn't get it. What the hell are they after? Chapter 166, Put the Divine Bone. Release it. Jiang Xian's second uncle looked at Zhang Hong coldly, and said expressionlessly, you don't need to struggle. If you sincerely want to help Jiang Xian, then wait honestly. Your divine bones are the biggest help in terms of Jiang Xian. At these words, Zhang Hong froze, and only then did he realize with hindsight that, together, these clansmen were trying to deprive him of his divine bone and transplant it into Jiang Xian's body? Holy, how did you guys come up with such an evil method? At that moment, the clan elder grabbed Jiang Xian and walked in. Jiang Xian, Zhang Hong guy voice low roar, tightly closed eyes, dead eyes staring at Jiang Xian, could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. The strong unwillingness in his heart fueled a blazing fire of fury, manifesting splashes of gilded divine flame, impacting the restraints that confined and suppressed him, forming a burst of energy storms, and thousands of rules of the great Tao collided violently with the restraints, erupting into radiant light, and underneath the splendor, the chaotic energy raging with palpitations. He and the other party have never met. There is no conflict of interest, but also the same lineage of heavenly pride. Demon. The other party does not take into account the love of the bloodline. That's all. Actually coveted his god bone, with the clan old man and others to plot his god bone, harming his life. Unwilling, holding back, anger. He obviously has a great future. In time will certainly be able to surpass the previous life, the peak, but the ING never thought that this just have a rise. His own clan actually stabbed him knife, to dig his god bone. Why? On what grounds? If we're talking about talent, he far surpasses Jiang Xian. Be honest. Jiang Xian's second uncle snorted coldly, maneuvering thousands of prohibitions to increase the confinement and suppression of Zhang Hong. Puff dash. Zhang Hong could hardly withstand the forbidden suppression, and his entire body was instantly crushed to the ground. He is now, after all, only the cultivation of the spirit transformation realm, even if he has many past life means. In front of the clan elder and others invested in the majority of the storage of divine objects set up a large array of prohibitions, cannot be made, and even the confinement of the large array, cannot be shaken in the slightest. Hate it. If he had a second chance, he would never care about his so-called bloodline and treat himself as a member of the Zhang family, and he would even kill this Jiang Xian first. Damn it, I have no grudge against you, yet you want to take away my god bone? You're still a human being, Jiang Xian looked at Jiang Hong, who was being suppressed by thousands of prohibitions, and first froze for a moment. Then his face darkened, and his entire being was bad. How could he have forgotten that there was such a heavenly ordained son with a divine bone? Gotta! He now understood what the great chance of heaven that the clan elder was talking about was. Taking the bone. The corners of Jiang Xian's mouth twitched, and while his heart was shocked, he had to admire his group of relatives, really as a group of gods. After failing to withdraw from the divine fate's daughter, he was immediately followed by arranging for him to be deprived of the divine bone of the divine fate's son. What's going on? Afraid he's living too well? Do you have to put him in the position of the big bad? The clan elder, however, did not notice Jiang Xian's abnormality, or thought that Jiang Xian had lost his temper and was too excited because of the divine bone, so he did not care about it. An expected reaction. Well, the chance we prepared for you is not bad, right? The clan elder laughed and said to Jiang Xian, when your second uncle and I deprive Jiang Hong of his divine bone and transplant it into your body, with your natural talent, and then mastering this divine bone, even if it's that bloodline returning to its ancestors' demon, it will be far inferior to you. Your position as young patriarch is as secure as Mount Taishan. In the future, one will certainly be able to take charge of the Jiang family. Jiang Xian's second uncle held the ancient vessel in his hand and also turned his head to look at Jiang Xian, revealing a smile. You don't have to thank us either. It's what we should do. Kid, hurry up and get ready for the fusion of the divine bones. Second uncle, I will help you fuse the divine bone 100% today, even if I have to lose all of my family's wealth. The corner of Jiang Xian's mouth twitched. Looking at the smiles of the clan elder and the second uncle, his brain was a little messed up, and his mind was a little collapsed. Capturing the divine bone of the son of heaven's destiny. How on earth did you guys think of it? Aren't you all afraid that he'll have great fortune added to him? Start all over again, remake his divine bones, and then when I'm about to succeed, he'll suddenly come out, give me a slap in the face, and whisk me off the altar? Or are you confident that you can strangle a chosen one? What's the hesitation? Hurry up and tighten your mind and start preparing. The clan elder frowned and urged. Jiang Xian was silent for a moment, looking at the clan elder with mixed emotions, asking with a heart full of helplessness, Clan elder, do we have a grudge? The clan elder's expression stagnated and his entire body was confused. Why did he kind of not understand what Jiang Xian was saying? A grudge? As a clan elder, Jiang Xian's elder, he had used all the power their lineage could muster, had gone to great lengths, and had risked breaking clan rules and angering the elders and old ancestors before he was able to accomplish today's plot, in order to help Jiang Xian stabilize his position as the young patriarch. Are you kidding me? Whose enemy would help you like that? Release Jiang Hong. Jiang Xian sighed lightly. The clan elder and Jiang Xian's second uncle were even more confused now. The eyes that looked at Jiang Xian carried a trace of concern. This child went out for a trip and really fell and broke his brain? This is a god bone. You're actually going to let it go? Doesn't it bother you at all? Jiang Xian, don't be nervous. I know you're worried that if this matter leaks out, you'll be punished by the clan. Jiang Xian's second uncle pondered for a moment or two, thinking that Jiang Xian was worried about the follow-up. He immediately smiled and said in a reassuring manner, but don't worry, as long as you have fused the divine bone, even if the clan is furious in 100 different ways, they will only be able to pinch their noses and admit it. After all, Jiang Hong is gone, but the divine bones are still there. In order for the Jiang clan to hold on to the divine bone, the clan elders and old ancestors could only acquiesce to your existence. At most, it will descend to punish us and lock us up for 1,000 years of confinement. As long as you can fuse the divine bones and overpower that heavenly pride with the demonic bloodline, and seize the patriarch position in the coming days, fulfill your father's dying wish and restore the glory of the Jiang family. What's 1,000 years of confinement for us? The clan elder also nodded his head deeply. Your second uncle is right. You can fuse the divine bone at ease. Even if there are heavenly consequences, we'll take care of them for you. You must know that the divine bone is nurtured by seizing the creation of heaven and earth, born to carry the secrets of the great Tao, and with a little bit of growth it will give birth to a powerful treasure art that is uniquely its own, and is more than several times more powerful than the sacred body. If you fuse the divine bones and go to the extreme, being invincible to Xian heaven is only a matter of time. To this, Jiang Xian didn't have much of a reaction yet. Jiang Hong, however, had despaired. The benefits of the divine bone were all stated so clearly, and his end was, well, predictable. No one could resist the temptation of a divine bone, not even a void god supreme power. Jiang Xian, naturally, would be no exception. He knew very well that Jiang Xian had been hesitating for nothing more than fear of the clan's chastisement. Radiant divine radiance flowed. Jiang Hong, with a heartbeat of energy, resisted the thick suppression of thousands of prohibitions. and with great difficulty raised his head, his tightly closed eyes under the gilded divine radiance attachment, looked towards Jiang Shen, forcibly suppressed the anger and unwillingness of his heart, and said in a hushed voice, "Jiang Shen, you have united with the clan and secretly plotted to take away my divine bones. This is my negligence and carelessness, and I underestimated the viciousness of the human heart. You took my divine bone. I recognize it, but if I don't cooperate and take the initiative to self-destruct my divine bone now, you won't get anything. Of course, under the powerful confinement of this forbidden array, as well as under the locking of the divine souls of all the powerhouses, I may not be able to successfully self-destruct, but as long as I resist a little bit, it will be impossible for you to fuse my divine bone. 100%. Even more, you'll only be able to get a crippled god bone, and your potential will be greatly reduced." The clan elder and second uncle both frowned as they heard this. They knew in their hearts that Zhang Hong was telling the truth. Even if they were well prepared, they might not be able to guarantee that Jiang Xian would fuse the divine bones 100%. After all, this one is the reincarnation of a deity, and must have some powerful means hidden. But, and at that moment, Zhang Hong stared dead at Jiang Xian and continued, "I don't want to die. I want to make a deal with you. As long as you swear by the great Tao and promise to let me live, I can voluntarily hand over the divine bone, even help you fuse." Zhang Hong gasped for air, suppressed all the emotions in his heart, forced himself to regain his composure, and asked in a deep voice, "What do you intend to do?" He had been stripped of his divine bones raw, and was destined to severely damage his foundation and jeopardize his life, and could even be said to have died 9 deaths. But, as long as there was a way to live, he still had a chance. Without the divine bone, he still had memories and experiences from his previous life, and he still had the 10,000 Dharma heavens great divine power. He could just as easily walk out of his own path and certify as a true god. Of course, if he does survive, today's blood revenge will be avenged. There's no injustice. This is going to ruin everything for him. Chapter 167, My Way is Invincible. No need to borrow bones. The clan elder and second uncle. A burst of intention. Actively handing over the divine bone to help Jiang Xian fuse the divine bone. There is such a good thing? There's no reason not to say yes. As for Zhang Hong's so-called deal, what kind of small mind was stored? How could they not see it? But, so what? With the divine bone gone, Zhang Hong was an invalid. What else could he do? Expecting the clan to do you justice? How is that possible? If you want to be fair, first you have to have the appropriate value. Otherwise, what makes the clan give you justice? However, it is obvious that if Zhang Hong had become an invalid, the clan would definitely not harshly punish Jiang Xian, who had fused the divine bone. For the sake of an invalid, at most, it would just mean a little bit, shutting down for a few years, so that Jiang Xian could cultivate at ease, and completely master the divine bone. After all, everything has to give way for the good of the family. As for whether Zhang Hong would rise again and come for revenge, even more unlikely. Without the divine bone, the foundation is destroyed for the most part, the vitality is dying. 9 deaths, can survive, are considered his life. Even if Zhang Hong really survived and also stepped back into cultivation, then what can be done? They'll just step in and fix it again. Creating a random accident and sending him to reincarnation wasn't a violation of the deal that Zhang Hong had spoken of, so naturally, it wouldn't affect Jiang Xian. Of course, the odds are that they'll just move that step forward, once and for all, for good. It saves you from unnecessary trouble in the what-if scenario. However, this naturally couldn't be said explicitly to Jiang Xian, and required them as elders to make a secret move. Since the other party now had the intention of actively handing over the divine bone, they would naturally save themselves a lot of trouble by going along with it. Zhang Hong's proposal, feasible. The clan elder looked at Jiang Xian and said softly, "After all, he's a clan member of the same lineage, so it's best to let him live if you can spare his life." The second uncle also chimed in fervently, "Our Jiang family has always been united and amicable, and it is not good to kill each other hand in hand." Looking at the clan elder and second uncle's hypocritical appearance directly amused Jiang Xian. "Do you believe this crap?" And Jiang Hong, who had managed to calm down easily, was instantly dry-breaked by the words of the clan elder duo. His face was as gloomy as water, and his heart was filled with hostility and anger. "Nima, this hand is holding a knife and sticking it into his body to dig out his sacred bones. The blood is still rushing out, and the other hand is still hugging him, pretending to be intimate and saying, 'We are family.' Can you be a human being?" But, thankfully, his life, in all probability, can be saved. Jiang Xian, how was it? Zhang Hong looked at Jiang Xian and said coldly, "If you agree, I'll dig out the divine bone now and out it to you." Jiang Xian gazed at Zhang Hong. His expression was a little strange, marveling at this boldness of the other party, worthy of being the son of heaven's destiny. is different. The divine bones can be given up without hesitation. What could such a man do that he couldn't? Luckily, he had familiarized himself with the script of the destined son, or else he would not properly become a stepping stone for the other party in the future. He didn't want to be labeled a Zhang Yi vest. With that thought, Zhang Xian slowly shook his head. Seeing that the other party did not agree to the deal, Zhang Hong's face changed abruptly, and his suppressed rage and anger erupted like a volcano, stirring up layers of fury around his body, and his entire countenance looked hideous and distorted against the backdrop of his anger. Zhang Xian! Zhang Hong roared in a deep voice, hissing hoarsely in a tone filled with intense unwillingness. I have no grievances or hatred with you, and now I'm even retreating 100 times and taking the initiative to offer up the divine bones. Are you still unwilling to let me live and have to put me to death? Clan old man and second uncle also sidelong glance, some puzzled. If you do not want to stay alive, and we greeted a word, to ensure that you do a clear, why now provoke each other? If the divine bone was damaged, wouldn't this bone capture be a beautiful thing? Zhang Xian, however, smiled faintly and looked straight at the hideous Zhang Hong. What makes you think that I need your divine bones? The clan elder and second uncle, and even Zhang Hong, were all stagnant, somewhat unable to keep up with Zhang Xian's brain circuits. Zhang Xian, what does this mean? The divine bone captures the creation of heaven and earth and contains the secret of the great Tao. It is indeed powerful to the extreme, and can even crush the holy body. But, so what? Zhang Xian shook his head and lost his smile. This thing, after all, is yours, and if I fuse it, at most, I'll be replacing you and stepping onto the avenue that should belong to you. Your avenue. It's fine if it has unlimited potential. If the upper limit is only the position of true God or eternal life, then won't I lose a lot of money? Zhang Hong was confused. His anger stalled, somewhat confused, and asked in a deep voice, what do you mean? It doesn't mean anything. Simply can't see past your divine bones. With his hands behind his back, Zhang Xian lightly glanced at Zhang Hong and dropped a sentence before looking at the clan elder and his second uncle, lightly saying, my Tao is invincible, so there's no need to borrow bones. Let him go. There was an unspeakable confidence and calmness in his tone. Although his rejection of the divine bone had the factor of Zhang Hong being the son of heaven's destiny in it, as well as his desire to try and trigger the golden finger, his words were not half delusional, they were all his true thoughts. God bone this thing. The upper limit is there. Fusion of the God bone. The front is indeed smooth, but when the upper limit has been touched, will form a shackle that is difficult to break. When want to cry, there is no place to cry. External forces are ultimately external forces, and the only way to be truly strong is to be strong in oneself. This is an eternal truth. This was also the reason why he had clearly gained so many rewards from the golden finger earlier, yet he still focused on the Tao of the sword, which was the root of who he was. If he relied entirely on the golden finger, he could indeed also be invincible all the way, powerfully crushing the world's heavenly prides and demons. But, what if one day Goldfinger fails? With his unlucky life script, it was not impossible for such a dogged situation to occur, even though these were all illusory things and very far away from him, and even his lifespan might not be able to support him to that point. The ambition that should be there, he would not lose. He was, after all, a demon, own pride, and disdain. Of course, he refused the God bone. There is another layer of not-so-tight reason. When he cast that black hole root, he had plundered the other party 9 strands of divine energy, which is also a not-so-small favor. Now, right back. Now, the clan elder and second uncle were also confused, and after staring blankly for a moment, they instantly became anxious, their tones tinged with reproach. Zhang Xian, at this time, you can't afford to play the childish temper. If you succeed in fusing the divine bone, you should know how much help it will be for you. Clan elder, there's no need to say any more. Zhang Xian looked at the clan elder indifferently, his tone very firm. My mind is made up. Don't mention this matter again. I know you guys feel guilty about what happened to my parents back then and want to make it up to me this way, but there's no need. Instead of going through all the trouble to help me, it would be better to focus your mind on family building, and cultivate a few more heavenly prides for my Jiang family that can hold their own. The great world contest, like a flooding beast, will inevitably sweep through all the Dao lineages in the entire Xian heavenly realm, and even my Jiang family will not be spared. In the midst of this great world, if my Jiang family can swim against the current, I believe my father's spirit in heaven will be pleased. The clan elder and second uncle were suddenly speechless. Their expressions changed for a while, their hearts and minds were stirred, and it was difficult to hold themselves. After Zhang Xian went out for a trip, it was really different, and Zhang Hong was even more confused now, a little disoriented, a little shocked, and even more incomprehensible. Put yourself in his shoes. In his place, If the divine bone is in front of him, he will not hesitate to plunder this heavenly opportunity. Who can really reject it with ease? After all, with the addition of the divine bone, the underlying strength skyrocketed, and it was an extremely powerful aid in both the immediate cultivation and the future great world struggle. Zhang Hong looked at Jiang Xian in a daze, his expression shifting for a moment as a trace of admiration abruptly arose in his heart. He is the reincarnation of a god, and in his previous life, he was based on the peak and watched all the heroes of the world, so his eyesight in this life, it cannot be said that it is not high, at least, never put any of the young generation of the heavenly pride and demons in his eyes. Even if it was that demon whose bloodline had returned to the ancestor and reigned supreme over the true mystic realm, he had absolute confidence that he could definitely win in the future. But, this Jiang Xian, it really impressed him. Even the divine bone could refuse. How many people were there in Xiantian with this boldness? And at that moment, a smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Xian's mouth. He had gambled correctly. Refusing the god bone had really triggered the golden finger. The hint of Goldfinger crossed from eye to eye. Congratulations on breaking the bone-grabbing setting. According to the setting, continue to go on. Zhang Hong will become your lifelong enemy. In the future you will fall into the hands of the other side. You have refused to take the bone, and the faithful son's favor towards you has exploded, and the original reward will carry on storming. Luckily, the reward is doubled, and will randomly select the top innate talent of the known divine bones among the heavens. Successful extraction. Obtaining the innate talent of the Reincarnation Emperor's companion divine bone. Reincarnation Treasure Art. Chapter 168, Fusion. Reincarnation Treasure Art. Click 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 dash. A touch of profound chi surged into Jiang Xian's dantian out of nowhere, presenting the hazy shadow of the Wheel of Reincarnation, carrying a vast Tao sound as if expounding on the great Tao. The supreme Tao intent roared, carrying an overbearing will, bursting out with a vast and radiant light of the Tao of Reincarnation, diffusing into a party of dense rivers, rolling and spreading out, as if it was going to flow all over the entire dantian, assimilating the entire dantian as much as it could. Under the erosion of this overbearing will and the light of the Tao of Reincarnation, the Haoran platform trembled crazily, and vaguely cracks had crumbled out, as if it would collapse at any moment and be assimilated. What the hell is going on here? The husbandman was in the middle of it, his face showing horror as he exerted all his strength to forcefully support the Haoran platform. He relied on the Haoran Terrace, the Jishi Academy site, to be able to retain the remnants of his soul, and if the Haoran Terrace collapsed, he would also be followed by his soul, completely silent. Didn't this kid refuse to fuse the other party's divine bone? How did something so terrifying suddenly appear in his dantian? Husbandman was now confused and more than a little panicked. He hadn't watched Jiang Xian rebuild the Jishi Academy yet, and he didn't want to die just like that. Old man, look at that wimp. The seedling of the world tree swayed his two lonely leaves, and sent his ridicule to Fu Zi, who, after being ravaged by the mysterious and powerful black hole, recognized his own disciple position, and after worshipping the mountain, was released back to the dantian. The only one he could communicate with in this vain dantian was this not-so-serious old man. Don't be a sass here. Come and help me. Husband cursed in no uncertain terms. And, what the hell is this? It's nothing. It's just a gifted treasure art that bears the secret of the great Tao. World tree seedling childish tone, full of ease. It is said that the great completion can be compared to the quasi-imperial art? Not bad, but in front of the little master, is still so billion point. The young leaves of the world tree sapling gently caressed, gushing out dense rules of the great Tao, wanting to dissipate the supreme Tao sound, dispersing the flow of reincarnation Tao light. Buzz, or the world tree sapling's contempt had angered the other party. The reincarnation shadow even slowly rotated, and the supreme Tao sound steeply skyrocketed, roaring continuously, as if a supreme deity was angrily shouting in the ear, deafening the ears and making the heart and mind wildly trembling. Bang! 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 The reincarnation Tao light also became sharp, instantly crushing the great Tao rules gushing out from the world tree seedling. The world tree seedling froze. It remembered that the manifestation of the talented treasure art was not this strong. Didn't you say that it's a billion points worse than you? Husbandman was shocked. He did not expect the world tree sapling to be so unreliable, and even more so, Jiang Xian's newly acquired this natural treasure art is actually so terrifying that even the world tree sapling can be suppressed. Ahem. The young master is physically ill, so you're on your own. The world tree seedling dropped a sentence before decisively flying towards the mysterious black hole. Boss, save me. Buzz. The mysterious black hole gently trembled, rippling out an ancient, treacherous aura. The reincarnation silhouette abruptly stalled, and the supreme Tao sound came to an abrupt end. The radiant Tao light retreated, occupying about a third of the area of the dantian, and then it would not extend one more point. as if fearing the other, restraining his assimilation. Get it, old man? Seeing this, the World Tree sapling's heart was certain, and its two tender leaves swayed as if beckoning to Fuzi, deigning to say, how important it is to find the right good big brother. Resisting the erosion and consuming a great deal of his mind, Fuzi was now paralyzed with exhaustion on the Haoran platform, and in the face of the World Tree sapling's dejection, he just returned a blank stare. He even doubted that this guy was really the supreme divine item World Tree. What exactly is this gifted treasure art? Why does it have such great power after only being initially manifested? Fuzi gazed at the reincarnation shadow, somewhat confused. Even though he was already knowledgeable enough, he was unable to see through the roots of this shadow at this time. After all, gifted treasures only exist in that untraceable golden great world. It is said that those with great fortune will be accompanied at birth by a divine bone that captures the creation of heaven and earth, and when the divine bone is fully matured, it will carry the secrets of the great Tao and give birth to a gifted treasure art that belongs uniquely to the divine bone. But that is, after all, a distant legend, and now there are no ancient books, historical materials that can testify, even if the legend is true. Hasn't Jiangxian already refused to fuse Zheng Hong's divine bones? Where did this terrifyingly gifted treasure art of his come from? So who knows? World Tree Seedling Tonesome helpless. It is the World Tree Seedling. Not as good as that mysterious black hole Tao Foundation is just. Now actually even a natural treasure art. Cannot be suppressed? Disciple position. More and more significant. This gifted treasure art of masters is very terrifying. In my opinion, it is by no means as simple as being comparable to a quasi-emperor art. It is enough to rival an emperor art. The World Tree Seedling introduced to Fuzi in a deep voice. It's already being overpowered by this thing, and now it has to pull up the other side's pussies to look like it's not so frustrating. Otherwise, how would it be able to pretend in front of this old man in the future? What else more? It is telling the truth. This gifted treasure art is indeed powerful and unparalleled, far beyond those in its memory. Reincarnation treasure art. Zhangxian looked at the hints of the golden finger and sensed the changes in his dantian, and couldn't help but have a flash of luster in the bottom of his eyes. This thing seems to be much stronger than the divine bone. In the end, the development of the divine bone was to master a gifted treasure art, and to have one's upper limit affected by the divine bone. And now that he had skipped the developmental stage and directly mastered the treasure art, he was ahead of the so-called divine bone demon, by a large margin. What's more, this reincarnation treasure technique rewarded by the golden finger seemed to be extremely powerful, but manifesting a shadow. It was able to suppress even the World Tree sapling. Simply horrible. With this thought in mind, Zhangxian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. How else to say that one must still be the son of destiny? The rewards that are triggered are all far beyond the ordinary. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Zhangxian didn't move on the surface and looked at the clan elder and second uncle. Seeing that the two of them were still staring at him with hesitant faces, as if they weren't dead set on it, he couldn't help but helplessly shake his head and solemnly said, "Clan elder and second uncle, you don't have to insist anymore. I won't be wanting Zheng Hong's divine bone. If he grows up, my Zheng clan will definitely have another supreme powerhouse. Why not?" Saying that, Zhangxian walked to Zheng Hong, wanting to wave his hand to dispel the prohibition. He subconsciously utilized the reincarnation treasure technique, and in his pupils, the wheel was reversed, giving birth to a radiant Tao light, and a scene of light and shadow surfaced at the bottom of his eyes, forming a state of reversal and retrospection. In Zhangxian's eyes, the thousands of prohibitions became a clearly visible rule of the great Tao, and then began to generate, compile, and polymerize, eventually forming prohibitions. Is this the principle of the forbidden array? Zhangxian thoughtfully stretched out his finger and tapped it on one of the nodes of the thousands of prohibitions. Buzz! The thousands of prohibitions trembled violently, and then they fell one after another, instantly disintegrating. The clan elder and second uncle's eyes glazed over, shocked by Zhangxian's hand. They had consumed most of their reserves, their underpinnings, and gathered all the strongest men of their lineage to jointly lay down this forbidding array. And it was just like that to be broken by Zhangxian with a flick of his finger? You have to know that this forbidden array can trap even a void god. How did Zhangxian do it? Chapter 169, Zhang Chenkuan. Return. The reincarnation treasure art is a bit interesting. Zhangxian laughed. He had the intuition that the wonders of this Tao treasure art were by no means limited to this, but now was obviously not the time for deeper sensations, and then he pressed it to his heart, and with both hands, he helped Zheng Hong up and said with a slight apology, "Clan elder, they are a bit impulsive. I hope that you don't take it to heart. The knife is on my neck. How the hell can I not take it to heart?" The corners of Zheng Hong's mouth twitched, and he spat straight in his heart, but spiteful as he was actually a little confused. Until now, he still couldn't believe that Jiang Xian had actually rejected his divine bone. In Jiang Hong's tightly closed eyes, a gilded divine radiance pulsed as he gazed at Jiang Xian, his expression very complex and mixed with confusion. Why? There's no such thing as why. Jiang Xian shrugged, half-jokingly saying, you're the reincarnation of a deity, a person of great fortune. If I take your divine bone, I can't guarantee that one day you'll rise again and get me killed. I'm timid and don't like taking risks. The clan elder sniffed, and immediately had a black line on his face. The true mystic realm has been lifted by you, and you're still timid? If you had more guts, wouldn't the Xian heavenly realm belong to my Zhang family? Of course, but he naturally wouldn't say these words. Jiang Xian pretending to be Jiang Shenkuan had obviously stored the idea of concealing himself, so he naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to expose him and push Jiang Xian into the limelight. It's hard to stay up and develop. The only regret was that this kid didn't know what to think and actually really didn't want the god bone. Jiang Hong was silent, knowing full well that Jiang Xian was joking. He nodded with a complicated expression and solemnly said, I owe you a favor. In the coming days, if there is a need, feel free to command. What kind of favor is this? We're all family. Don't talk about two families. Jiang Xian laughed and smoothly wrapped his arm around Jiang Hong's shoulders. The great world is coming. The torrents are torrential. It will be fine if you can grow up earlier and withstand some of the winds and waves for my Jiang family. In his heart, he was thinking, this is what you said. You owe me a favor. I plundered your divine energy before. I also owe you a favor. This favor is offset. Perfect. After all, according to karma, Jiang Hong was the destiny of heaven. And in case there were any great disasters in the future, wouldn't it be wrong for him to harvest such a little bit of divine energy? Jiang Hong looked at Jiang Xian sideways. His heart trembled slightly. This kind of vigor, this kind of pattern. No wonder he could become the young patriarch of the Jiang family with a mere 75 bloodline concentration talent and a cultivation level of the spirit transformation realm. Not to mention the younger generation of the Jiang family. Even if the entire Jiang family, how many people can have such a responsibility? At least, he was ashamed of himself. With this in mind, Jiang Hong had more thoughts in his mind and couldn't help but solemnly say, I recognize and only recognize you as the young patriarch, that bloodline returning demon. He had also encountered in the true mystery realm, and was fortunate enough to have come into contact with one or two of them. His natural talent and strength might be far above Jiang Xian's, but he was pretty sure that, like himself, that one was only suitable for chasing after the great Tao, and was not suited to managing a family. The position of the Jiang family's young patriarch still had to be qualified by someone like Jiang Xian, who had a pattern and a sense of responsibility. I hope the demon is clear about his own path and doesn't make unnecessary attempts, Jiang Hong said in his heart. Otherwise, don't blame me for losing face by making a move to suppress it. After he absorbed 30% of the mountain-shaking cauldron's energy and further refined the mountain god's divine power, it wouldn't be difficult to outsmart that bloodline-returning demon. Jiang Xian was a little confused by Jiang Hong's serious look. What does it mean to recognize and only recognize me as the young patriarch? Why is that so weird? So much so that, even the way the other party looked at him, Jiang Xian felt a bit strange. Although, he kept his eyes closed. Old man, do you see this kid feeling affectionate? Jiang Xian ghostly asked the husband. Husbandman was a bit baffled, but still thought carefully and responded. This son's divine bone is accompanied by a divine spirit reincarnation. It is indeed an undisputed demon, and the other party's temperament is quite good. Even when faced with the crisis of taking the bone, he was able to maintain his composure and make a choice very decisively, wanting to give up the divine bone in exchange for the opportunity to live. If this son doesn't fall, he may be able to prove the great Tao and gain a world of fame in the future. In the end, the husband shamelessly put a piece of gold on his face. This son has the look of me back then. Jiang Xian ignored the words in front of the husband, and directly grasped the key point. There is this old man's posture of the ear? The implication is that Jiang Hong and this old man are almost the same and have that fetish? Jiang Xian was instantly jolted, and the hand that was wrapped around Jiang Hong was silently withdrawn before pulling away to keep a distance from the other party. Ahem. Let's get this over with today. Well, you recuperate, Jiang Xian said dryly, then gave the clan elder a look and turned to leave, muttering straight in his heart, does the son of heaven's destiny also engage in that? So blown up? The clan elder and second uncle exchanged glances, shook their heads rather helplessly, and could only leave with them, and then the forbidden array dispersed, and the powerhouses left the field with doubts. Jiang Hong, on the other hand, looked in the direction Jiang Xian had left and watched for a long time. A gilded divine radiance flowing from his tightly closed eyes, and the divine bone in his body trembled along with it, emitting the sound of the arcane Great Tao, as if expounding the Great Tao's supreme principle. The entire person was shrouded in radiant divine light, divine supreme breath. such as the tides reverberating in layers. The breath fell, becoming more and more vast and powerful. Behind them, it is a hazy vision. Immortals flying in the sky, gods bowing down, Buddha flicking flowers. No one would have thought that, in some of the bone farce, since the edge of life and death wandered some of the Jiang Hong, the heart of the Tao can be metamorphosed, to break through the barrier of the great Tao, but also initially opened the God bone, received the God bone to the secret of the great Tao nurtured by the gift of aptitude. After a long time, the many visions dispersed, Jiang Hong collected his own breath, and his entire aura changed drastically. No longer like earlier, raise their hands and feet to see carry a divine radiance. Extraordinary, now instead of simple and unadorned, even tightly closed eyes, there is no longer guilt flow, the whole person as if back to basics, return to the nature of heaven and earth. I didn't expect that I would be blessed by a disaster and open the God bone in advance and obtain a natural aptitude. Jiang Hong sensed the changes in himself and laughed a little. One must know that if he were to follow the original progress, he was afraid that he would not open the divine bone until after he broke through the earth Xian realm. When the divine bone matures, it can obtain the talent treasure art, and the talent aptitude can be seen as a style of the talent treasure art, or the ultimate simplified version. But even if it was a simplified version, the power of the innate aptitude was unquestionably powerful. It was even better than the saint-level inheritance. After all, this was a divine ability that was completely unique to him, and fit with him 100%. Jiang Hong's tightly closed eyes lifted slightly, looking in the direction of Jiang Xiandao's place. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, murmuring, "I owe you another favor." And until the bone seizure farce fell on the occasion, the large Jiang family actually did not have the slightest notice. On the one hand, because the clan elders their preparation is very sufficient, do enough hidden. On the other hand, their eyes are attracted by another one. That's right, Jiang Qiankuan is also back. Chapter 170, Epic Skin Rage. Welcome back to the clan, young sovereign. In front of the clan shrine of Jiang Qiankuan's lineage, thousands of celestial pride stood on both sides. These celestial pride, which not only contained Jiang Qiankuan's lineage, but also various other lineages, came to greet Jiang Qiankuan's return with loud voices, with excitement and respect, as well as deep admiration in their expressions. The high-pitched sound waves, agitated in layers, like thunderous booms, resounded through the heavens and earth, spreading out in all directions, bringing a touch of jubilation to the long-quiet Jiang family. Strong people from all the major veins had come, and even the elders of the ancestral peak had come, as many as a few, all in order to come and see this Jiang Qiankuan who has raised the divine prestige of the Jiang family. This is the undisputed pride of his Jiang family. Among them was the fourth elder who had previously spoken for Jiang Qiankuan in the ancestral hall, who had accepted the solicitation of Jiang Qiankuan's lineage and secretly seized a lot of benefits, and had basically come out into the open, choosing to stand up to Jiang Qiankuan, to vigorously promote the other party to compete for the position of the young patriarch. Of course, this was also based on Jiang Qiankuan's recent performance, which really had a far superior excellence. Jiang Qiankuan could, after losing to Jiang Xian's hand, learn from his shame and rise up to the top, wildly seizing opportunities in the true mystic realm and overturning the southern divine state. With this qualification and this amazing act, what reason was there not to embrace him as the young patriarch of the Jiang family? In fact, has another extremely well-hidden point. Just half an hour ago, after their elders' meeting ended, the mountain ancestor had issued a decree to them in the ancestral ground, focus on Jiang Qiankuan, who had set off the true mysterious realm. This attracted many elders to be surprised and think deeply. Even the great elder had to change his center of gravity. Originally for the Jiang Qiankuan who was about to return, there was still hesitation, not knowing whether to support the other party to compete for the position of the young patriarch, and now it was directly asserted that it would not interfere with the competition between the heavenly pride. The implication is self-evident. This was also the reason why he dared to directly and explicitly support Jiang Qiankuan. Even Mountain Ancestor was paying attention to Jiang Qiankuan, so what was wrong with him supporting it? As a matter of fact, all the elders present today hold the same mindset as the fourth elder. The will of the Mountain Ancestor must hide a deep meaning. It is very likely that they value the other party and intend to support the other party to become the young patriarch. After all, that Jiang Xian from earlier was just a shield introduced by the Mountain Ancestor. Fourth elder and others obviously ignored a point. Mountain Ancestor mouth concern. Really, is there speculation of the kind of concern it? At this moment, the entire Jiang family up and down, countless clansmen seemed to be enveloped in the warmth of Jiang Qiankuan's return. Emotions boiled over and the heat was on. The strong men and clan elders of Jiang Qiankuan's lineage stood in front of the clan shrine, wearing cheerful smiles as they gazed at the handsome figure in midair, dressed in a golden jade Taoist robe, holding a golden jade mountain and river fan. the chi of yin and yang lingered around his body, carrying some of the momentum of the earth that hadn't yet been fully converged. The last time he returned, Zhang Qinkuan used the earth Xian as his servant, drove the auger dragon to pull the palace, and sat in the middle of the golden palace, returning with strength and pride. The gesture was so big that it stirred up the entire Zhang family, and countless people were shocked and sideways glances. This time, Zhang Qinkuan obviously low profile a lot, stepping in the air, followed by a scholar holding a feather fan, and the look is no longer high and proud, the eye of the world, but instead, frowning tightly, as if worrying about something. However, the clan elders were clear that the current Zhang Qinkuan no longer needed those unwarranted platitudes. With his great reputation that was now shaking Xin Tian, even if he just stood there, he couldn't hide his own dazzling light. The fact that the entire Zhang family welcomed him is proof of that. As for Zhang Qinkuan's frown, there was no doubt that he must be worried about the future of the Zhang family. Such a demon, how could his gaze still be limited to the peer competition? What he was thinking about must be how to lead the Zhang family into the world of competition and on the road to revival. But is that really the case? Others couldn't gauge Zhang Qinkuan's mind, but Mr. Puppet knew everything. Glancing at Zhang Qinkuan, he almost laughed out loud when he saw that his brows were furrowed and he was filled with trepidation and sorrow. It seems that the Zhang family doesn't know that the Zhang Qinkuan of the true mysterious realm is Zhang Xian in disguise. Otherwise there wouldn't be such a big welcoming gesture. However, it could be imagined that this current situation was directly putting Zhang Qinkuan on the fire, tormenting him beyond measure. What can Zhang Qinkuan do? Why don't you say it directly? Undoubtedly sacrificing himself and building up Zhang Xian's momentum would be detrimental to him. Unknown, say it. In case Zhang Xian returns and tells the truth in its entirety, then Zhang Qinkuan's reputation is considered to be completely stinking, and the current position of the lesser dignitary is estimated to be outlawed. This was a dilemma. No matter what, Zhang Qinkuan would hardly end up in a good place. However, he was also happy to see Zhang Qinkuan suffer. When the Jishi Academy matter, if not for Zhang Xian pretending to be Zhang Qinkuan, he would have killed the other party. And how would there be a series of changes after that? Although this was caused by Zhang Xian, it couldn't be dissociated from Zhang Qinkuan either. May I ask why Zhang Xian didn't pretend to be anyone but Zhang Qinkuan? Zhang Qinkuan was indeed tormented beyond measure at this time, and even wanted to escape a little. Almost the entire Jiang family was welcoming him in a sandwich, and with such a large array, he had fantasized, for example, that the scene in front of him should be the kind of treatment he would have after he had seized the position of the young patriarch and at the same time become the yin-yang saint's son. But he had never thought that this scene would appear because of Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian used his identity, outside the rampage, for wrongdoing, but the pot all ing buckle his head, even inside the family. They all think he is that Zhang Qinkuan. Nima, why is Zhang Xian so disgusting? Zhang Qinkuan cursed more than just in his heart, but now let him speak plainly and inform the crowd of the truth? He can't do it. On the one hand, this was tantamount to building up Zhang Xian's momentum. He and Zhang Xian were already immortal, and he still presumed that he would use himself as a backdrop to build up the other party? Not even the door. On the other hand, the task explained by the master. Let him lead the Zhang family's numerous heavenly pride to the secret realm of the Earth Emperor, and then coefficient pit kill. Now, with the help of this fleshly prestige of his own, the difficulty of this one task would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. But if he told the truth, not to say everyone shouted, at least his words, no one is expected to believe. After all, not everyone was that dumbass Jiang Mingho, really believing his words and fantasizing that the Yin-Yang Holy Lord would value him as a loser. Jiang Mingho, why are you so stupid? After Zhang Qinkuan cursed Zhang Xian in his heart, he cursed Jiang Mingho. It was because of Jiang Mingho's death that caused him to have no way back now, plotting against a fellow clan's pride, and a young Zun at that. If the matter was exposed, according to the clan's rules, it would be difficult for him to escape death. Therefore, he could only follow his master's orders and work like a puppet on strings. Of course, to this he was willing, killing Zhang Xian, seizing the opportunity on the other party, then becoming the young patriarch of the Zhang family, mastering the Zhang family, and in the future backing up the yin-yang sacred ground, with so many resources, backgrounds, and underpinnings added. Why would he worry about not being able to certify to the great Tao in the future and achieve a world of fame? With this thought, a flash of coldness swept across the bottom of Zhang Qinkuan's eyes, and he said coldly in his heart, Zhang Xian, Zhang family, this is all because you guys forced me. It was all mine, but you guys just gave me nothing, so I'll just have to take it myself. Immediately, Zhang Qinkuan brow stretch, the corner of the mouth raised a confident smile. The whole person's temperament, also from gloomy, turned into a spirited, glowing, as if He really is the Jiang Qiankuan who overturned the true mystical realm. Let me take all the blame. Then the glory and accolades that should have been yours should naturally be enjoyed by me as well, Jiang Qiankuan said in his heart. Immediately, Jiang Qiankuan strolled down, in both sides of the clan, admiration and worship in the eyes, frankly and calmly to the clan leader and the elders and so on, and even intentionally slowed down the footsteps, originally only a few steps of the distance, but also hard to walk, nearly an incense burner of time. An intoxicated blush appeared on Jiang Qiankuan's face. Had to admit, he was enjoying the moment. P.S. There's more in the evening. Chapter 171, the Qiankuan Yongzun when he reaches the top. Greetings to the clan elders. Greetings to the elders. Jiang Qiankuan faced the clan elder and the fourth elder and the others, arching his hand in a salute, not being humble and not being overbearing, showing the elegance of the heavens' pride. The clan elder and the others secretly nodded their heads, satisfaction and appreciation in their eyes. Perhaps, when one achieves something extraordinary, every move seems extraordinarily smooth, even if it's just a simple curtsy. Qiankuan, well done. The elders were in front of him, and the clan elders' praise could only remain reserved. Thanks to the cultivation of the clan elders and all the elders, Jiang Qiankuan smiled lightly, and then moved his eyes to look at the fourth elder and the others, and complimented. Of course, it's also thanks to the elders. If there are no elders who are inspiring to build the Jiang family, and provide me with a good cultivation environment and excellent cultivation resources, it would be difficult to have today's Jiang Qiankuan. The smiles of the fourth elder and the others suddenly became even brighter, and their gazes at Jiang Qiankuan were filled with joy. With a demonic talent and good words, how could they not like such a disciple of the Jiang clan? What reason would there be not to support him and compete for the position of young patriarch? Or with the mindset of investing in advance and increasing his own weight? The fourth elder stroked his beard and smiled, glancing sideways at the clan elder and praising in a rather marvelous tone. Your lineage is blessed, to have produced such a proud son. Dang envious. The clan elder was surprised in his heart, but he still put on a look of trepidation as he hurriedly said, Fourth elder is overstating the case. Qiankuan, as a disciple of the Jiang clan, this is what he should have done. The fourth elder shook his head and lost his smile. Although the words are true, how many people can do it? And then, the fourth elder's eyes lifted slightly as he looked downward at the crowd of Jiang family disciples and said aloud, a son should be born like Jiang Qiankuan. You should learn from Jiang Qiankuan, emulate him, and raise the divine might of my Jiang family. Thousands of Jiang family disciples, with a solemn expression, were quiet for a moment, and then as steeply boiled up, responded in a loud voice. Remember the elders' teachings, follow Jiang Qiankuan's example, and raise my Jiang family's divine might. The several elders beside him and the strongest members of each vein were all startled in their hearts, glancing sideways at the fourth elder, their colors changing, somewhat shocked and doubtful. The fourth elder's words appeared to be motivating the disciples of the Jiang clan, but no one was able to ignore the deeper meaning implied in his words. It's not as simple as taking sides with Jiang Qiankuan's lineage, is it? Could it be that the fourth elder had already hardened his heart and was going to embrace Jiang Qiankuan to become the young patriarch? As an elder, openly going down to participate in the competition of the vain lineage. If he won it was fine, if he lost, he would definitely be liquidated, and it would not be as simple as losing the position of elder. Fourth elder, so bold? Or does the fourth elder secretly still have any information? Are you sure that Jiang Qiankuan can steadily suppress the two demons of the divine bone and bloodline return? Immediately, the elders left. Their status as elders was not suitable for them to stay here for too long, lest the grand elder ask about it and a reprimand would be unavoidable. The patriarch closed these years, the eldest generation of the main Jiang family, can be described as dedicated. Dedicated, even with the blood to describe it is not too much. To the family law themselves, law, eyes cannot tolerate a little sand. Even they, the elders, would be mercilessly rebuked and punished if they slacked off. However, it had to be admitted that under the grand elder's mastery, the Jiang family was flourishing, showing a general trend of improvement. Therefore, with regards to that grand elder, they were in awe, but they were also extremely convinced. The elders left, and the strongest members of each vein left with them. The atmosphere was noticeably more lively and enthusiastic. Many disciples of the Jiang clan, no longer repressing themselves, launched into a discussion. Even the fourth elder praised having a son like Jiang Qiankuan and told us to learn from young Zun Qiankuan. It seems that he is incredibly optimistic about young Zun Qiankuan, believing that he will be able to defeat Jiang Xian and seize the position of the young clan chief. A disciple calmly analyzed. Jiang Xian is nothing. A blue-robed heavenly pride who also belonged to Jiang Qiankuan's lineage was disdainful of Jiang Xian, snorting. You guys can't still be unaware of this, can you? Jiang Xian is just a shield. The mountain ancestor established him as the young clan chief. and the great elder pushed him out, all to block the sword for that bloodline returning demon. Otherwise, what do you think that Jiang Xian had to do to seize the position of young clan chief? Don't forget, when he participated in the ancestral land trials, his cultivation level was only at the divine entry realm, so how could he defeat the other 3 young Zuns? Not to mention the Qian Kuan young Zun. Young Zun Qiankuan is capable of defeating even a void god. With his battle power, he could crush Jiang Xian with one hand. The many disciples were shocked. Could this really be the case? Jiang Xian, the young patriarch, was actually a shield? Young patriarch Jiang Xian is burdened with 75 Jiang family bloodlines. He's stronger than the other 3 young Zuns. A heavenly pride who also belonged to Jiang Xian's lineage, filled with indignation, retorted. The blue-robed celestial pride glanced at the other party and smiled disdainfully. If we were to look at the bloodline concentration alone, the young patriarch should also be the demon whose bloodline returned to the ancestors. And how could it be Jiang Xian's turn? That heavenly pride was immediately speechless. The Jiang clan disciples in the audience were in an uproar, yelling, I was wondering how Jiang Xian could possibly win over the other 3 young Zuns when he was only at the divine entry realm, so it turned out to be a shield. Now that young Zun Qiankuan is making a name for himself in Xian heaven, Jiang Xian should also take the initiative to know better and step aside, yielding the position of young patriarch to young Zun Qiankuan. That's right. It's clear that Qiankuan young Zun is the most qualified to become my Jiang family's young patriarch. At this time, another heavenly pride was quite intolerant and said, the clan in order to protect that bloodline returning to the ancestor of the demon, can be really painstaking? Actually launched Jiang Xian to block the knife. Fortunately Jiang Xian has never entered the world. Otherwise, I'm afraid it's hard to escape the other forces sniping. Jiang Xian has paid a lot for my Jiang family. This statement drew countless blank stares. Dude, are you kidding me? You can empathize with Jiang Xian even with this? Another white-faced heavenly pride couldn't help but sneer. The clan set him as the young patriarch to act as a shield. They must have asked Jiang Xian beforehand. If Jiang Xian doesn't agree, will the clan force him? Jiang Xian has become a shield. He is taking a lot of risks, but he also enjoys the treatment of a young clan head and gets the tilting of the clan's resources. Risk and gain go hand in hand. He probably still has to be stealing joy. At this time, the blue-robed heavenly pride spoke again. In my opinion, the position of the young patriarch is none other than Qiankuan young Zun. Even a demon with a returning bloodline is not qualified. Obviously bear 95 concentrations of the Jiang family bloodline, but has been hiding themselves, hiding out. Not half a bit of the demon that should have the responsibility and temperament, and even have to clan Jiang Xian pushed out. For him to block the knife, such a greedy and afraid of death, only care about their own people, and how to deserve to be in charge of the power of the Jiang family. As for Jiang Hong, he directly ignored not to mention. After all, that person was born so far. Full counting is only more than a month's time. Even if he has a heavenly ability, it is impossible to catch up with the Qiankuan young Zun. The blue-robed heavenly pride's words were recognized by the crowd of Jiang clan disciples. That's it. It's just a matter of hiding himself outside. But inside the Jiang family, he's actually still hiding all the time. What? Are you still afraid that our own family will harm him? I see that he doesn't see himself as a part of the Jiang family. If he becomes the young patriarch, I'll be the first to disagree. Me too. Thousands of Jiang family disciples, talking, with their own emotions, talking about the belonging of the young patriarch position of the Jiang family, as if they really have the right to decide the belonging of the young patriarch position. That is, Jiang Xian does not know this scene, otherwise he was present, must happily take out a small bench, kowtow melon seeds, and then with a trace of nostalgia and memory, watching this deja vu large network break the case scene, and, perhaps, an exclamation of, long time no see. Lovely comments section. Chapter 172, the Jiang family exchanges me, and the great Tao passes through the heavens. Seeing the discussion of the crowd of disciples, it became more and more intense, and even many of them were filled with righteous indignation, revealing angry expressions, as if they were sounding uncertainty for Jiang Qiankuan, and wanted to resolutely embrace Jiang Qiankuan. The blue-robed heavenly pride revealed a triumphant smile and subtly nodded to the clan elder. His mission accomplished. The clan elder nodded and smiled, quite satisfied with the scene before him. Among the disciples of the Jiang family, public opinion has already been set off. This was part of their lineage's efforts to build momentum for Jiang Qiankuan. Unlike pulling in the elders, which required substantial contributions, these still tender Jiang family disciples, who hadn't seen much of the world, were young, simple, and clear, and with a little bit of guidance, they would become fervent fans. Although they could hardly be of any substantial use to Jiang Qiankuan's fight for the position of young patriarch. But once public opinion reaches a certain level, The great elders and those elders can definitely not ignore the voices of these disciples within the clan when making decisions. And even if public opinion reaches its peak, the great elders and they are afraid that they will all have to make concessions. The position of the young clan head is not Qianquan's. The clan elder was incomparably confident in his heart. Even if it was a demon with a divine bone and a returning bloodline, it would be difficult to resist under the many plans and momentum created by their lineage. At this time, a female disciple stared straight at Zhang Qianquan, her eyes glowing, just like a picture of a little fangirl, and boldly inquired, "Young Zun Qianquan, did you really reverse fall 2 void gods at that time? And also point-blank killed 4 void gods?" This statement, the whole field a quiet. A crowd of Zhang family disciples all stopped talking, eyes burning to look at Zhang Qianquan, expect from the other side of the mouth to get a positive response, as if so they also participated in the general, and honor have a part to play. Zhang Qianquan's expression was stagnant, his eyes flickering as he hesitated to respond. Mr. Puppet, who was standing on one side, focused on Zhang Qianquan with a sideways glance and secretly laughed. "See if your skin is really that thick, and you dare to undertake such a big thing as the reverse of the void god without blushing or jumping." Zhang Qianquan's scalp was numb, and he really didn't quite have the courage to take on this matter. Nima, reverse felling void god Just the word void god was enough to make his heart jump. How could he dare to say that he had been a reverse felling? This feeling is like a supreme deity, the living beings prostrate at its feet, not to mention not honoring the other party, even if it is behind the back of the denigration. It will definitely be terrified and fearful. Therefore, Zhang Qianquan simply avoided talking about it and turned to look at the clan elder, inquiring in a deep voice, "Dare I ask the clan elder if Zhang Xian is returning to the clan? Back to the clan?" The clan elder froze, a little puzzled, but shook his head and said with certainty, "Zhang Xian has been in seclusion since the end of the ancestral ground trials, and has yet to come out of seclusion." "Not yet out." Zhang Qianquan's face was dark. "Not out of the gate, my ass. That guy had set me up and set off the true mystery realm. How could he still be out? It seems that Zhang Xian should still be in the southern divine state and has yet to return." Zhang Qianquan secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. In that case, he would be able to continue pretending without any burden, and then seize the time to utilize his current prestige to coordinate the entire Zhang family's heavenly pride and enter the Earth Emperor's secret realm. As for Zhang Xian, if he pretends to go on and win the trust of everyone in the clan, the fake will become real. At that time, there would be no room for Zhang Xian to resist. Zhang Qianquan's inquiry, in the eyes of the crowd, is clearly to challenge Zhang Xian, seize the other side of the young patriarch position. Suddenly a cheer. "Qianquan Young Zun!" Wild cries, one wave after another, to the 4 directions, spread, reverberate. Even, quite a few disciples, directly flew away, running to tell each other, the Qianquan Young Zun returned, waiting for Zhang Xian to come out of the gate, challenging Zhang Xian, snowing the previous shame, claiming the position of the young patriarch. Such rumors spread from one divine peak to another in the Zhang clan, and gradually became outrageous, and even, in the end, it evolved right into, "Zhang Xian, get out. Your position as the young clan head. Young Zun Qianquan wants it." Of course, this was afterward. Before that, Zhang Qianquan, along with the clan elders and the powerhouses of the same vein, entered the clan ancestral hall, and then said bluntly, "Clan elder, the date of Zhang Xian's exit is still unknown. The competition for the position of the young clan chief can be put on hold slightly. There is no need to rush." With confidence in his words, he said meaningfully, "What is mine, sooner or later, is mine, and no one can take it away." The clan elder exchanged glances with the crowd of powerhouses, pondered for a moment or two, and slowly nodded. "Since you have your own ideas, we naturally support them. I'll personally greet the 4th elder's side, and won't be in a hurry to let you challenge Zhang Xian and seize the position of the young clan chief. Thank you, clan elder, for understanding." Zhang Qianquan gave a slight salute. The clan elder nodded and smiled. "We will support you unconditionally and help you grow up smoothly. Whether it's the current position of young clan chief or the future path of the great Tao. Whatever you need, just mention it, and we'll do our best to satisfy you." Zhang Qianquan pursed his lips, silent for a moment or two, and then as if he had summoned up enough courage, his eyes were slightly raised, and he looked at the clan old man and slowly said, "The clan old man is not aware of this. This time I came back for the sake of my disciples in the Zhang family. Some days ago, by chance, I obtained a heavenly chance. If operated properly and swallowed this chance, my Zhang family will usher in the overall promotion." "Oh," the clan elder frowned slightly, intuiting that something was wrong, but he still suppressed the strangeness in his heart and asked, "What chance?" Zhang Qianquan took a deep breath. His tone sank slightly, and he slowly spat out, "Earth Emperor's secret realm. I have obtained a key to the Earth Emperor's secret realm, and I can manipulate some of the rules of the Earth Emperor's secret realm, so I can ensure that my Jiang clan's disciples will be safe and secure when they enter. Therefore, I'm returning this time because I want to bring my Jiang clan disciples to enter it and seize all the chances of the Earth Emperor's mysterious realm. The eyes of the clan elder and the others were slightly wrinkled. Why was there no news of the so-called Earth Emperor mystery realm coming out in his Jiang family's intelligence? The secret realm of the Earth Emperor? At this moment, one of the powerhouses recalled a moment or two, and his pupils abruptly shrunk. But the ruins in the central divine prefecture that existed in the distant past? Zhang Qianquan was surprised with a sideways glance and nodded. Exactly. The clan elder and the others looked at this strong man with some doubts. What exactly is the origin of this Earth Emperor's secret realm? This strong man shook his head. Somewhat uncertainly said, I have seen the fragmentary records of the Earth Emperor's secret realm on a fragmented ancient book. It is said that the secret realm, originally the palace of the Earth Emperor, came out in ancient times, attracting countless strong people to fight and kill. That a great war, and even no lack of void god to the strongest people fell down. But, in the end, a mysterious powerhouse appeared and took advantage of the situation, forcibly taking the secret realm of the Earth Emperor, domineeringly occupying it alone and blockading and banishing it into a special subdimensional space. Up to that point, the Earth Emperor's secret realm never came out again. When the crowd heard this, they were all shocked. Even the void gods fell in the scramble? What kind of secret world is this, to be so seductive? Qianquan, are you sure it's the key to the Earth Emperor's secret realm? And it can ensure that the Zhang family disciples will enter it and their lives will be safe? The clan elder looked at Zhang Qianquan with a stern expression, cautiously confirming. Even the void gods have to fight for it, and they will fall. There must exist a heavenly chance in it, but it must also contain a great terror. Zhang Qianquan nodded solemnly. Don't worry, clan elder. I don't have half a word of delusion. Moreover, according to the information that the key has fed back to me, and the Earth Emperor's secret realm that is about to come out today, among them should have a monstrous prohibition laid down by that mysterious powerhouse, only allowing those with a bone age of less than 100 years old to enter it, even if the key fails. With my current strength, under 100 years old, I can completely sweep through, and it's definitely not a problem to protect the lives of my Jiang family's disciples without worry. As long as I want to, I can indeed ensure that the Jiang clan disciples who enter, their lives will be free of worry, and even unimpeded. Is not a difficult task. But, I don't want to. Zhang Qianquan couldn't help but see Zhang Xian's figure in his mind, and couldn't help but secretly sneer. If you want to blame me, it's Zhang Xian's fault. He robbed me of everything, and planted evidence to frame me, making me take the blame for the great black pot in the sky. I have no choice. I have no way back. Then I can only use the lives of the Jiang family disciples in exchange for my great Tao through the sky. What's more, this is what the Jiang family owes me. Chapter 173, Consulting the Mountain Ancestor. In the clan ancestral hall, Zhang Qianquan lobbied for a long time before he finally got a nod from the clan elders, promising to inform the fourth elder about this matter, and strive to obtain the elder's consent to take all the Jiang family's heavenly pride disciples and head to the earthly emperor's secret realm to seize the opportunity. In the clan elder's imagination, Zhang Qianquan should be trying to do more for the Jiang family, obtaining enough to capture the merits, so that he could more legitimately replace Jiang Xian, thus plugging the mouth of the long and slow, so that his own reputation within the clan, to the greatest extent possible, not to be damaged. After all, in the history of the Jiang family, the young patriarch had always been established, and unless the young patriarch accidentally fell, there would not be a situation where the young patriarch would change. If Zhang Qianquan is now rashly challenged, there is not too much of a problem, but in the great elders there, perception may fall into the lower into the heart of the heart. After all, the great elder's scrupulous adherence to the rules of the clan was known to all, and was even described as archaic. Qianquan is getting more and more mature and proper now, taking the big picture into account in everything. Already quite the style of a young patriarch. The clan elder looked at Zhang Qianquan's departing figure and couldn't help but stroke his beard and smile. The powerhouses nodded slightly, deeply impressed. Everyone, make more preparations. First gather the celestial pride of our lineage and focus on training. Although the Earth Emperor's secret realm is an opportunity for our entire Jiang clan, the disciples of one's own lineage should still be taken care of when they can, the clan elder commanded. Zhang Qianquan returned to his dojo with Mr. Puppet. It was at this point that Mr. Puppet brought a smile to his face and snickered. You're quite the big-hearted one. Zhang Xian dumped the black pot on you, and not only did you take it, but you also made a fuss about seizing your own interests with the prestige that the black pot brings. Zhang Qianquan glanced at Mr. Puppet and said coldly, if I'm exposed, how can I still complete my master's mission? Mr. Puppet froze for a moment and looked deeply at the other party. as if he was getting to know this Jiang Qinkuan for the first time. In his eyes, this kid was a complete idiot. Today, on the contrary, he changed his normal state and became a little bit more clever. It's not much, but it's rare. The Holy Lord had asked him to cover Jiang Qinkuan's return to the clan, ostensibly to protect the other party, but the deeper reason was clearly to ask him to monitor Jiang Qinkuan in case the other party did something foolish. If necessary, he could even forcefully control the other party, or even carry out a takeover, and continue to complete the mission in the other party's identity. After all, many plots have repeatedly failed, and the Holy Lord has lost patience with Jiang Qinkuan. But today, Jiang Qinkuan has not been stupid to the point of irredeemable. He is very clear about what he wants, but also enough ruthless and decisive. A series of losses in front of him is likely to be really that Jiang Xian is too demonic. Jiang Qinkuan is difficult to match. Mr. Puppet nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "What are you going to do next?" Before Jiang Qinkuan could reply, the transmission talisman flew out on its own, diffracting the yin-yang copper mirror's shadow, presenting the hazy figure of the yin-yang sacred lord. The two hurriedly bowed and saluted. "Greetings to Master, Holy Lord. How did things go?" The yin-yang Holy Lord's tone was indifferent. Reporting back to Master, everything went smoothly. Jiang Qinkuan relayed the scene just now, and then sneered rather confidently. How could Jiang Xian not have thought that he would dump the black pot on me, and in turn help my prestige within the clan, which has climbed to the top, and can now easily mobilize the Jiang family disciples, and hoodwink them to the Earth Emperor mystic realm. The yin-yang Saint Master was skeptical about this and glanced at Mr. Puppet, getting the other party to nod and confirm before putting his heart down, pondering for a moment or two and deciding to give the other party a sweet date to stimulate the other party's motivation. "Well done. I've seen all your recent efforts, and today I've given you special approval to be promoted to Quasi-Saint Son. After you successfully complete the plot for the Earth Emperor's secret realm, you will be the holy son of my yin-yang holy land." Jiang Qinkuan's breathing stuttered and his eyes were bloodshot as he excitedly knelt and kowtowed. "Disciple kowtow to Master. I will definitely fulfill my master's trust and perfectly complete the mission of the Earth Emperor's mysterious realm, and leave the Jiang family disciples behind as much as I can." Well, the yin-yang sacred lord nodded and smiled. At this point today, there was no need to hide his plot against the Jiang family. After all, Jiang Qinkuan had no way back but to do things for him. The Earth Emperor's secret realm is ready. In recent days I will release some movements one after another to give the world the illusion that the Earth Emperor's secret realm is about to come out. And then you can persuade the Jiang parent elders along the way, and everything will naturally fall into place. Master is holy. The following day, the Ancestral Peak Ancestral Hall. After Jiang Qinkuan's return, the Jiang family's group of elders launched a new round of meetings. Great Elder, Jiang Qinkuan has very high qualifications and is unrivaled in talent. I think it's the best candidate for the young patriarch of my Jiang family. The fourth elder directly stated his position this time, standing up for Jiang Qinkuan without hesitation, without any concealment. After that, there were three more elders who also stepped out, echoing the words of the fourth elder, all of whom wanted to support Jiang Qinkuan to become the young patriarch. The rest of the elders looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with doubt. What's wrong with these fourth elders today? You think your position as an elder is too hot for your ass, and you dare to take sides in public? It wasn't like they didn't know the Grand Elder's temperament well. With their standoffish behavior today, under the Great Elder's wrath, he might not be able to directly deprive them of their elder positions and throw them all out to subdue the Lin Yuan Great Prison. The Grand Elder also frowned and said with some displeasure, "What do you guys mean? It was already established earlier that Jiang Qinkuan wanted the position of the young patriarch, so he could have challenged Jiang Xian to go. So why are you pressing him every step of the way? Is it hard for you to make me change my ways?" The tone of his voice was cold and with shocking anger, and the entire ancestral hall trembled with it. The fourth elder, however, his face was unchanged. He dared to speak this bluntly today. Naturally he had something to rely on. Back to the eldest elder. Jiang Xian has been in seclusion since the ancestral ground trials, and so far he hasn't come out of seclusion. I suspect that the other party has heard the winds, and is afraid of the challenge from Jiang Qinkuan, and is intentionally avoiding coming out of the gate in the name of the seclusion. If Jiang Xian stays in seclusion, is he just going to keep hogging the position of my Jiang family's young patriarch? Great Elder might as well listen to the voices within the clan. Many disciples within the clan are already very dissatisfied with this, and are outright saying that they want Jiang Xian to get the hell out, and hand over the position of the young clan head to Jiang Qinkuan. The fourth elder looked at the Grand Elder and smiled coldly. Those of us who are elders, our duty is to manage and build the Jiang family, so we can't ignore the dissatisfaction of the clan's disciples. Of course, this was only the backing for his near-compelling remarks today. The The real reason that supported him to come over was the 10 storage rings that the clan elders of Jiang Qinkuan's lineage had sent over last night. There wasn't much stuff, probably the stash of a second-rate power. The other party also promised to share 30% of the chances of the Earth Emperor's secret realm with him, as long as Jiang Qinkuan was pushed up to the high position of young patriarch today. Leading the disciples of the Jiang family to the secret realm of the Earth Emperor and seizing the opportunity would naturally be the right thing to do. The fourth elder arched his hand in a salute and said in a deep voice, "So, my suggestion is to outlaw Jiang Xian and establish another Jiang Qinkuan as the young patriarch of my Jiang family. Look to the great elder for clarity." We second the motion and look forward to the grand elder's clarity. The other 3 elders followed suit with an arching bow. The ancestral hall was steeply silent. The faces of the crowd of elders sank. The storm of public opinion within the clan. They also understand a lot. Indeed, as the fourth elder said, the younger generation of disciples, now more dissatisfied with Jiang Xian, and even a lot of already blocked to the door of Jiang Xian's lineage. If not for the other party's clan elders and other strong block, I'm afraid that already stepped on the Jiang Xian's dojo, forcing the other party to show up, handing over the position of the young patriarch. It can be said that Jiang Xian has indeed lost public opinion now. On the contrary, Jiang Qinkuan is extremely prestigious and has many fans. The Grand Elder's eyes flickered, and for the first time, he had the feeling that it was tricky. If it was about the clan rules, he would naturally dismiss the proposal of the fourth elder and the others mercilessly, and would even descend to punish the other party. But the voice of the disciples within the clan, he can't ignore it, and he can't ignore it. Helplessly, the Grand Elder could only sigh. Asked the mountain ancestor. The crowd nodded as they were distracted. The fourth elder, several people showed a triumphant smile. The mountain ancestor had already issued a decree before, specifying that they should focus on Jiang Qinkuan, and Jiang Xian was still a shield launched by the other party, both in the mountain ancestor's heart. Which was the more important and which was the less important? It was self-evident. Today, Jiang Xian will definitely be outlawed and Jiang Qinkuan will take the throne. Chapter 174, The Jiang family didn't decline. A miracle. The group of elders arrived at the ancestral land, facing the starry river that enveloped the ancestral land, and bowed. I respectfully invite the mountain ancestor to descend. We have something to ask for. The pale chi surged, and the vast starry river extended, presenting the shadow of the lofty divine tomb, and the sturdy hazy figure of mountain ancestor stepped out from it, overlooking the crowd. What's the matter? The grand elder hung his head and reported, then respectfully said, I hope mountain ancestor will forgive me. I have done an unfavorable job. I really can't make a decision, so I can only ask mountain ancestor to make instructions. The fourth elder then spoke up with it, a certainty in his tone. Mountain ancestor is well aware of the fact that there are many dissatisfied disciples within the clan, and it is really impossible to quell them. For today's solution, the only way to calm the anger of the clan's disciples is to dismiss Jiang Xian and install another Jiang Qinkuan as the young clan head. As a shield, Jiang Xian did indeed do a good job, but this is ultimately not a long-term thing. If we keep letting Jiang Xian take on the role of my Jiang family's young patriarch, it will only make the other Dao lineages look down on him, and not only will they despise my Jiang family, but it will not be conducive to my family's future entry into the world of competition. Besides, Jiang Qinkuan is the perfect candidate for the young clan head, both in terms of qualifications and prestige within the clan. Yamazu froze, a little confused. A shield? What shield? The crowd of elders also froze, somewhat confused, and couldn't help but cast a puzzled look at the Grand Elder. Wasn't Jiang Xian, the young patriarch, a shield introduced by the mountain ancestor to cover for that bloodline returning demon? The Grand Elder also looked confused. He shouldn't have gotten the wrong idea, right? The mountain ancestor intends to conceal the demon whose bloodline has returned to the ancestor. Yet another Jiang Xian is established as the young patriarch. Isn't it obvious that he is just pushed out to block the knife? And then, the Grand Elder hesitantly reported back. Mountain ancestor sniffed. The corners of his mouth twitched. His breath was disorganized with anger. Lao Zi established Jiang Xian as the young patriarch. So you guys think I'm joking around? The Jiang family has traditionally had an established young patriarch. So how could he forcefully change the Jiang family tradition? Have you been treating Jiang Xian as a shield these days? Mountain ancestor forced down the anger in his heart and asked in a deep voice. The hearts of the Grand Elder and the others jumped, and a deep uneasiness immediately surged out. Could they be mistaken? At once they all hung their heads and were silenced. Seeing this, mountain ancestor's veins flared in anger, itching to slap these accomplished fellows to death. With this thought, mountain ancestor suddenly recalled. No wonder Jiang Xian had been trying to hide himself. Even within the clan he was unwilling to expose the secret of his bloodline returning to the ancestors. He had been a little displeased, thinking that Jiang Xian was too afraid of death. Even his own family members actually didn't trust him. With the same bloodline running through his body, how could they possibly harm him? Now it seems that I underestimated them. There are such a bunch of stupid elders. Then they just add insult to injury and want to be killed. Interesting. At that moment, Jiang Changshu walked out. The hearts and minds of the Grand Elder and the others were flabbergasted as they hurriedly arched their hands in obeisance. Greetings to the longevity ancestor. The heart, on the other hand, was flooded with astonishment. When did ancestor Jiang Changshu awaken? How come they didn't have any news at all? It should be known that the three existing void gods of the Jiang family on the surface were sleeping in the secret place of the Jiang family, and would never wake up and walk out if there was no calamity that jeopardized the Jiang family. After all, a void god supreme powerhouse, placed in any power, was a strategic level of heritage, and how could it be easily shown to others? That is, that human monument in the true mystery realm. The temptation is just too great, and only then will it induce the void god supreme powerful one to walk out on his own in vain of the safety and security of his own Dao lineage, seeking his own chance. In other words, Jiang Changshu's awakening was definitely not an accident, and there must be a hidden secret hidden in it that they were unaware of. Combined with Mountain Ancestor's reaction to Jiang Xian, the hearts of the elders jumped. Their pupils contracted violently, and they instantly had a speculation that horrified them. Could it be because of Jiang Xian? That can't be right. Although Jiang Xian was burdened with 75 of the Jiang family's bloodline, and his qualifications were worthy of a peerless heavenly pride, he was still far from being able to reach the level of having to awaken Jiang Changshu's ancestor. Could it be that bloodline returning demon is actually Jiang Xian? However, the fourth elder and the other four, at this point, were still undeterred and stubborn. Jiang Changshu ancestor awakened, perhaps, because of Jiang Qianquan. Jiang Qianquan overturned the true mystic realm, wildly took over the Jishi Academy and the human monument, and also felled 2 major void gods against their will, and even killed 4 void gods on point. This astonishing battle record, which attracted Jiang Changshu's ancestor to come out to defend him, was also completely plausible. This possibility is great. It must be great. If it is not right, the 4 elders' 4 people are anxious in their hearts. They are very clear. If they bet wrong, they can be sent out to station in the Jiang family branch. It is already the best result. A little bit more serious, and they were afraid that they would really have to spend the rest of their lives in the Lin Yuan prison. The great elder and others steeply blanched, really because of Jiang Xian Ma, the 4 fourth elders and the 4 others, on the other hand, had their scalps tingling and their bodies couldn't stop trembling. Done. It's all over. Go back. Everything will continue as usual. At this time, Jiang Changshu however waved his hand and said no more. Shan Zhu glanced at Jiang Changshu, also a little strange at the other party's attitude, but did not stop it. He knew clearly that the other party would not mess around, and must have his own deep meaning for doing so. The Grand Elder and the others froze and looked up in shock. With confusion and uneasiness, it was just scribbled over. To be honest, if Ancestor Shanzu and Ancestor Jiang Changshu were to go on a rampage and punish them severely, they would instead be relieved in their hearts and would not have to worry and be afraid anymore. The punishment fell, and it meant that their transgressions were over. But now, Jiang Changshu ancestor lightly whisked them away. They instead could not guess what the ancestor thought in his heart. The heart is naturally more uneasy and terrified, especially the 4th elder and the others. Their faces were ashen, their entire bodies shrouded in deep fear. The ancestor now has this attitude. It is difficult for them to escape death. We have eyes but no eyes, and have severely underestimated Jiang Xian's qualifications and potential. Please punish our ancestor. The 4th elder and the others hurriedly knelt on the ground, begging with trembling voices. They don't want to die. They want to fight a little more. Get out. Jiang Changshu rebuked succinctly. If you are told to do everything as usual, you will honestly do everything as usual. Don't be smart and presume to guess what we think. The elders' figures trembled and could only leave with trepidation. They weren't sure why Jiang Xian's importance was far greater than Jiang Qianquan's in the eyes of the mountain ancestor and ancestor Jiang Changshu, but the facts were right here, and they did as ancestor Jiang Changshu said. As for what secrets Jiang Xian is hiding, or even whether he is that bloodline returning demon or not, they don't think about it, and they don't dare to think about it. The ancestors had already explicitly warned them not to be smart, and if they did it again, they would really be living beyond their means. The elders laughed. Only then did mountain ancestor look at Jiang Changshu and asked, "You told them to do everything as usual. What is this about?" Jiang Changshu laughed. Which do you think is a safer situation for Jiang Xian with these fools around? Keeping the status quo or telling the truth compared to the truth? Jiang Qianquan is now carrying a big black pot. Just those few void gods' Dao lineages and descendants alone made people unable to defend themselves. Chapter 175, Cultivating Treasure Arts. Female child sleeping. Mountain Ancestor's expression stagnated as he thought for a moment or two, slowly nodding his head and somewhat helplessly admitting, "You did the right thing. Jiang Qinkuan's side needs some attention." At this time, after thinking about it, Ancestor Jiang Qingshuo added, "There's something wrong with this kid." He took the blame for Jiang Xian. Not only did he not have any half emotions, he actually accepted it so openly and pretended, with a great sense of faking it, "This isn't a reaction a heaven's pride should have." Mountain Ancestor nodded and said faintly, "I'm afraid the Earth Emperor's secret realm isn't that simple. Need to be informed?" Jiang Qingshuo looked toward Mountain Ancestor, a hint of a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, as if he wasn't worried at all about the pits in the Earth Emperor's secret realm. Yamazu smiled back, "Business as usual. There is Jiang Qingshuo for Jiang Xian's protection. Jiang Xian's life is worry-free, and the rest, let that kid toss it is. As for the secret realm of the Earth Emperor perhaps? Yes, so what? In the face of absolute strength, it's all vanity. Originally, he might still have some hesitation, but now, whoever dares to count Jiang Xian, he will not hesitate to climb out from inside the divine tomb and crush the other party. But, it's better to call that kid in and have a good nag." Mountain Ancestor pondered for a moment or two, and shook his head somewhat helplessly. "That kid is just too meticulous. It's not a good idea to go on like this. His strength isn't too bad now, and it's time for him to step out and enter the world to compete in a dignified manner. A great world is coming. How can the opportunity of a great world be missed?" Jiang Qingshuo skimmed his lips and said in dissatisfaction, "What's wrong with Go? With that kid's qualifications, it's only a matter of time before Go Dao grows long into the world to fight. Even with my protection, it is inevitable that bumps and bruises. How painful off." The Mountain Ancestor scolded without a trace of anger. "You brat had better put away your petty thoughts. Don't try to guide that brat to set foot on the Go Dao. Your master created a Go Dao. Go to now. I do not know longevity go not go to, but the person is the first ing go lost. You're hiding such a great talent? Is it hard to run out when you've certified to immortality at some point? What's the point of arguing then?" The corners of Jiang Qingshuo's mouth twitched, and he said somewhat sardonically, "It won't. I would like to lead that kid to the enlightenment of the Go Dao, but that kid is too demonic, and this bit of skill on my part is purely delaying the other side. It would be good if the master was. Such a good seedling must be ecstatic." Jiang Qingshuo thought like this before turning around and leaving the ancestral land to go and fetch Jiang Xian to come. Jiang Xian's lineage, a relatively secluded and nameless divine peak. A forbidding array had been laid down by the clan elder and the others personally to conceal the aura of the Jiang family members within it. It was worth mentioning that this forbidden array was the one used to imprison Jiang Hong, and after Jiang Xian refused to take the divine bone, he was relocated here, making the best use of it. At this moment, the top of the flattened divine peak had become a cultivation Dao palace, and at the center of it was a temporarily constructed magnificent palace. Jiang Xian called out the human tablet and landed in the magnificent palace. The smooth, mirror-like surface of the human monument surged with pale light, forming an ancient portal that allowed Jiang Chen and the other Jiang clan's heavenly pride demons to enter it and participate in the examination of the inheritance branding of those ancient powerhouses in the human monument. These 30 heavenly pride demons were Jiang Xian's initial class, so naturally, he had to use all the good ones. Of course, the main reason was that he had too many good things in his hands, and he no longer had time to pay attention to the inheritance of those ancient powerhouses in the human monument. Giving it to Jiang Chen and the others to enhance the strength of their own squad was a proper way to handle it. Jiang Xian was still somewhat looking forward to the future. The scene where these people grew up and he waved his hand to summon them and crush his enemies. It's too much of a drop to fight and get all on your own. Jiang Chen and the others were working hard to pass the examination and obtain the inheritance of the ancient powerhouse, while Jiang Xian was alone in seclusion, comprehending the reincarnation treasure art that was rewarded by the golden finger. The reincarnation shadow trembled gently as it flew out of the dantian and hovered in front of Jiang Xian. The supreme Dao sound resounded once more, and many arcane great Dao supremacies were presented in the form of great Dao inscriptions, which flew into Jiang Xian's sea of consciousness one after another, integrating into Jiang Xian's divine soul. Jiang Xian's divine soul, which had broken the extremes earlier, was now as solid as a substance. And after these great Dao inscriptions were incorporated into the divine soul, they directly transformed into an obscure reincarnation pattern, attaching themselves to the surface of the divine soul, adding a touch of mystery to it. As the sensation proceeded, the reincarnation void slowly turned. Click, 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 undescribable voice, born out of thin air, echoing in the chamber for a long time, misty chi like clouds, enveloping Jiang Xian, a kind of sacred vastness, as if a supreme being is expounding on the profound Tao, as if containing supreme principles. The light that naturally permeated Jiang Xian's divine soul dimmed with it. The mind, too, fell silent. The breath became weaker and weaker, as if it were a candle, ready to pass away with the wind. If it weren't for the fact that his heart was still beating, if at all. At this moment, Jiang Xian was no different from a corpse that had just lost its life. What's wrong with this kid again? The husband walked out, staring at Jiang Xian in shock and confusion. First, this kid had gained a gifted secret art out of thin air, almost drying up the home he relied on, Haoran Terrace, to shatter. And now he was like a living dead man, with his vitality close to non-existent. When this day came out, his little heart, couldn't stand it. See less. The girl child sitting not far from Jiang Xian, with a king pill in her left hand and a Dao pill in her right hand, ate her food and muttered, "It's obvious. Daddy is comprehending the gifted treasure art." The husband froze, subconsciously glancing at the reincarnation shadow in front of Jiang Xian before looking at the female child. "With your inheritance, can you tell what gifted treasure art Jiang Xian is comprehending?" "I don't know, but it should be strong." The girl child shook her head and beamed, before viciously biting the Dao pill in her hand. She could clearly perceive the gifted treasure art that her father was comprehending, which wasn't the least bit weaker than the true dragon treasure art of her true dragon clan. In other words, I am afraid that it is comparable to the imperial art. Such a powerful gift of treasure art. Dad actually won't even let me look at it. Daddy has changed his mind. He doesn't love me anymore, and he hides all the good things quietly by himself. Stinky daddy. Bad daddy. I'm going to take your elixir and eat it all. The girl child was extremely resentful, and with a vindictive mind, she took out the king pills and Dao pills from the first ancient city pit in a brainstorm, and then stuffed them all in her mouth. Husbandman looked at this scene and was directly shocked. Eating so many king pills and Dao pills at once, can your fleshly body hold up? He knows that this child is burdened with dragon bloodline, and the bloodline seems to be extremely pure, but after all, it has not yet reached adulthood, and how strong the body is ultimately limited. Eating so many at once really will not hold up the explosion? After all, even a strong Dao fusionist wouldn't dare to make a hole like this. To hell with you. The girl child glared viciously at the husband and took a big bite of the Dao medicine, quickly swallowing it all in her stomach, this time actually eating it instead of storing it. Ow. The girl child yawned. Go ahead and watch. Old man, I'm going to bed. When he finished, he fell straight back to sleep, having eaten too many king pills and Dao pills. The majestic energy triggered the bloodline seals, and now that her bloodline was violently agitated, she had to unveil the bloodline seals by sleeping to pacify her bloodline and digest the energy. She had a premonition that when she uncovered another layer of bloodline seals this time, she might be able to acquire the second style of the true dragon treasure art. By that time, her strength, well, she should be able to help her father carry Sun Yang back. Thinking so, the girl child slept beautifully. Chapter 176, Old Man the Toolman. Jiang Xian had a dream that is unmistakably real. In his dreams, he is the god of the mountains, a mountain god who has been enthroned by the emperor of man and holds the authority of one of the gods. He was very energetic, on behalf of the human race, to present the human race to carry the destiny of the human race of the most precious human monument, the status of a great, by hundreds of millions of people worship, compared to the 8th king of the human race is also not much better. But the accident happened suddenly. The strange disappearance of the human emperor, the counterattack of the 10,000 tribes, the 8 human kings and the king's family were tragically poisoned by the demon tribe, and the human race, in the heavens, fell apart. And he, in order to protect the human tablet, had to take the human tablet and part of the bloodline clansmen to hide away, hidden in a small world called Xianguang, guarding the human tablet night and day, waiting for the return of the human emperor and the revival of the 8 royal clans. However, the good times didn't last long. And after the 10,000 clans reoccupied the heavens, after many searches, they still found his traces and sought out the human monument. On that day, many Saint Realm powerhouses came, and there were even as many as 3 existences of the quasi-emperor realm. Even the large army that was carried was a huge piece of the true god realm. He was powerless to return to heaven, but in order to protect the human tablet from falling into the hands of the enemy, he could only fight to the death. However, the power of a paragon emperor was too powerful. And even if he held divine authority, it was difficult for him to counteract it. What's more, there are 3 such existences. Those 3 hazy figures, like a heavenly rift across the starry river, blocked his chance of survival. Under the hopelessness, he could only burn his own divine authority, in a way close to self-explosion, destroyed the other side of the holy realm of the strong and true god army, and then smashed the Xianguang heaven and earth with both hands, triggered the world to collapse, and temporarily blocked the emperor-to-be by the world force of the world explosion of one side, wrapped up the fragments of the Xianguang world to escape, and only then was able to protect the human monument. and didn't fall into the hands of the enemy. He also ended up with a near destruction of his soul. In order for the bloodline clansman to better guard the human monument, he burned the last of his power, deducing his own divine authority and transforming it into the mountain mystic technique, which he passed on to his clansmen, allowing them to use some of his divine power as well. However, the divine authority is supreme. Even if it is transformed into a mountain mystic art, it is still very human to practice. He deduced it at the cost of his own silence. His bloodline clansmen, however, could not get started. Buzz. The moment the mountain god fell silent and closed his eyes with regret, Jiang Xian opened his eyes, and his eyes, which shone with a pale light, carried a hint of vicissitude and exhaustion, a big dream to experience the reincarnation of others in one life. Jiang Xian with awe, murmured softly, and then stretched out his hands surging with pale qi, forming an ancient pattern, carrying the power of the underworld's great Tao in the heavens and earth, forming a kind of indescribable majestic power, converging in his hands, and even more vaguely carrying an indescribable supreme meaning. This is the legacy of the mountain god, the mountain mystic art, an ancient secret method of invoking the divine authority of the mountain gods to return to the earth and sky, and obtaining the power of the great Tao in the earth and sky to strengthen the physical body. And when practiced to the peak, one may be able to smash the earth and sky with his physical body alone, just as the mountain gods do. The mountain mystic art is a fleshly body secret technique, equivalent to the fleshly body level of the divine art, which is exactly complementary to his indestructible thunder body, and the two phases are superimposed. He is confident that he can be invincible in the same realm based on his fleshly body alone. This was still the reason why he was only just getting started in the mountain mystic arts. After all, he was participating in the reincarnation treasure art, and because of the human monument's spirit recognizing the master, he went back and experienced the life of the mountain god in a smooth manner, and got the inheritance secret art of the mountain god. It was also because of this that he was considered to truly understand the terror of the reincarnation treasure art, deducing the legacy of the kung fu and experiencing the life of the kung fu creator in the form of reincarnation into a dream. He is now reincarnation treasure art is still only a preliminary dabbling, can only hastily experience. If the introduction or small success, he may be able to personally experience the whole process of the creator himself to create the gong method. For example, this style of mountain mystic technique, he had every chance to dream back to the mountain god, and observe with his own eyes how the mountain mystic technique was created from scratch from a first-person perspective. What kind of concept is that? Inheritance exists in the sense of fit, and why is the gifted treasure art birthed by the divine bone powerful and unrivaled? A large part of the reason is not because of the talent treasure art, is completely unique to the divine bone himself, 100% fit, and he now relies on the reincarnation treasure art, dreaming back to the inheritance creator himself, completely substituting the fit of the inheritance, naturally, will be substantially increased, even if it is not up to 100%, at least 99% of the degree. Isn't this the full level of enlightenment, golden finger? Jiang Xian murmured with some astonishment. Moreover, this was just the wonderful use of the reincarnation treasure art. Perhaps there were other even more terrifying abilities that one had yet to develop. Not to forget, it was still an extremely powerful treasure art on its own side, at the very least comparable to the level of a quasi-imperial art. And when Jiang Xian activated the mountain mystic art and mobilized the mountain god's authority, in another dojo, Jiang Hong, who was actively refining the energy of the mountain shaking cauldron, had a tremor in his body, and his tightly closed eyes trembled violently, and he had to stop refining, and his face was filled with astonishment. The mountain god has already fallen silent, and has yet to be resurrected. Why is it even that someone has invoked his divine authority? Nima. He went to great lengths to get the mountain shaking cauldron just to draw on the divine power of the mountain god and cultivate his own 10,000 laws heaven's great avatar. And this damn thing won't still be intercepted, will it? Bull. Worthy of being the son of heaven's destiny, the rewards triggered are just extraordinary. Jiang Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud when he was informed of the wonders of the reincarnation treasure art. But the next moment, the husband's inquiry came, and Jiang Xian's smile quickly faded again. Kid, just what kind of gifted treasure art have you obtained? Husbandman came up to Jiang Xian, sticking very close, his four eyes facing each other. He was now scratching his ears anxiously. He was at least a husband of the Jishi Academy, and he was rich in learning, but he couldn't see through what kind of gifted treasure art the other party had gotten. This was simply a torture for him, a person with a strong desire for knowledge. Jiang Xian didn't move and moved back a little, keeping a certain distance from Fu Zi, his heart a little diabolical. The old man is not normal by any stretch of the imagination, and his orientation is to be assessed, although there is only a wisp of residual soul left now, but it has been hosted in his body. It is not a matter Orientation this thing. Subtle influence. He can't prevent it. Old man. Haven't you been clamoring for me to rebuild the Jishi Academy every day? Jiang Xian asked indifferently. Husbandman was still suspicious of Jiang Xian's action of taking half a step back. When he heard these words, he was instantly energized, both eyes glowing as he stared straight at Jiang Xian. You finally figured it out? I told you. How risky is it to go it alone? If you rebuild the Jishi Academy, preach to the world's pride, and recruit talents, then if you have the need, raise your arm and call out, all of them are your people, then it's not like you can beat up whoever you want to beat up. Jiang Xian, however, didn't even listen to the husband's bragging, and was only wary of the husband's very wrong eyes. A wicked chill ran through his body, forcing down the discomfort in his heart. Jiang Xian hurriedly said, it's too early to preach the world. Old man, you suffer first and preach to my Jiang family disciples. Husbandman froze for a moment, and then looked back. You mean for me to pass on the inheritance of the Jishi Academy to your Jiang family disciples? Worthy of being a husbandman. Full marks for comprehension. Jiang Xian laughed, while he himself took another step back. Asterisk. Off. Husbandman immediately cursed without any good humor. Is this what you mean by rebuilding the Jishi Academy? If you want to suck old man's blood, just say so. Rebuilding isn't something that happens overnight. There has to be someone first before it can be rebuilt. Jiang Xian shrugged. He took over the ruins of the Jishi Academy, and opened the inheritance. In fact, did not need the first consent of the husband, but, free preaching teacher, not used for nothing. Moreover, this was the husband, who was also an extremely powerful existence in his lifetime, and to have him preach, it was definitely much more rapid than having his Jiang family disciples take the inheritance and comprehend it on their own. You brat better really want to rebuild the Jishi Academy instead of using me as a donkey pulling a mill. The husband stared at Jiang Xian and snorted coldly. Jiang Xian smiled sarcastically. How could? Immediately, Jiang Xian summoned the clan elder, asking the other party to gather all the heavenly pride disciples of their lineage over. He would not publicize his own identity for the time being, and the Jishi Academy naturally piloted preaching within their lineage first. Of course, the future transmission to other Jiang family disciples must also be free of dissent. Soon, the clan elder arrived with 13 celestial pride. At the head of the group was a man and a woman, with a slim figure and light in their eyes. At a glance, they were the kind of small geniuses with a rather lonely and arrogant nature. Greetings to the young patriarch. When the 13 celestial pride saw Jiang Xian, they were first stunned before respectfully saluting. Didn't you say the young patriarch is in seclusion? What's going on here? Aha! Jiang Xian nodded slightly and swept a glance at the crowd. All of them were at the God-entering realm, generally around 20 years old, and when placed in the outside world, they were considered to be famous heavenly prides. Pick and choose. Old man. What inheritance is suitable for them? Husbandman reluctantly walked out, his mouth yelling, my Jishi Academy inheritance is as vast as a starry dipper. Any one of them, it's enough for them to use. But before he could finish his words, his gaze stopped on the man and woman at the head of the group, and he couldn't move away. Husband lightly eeped and murmured out of breath. How could this kind of physique appear? Shouldn't be. Chapter 177, Sentencing Life and Punishing Death. Future King of Hell? The body of the King of the Underworld and the Mother of Ghosts. This is a very treacherous physique that is naturally attuned to the dead chi, and tends to only appear amongst the yin spirits, and once it does, it is almost 100% possible to become a party of unearthly power. Ancient books have recorded, there was a pride fell in the ancient battlefield. By the ancient battlefield monstrous dead gas nourishment, turned into a dead spirit, and cast the body of the king of the underworld, with the body of the dead spirit to re-entry into the cultivation, enlightenment of ghosts, all the way to the top, pushing millions of heavenly pride, kill the enemy 10,000, and ultimately, it is the birth of the sacrifice of a side of the old Taoist system, to help him the body of the king of the underworld into a great, and then certified the king of the ghosts, and a side of the ghosts, invincible for tens of thousands of years, the body of the ghost mother, with the body of the king of the underworld is generally the same, is also the ghost road in the extremely powerful physique, the physique of the great success, but also can prove that the ghost king, these two treacherous physiques could be called the holy body of the ghost Tao. It's just, that this is after all a yin evil body. It was extremely rare to even appear amongst the yin spirits, let alone amongst the living spirits, and, still the bodies of the king of the underworld and the mother of ghosts appeared together. The man stared at the man and the woman for a long time, but he still couldn't understand why these two living beings were in the bodies of the king of the underworld and the ghost mother. It doesn't make any sense. Old man, these two are gifted? Jiang Xian couldn't help but inquire as he noticed something strange about the husband. Very good, possessing a physique that is not weaker than the sacred body, as long as it is awakened. There's no telling what the natural talent is. Husbandman hesitated for a moment, and said in a somewhat odd manner, but I'm not sure if they have that fate to awaken their physique. Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow, a little confused. What do you mean? Immediately, the husband told the truth and said, this is the ghost Dao physique, which should not have been a physique that living beings could acquire. If these two people are physically awakened, they are bound to set foot on the ghost road, and the living people practice the ghost road. Honestly, I really haven't heard of it, and I don't know what kind of problems will arise. Then, can we seal their physiques completely and cultivate them as ordinary heaven's pride? Jiang Xian inquired after pondering for a moment. The ghost Dao sacred body was indeed tempting, but one had to have the life to use it. He was cultivating Jiang family disciples, not dead soldiers. It's hard to seal it completely. Unless they don't continue their cultivation in this life, sooner or later, they will awaken their physique. Husbandman shook his head. He could tell that the body of the underworld king and ghost mother that these two people were burdened with had yet to be awakened today. It was only because of the lack of dead qi energy. Once enough dead qi energy had been drawn upon, the awakening would only be a natural thing. Jiang Xian nodded thoughtfully, then let them choose for themselves. Immediately, Jiang Xian waved his hand to invoke the power of the earth, forming a barrier that enveloped a man and a woman, informing the two of their physiques and saying, choose for yourselves whether to seal your physiques and stop practicing to ensure your own lives or awaken your physiques and try to set foot on the ghost Dao. What you must be clear about is that there is no precedent for a living person practicing the ghost Dao, and no one knows what conditions will arise, and it's even likely that the moment a large amount of dead qi enters your body, you'll already be finished. A man and a woman looked at each other and nodded to each other. On their slim faces, there was no hesitation, not to mention the slightest fear, only deep excitement and decisiveness. They turned their heads to Jiang Xian, and arched their hands in a salute. I also request that the young patriarch bestow the law. His name was Jiang Chang. Her name was Jiang Hong. They were brother and sister from the same mother. Their parents, originally their lineage is a famous heavenly pride strong, follow the young clan of his time. Jiang Haotian is also considered to be famous and prestigious. However, 16 years ago, their lineage was greedy for credit, and when they entered that side of the forbidden land of life, they inadvertently awakened that ancient demon. Jiang Haotian and his wife were responsible for the rear guard to protect their clan from escaping the trap, and their parents, as followers, naturally stayed behind with them. Then, their father, the same as Jiang Haotian couple generally never came out of the forbidden land of life again, and their mother, who was said to be the Jiang Haotian young matriarch, blew up a quasi-saintly artifact and opened up a temporary passage to send them out. However, the mother was injured by an ancient demon with a secret technique, and the power of the ancient demon raged within her body, and they were forced to give birth prematurely, and after giving birth to them, their mother passed away. After hearing about the life of Jiang Qing and Jiang Hong siblings, Jiang Xian was a bit saddened. This brother and sister were actually the sons and daughters of his father as followers, and now he is cultivating them, as a kind of inheritance. The underworld king and ghost mother bodies we carry may have originated from that ancient demon. Jiang Qing thought for a moment before calmly informing Jiang Xian of his own cultivation status. Our siblings have always existed a kind of underworld resistance in our cultivation. The faster we cultivate, the faster our lifespan fades away. So that our siblings, we don't dare to break through too quickly, and we've never been in the divine realm until now. That's why our siblings are only 16, but our bone age is 26. Jiang Xian frowned slightly. Longevity fading? He immediately thought of the bloodline curse, and immediately asked, what is the concentration of your bloodline? 30, 25. Jiang Qing's siblings' eyes flickered. Their voices were much weaker. The Jiang family bloodline in their bodies was very thin, so thin that it was not even as good as the Jiang family side disciples who had strayed away and were separated by an unknown number of generations. After all, this generation of Jiang clan's Heaven's Pride disciples generally had bloodline concentrations above 60, and as for those who had reached 70, they were few and far between, with only the 4 young Zuns within the young clan chief. Jiang Xian nodded slightly. A bloodline concentration of 20 to 30, affected by the bloodline curse, was minimal. The phenomenon of fading longevity should originate from their underworld king and ghost mother bodies. They have not yet awakened physique. Still only 20 or 30 concentration of bloodline, actually can still become their lineage for the head of the heavenly pride. And listen to the meaning of Jiang Qing. If not, they worry about longevity fades too fast, intentionally suppress the cultivation speed. Now the realm. I am afraid that by no means more than into the god realm so simple. The bodies of the underworld king and the ghost mother, these two ghost Dao saint bodies, were this powerful? Our siblings want to personally go to that forbidden land of life and kill the ancient demon to avenge our parents. Please ask the young patriarch to grant us the law and allow us a possibility of revenge. Jiang Cheng and Jiang Hong bowed. Since the young patriarch could accurately tell their physique, he should be able to help them awaken their physique and step into the more powerful ghost Tao. After all, even the clan elders have not probed the reason for their longevity fading, not to mention that they are equipped with a powerful physique. Jiang Xian naturally had no reason to refuse, and looked sideways at Fu Zi. Old man, is there a suitable inheritance for them in the Jishi Academy? The husbandman's eyes were slightly lowered, and after thinking carefully, he nodded and said, there really is one. Immediately, the Haoran terrace flew out from Jiang Xian's body, presenting the silhouette of the Jishi Academy, and the husband pushed open the gate of the academy, saying faintly, you all follow me in. Jiang Cheng, Jiang Bei stared blankly at the palace in front of them filled with a rich literary atmosphere, somewhat bewildered. This is the Jishi Palace of Learning? Didn't you say that it was moved by Jiang Qinku and Young Zun? How did it end up in the hands of the young clan chief? A little confused, a little dazed, a little blank in the head. They have been living in the clan to cultivate, have not entered the world. The insight is still relatively shallow. In the face of the Jishi Academy, know that the rumors of the Qinku and Young Zun are bound to be inconsistent, but then let them to deep associations, really a little difficult for them. After all, replacing the Qinku and Young Zun who was rumored to have toppled the true mystic realm and reversed the void god with the young patriarch, standing right in front of their eyes is really a bit of a distortion, and there is a sense of unreality. Jiang Cheng and his siblings entered the Jishi Academy with anxiety in their hearts. With a wave of his hand, Fu Zi invoked a stout idol dressed in Confucian robes, which transformed into two divine radiants and flew into the hearts and minds of the two men. This is the judge of life and death inheritance. Rumor has it that there was once a scholar who walked against the underworld and was enthroned by the heavenly Tao of the underworld as the judge of life and death, reigning over the cycle of life and death for 30,000 years, sentencing life and punishing death, gaining monstrous merit and virtue, and certifying longevity with merit and virtue. After the scholar certified to longevity, he created this secret method based on his own experience, with the ability to judge life and punish death, and its greatness is no weaker than the peak of holy arts, passing on into the hearts and minds of two people. The bodies of the two men suddenly flickered with a treacherous light, dim and shadowy, with pure death aura spreading out. An arcane ghost pattern spread out and attached itself to the flesh, adding a touch of eeriness to the duo. Rumble! The majestic dead chi swirled upwards like a vortex, converging behind Jiang Cheng and Jiang Hong's siblings into two ghostly shadows, one with a hideous face, majestic as fury, and the other with a delicate and charming face, and a gloomy brow, and with the formation of the ghostly shadows, a treacherous aura, like a Yin spring flowing, was cold, chilling, and creepy. The body of the king of the underworld and the mother of ghosts, awakened. Chapter 178, Comprehensive Enhancement, Class Strengthening. As the ghosts entered their bodies, the majestic cold and dead air invaded Jiang Cheng and Jiang Hong's bodies, and their vitality then dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Name changed to Jiang Cheng after reader's reminder. Sorry for the bad change in the previous post. The already thin flesh became more and more dry and withered, as if it was a dry corpse that had lost its life, leaving only wrinkled skin wrapped around jagged bones. Under the intense pain of the death chi rampage, Jiang Cheng's face gradually became hideous, just like the ghostly shadow of the underworld king. The same goes for River Red. The two are now suffering indescribable torment. They can soberly perceive and clearly see that the thick dead chi is taking away the blood, flesh, vitality, and even the life of their bodies. Yet they couldn't do anything, and even had to rationally restrain their instincts, allowing their bodies to receive the all-encompassing Russian baptism of dead chi, so as to better integrate with the ghostly shadows and completely awaken the bodies of the underworld king and the ghost mother. It's an unbelievably torturous process. One could even say that it was a death sentence. Living beings are unable to carry dead chi. This is the order of life and death, which cannot be changed by human power. Even if they were burdened with the body of the underworld king and ghost mother, they could not escape the iron law of rule and order. But Jiang Cheng, Jiang Hong's siblings, froze without uttering a word, without hissing in pain. Even moaning is minimal, silently enduring the torture of the dead gas into the body. If it weren't for some of the grim and twisted faces, it would be hard to even imagine what they were going through. Their belief in becoming stronger was unshakable. It could be said that going to the forbidden land of life in person, killing the ancient devils with their hands and avenging their parents was the only belief that supported them. The situation is far worse than I thought. Husbandman's expression was grave, staring at the two people whose vitality was nearly non-existent, and he said in a deep voice, living people practicing the path of ghosts. This path, it won't work. The legacy of the judge of life and death, can't it work either? Jiang Xian asked rhetorically. For the time being, I don't know. This inheritance is equally treacherous, and no one in the history of Jishi Academy has ever succeeded in practicing it. And now whether they can rely on this inheritance and successfully step into the ghost road and master their own physique, can only depend on their lives. Fu Zi shook his head and said rather helplessly. Jiang Xian nodded slightly, gazing at Jiang Qing's siblings, pursing his lips. These two were the sons and daughters of his father's followers. Watching them lose their lives like this was more than a little unbearable in his heart. Thinking about it for a moment or two, Jiang Xian made a decision and immediately activated the reincarnation treasure art, forcibly dragging the two of them together into the dream. Bringing others along with him into the dream to deduce the inheritance of the Gong method was something he had not tried before, and he was not sure if it would be effective and if there would be risks. As a matter of fact, he was now but a rough master of the reincarnation treasure art, and he himself entered the dream to deduce the inheritance of the merit law, all extremely reluctant, and could only see the approximate life of the creator of the merit law. But, in order to save both Jiang Qing's siblings, he was willing to try. The reincarnation void reappeared, and the three of them dreamed for 10,000 years. This time the dream was very special. Jiang Xian became the 6 paths of reincarnation, crushed the shadowy spirits and ferry them to the afterlife. The long 1,000 years flowed like a yellow spring, until one day, a scholar walked against the underworld and traveled through the rolling yellow spring. Dare I ask about reincarnation? What is life and death? The scholar inquired archly. Afterlife? You are delusional. Life is life and death is death. I don't understand. Can you clarify? If you understand, you understand. And if you don't understand, you don't understand. So how else can I make it clear? Just as well. I'll send you 30,000 years to see for yourself. Jiang Xian gave the scholar the authority of a judge, sentencing life and punishing death, taking life with a thought and determining death with a word. Until 30,000 years later, the scholar became enlightened, testified to immortality, and created the secret method of life and death. Buzz, rolling death aura spread, and the dried-up bodies of Jiang Qing's siblings filled up, their flesh taking on a grayish color, with ghostly lines, an unspeakable meaning of life and death flowing through them, their aura treacherous and obscure. Jiang Qing abruptly opened his eyes, which were as scarlet as blood and as majestic as fury, truly as if he were an underworld king who had seized life. Jiang Hong, on the other hand, had eyes that glowed with a cold green light, charming with a seeping coldness, like a ghost mother who was set to die in the world. Rumble, the physique was completely awakened, and the cultivation of the two people, also under the flushing of the dead qi, rapidly pulled up to the spiritualization realm. The two of them collected their own auras and looked at each other, their eyes flashing with excitement. They had successfully comprehended the secret law of life and death, and had also successfully awakened a powerful physique, and even their cultivation had been incidentally raised to the spirit transformation realm. So nowadays, their bottom line could be said to be drastically raised, and it could even be said that they were at the beginning of their demonic stature. They were clear that all of this for them originated from the young patriarch. If not for the young patriarch, they might have died in the process of awakening their physique just now, eroded into a dry corpse by the rampant death qi. Immediately, he looked toward Jiang Xian, wanting to bow and thank him. However, when they looked at Jiang Xian's state at this moment, their pupils shrank and they immediately revealed a look of horror. At this moment, Jiang Xian was shrouded under the long-lasting aura of reincarnation, the entire person presenting an indescribably holy state, the reincarnation inscriptions lingering, the meaning of life and death following, as if he were a supreme being seated high up in the wheel of reincarnation. And what really makes Jiang Cheng and Jiang Hong's heart tremble is that the breath of the young patriarch is the same as the 6 paths of reincarnation that they just incarnated as that scholar and met the 6 paths of reincarnation in the face, which is generally the same. Jiang Xian is having an epiphany. Don't disturb him, the husband instructed, but his eyes were dead set on Jiang Xian with awe. What kind of monster is this kid? Can this damn thing have an epiphany? I really don't know what kind of heights this brat can reach in his future. Husbandman smiled faintly with deep anticipation, and then, letting Jiang Cheng and Jiang Hong's siblings consolidate themselves first, he himself walked out of the Jishi Academy Palace and brought in the remaining 11 heavenly prides, all of them, picking out suitable inheritances for them in turn. These 13 Jiang family celestial pride were the sparks for the reconstruction of the Jishi Academy, and one of Jiang Xian's future squad, and the husband was naturally very attentive, teaching them dutifully and responsibly, leading them to improve themselves more quickly, and Jiang Chen and the other Jiang clan prides, after failing over and over again, finally all passed the test as expected and obtained the desired inheritance. It was worth mentioning that in the previous human monument trial, Jiang Chen and the other 4 demons, although they had been disliked by the Blade Ancestor and other ancient powerhouses, they were all burdened with around 80 of the Jiang family's bloodline, so their natural talent was actually already considered to be very outstanding, especially after the Blade Ancestor and the others knew that their inheritance was unworthy of Jiang Xian. And then after seeing the generally low caliber of the heavenly prides in the outside world, they ultimately let go of their pride and each chose one to descend their own inheritance. Jiang Chen, for example, had obtained the inheritance of the Blade Ancestor as expected. Jiang Chen and the other 30 Jiang clan celestial pride and demons, plus Jiang Qing, Jiang Hong, and the other 13 Jiang clan celestial pride of Jiang Xian's lineage, resided in the magnificent palace, centering on Jiang Xian, and cultivated on their knees, upgrading themselves. Clan Old Man manipulated the big array, gathered a large amount of heaven and earth aura, making the whole palace presents dense and hazy state, like a site of the holy land of cultivation, and in the center surrounded by the crowd, Jiang Xian sat high above the human monument, as if he were a young god under the pale aura. Behind the wheel of reincarnation shadow slowly rotating, flowing arcane supreme Tao sound, the left side of the Thunder Road incarnation manifested. The Thunder Road domain spread. Diffraction of thunder thousands, right side of the vermilion bird spread its wings and flew. The green flames in the Fire Road domain jumping, in front of the body of the Sword Road to stand on the ground. The sword intent like water, unceasingly, wrapped up in the great power of the human race. The diffraction of the human way to prosper. Great dreams 6 paths of reincarnation, so that Jiang Xian was able to have an epiphany. This is a simple combing under the multiple harvests, but also many inheritance of the underlying stack of a qualitative leap. Chapter 179, Instilling Jiang Xian, Entering Earth Xian, Rumble. A majestic aura spread out from the magnificent palace, spreading out in all directions, or attracted the rules of heaven and earth. By the forbidden array hidden God Peak, suddenly shook violently. God Peak in the sky, the wind and clouds inverted, the flow of heaven and earth spirit chi abruptly stagnant. The square miles of the great Tao rules and then manifested, to the God Peak inverted surging to the same with the Jiang Xian echo, and then showed the road radiant divine glory. One time, vast reincarnation shadow, lofty human monument, thousands of thunder, vibrating wings of the vermilion bird, standing on the ground to cut the sky of the sword Tao, many sacred visions, a variety of appearances, led to the cracking of the dome of the sky, the light to avoid retreating, as if the whole piece of the sky and the earth have collapsed generally. The clan elder's face changed abruptly, and he hastily activated the great formation of prohibition in an attempt to cover up the commotion created by Jiang Xian's cultivation. However, results are not satisfactory. How can this kid cultivate and make such a big commotion? The clan elder cursed in his heart and was anxious. If the visions had alarmed the various veins within the clan, this kid would still meddle his ass. He hurriedly summoned Jiang Xian's second uncle and other powerful people, all of them, to preside over the grand formation together, and thousands of prohibitions flew out, forming the curtain of eternal night, shrouding all of the 10,000 miles in a radius, covering up these astonishing visions. Click 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 dash. The sound of shattering was born out of thin air, and the curtain of eternal night crumbled into a crack. It won't hold up. Second Uncle Jiang Xian yelled lowly. What should we do now? The powerhouses also looked anxious. Jiang Xian trusted them before informing them of the truth and allowing them to help him conceal himself. In their ecstasy, they agreed with their mouths full, patting their chests and assuring Jiang Xian that unless they died, they would never expose Jiang Xian halfway. But they had far underestimated Jiang Xian's demon. The visions produced by mere cultivation, they actually couldn't even cover it up? You have to know. This big formation, but they were laid for the sake of taking the bones. Even the void god can be trapped for a period of time. And now, actually even the movements of Jiang Xian's cultivation cannot be concealed? Though part of the reason for this was that they didn't dare to activate the grand formation with all their might for fear of disturbing Jiang Xian and causing him to suffer a backlash. But, it's still too outrageous, isn't it? What kind of pervert is this kid? The majestic and limitless aura stirred through the cracks in the curtain of eternal night, and was soon detected by the strongest members of the various veins of the Jiang clan, who cast their gazes with deep suspicion. Is this Jiang Xian's breath? Is Jiang Xian going to come out? So what's going on now? The terror of this breath has far surpassed the realm of entering the gods and transforming the spirits. As if, Di Xian? Although Jiang Xian had been in seclusion for a long time, it was impossible to leap across the spirit transformation from God entry and step directly into the Earth Xian realm. Could it be that Jiang Xian's lineage knows that Jiang Xian is not able to defeat Jiang Qianquan, and in order to keep the position of the young patriarch, it is instilling Jiang Xian? The Grand Elder and the others who had just been whisked out of the ancestral ground also sensed something, casting their gaze along with the scent, and realizing that it was Jiang Xian. Their hearts and minds flinched as they hurriedly withdrew their divine sense, turning a deaf ear to it, treating it as if they had seen nothing, and had not detected anything either. Ancestor Jiang Changshu told them to do everything as usual, so they did everything as usual. For all matters related to Jiang Xian, they could just pretend to be blind and deaf. At that moment, Jiang Changshu also walked out of the ancestral land. With a glance, he could see the commotion that Jiang Xian had created and shook his head doubly helplessly. Why is this kid so restless? Why doesn't he listen when he's told to stay put? Immediately, he moved the void in one step, arriving before the divine peak where Jiang Xian was, waving his long sleeve and invoking the power of the great Tao, cutting through the void and forming a huge barrier that enveloped the entire divine peak. The divine visions, which were still continuing, could no longer be detected in the slightest way outside of the divine peak, unless the realm is higher than Jiang Changshu, Jiang Qiankuan's dojo, Jiang Xian's breath. Mr. Puppet stood up, his eyes turning cold with a fierce killing intent. Immediately, he hastily probed out his divine sense, wanting to determine Jiang Xian's location and plant a mark, in order to wait for the right moment to strike and kill. His hatred for Jiang Xian was no less than Jiang Qiankuan's. He, a half-step venerable, had been ordered to eradicate Jiang Xian, but had lost again and again, and had even been injured by old man Tian earlier, which was quite a mess. Even at the Holy Lord's place now, he was extremely disappointed in him. Only, he can't make a move now. After all, this is the interior of the everlasting Jiang family, and he doesn't know how many old monsters are lurking. He was certain that if he made the slightest move, the odds were that he would be instantly exterminated, with no chance to fight back. In fact, he knew very well that he had been under surveillance ever since he came to the Jiang family with Jiang Qiankuan. It was just that, with his realm, he couldn't find the source of the surveillance at all. How come it's not there? Mr. Puppet pretended to react normally and unobtrusively searched with his divine sense but found nothing. His brows furrowed. Had he misread the situation? Jiang Qiankuan then opened his eyes and looked at Mr. Puppet. What's the situation? I seem to have discovered Jiang Xian's aura, but just as I was about to search carefully, it disappeared. Mr. Puppet had some chagrin on his brow. There's no harm. The clan elders have already gotten through to the fourth elder. They should be pressing the Grand Elder right now to outlaw Jiang Xian's position as the young patriarch and allow me to take the throne. Even if Jiang Xian returns now, it's already too late. Jiang Qiankuan calmly said, public opinion has already formed. In the eyes of all Jiang family members, I, the fake one, is the real one. Even if Jiang Xian wants to dismantle me despite exposing himself, he can't do anything about it as long as I avoid fighting. The master's plans will never be affected. On the contrary, maybe even stimulate Jiang Xian to go to the Earth Emperor's secret realm together. Jiang Qiankuan smiled coldly. As long as Jiang Xian enters the Earth Emperor's secret realm, no matter how great his skills are, he can't escape death. At that, Mr. Puppet looked at Jiang Qiankuan with surprise. This kid, IQ is back? On this side, Jiang Changshu entered Divine Peak after obscuring the visions, and was about to rebuke Jiang Xian for getting a little carried away. But when he saw the other party's current state, he was stunned. The corners of his mouth couldn't stop twitching. Isn't this kid a little too sick? After all, he was at the Void God realm, and unlike Fu Zi's residual soul state, he was at his peak and had one foot in the true God realm. So with a single glance, he was able to take in Jiang Xian's reality. The current Jiang Xian was transforming, not a watered-down breakthrough in the realm. That's just incidental stuff. More than that, the whole person takes a qualitative leap from the inside out, as if he or she is sorting out himself or herself for a systematic integration and unification. It couldn't be helped. The good things that this kid had mastered were just too much, so much that even he was shocked. Just by reigning over the three great avenues, he had damn well thrown off the outside world's demons by a few blocks, not to mention the three great Dao realms, 2 Dao domains, and 1 Dao intention consummation. It is hard to imagine that this will appear in an Earth-Xian realm at the same time. What's more, there was the fused thunder and fire great Dao, the human Dao supreme treasure human tablet, and a party of inheritance that even he couldn't see through the reality of. With this kid's heritage and strength, is there really a need to continue to meddle? Jiang Changshu couldn't help but feel puzzled as he looked at Jiang Xian with a gaze filled with complexity. Why would you do that? It was nothing more than the fear that there were even more powerful existences and that he would meet a poisonous hand, so he chose to hide himself and not fully reveal his own means. After all, there are people beyond the sky, and no one dares to say that they have really been invincible. But, with this kid grasping these things, his strength says that no one dares to object to a sentence of invincible young generation, right? Chapter 180, Breaking Several Realms in a Row, Internal and External Metamorphosis. Fully half a day later, it was only then that the visions above the divine peak gradually subsided. The majestic breath released by Jiang Xian also converged back into his body like an ebbing tide. It's finally coming to an end. The clan elder and the others secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Shen, this kid was just too perverted. Just the movement of cultivation was so shocking. If it wasn't for the timely appearance of the ancestor Jiang Qingshuo, who had stepped in to cover it up, it would be hard to imagine how much waves would have been set off by the current Jiang family. Undeniably, as long as Jiang Xian is exposed, their lineage will certainly rise, suppressing the other lineages, and their status will be so prestigious that it will be no different than when Jiang Xian's father, Jiang Haotian, was still alive, and it will not be difficult for them to even surpass the bloodline ancestor's demon. After all, the divine bone demon Jiang Hong is also in their lineage. However, precisely because of the influence of Jiang Haotian's matter back then, they were now much more cautious, and the growth in their lineage's status was far less important than Jiang Xian's safe and smooth growth. Ancestor Jiang Qingshuo, on the other hand, was guarding Jiang Xian's side, communicating with the husbandman as they made plans for Jiang Xian's future. Jiang Xian was growing too fast. A lot of their preparations and schemes were already far from keeping up with Jiang Xian's growth rate. Therefore, Jiang Qingshuo urgently needed to change his course in time through the situation that husbandry had grasped. There are you for him to protect the road, to ensure that those old monsters will not be cheeky to this kid. It is enough. The other, let this kid to break in, to toss, on the line. Husband seems to look away, laughed, rather calmly said, even if you are ready for this kid all the cultivation resources, to be honest, this kid may not be able to use it. Jiang Qingshuo nodded thoughtfully, quite agreeable. Originally, Mountain Ancestor had already prepared a party of cultivation caves, in which it would be easier to sense the power of the earth and the chi of the earth veins, thus increasing the chances of breaking through the earth Xian realm. But now it was also seen that Jiang Xian had already stepped into the earthly Xian realm back in the true mysteries. That thing might be a necessity for most heavenly prides, but for Jiang Xian, it was like chicken ribs, dispensable. With this kid's current strength, he's perfectly capable of entering the world to compete, seizing the Xian heavenly momentum in advance and preparing for the great world. Jiang Qingshuo gazed at Jiang Xian and laughed with some complexity. But with this kid's nature, I'm afraid he might not be willing to do so. In fact, he was also conflicted in his heart. On the one hand, he very much hoped that Jiang Xian would take the Godao, and he would be considered to have a successor. But on the other hand, he was also very clear that this kid's current strength and heritage no longer required the Godao to avoid risks, and that remaining hidden would instead be detrimental to his path. Don't worry, this kid won't expose himself easily. Husbandman shook his head, quite certain that Jiang Xian was being killed and maimed by the bloodline curse, and his lifespan was short, and his mind was not on the great worldly struggle at all, only thinking about how he could seize the greatest benefit with the smallest risk, and enter the true God realm at an early date, to further alleviate the pressure of the curse. And hiding oneself and acting in the way of Godao is undoubtedly the best choice. At that moment, Jiang Xian ended his senses. Many legacies manifested and dissipated. Only the reincarnation treasure art manifested the reincarnation shadow, solidified a few points, after taking back the Dantian, but also showed a trace of the outline of the rules of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Trust above the Dantian, slowly reversed, the first appearance of a copy of the rules and order of the shadow. The entire Dantian, which was under the reincarnation shadow, was as if it was governed by the other party. Even the world tree sapling trembled gently, somewhat in awe. Only the black hole Dioji was unmoved. The reincarnation shadow seemed to be in awe of the other party as well, and did not taint the other party's domain. The two are adjacent to each other, but both are very restrained, and it is not too much to say that they are as respectful as guests. At this point, Jiang Xian's cultivation realm, watery, began to rise, not exactly drastically, and there wasn't even much of a fluctuation in his aura. Earthly Xian Erzhong, Earth Xian triple, Earth Xian quadruple. The breath slowly faded, stopping at the peak of the 4th level of Earthly Xian. Jiang Xian slowly opened his eyes. Warm eyes, no sadness, no joy, a natural aura of Taoism naturally permeating his body as if compatible with the heavens and the earth. There was no divinity, yet it contained the principles of the great Tao everywhere. Back to the basics. The great dream of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The initial contact with the rules and order of the heavens and earth, had an epiphany, and a systematic sorting out of himself, causing everything he now mastered to converge into unity. It's a metamorphosis from the outside in. It's hard for Jiang Xian to assess how much he has improved himself, but it's certain that, the previous self, he can fight 10. At this time, the human monument under Jiang Xian's seat, trembled violently, and the pale chi surged, echoing with Jiang Xian, and then steeply soared, shaped like a sacred mountain, emitting a heart-shaking immense momentum. The faces of the group of celestial pride, including Jiang Chen, changed drastically as they hurriedly retreated in shock, their hearts filled with fear. They had received a powerful inheritance and their strength had skyrocketed. but they were still far from being able to withstand this naturally diffused might. Even the clan elders and others, their faces changed slightly, their hearts were startled, and their eyes were full of confusion. This uncommon might, does it originate from the human monument, or does it originate from Jiangxian? Rationally speaking, it should be the human monument. After all, this was the supreme treasure of the human race that carried the human race's chi and destiny. But the meditative intuition tells them that the latter is more likely. More likely. Jiangxian waved his hand to collect the human tablet, transforming it into a seal and sealing it in his brow. The blood vein totem flashed a scarlet bloodlight, and a sinister hissing sound came out. However, Jiangxian's manipulation of the human steel was clearly on a higher level now. On the one hand, human monuments can be invoked to attack, and slating people is no longer just talk. With a human tablet clutched in his hand and a slate slapped down, his brain would have to be buzzed even if it was hard. On the other hand, the suppression of the bloodline curse was obviously much stronger, so much so that the hissing of the bloodline totem now seems to be a bit vocal. Not like it's imposing a curse and interfering with Jiangxian, but rather like it's appearing a bit at the right time to prove that it still exists. Well, make a statement for yourself in due time. After all, it was also the product of the Shanghai Demon Emperor's sacrifice of himself, and it came from a great source. Jiangxian's mind focused on the human tablet, and with the human chi he now mastered, he invoked the will of the human way to search for the human supreme treasure once more. His husband was right. He just wanted to get rid of the longevity shackles as much as possible now. Seizing opportunities to enhance one's cultivation was one path, acquiring the human race's greatest treasures and suppressing the bloodline curse was another path. In the mind, the hazy continent silhouette reappeared. Compared to the last time, this time the induction with the human race's supreme treasure was obviously much clearer, and one could even hear the call from the underworld. Looking along, Jiangxian identified the location of the human supreme treasure that had called out to him, the central divine state. Just can't ING be in the Eastern Divine Kingdom? Jiangxian's face darkened as he cursed more than a few times in his heart. He searched for the fact that he was now so much stronger that he could completely strike while the iron was hot and seize another human supreme treasure to further suppress the bloodline curse. But I didn't expect that. The human race's greatest treasure was actually in the central divine state. Unlike the South God state, the overall strength to be weaker than the East God state a big cut. The middle God state, because the heavens and earth aura is the most thick. Now the overall strength, to be significantly higher than the other God state quite a lot, vaguely has surpassed the East God state, presenting Xin Tian the trend of the major God states first. It couldn't be helped. Although the Eastern Divine State was once the most powerful divine state in the Xian heavenly realm, with many eldritch families and Taoist lineages, after experiencing the ancient cataclysms and the great changes of the ancient times, as in the case of the Zhang clan, all of them were showing signs of decline, and had yet to be revitalized. And the central divine state is located in two great dynasties. There are many ancient forces. The strength of these forces, in the central divine state unique environment, there is no obvious decline, and now on the contrary, the more prosperous, strong, under the influence of the other side, the central divine state's power. Naturally, it is also foreseeable, even now that the great world is approaching, the chi of the central divine state seems to have ushered in a blowout, and occupying the center, the aura is even more dense. Almost all of the forces have given birth to outstanding sirens, with the two great immortal dynasties being the most popular, actually coming out with several sirens on the potential dragon ranking. How exaggerated is Nakagami State today? Any random passerby he met could damn well be a favorable contender for the subterranean dragon ranking. Heaven's pride everywhere and demons coming out in droves was never an empty phrase. The fact that half of the 100 demons on the subterranean dragon ranking were all in the central divine prefecture was evident. If he were to travel to the central divine prefecture and seize that human supreme treasure, there would undoubtedly be a huge risk. Of course, this huge risk, whether it is him, or someone else, it is hard to say. Chapter 181, Mountain Ancestor Summoning, Subterranean Dragon Ranking. Hey, it's not that I have to cause trouble, it's that I have to do what I have to do. Jiangxian sighed softly in his heart before suppressing these thoughts and looking towards Jiang Changshu, arching his hand in a salute. Many thanks to the ancestor for stepping in to cover it up. Jiang Changshu gazed at Jiangxian with a somewhat complicated expression. According to my thoughts, I should have passed on the essence of the Godao to you, allowing you to remain hidden and develop in secret. But, with your current strength and heritage, Godao is clearly no longer suitable for you. You now, when you enter the world to fight, take in the great power and prepare for the coming of the great world. Of course, this is only one aspect of it. On the other hand, the mountain ancestor had already warned him before he came, and if he dared to tempt Jiangxian to go deeper into the Godao again, he was afraid that the mountain ancestor, in his rage, would directly climb out from inside the goddess tomb and give him a slap in the face. With this thought in mind, Jiang Qianqiu did not say anything more. Mountain ancestor summons you. Immediately, he waved his hand and lifted Jiang Xian, heading to the ancestral land. In the vastness of the starry river, before the lofty god's tomb, the silhouette of the mountain ancestor stood here, having waited for a long time, and when he saw Jiang Xian's arrival, he revealed a pleased smile and couldn't help but jest. Kid, you've kept me waiting. Jiang Xian scratched his head and smiled sardonically, but his heart was in awe. When the mountain ancestor appointed him as the young patriarch, he was very puzzled, and the mountain ancestor's attitude toward him was very strange, a little overvalued. Seeing you again today, this doubt, even more so. He was an unassuming young patriarch, and his apparent natural ability was only 75 bloodline concentration, not up or down, not much, which was worth the mountain ancestor's special weight. Not to mention, Jiang longevity ancestor such a void god supreme powerhouse specifically protects the road. With this thought, Jiang Xian basically had the answer in his heart, and couldn't help but reveal a helpless smile. It seemed that the matter of his bloodline returning to his ancestors had long been seen through. Thank you, mountain ancestor, for lovingly accompanying the kid blindly. Jiang Xian gave a respectful salute. He was established as the young clan leader, but the clan had never connected him to the bloodline return, and now it seemed that it was not without the secret help of the mountain ancestor. The mountain ancestor was sleeping in the divine tomb, but he also took great pains to satisfy him and help him hide his information. This generous love could not be said to be unimportant. What? Not going to keep pretending? Shan Zhu laughed and teased. Jiang Xian smiled. Your old eyes are as discerning as yours. Boy, I can't pretend anymore. You're worried that there will be danger approaching after exposure. This worry I can understand and am quite supportive of. But, you kid can't even trust us old guys. It's a bit unreasonable. Mountain ancestor reprimanded in a pretense of anger. We old guys, living in the divine tomb, not seeing the sun for years. For what? It's not so you can crawl out and help you juniors when you need it? Jiang Xian's lips pursed slightly as a warm current surged through his heart. I know you kid can't stay idle. Are you planning to walk out of the Jiang family again? Mountain ancestor looked at Jiang Xian and asked with a smile. Jiang Xian touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. He did have this idea. Since he already knew that there was a human supreme treasure in the central divine state, it was impossible for him to travel to obtain it. It couldn't be helped. A mere 50 years of longevity really wasn't enough. Your kid is obviously meticulous, but you have to blindly toss. Also, this is for you. Mountain ancestor waved his hand and flung Jiang Xian a jade pendant covered in mountain patterns. The whole thing was quite ancient and there wasn't too much breath flowing out. It looked like an ordinary piece of jade. There's Jiang Qianqiu to protect the way for you. Those old things will be more or less scornful when they notice he's at your side. And normally, there shouldn't be any more dangers. But, there will always be some ungrateful things that can't handle the stakes. Just in case, I made this jade pendant to save my life. If you really encounter a life and death crisis, crush this jade pendant, which contains the power I left behind to form a true god barrier and open a spatial passageway, at which time I will come out and kill the curmudgeons for you. At least, in this Xian heavenly realm, there is still no one I cannot kill. Mountain ancestor's tone was flat, yet it contained an extreme confidence and dominance. He was a complete true god supreme power, and he was equipped with the mountain and sea secret art, so his battle power wasn't said to be invincible to the true god realm, but it wasn't anywhere near as bad. If he gave up his life to fight, a sight of the divine kingdom could hardly bear his power. Jiang Xian clutched the jade tightly and bowed. Kid, thanks mountain ancestor. I won't dissuade you from stepping out of the Jiang family, but it's still not too late to stay a little longer and dive into cultivation for a while first to consolidate yourself and digest your earlier gains before stepping out again. Mountain ancestor instructed in a serious tone. Jiang Qianqiu was on the side, holding back his laughter. Should he or should he not tell Shanzu that in these 2 days of work, Jiang Xian had already finished integrating and combing through all of his own inheritance and heritage? But it was also true that who would have thought that Jiang Xian had digested his own inheritance in less than 2 days? After all, Jiang Xian had seized the opportunities of the true mystic realm. Normally, after a heavenly pride demon obtains a chance, they all need a period of time to shut down and digest, as short as a few months, as long as 1 year or 2 years. It is a common occurrence. Not to mention Jiang Xian who had reaped so many chances. It's unbelievable that it took less than 2 days. Jiang Xian froze, and after some thought, he nodded. Don't worry, mountain ancestor, the kid saves. He does need a little time to settle down now. The group he chose for the class also needed time to cultivate a bit. Of course, there is also a very important point. Jiang Qiankun has returned to the clan. He wanted to see what the kid is going to do. Forced to carry such a big mouthful of black pot, not only did not have half a reaction, but also not red in the face. not jumping in the heart to flaunt up. Within the clan, it was true that he was not in a good position to go out and dismantle it, but he had to keep an eye on the other party and watch out for them. In fact, he was kinda conflicted about Jiang Qinkuan right now. Ancestral land trial Jiang Qinkuan sent people to assassinate him. This matter he grudgingly has always wanted to accept each other, but now, he in turn a little reluctant to give up. Reluctant to give up this with a very handy epic skin. Jiang Xian eyes slightly drooped, cold a few points. If Jiang Qinkuan can be honest, he does not mind letting the other party live for a while longer. He also saves to change the skin again. Otherwise, let's hope Jiang Qinkuan will be more sensible. Jiang Xian said secretly. The Jiang family gradually restored peace. A few days ago Jiang Qinkuan return caused a sensation in public opinion, and did not last long, even if the clan disciples again and again accusations. For Jiang Qinkuan injustice, the elders there has been unheard of, do not come out to respond to, but also do not intervene, as if put down the general, do not pay attention to. Jiang Qinkuan's lineage, up and down, was very puzzled and confused, and also secretly anxious. That line of elders, this is many times secretly visit the four elders, and even stuffed a bunch of resources. The four elders as a whole, just do not do anything, also do not reveal half of the wind, ambiguous attitude, so that people cannot feel the mind. On the contrary, Jiang Qinkuan proposed the matter of the secret realm of the Earth Emperor. The great elder there is loose. Jiang Qinkuan can take Jiang family heavenly pride to go, but only limited to Jiang Qinkuan their own lineage. Each of the other chakras is entirely voluntary. And soon, since the central divine stateside, indeed came the news of the imminent emergence of the Earth Emperor's secret realm, the clan disciples naturally intended, and there is Jiang Qinkuan playing the guarantee. Foolproof. One was the lure of the Earth Emperor's secret realm, and the other was the worship and admiration of Jiang Qinkuan. Trusting the other party, and with the two overlapping, the disciples of many veins were clamoring to follow Jiang Qinkuan and head to the Earth Emperor's secret realm. But, the clan elders and powerful people of the major lineages, will they agree? The ambiguous attitude of the elders towards Jiang Qinkuan made them mutter in their hearts, intuiting that something was very wrong. I'm afraid there's still a change in the battle for the young patriarch. Thus, most of them directly ordered the heavenly pride disciples of their respective veins not to be allowed to follow Jiang Qinkuan. And Jiang Qinkuan's face darkened when he was informed of these circumstances. How the hell can there be an accident? He had intended to visit those elders and try to persuade them to support him, but they were all turned away and shunned. It gave him the feeling that these elders, as if they were avoiding the plague, were avoiding him. He didn't understand why, with his current prestige, he would be treated this way. It doesn't make sense at all. And after the Jiang family had subsided for 5 days, and Jiang Qinkuan's side had been anxious for 5 days, a sensational piece of news came from the central divine state, attracting the entire Xiantian, the gazes of billions and billions of cultivators. The subterranean dragon list, that encompasses the younger generation of Xiantian, was updated. Chapter 182, Jiang Qinkuan? Shame on you. Central Divine Prefecture. Far East, 10,000 miles in circumference, covered by glaciers all year round. The endless snow plains were filled with frost, and the deeper one went, the lower the temperature became. And even if one was a great power of the Tao fusion realm, if one went deep into it, there was a risk that one would not be able to come out of it. However, the extremely low temperatures also contribute to the special weather and landscape. Clusters of ice crystal buildings, hazy and beautiful in the refraction of the sunlight. It is because of this ingenious scenery, Flying Fairy Pavilion Master of Finger cut off the river, ice, casting 12 jade building, built the headquarters of the Flying Fairy Pavilion in this Flying Immortal Pavilion, an ancient force of unknown origin. Anyway, since the Xian Heavenly Realm has been recorded, the Flying Immortal Pavilion has existed, and its long history can even be traced back to the ancient times, so its depth is naturally imaginable and unfathomable, and no one can see through the depths. It is said that there was once a void god supreme powerhouse with an unparalleled reputation, who wanted to explore the roots of the Flying Immortal Pavilion and broke into the headquarters of the Flying Immortal Pavilion alone, and even before entering the interior of the Flying Immortal Pavilion, he was enveloped in endless frost and transformed into an ice sculpture, which is still preserved in the Flying Immortal Pavilion headquarters open to the public in front of the Everlasting Life building. Flying Immortal Pavilion can inherit to this day. On the one hand, because it is extremely ancient, powerful, mysterious and unpredictable, easily no forces dare to mess with. On the other hand, lies in it with the world without competition. Do not compete for cultivation resources, holy land, and do not compete for the great world of luck, and the forces of the enemy, few and far between. However, the reputation of the Flying Immortal Pavilion was extraordinarily loud. and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was common knowledge in Xiantian, only because of the long life building of the Flying Immortal Pavilion, which is open to the public. That one submerged dragon list, potential dragon list, including the Xiantian major divine state young generation under the age of 100 years of all the heavenly pride, sirens, and comprehensive qualifications, cultivation and performance, every 5 years for evaluation, ranking, take the top 100 listed on the potential dragon list, show the world. In the beginning, perhaps no one cared. However, millions of years down the line, the Flying Immortal Pavilion has been standing, and the list of potential dragons it lists has naturally become an impartial list recognized by the world and noticed by the world as a party. Young ambition, who do not want to defeat all the world's pride, high on the list, to achieve a world of fame? Therefore, nowadays the potential dragon list is sought after by the world. Every time the list is updated, will be in the Xiantian realm of the major god state. Set off a small ripple, but also hundreds of millions of cultivators after dinner. Enjoy the matter. They all wanted to see the updated subterranean dragon ranking at the first time, wanting to know which demons were late and regretted falling off the list, and even more so, wanting to know that there were those newly risen demons who had ascended to the list and made their names known in Xian heaven. For this reason, they did not hesitate to pay a huge entrance fee of over 1,000 spirit stones. The divine son of the great Qian immortal dynasty, Nangong Fengtian, is burdened with a gnarled dragon Dao body, and with a powerful cultivation of the second level of the earthly Xian realm 3 months ago. He announced that he was entering the world to try out for the world, and it is rumored that he has already succeeded in cultivating the gnarled dragon grand art, and his battle strength is directly comparable to that of the old earthly Xian, so he can definitely ascend to the potential dragons list this time around, and it is not impossible for him to even impact the top 50 positions. A loose cultivator bragged about the news he heard from hearsay, showing off his own insights, and attracting many people's sideways glances, or open up the conversation. The first floor of the everlasting building. There was a lot of talk, full of loose cultivators, all talking about their own guesses. Which side of the demon can be on the list? Which side of the demon for a long time without news, or will be kicked out of the list? Zhang Rulai, the Buddhist son of the Western Divine Prefecture, Luo Xinglan, the goddess of desolate heaven of the Southern Divine Prefecture, Qin Zhan, the junior god of war of the Northern Divine Prefecture, Yingxi Hai, the divine son of the immortal Qin clan, who has entered the world to establish his own imperial dynasty, and Kong Wu Bai, the sacred son of the Yin and Yang of the Eastern Divine Prefecture. In the past 5 years, the demons that had risen to fame in the Xian heaven's major divine states were all being talked about. The dazzling battle records, outstanding qualifications, and powerful cultivation of these demons had long been spread throughout Xiantian, and most cultivators were familiar with them, naturally agreeing that they would be able to make a strong debut on the potential dragon ranking, and would be sought after and admired by millions of people. The young venerable Jiang Qiankuan of the Changxing Jiang family, the other day overturned the true mystic realm, together with the desolate heaven goddess, killed the void god. This amazing performance, at least has to be in the top 50 of the potential dragon ranking, right? A loose cultivator from the Eastern Divine Prefecture, or stored the family mentality, suddenly raised his voice and said. The scene was steeply quiet. The eyes of the crowd flickered with suspicion. The matter of Jiang Qiankuan has indeed spread throughout the major divine states of the Xian heavenly realm recently, and they have all heard about it. But most of them remain skeptical about it. Killing the void god supreme being on point. What kind of record is that? Even a heavenly father with an invincible name might not dare to say such big words, right? Besides, a Jiang Qiankuan who just broke through to Earth Xian? It was said that one was still just a young Zun of the everlasting Jiang family. Not only did he not have the name of God's son, he was not even a young patriarch. He was obviously just a demon of the Jiang family's second echelon. Could such a demon have that kind of astounding battle record? It's really kind of ridiculous. If Jiang Qiankuan battle record is true, the top 50 of the potential dragon list, naturally no problem, but if it is bragging out, an old man, who looked somewhat respected, smiled coldly, that Jiang Qiankuan is not among the updates of the potential dragon list is a small matter, and the eternal life Jiang family and thus suffering the scorn of the world is a big matter. Oh, that's it. Another young casual cultivator, not suspected of being a big deal, followed the coaxing. Historically, the major powers are the strongest of the young generation, only to ascend the potential dragon list. How to his Jiang family? Things have reversed? Could it be that the strength of his Jiang family's young patriarch is not as good as a young Zun? So that matter of Jiang Qiankuan overturning the true mystic realm is obviously bragging about it. This statement was made, and it was recognized by most of the casual cultivators. After all, even the Jiang family's young clan, Jiang Xian, they have never heard of any battle results. let alone a Zheng family's young Zun. I told you, I've never heard of the Zheng family's young patriarch's reputation and battle records. How come a young Zun suddenly appeared with such horrible strength? It must be fabricated and bragged about. I'm a bit worried about that Zheng Qinquan's mental state. When boasting about his own battle results, don't he even make a ventriloquist's draft? Killing a void god supreme powerhouse on point is a loss for him to think of it. Ha ha ha. The first floor of the Eternal Life building was filled with laughter. A group of loose cultivators, relying on their own little insights, spoke highly and commented on the world's demons, rather pointing out the meaning of the world. On the second floor of the Everlasting building, were the intelligence disciples of the various Tao lineages, each sitting aloofly, waiting for the update of the subterranean dragon ranking, and not reacting or caring about the crowd of loose cultivators downstairs who were discussing it. On the third floor, there are some heavenly pride disciples of the second and third stream forces, mingling, listening to and enjoying the comments and inadvertent compliments of the scattered cultivators downstairs, viewing themselves as superior. So happy. Fourth floor, hanging empty, and the fifth floor, is a demon of the various Taoist systems in the central divine state that have entered the world to cultivate. Among them, there was that divine son of the great Qian immortal dynasty, Nangong Fengtian, that the scattered cultivators were talking about just now. 8 feet long, stout as a dragon. Under the magnificent python robe, the bulging muscles were vaguely visible, giving a sense of terror of limitless divine power. The whole man was unsmiling and unruffled. And across from him, drinking with him at the same table, is the Dao son of Tai Dao sect, Lu Xuanji, who has long since ascended to the submerged dragon list. As the talk of the scattered cultivators downstairs entered his ears, Lu Xuanji smiled faintly. In the opinion of fellow Daoist Fengtian, does that Zhang Qinquan of the Changxing Zhang family have the qualifications to ascend to the potential dragon ranking? Nangong Fengtian snorted coldly. Zhang Qinquan stream. I'm ashamed to be listed with him. Chapter 183, Storm Clouds in Dakian. The subterranean dragon ranking. Lu Xuanji raised his eyebrows in surprise. Fellow Daoist Fengtian, why do you say that? Yin Yang's sacred son Kong Wu Bai. I had the honor to fight once. His strength is still okay. In the case that I don't sacrifice my innate aptitude, the victory or defeat is at 50-50. Nangong Fengtian coldly said. Zhang Qinquan is only a core disciple of the Yin Yang Holy Land. His strength is certainly far inferior to Kong Wu Bai. His true battle power, naturally, can be imagined. The rumor of toppling the true mystic realm with one's own strength naturally cannot be taken as true. Lu Xuanji nodded thoughtfully and couldn't help but smile. The rumors may be distorted, but they are by no means empty. That Zhang Qinquan was able to join forces with the desolate heaven goddess, which in itself proves his strength, and it shouldn't be too difficult to ascend to the potential dragon ranking. Nangong Fengtian did not respond, but raised the tea, lightly sip, obviously also agreed with Lu Xuanji's speculation. Only the matter of the true mysterious realm has made Zhang Qinquan famous. Xintian, ascending to the submerged dragons list naturally is no more than a simple matter. It is only the authenticity of the rumors that determines the Zhang Qinquan's ranking in the submerged dragons list, how many places it can rise to. Since that's the case, I'm a bit curious as to why fellow Daoist Fengtian would spurn this Zhang Qinquan and be ashamed to be listed with him. Anyone who has a gossipy heart, Lu Xuanji is no exception, but as far as he knows, Nangong Fengtian and Zhang Qinquan did not have any previous intercourse. At least it is also a demon with the stature of the subterranean dragon ranking. The battle of the young clan chiefs actually still can't compete with a waste of the divine entry realm. It's too disgraceful for the subterranean dragon ranking, Nangong Fengtian said flatly. A pair of bare eyes swept over with contempt. Lu Xuanji was stunned, then guffawed and nodded rather approvingly. What fellow Daoist Fengtian said is extremely true. This Zhang Qinquan has truly disgraced all of us subterranean dragon ranking demons. The two drink to each other, each with their own thoughts. After brewing for a while, Lu Xuanji said again. I heard that the ancestral land of the Dakian immortal dynasty is moving, and the ancestral artifacts are giving birth to visions, and they are all rumored that the Dakian immortal dynasty is going to give birth to another demon. And I dare to ask you, friend of the Taoist in Fengtian, whether this matter is true? Nangong Fengtian eyes slightly sunken. The bottom of the eye swept through a cold aura. This matter is not hidden. After all, when the ancestral weapon gave birth to a vision, alarmed half of the central divine state. They want to hide the Dakian immortal dynasty cannot hide. Moreover, that lineage had made a big deal in order to receive that clan member back and bring her up to the position of the Holy Maiden. And they hated to make a big fuss. With this thought in mind, Nangong Fengtian's heart stirred. The corner of his mouth suddenly revealed a hidden cold smile. A pair of bare eyes slightly raised, looking towards Lu Xuanji. His expression cold, calmly said, indeed, it's a leftover collateral lineage. probably by chance, awakening a not-so-weak natural talent. I heard from the clan that the eldest princess has already traveled to the Eastern Divine Prefecture, and I believe that she will be picked up in a matter of days. Lu Xuanji froze and glanced at Nangong Fengtian with a slightly deeper meaning. The Princess of Purple Smoke? East China? What's the point of giving out all the information? Borrowing their hands? Nangong Fengtian is at least a divine son of the great Qian dynasty, but he treats demons of his own race with such cruel and cold-blooded methods? Or did do it on purpose, throwing out bait to lure them in? I regard fellow Daoist Xuanji as a close friend, so naturally I don't dare to hide it. But fellow Daoist Xuanji, you mustn't make a mistake for me, and in a moment of inadvertence, slip up and say something, or else the eldest princess and that clansman will be tragically poisoned, and fall on the way back, and that will be a great sin on my part. That collateral clansman also died. The eldest princess is the current Diqian saint's own sister. If she died, not to mention me, the entire central divine state, it is estimated that a lot of people will have to die to accompany her. Nangong Fengtian glanced at Lu Xuanji and said lightly, before raising the tea in his hand and drinking it. Lu Xuanji laughed. Naturally. In his heart, however, it was already clear that that side clan member could be killed, and the eldest princess must keep her alive. At this time, the subterranean dragon ranking began to update. The austere chi surged, and the temperature of the entire eternal life building seemed to have lowered quite a bit. Everyone stopped talking and raised their eyes to look at the potential dragon list hanging on the eternal life building, waiting nervously. It was a plaque carved and cast from ice crystals with sacred true dragon reliefs, and it was said that this submerged dragon list itself was a not-so-weak Dao weapon, secretly operating in accordance with the heavenly chants. But no one has the guts to verify whether it is true or not. After all, outside the everlasting building, that void god supreme powerhouse that had been frozen, was still standing there. And the horror on his face was clearly visible. 5 years ago when the submerged dragon ranking was updated, half of the 100 demons came from my central divine prefecture. And with this update, how many seats on the submerged dragon ranking do you think my central divine prefecture's demons will occupy? Fellow Daoist Fengtian? Lu Xuanji looked towards the potential dragon ranking and lightly smiled. There will only be more. Nangong Fengtian was concise. Buzz. The list of potential dragons presented on the list for 5 years, such as ink slowly dissipated, and regained the flat, smooth, cold crystal light, refracted dazzling haze. A sacred golden line of rules snaked around and floated on the surface of the subterranean dragon ranking, gradually outlining the name of the top of the list. Top of the list, the divine son of the great underworld immortal dynasty of the central divine state. Underworld sky. Cultivation, Tian Yuan realm. Qualifications, unknown. War record, unknown. The top of the list is really still Hades sky. The result is not unexpected. So the discussion in the everlasting building, not intense. This is the third time He Kong reigns at the top of the subterranean dragon ranking. They are also used to it. Used to the unknown qualifications, unknown battle records of the He Kong's power. His position at the top of the subterranean dragon ranking, unshakable. This divine son of the great underworld immortal dynasty, He Kong, first appeared on the potential dragon list 20 years ago, and directly suppressed all the demons and took the top spot. And it is said that he was only 60 years old at that time. That is to say, if there is no accident, in the next 4 sessions of the potential dragon ranking, the probability of the top position is still this one. The underworld is too strong. So strong that no one knows how strong he is. There's still something different. Last time the subterranean dragon ranking, He Kong's cultivation was still at the peak of the earthly Xian, and now it's already in the Tian Yuan realm. Someone noticed the difference and exclaimed. As soon as these words came out, the crowd's eyes once again focused on the subterranean dragon ranking, and when they saw the cultivation level of He Kong's heavenly Yuan realm, they immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. 80 years old Tian Yuan realm? What the hell kind of pervert is this? At 80 years old to be able to ascend to the Earth Xian realm, it is already considered to be a demon with extremely strong natural talent, and the divine sons and holy sons of the major ancient Dao lineages are generally like this. But this good fellow has already broken through the Tian Yuan realm, directly throwing off the heavenly prides and demons of the same generation, by a large realm. This cultivation speed is simply desperate. Underworld. Lu Xuanji shook his head. A trace of bitterness flowed out of the corner of his mouth. This era is a great world. Heavenly pride everywhere. Demons come out in droves, who all want to compete with the world's demons, defeat all the heavenly pride, win the great world of Qi, climb to the top of the great Dao. But this one's presence is like a big mountain, straddling their front, making them have to be desperate. There's no ing way to catch up. At that moment, The golden threads of divine rules snaked out once again and continue to outline. Top, divine daughter of the moon-worshipping sect of the Central Divine Prefecture. Ancient Sanlan. Cultivation, peak earthly Xian. Qualification, descendant of the moon god. Body of Taiyin. Record, undefeated. The moon-worshipping goddess is actually at the peak of Earth Xian? Wasn't it only at the 6th level of Earth Xian 5 years ago? There was an outcry of shock and chatter within the everlasting building. Scouting Flower, the great divine son of the great Qian immortal dynasty in the Central Divine State. Nangong Qian Tian. Cultivation, peak earthly Xian. Qualification, hegemonic body. Burdened with 30% divine blood. Battle record, 2 years ago. Forcefully decapitated the veteran Tian Yuan loose cultivator. Mirage Dragon Daoist. In 5 years' time, from the middle stage of earthly Xian, he jumped to the peak of earthly Xian, and he even killed a heavenly Yuan. Lu Xuanji glanced at Nangong Fengtian and laughed. Your brother is really as strong as ever. Nangong Fengtian's eyes went cold, and his face seemed to have clouded over. He's the great divine son. I'm the third divine son. That's all. Strong, and only strong now. It's only a matter of time before I surpass him. Lu Xuanji shrugged and smiled playfully. 3 years ago, the emperor of the great Qian immortal dynasty suddenly issued a holy decree that he would select an heir from all the divine sons and holy daughters to inherit the throne in 2 years, and the holy decree set off a shocking wave. And nowadays, the great Qian immortal dynasty can be described as an internal dark tide, and the competition of all the major lineages is getting more and more intense, and it can be seen that Nangong Fengtian intentionally leaked the information about that collateral clan member just now. It has risen to the level of life and death. The 8 divine sons and holy daughters of the great Qian immortal dynasty. If we add that side demon that will be welcomed back soon, then that's 9. 9 sons to seize the throne. This is a big drama that is big enough to sweep the entire Central Divine State. Lu Xuanji secretly laughed more than once in his heart. The list of potential dragons continued to be announced, in order, down to the 40th position, and it was always familiar faces, and the list of potential dragons from 5 years ago, there wasn't much of a difference, nothing more than a slight change in the rankings, until 41. Lu Xuanji's mind was slightly tight, his smile converged, his expression was serious. He was ranked 41 last time, and now the top 40 have been announced, and there is no him, for which he does not have too many regrets. He is making progress. Those demons on the list, naturally, are also making progress. As long as he can hold on to his 41 ranking, it's not a disgrace. Available at. Lu Xuanji shook his head and shook off the bad thoughts in his heart. Compared to 5 years ago when he first entered the Earth Xian, his current cultivation had already come to the 4th level of the Earth Xian, and it would be just fine if he didn't make any progress. There was no reason why he would still regress, but as the golden lines of rules were outlined, Lu Xuanji's face, instantly, turned an iron blue. 41st, Young Zun of the Jiang family of the Eastern Divine Prefecture. Jiang Qiankuan. Chapter 184, Unworthy of Being on the List? The Great World. 41st, Young Zun of the Jiang family of the Eastern Divine Prefecture. Jiang Qiankuan. Cultivation, suspected to be at the 1st level of Earth Xian. Qualification, bearing 72 concentrations of the Jiang family bloodline. Battle results, suspected of moving the Jishi Academy ruins, suspected of capturing the human tablet, suspected of relying on the rules of the true mystic realm to reverse 2 void gods, suspected of teaming up with the desolate heaven divine feminine to trap and kill many powerhouses from the various great Dao units in the southern divine prefecture, killing 4 void gods at point-blank range. Quiet. The entire eternal life building was silent. Everyone stared at the subterranean dragon ranking in a daze. Recently, the matter of Jiang Qiankuan overturning the true mysterious realm had spread throughout the Xian heavenly realm, and they had heard about it more than once. If the rumors were true, ascending to the 41st position on the subterranean dragon ranking list, they couldn't say anything about it, and that astonishing battle record did indeed qualify for it. But, what the hell is this series of suspected? You're so proud to list something you're not even sure of yourself on the potential dragon list? An ing straight up in a position as high as 41? After a moment of silence, the entire eternal life building exploded. What the hell? Holy, this can be on the list? Hoping that as long as I brag about myself and no one breaks it down, then I'll be able to get on the subterranean dragon list too? Yeah, what's with the whole thing? Suspicious? We came all the way here to see this? If you're really not sure about the authenticity of Jiang Qiankuan's record, just don't include it in the list. What's with this? The casual cultivators on the 1st floor, the debate, the suspected introduction of Jiang Qiankuan, are very dissatisfied. The heart naturally think, Jiang Qiankuan amazing performance, must be his own bragging out, when it cannot be true. Is that all the justice they've been pursuing in the subterranean dragon list? You made the list by bragging? If I had known, they would have blown it too. But dissatisfaction is dissatisfaction. But no one dares to directly go to question the disciples of the flying immortal pavilion. After all, the ice sculpture of the void god supreme power outside the everlasting building has been watching them. They knew very well that if they dared to make too much noise, the ice sculpture would be their downfall. It's even probable that they are not qualified to become ice sculptures, and it's more likely that they will directly become a pile of ice slag and merge into the vast snowy plains outside. Nangong Fengtian glanced at the blue-faced Lu Xuanji. Depressed mood suddenly better, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, pretending to be sympathetic to comfort. Fellow Daoist Xuanji, don't gas. That Zhang Qianquan squeezed down the Taoist friends. Ranked 41. Water is extremely great. According to my opinion, it can be eliminated. With your strength, fellow Daoist, the 42nd position is not yours. And after eliminating Zhang Qianquan, naturally, it's still the 41st position on the potential dragon ranking. Hearing this, Lu Xuanji's face slightly slowed down, although he knew that Nangong Fengtian's words more or less carried a bit of yin and yang. But the reasoning was so. Excluding Zhang Qianquan's words, he was still the 41st on the list of latent dragons. At this time, the 42nd position on the subterranean dragon ranking gradually emerged. The corners of Lu Xuanji's mouth rose slightly, echoing Nangong Fengtian. Fellow Daoist Fengtian is right. It is me who is delusional. Before he could even finish his words, Lu Xuanji's face froze as the 42nd name surfaced. 42nd, Southern Divine Prefecture Desolate Heaven Divine Sect Goddess, Luo Xinglan. Cultivation, 6th level of Earthly Xian. Qualification, Xianin Sacred Body. Battle results, layout of the Southern Divine State. Many Taoist systems, killed a number of strong, teamed up with Zhang Qianquan point to kill 4 Void God, suspected, 3 days ago. 1 person solo battle 3 veteran peak D Xian powerhouse, and killed all of them. Luo Xinglan on the list. Ranked 42. Most people are convinced, especially her cultivation of the 6th level of the Earth's Xian. But also let a person marvel. The rising star has already caught up with a lot of the last submerged dragon's list of demons. Its future cannot be underestimated. But this look in the eyes of Lu Xuanji is a batch of diaphragm. Face is more gloomy like water. A rising star with a higher cultivation level than him? There's no such thing as justice. Nangong Fengtian suppressed his own jubilant mood. Daoist friend, don't be angry. This desolate heaven goddess is burdened with the Xianin holy body. Her qualifications are demonic. And now that her cultivation has reached the 6th level of Earthly Xian, she is indeed going to surpass your friend by a bit. But such upstarts are only a very small number in the end. I'm sure that the next 43rd place is undoubtedly you. Taoist. Lu Xuanji glanced at Nangong Fengtian. Face grimly nodded. This era is a great world. The birth of a few incredible perverts, but also normal. That the mediocrity is clear evidence. Pressured the entire Xiantian realm of the demon are out of breath. And now there is a Luoxinglan, but also acceptable. Not to mention, this Luoxinglan. Compared to mediocrity, the difference between the two is still quite a bit. It's a shame to be surpassed by a rising star. But at 43rd place? It should be me. Lu Xuanji looked towards the subterranean dragon ranking that was being announced and said in a deep voice. The regular gold line meanders, outlining the 43rd position. 43rd, Divine Daughter of the Immortal Zhao family of the Eastern Divine Prefecture. Xiao Fuyao. Cultivation, 6th level of Earthly Xian. Qualification, Star Sacred Body. Suspected to be the reincarnation of an ancient being. War record, none at this time. Lu Xuanji was silent. Nangong Fengtian could hardly hold back his laughter, forcibly stifling it and comforting. This is a great world, and there are many demons, so Daoist friends are relieved. But there are only so many up-and-comers. Besides these two, it is not easy for the others to ascend to the subterranean dragon ranking, so how can they possibly surpass you? Buzz. The subterranean dragon ranking surged with biting aura, and the rules were outlined in golden lines. 44th, the Buddhist son of the Western Divine State, Zhang Rulai. 45th, Lord of the Great Qin Dynasty in the Northern Divine Prefecture, Ing Sihai, former divine son of the immortal Qin clan, who has already defected from the Qin clan. 46th, divine son of the immortal Qin clan of the Northern Divine Prefecture, Qin Zhan. 47th, the 3 divine sons of the Great Qian Immortal Dynasty of the Central Divine Prefecture, Nangong Fengtian. 48th, Holy Son of the Eastern Divine Prefecture Yinyang Holy Land, Kong Wu Bai. Cultivation level, 5th level of Earthly Xian. Qualification, the Body of the Sun. 49th, Eastern Shenzhou. 50th place. As if he was deliberately satirizing Lu Xuanji, the speed at which the subterranean dragon ranking was released was obviously sped up quite a bit. Looking at the relatively unfamiliar names on the list of potential dragons, Nangong Fengtian also fell silent, and even the desire to make fun of Lu Xuanji faded quite a bit. He first appeared on the potential dragon list, high in 47, already satisfied. But, with him in general, just out of the world will appear on the potential dragon list of the demon. Actually not a few. It's unbelievable. The great world. Nangong Fengtian gazed at the submerged dragon list and couldn't help but murmur and lose his words, his rough eyes flashing with sharpness. And Lu Xuanji's mentality has now collapsed. It's not even if his rankings went backward, but he actually went backward by so much? What the hell? Are these late bloomers so good now? One by one, the cultivation realm actually exceeded him? The potential dragon list is still continuing to update, but the longevity building has exploded. Since the potential dragon list of 41 to start, almost do not see the previous potential dragon list of sirens. Actually all are new faces. Moreover, unlike the last submerged dragon list, nearly half of them are all the demons of the central divine state. This time, all the major divine states have all of them, and the demons of the central divine state who are on the list are even less than 30%. Everyone's hearts were in awe, and a thought abruptly popped up in their minds: the great world. Chapter 185, Suspected Spirit Transformation? Can you also make the list? Some sages had predicted that this era would be an unprecedented great world, and that the aura of heaven and earth, which had long been barren in all parties, would usher in a blowout. The silent 10,000 laws would be revived, and the fading great Tao would resurface, and that many ancient existences, and even deities and giants that only existed in the ancient texts, would open their eyes once again from the dust of history, and descend to the earth from the other side of the cycle of reincarnation. This time, the submerged dragon list is replaced, and the vast majority of the people after the 40 positions are newcomers. This is the sign of the great world's image. The hearts of all the people were stirred up. All of them were yearning. When the great world came completely, what kind of a new picture of the Xian heavenly realm should it be? However, Lu Xuanji didn't have the heart to think about it. He was now staring at the submerged dragon list with his teeth about to break. The subterranean list is still being updated. Not Kim. Not Kim. Still no him. 98, Zhang Chen. Cultivation, 4th level of earthly Xian. P.S. After the Zhang family comes out of the true mystic realm, without the rules to suppress them, their natural talent and accumulated reserves will explode in full force. And Zhang Chen's cultivation breaks through after he receives the Blade Ancestor's legacy. Qualification, bearing 80 of the Zhang family bloodline. Battle result, decapitated Mr. Puppet's doppelganger. It's now up to the 98th position. And there's still no name for him. Are you kidding me? He was ranked 41 on the last subterranean dragon list, and now his cultivation has been raised 3 times, coming to the 4th level of the Earth Xian, and the subterranean dragon list has been published to the 98th position, which is still not his turn. Lu Xuanji's mind exploded. His body could not stop trembling. If he was squeezed out of the submerged dragon list, then his face, it was considered to be lost. Nangong Fengtian looked at Lu Xuanji with some sympathy. The cultivation of the 4th level of Earth Xian, but also in the body of the Taoist body, placed in the past years in any session of the submerged dragon list, are enough to rank into the top 3, 40, and even the impact of the 20th, but also has a small possibility. But this term is different, really different. With the great world approaching, the Xian heavenly fortune is reviving, and there are many demons. The competition is especially fierce. Lu Xuanji is indeed making progress, but the footsteps of his progress are too slow, far less than those of them who come later and make great strides forward. The demons that have made a name for themselves in these years in all the ancient Tao lineages have basically all appeared, and there are definitely no more behind them. And in the end, these 2 Tao latent dragon list seats will definitely have one for you. Taoist Xuanji. Nangong Fengtian sincerely consoled. The last list, Lu Xuanji ranked 41, leaving aside the rising stars in the past 5 years. Now the competition with Lu Xuanji is only those demons on the last submerged dragon list. The ranking is basically in the back of Lu Xuanji. Naturally, it is unlikely to be able to win over Lu Xuanji. Lu Xuanji sniffed and nodded nervously, but his eyes were still dead set on the subterranean dragon ranking. The torment in his heart was something only he could understand. It can be like a day in the life. The biting aura surged, and the golden thread of rules continued to outline. Lu Xuanji held his breath. 99th place, the Changsheng Jiang family of the Eastern Divine Prefecture. Jiang Hong. Cultivation, 1st level of spirit transformation. Qualification, born with divine bones, suspected to be the reincarnation of a deity. War record, none at this time. 100th place, the young patriarch of the everlasting Jiang family in the Eastern Divine Prefecture. Jiang Xian. Cultivation, suspected to be at the spirit transformation realm. Qualification, bearing 75 concentrations of the Jiang family bloodline. Battle record, won over Jiang Qinkuan and captured the position of the young patriarch. Silence, is today's everlasting house. Everyone was dumbfounded by the last two of the subterranean dragon ranking, and were speechless for a long time, and there were even quite a few people who were even rubbing their eyes vigorously one after another, thinking that they had blurred their eyes. Spiritualization realm to ascend to the submerged dragon list is not without precedent, but those are more mediocre times. There is no outstanding demon, and, even then, to ascend to the end of the submerged dragon list also have to be the cultivation of the peak of the spiritualization. Has there ever been a situation like today's, where even the first level of spirit transformation can ascend to the subterranean dragon ranking? The most crucial thing is that this is a great age. Only the most perverted batch of demons were qualified to ascend the potential dragon list, and their cultivation was at least in the middle stage of the Earth Xian. Even if it was the unknown Jiang Chen in the 98th position, he also had the cultivation of the 4th level of the Earth Xian. The top of the list, He Kong, even had a terrifying heavenly Yuan realm cultivation. And in the end, you give us a spiritualization realm? And, also ING showed up too at once. And all of them are ING from the Everlasting River family? What's wrong with you? If it is not that the Flying Immortal Pavilion's subterranean dragon list has existed for millions of years and has been quite impartial, they all doubt whether the Flying Immortal Pavilion has received benefits from the Zhang family. Subterranean dragon list of 100 sirens. In addition to the top of the list Tianyuan realm of the Heikong, the rest are all clear ground Xian realm. To the end of the steeply appeared two transforming the spirit realm, is too damned abstract. No, that Zhang Hong, born with divine bones and suspected to be the reincarnation of a god, can ignore cultivation and squeeze down us veteran submerged dragon ranking demons. That's just fine, barely recognizable. But, what the heck is that Jiang Xian? In the 5th floor, a past subterranean dragon ranking demon stared at Jiang Xian, who was the 100th on the subterranean dragon ranking, and his entire being was dumbfounded. He, literally, couldn't strain himself. When this statement came out, the confused crowd subconsciously looked at it, and then became even more confused. 75% of the Zhang family's bloodline? The Changsheng Zhang family's bloodline was ancient, and they all knew that 75 concentration should be comparable to a Dao body, and Jiang Xian's qualifications were barely passable. But what about cultivation? Suspected of transforming spirits? Spiritualization is outrageous enough. And you have a suspected spiritualization? What do you mean? Combined. It is possible that this Jiang Xian is not even at the spirit transformation realm, only at the god entry realm? Entering the divine realm to enter the dragon ranking? Flying fairy court, do you want to see? What are you doing? Wait a minute. Another demon who had been squeezed out of the potential dragon ranking was staring dead at Jiang Xian's battle results when he suddenly discovered Huadat. Jiang Xian had defeated Jiang Qiankuan and won the position of the young patriarch. The reason for his ascension to the subterranean dragon ranking couldn't be because of this, could it? Quiet. The everlasting building was once again silent. Everyone's eyes, all focused on Jiang Xian's battle record. Then, collective silence. Nima. It's still a damn good possibility. After all, Jiang Xian's cultivation and qualifications were mediocre, with nothing to highlight, except for his battle record, which was quite different. Jiang Qiankuan ranked 41 in the potential dragon list. That Jiang Xian, if you win over Jiang Qiankuan, naturally should also be on the potential dragon list. But why is so weird? A Jiang Xian who was suspected to be a spirit transformation was better than a Jiang Qiankuan who was suspected to be an Earth Xian. Clueless. Everyone present was now confused, looking at this subterranean dragon ranking that was full of contradictions. For the first time, they somewhat questioned the authenticity of the Flying Immortal Pavilion in assessing this subterranean dragon ranking. They even want to ask the Flying Immortal Pavilion Master, when you assess the list, can you open your eyes and look at it? That Jiang Xian can really be listed in the potential dragon list? Fellow Daoist Xuanji, where are you going? At this time, when Nandong Fengtian saw Lu Xuanji getting up as if he was about to leave, he hurriedly asked with concern. Being squeezed out of the potential dragon ranking was already a big enough blow, let alone being squeezed out of the potential dragon ranking by 2 spirit transformation realms. He is now a little worried that Lu Xuanji will not be able to think. Lu Xuanji lost his mind and shook his head numbly. The real heartbreak is not the big fight. I'm going to the Eastern Divine State. HM? Nangong Fengtian froze, not knowing what he meant. Challenged Jiang Qiankuan. Lu Xuanji's darkened eyes regained a bit of luster as he gritted his teeth and growled lowly. I want to see with my own eyes what makes a guy who lost to the suspected spirit transformation realm able to squeeze me down. Chapter 186, Flying Fairy Pavilion. Can't be wrong. The update of the potential dragon ranking quickly spread throughout the major divine states of the Xian Heavenly Realm, and among the various great Dao unions and hundreds of millions of cultivators. It set off a shocking wave. with the level of discussion far exceeding that of the past. On the one hand, the Great World is approaching. The submerged dragon list has obvious turnover. Nearly half of the demons, all of which are the rising stars that have only emerged in the past 2 years, have even revealed their mind-blowing cultivation and qualifications, and have forcefully suppressed the previous submerged dragon list demons, and have forcefully ascended to the forefront of the list. In particular, Luo Xinglun, Xiao Fuyao, and Zhang Rulai's first class had received widespread attention. After all, their cultivation of the 6th level of Earth Xian and their ranking of over 40 on the subterranean dragon ranking were just too dazzling. This is a harbinger of the great world to come, and the discussion naturally rises. On the other hand, it was the 2 Jiang family demons at the end of the potential dragon ranking, who had ascended to the potential dragon ranking with a cultivation at the beginning of the spirit transformation realm, which was just too unbelievable and made people wonder, was this real? The reputation and prestige of the Flying Immortal Pavilion was there, and most people didn't dare to criticize it too much, so they could only focus their eyes on Zhang Hong and Zhang Shen, prying into the details of these 2 Jiang family demons, and reasonably guessing what kind of background these 2 sons possessed to be able to forcefully overwhelm the last submerged dragon ranking demon and ascend to the submerged dragon ranking. However, the more you inquire, the more confused you become. Zhang Hong is just, there is a divine bone accompanied, and suspected of reincarnation of the gods, naturally cannot simply to cultivation to measure, estimate the strength, if mastered some kind of divine power left over from the previous life. Ascending the submerged dragons list is also understandable. But what about this? Jiang family's young clan, Jiang Xian? Ever since the Jiang family ancestral ground trials, he had been in seclusion. Even his cultivation was suspected to be a spirit transformation, and his qualifications could only be considered to be moderately high. The only thing that was perhaps a little bit unusual was his ludicrous battle record. Beating Jiang Qiankuan? It couldn't be that because Jiang Qiankuan had the 41st position on the subterranean dragon ranking and Jiang Xian had outperformed Jiang Qiankuan, he would be listed on the subterranean dragon ranking as well, could it? Flying Fairy Court, when did it get so sloppy? Unlike the world. In the confusion Zhang Hong, Zhang Xin the reasons for the list, along with the spitting subterranean dragon list, the central divine state, and even the eastern divine state, the southern divine state, as well as the western divine state, many ancient Taoist systems, directly issued a statement on this. Dialogue Flying Immortal Pavilion, hoping that the Flying Immortal Pavilion can come out to explain the cause. If it is the assessment of the error, please correct the list as soon as possible, to maintain the impartiality of the subterranean dragon list. Among them, some of the top forces in the Eastern Divine Prefecture had the most intense and strong attitudes. Not only do they care about why Zhang Hong and Zhang Xian are on the list, they are more concerned. If they add Jiang Qiankuan, the Changxing Jiang family now has a full 3 demons, high on the potential dragon list. What the hell kind of concept is that? There are only a total of 100 seats on the potential dragon list, divided by the Xian heavenly realm's thousands of powerful Taoist systems. No matter which side of the Taoist system, as long as there is a demon on the list, it is already considered to be honoring the ancestor, which can be said to be unlimited scenery. But what about the Jiang family? One side has 3 seats all to itself. One must know that even the great Qian immortal dynasty, which was majestically located in the center of the central divine state and had wildly captured nearly 30% of the central divine state's qi, only the great divine son, Nangong Qiantian, and the third divine son, Nangong Fengtian, were ranked on the list of potential dragons. The Changxing Jiang family has been in decline for nearly 10 million years, and is now vaguely falling off the name of the Changxing family, with its current heritage and strength, not to mention the Daqian immortal dynasty, even compared to the desolate heaven divine sect. Such a legacy of not too long, are a lot worse. But a family can monopolize the 3 seats of the potential dragons list? The River family. By what right? The various forces in the Eastern Divine Prefecture were all alarmed and worried about this. If the potential dragon list is wrong, Zhang Hong and Zhang Xian actually do not qualify to be listed in the potential dragon list, then it is just. But if the Flying Immortal Pavilion assessment of the potential dragon list, and did not make a mistake, the consequences, unimaginable. In this era where a great world was about to descend, the Jiang family was sitting on 3 great potent dragon ranking demons, and no one could ignore, much less dare to ignore, how astounding the significance of what it represented. Therefore, they had to determine the authenticity of the subterranean dragon list as early as possible as a means of assessing what kind of response policy they should make when facing the Jiang family in the future, especially the Pure Yang Sword Palace, Tai Taoist sect, Immortal Zhao family. These Taoist systems, they have a deep enmity with the Jiang family, and can even be described as not sharing the same sky. If the Jiang family is really sitting on the 3 potential dragon list of demons, they have to send out the void god ancestor to stifle the crisis in the cradle. Half a day after the latent dragon list was updated, the Pure Yang Swordmaster, who had gotten the news, couldn't sit still any longer, and took the interdomain teleportation array to the central divine state, and then rushed non-stop to the Flying Immortal Pavilion in the extreme east, where he wanted to personally visit the Pavilion Master of the Pavilion of the Flying Immortal to inquire about the real situation of the subterranean dragon ranking. Like the Pure Yang Swordmaster, there is also the Tai Dao Sect Patriarch and the Heaven Slayer Hallmaster, a total of 4 people. All of them are the power holders of the top Dao lineages in the Eastern Divine Prefecture that have blood feuds with the Jiang family. However, it was somewhat strange that the head of the immortal Xiao family was not among them. The immortal Xiao family and the Jiang family had been in quite a lot of conflict lately, especially after Jiang Qianquan had previously killed the Xiao family's heavenly pride, Xiao Qua, in the king's city, enraging the Xiao family's elder, Xiao Temple, to lay down a huge bounty. The conflict between the two families had intensified, with a tendency to escalate the conflict and go into full-scale war. Logically, in this situation, the Xiao family should be the most worried about this matter, but the Xiao family head did not appear. This time, the immortal Xiao family's response to the submerged dragon list is unusually bland, as if it is not a matter of concern, and even, the Pure Yang Swordmaster took the initiative to send a message, wanting to invite the other party to visit the Flying Immortal Pavilion together, and the Xiao family head did not give a response. Flying Fairy Court. Not open to the public, the Immortal House. Pure Young Swordmaster and other 4 people took their seats, looked at the young man with the immortal style on the seat, and inquired in a deep voice, "Dare to ask the Pavilion Master, this session of the Submerged Dragon List Assessment, has there been some mistakes?" The mysterious, powerful nature of the Flying Immortal Pavilion caused the Pure Young Swordmaster and the others to not dare to make a move, and they tried to keep their tone of voice as restrained and respectful as possible, even in their inquiries. The young man glanced at the 4 Pure Yang Swordmasters with a calm expression, only spitting out a faint sentence. "Are you questioning this Pavilion Master's ability?" The Pure Yang Swordmaster and the others were stagnant, and they were a bit rushed. "My Flying Immortal Pavilion has been assessing the potential dragon ranking for more than 9.8 million years now, and has there ever been a single mistake?" The young man's profound gaze fell towards the Pure Yang Swordmaster and asked indifferently. "No." Pure Yang Swordmaster's scalp tingled as he hurriedly said. The other man's gaze gave him an unspeakably heavy pressure. "It is said that at the beginning, it was this one in front of me who broke the river with one finger and created the Flying Immortal Pavilion, and now nearly 10 million years have passed, and this one is still the owner of the Flying Immortal Pavilion, and his appearance hasn't changed half a bit. What kind of realm is it that one can live for millions of years and still keep their looks intact?" He couldn't imagine it, much less speculate on it, but he knows that this is by no means something he is qualified to mess with. "Then what is your intention in coming to my Flying Immortal Pavilion after traveling thousands of miles?" The young man revealed a cold smile, and a biting coldness crept into his tone. The 4 Pure Yang Swordmasters' expression stiffened, and a strong uneasiness immediately surged in their hearts. Not daring to continue sitting down at all, they hurriedly got up. "I'm sorry to bother you." And after that, grayed out. Looking at the departing figures of the 4 people, the young man's smile converged, and a touch of helplessness swept through a pair of eyes that were as old as they could be. This is the 5th batch he's scared off today. His Flying Immortal Pavilion has always been isolated from the world, rarely visited, but today because of that unreasonable place on the potential dragon list, there are 5 groups of strong people. All of them are all-powerful Taoist system in charge. "Tai Grandpa, could it really be that you rated it wrong?" At this time, a lively little girl walked out, snuggled up to the young man's body, shook the other's arm. Her 2 big eyes narrowed into a crescent moon. "I may be wrong, but..." The young man smiled and touched the little girl's head, his eyes lifted slightly, his gaze looking through the immortal house to the depths of the open sky, as if he were gazing at something, and couldn't help but go a few points deeper, uttering a very strange sentence. "He, who will not allow me to be wrong." Chapter 187:2. Jiang Qianquan? Eternal life is the goal that worldly cultivators pursue throughout their lives. But, it was his pain, watching one loved one after another, trapped in the great beyond, fall into his arms and turn into shovelfuls of earth. He, on the other hand, can't do anything about it. This is the blessing and the curse of eternal life. Given the choice, on that day, he would have rejected his presence. That person just needed a list of potential dragons, and his gaze casually swept through the vast Xian heavenly realm, and happened to land on him. He, then, was given eternal life. It's that simple, that casual. The one, who possesses such supreme power. Under that person's authorization, he created the Flying Immortal Pavilion, which assessed the subterranean dragon ranking every 5 years. In the beginning, With the complete help of his power, the heavenly mechanism was used to screen the heavenly pride demons under the age of 100 in the Xian heavenly realm, and a comprehensive assessment was made to enumerate the 100 potential dragons and demons. Then he fell asleep. He used the resources he had accumulated to establish an intelligence network covering Xian heaven to collect heavenly prides and demons to help him rate the potential dragon rankings. Of course, for the sake of the fairness and authenticity of the subterranean dragon list, after passing the intelligence screening, he would still use the heavenly mechanism to reapprove it. This lightened his workload and greatly reduced the movement of the celestial machine. After all, he had fallen asleep, and there was not much power that he could borrow. In this way, he numbly passed through more than 9.8 million years, rating the subterranean dragon ranking nearly 2 million times. Everything was calm and uneventful. Until this one, or the great world was about to come. Everything became unusual. Too many heavenly prides and demons were born on the Xian heavenly realm, and the subterranean dragon ranking received a larger update. Originally, he didn't care about it. It was just a matter of using the heavenly mechanism to carry out a few more deduction and tampering calculations, and to approve the information of the demons collected from the intelligence, one by one. However, on that Jiang Qiankuan who had set off the true mystic realm, there was an accident that he had never encountered before. He moved the heavenly mechanism, and under the deduction, he saw two Jiang Qiankuan. One was in the Yin-Yang Holy Land and the other was in the true mystic realm, both existing at the same time and generating entangled quite a lot of karmic chi at the same time. Which is true and which is false? Or maybe both are true? Even if he forcefully peeked with his heavenly chance, he couldn't see it clearly. No, accurately. It is impossible to see the Jiang Qiankuan of the true mystical realm. The one from the Yin-Yang Holy Land, at a glance, was an ordinary heavenly pride that was carrying out fly-by-night activities, in order to ensure the authenticity of the submerged dragon list, and also because he had curiosity in his heart. He carried out deep deduction and tampering calculations, and traced the truth through the most deeply entangled several karmic consequences on that Jiang Qiankuan of the Yin-Yang Holy Land. Then he saw Jiang Xian. Just when he thought he was going to solve his doubts and approve Jiang Qiankuan's true strength, an accident occurred once again in Jiang Xian's body. This Jiang Xian, him, and he can't see it. His deduction was met with unprecedented resistance. The other party seemed to be shrouded in mist, unable to see clearly, and even if he borrowed his power and moved more heavenly chances, he was unable to dispel half of it, until he moved too much power and startled the sleeping him. He, descending a wisp of his will, huffed and questioned the cause. He was terrified and truthful. After he learned of this, it was as if he had taken a look at the current Xian heavenly realm with his own eyes, and then directly set Jiang Qiankuan and Jiang Xian's strengths at the 41st and 100th positions on the subterranean dragon rankings. That's what led to the current list of potential dragons. Jiang Qiankuan and Jiang Xian on the list seems to be extremely unreasonable, especially those suspected. Is not consistent with the potential dragon list has always been fair, true positioning, but important? It doesn't really matter at all. This list of potential dragons was originally his need. He needed to keep a close eye on the demons born in each era of Xian heaven, which was why the subterranean dragon ranking appeared, and why there was him, and why there was the flying immortal pavilion. As for the authenticity that the world is concerned about, it is only an incidental product of the subterranean dragon list. He, who said that Jiang Qiankuan was 41 on the subterranean dragon list, Jiang Qiankuan was naturally the 41st. He had allowed Jiang Xian, who was at the spirit transformation realm, to ascend to the subterranean dragon ranking, and Jiang Xian could ascend to the subterranean dragon ranking. The young man withdrew his gaze, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. In the end, he's just a tool. The little girl looked towards the young man, her big eyes flickered with doubt, somewhat unable to understand the meaning of Tai Grandpa's words, but she still knowingly did not ask more questions. Her father had told her that this great-grandfather had lived for a long, long time, and that it would be best for her to follow his side, and that it would be very, very beneficial to her future. Tai Grandpa, since that Jiang Qiankuan and Jiang Xian did not rate wrong, then, is not that Jiang Hong rated wrong? The little girl eavesdropped on the inquiries of the 5 groups of people who had come successively, all inquiring about Jiang Qiankuan and Jiang Xian, but not Jiang Hong. But in her opinion, the potential dragon list includes Xian Tian demons, and all of them are at the Earth Xian realm. Jiang Hong, a spirit of transformation first level, is equally out of place. Jiang Hong isn't wrong either. The young man laughed. Don't look at him, he's only at the first level of spirit transformation, but his strength is not inferior to those at the Earth Xian realm in front of him. Jiang Hong, the divine bone companion, and the suspected reincarnation of the gods, his battle power can't be measured by cultivation. He used the heavenly chance to make deductions, and he indeed had the qualifications to ascend to the subterranean dragon ranking. Ha! The little girl's eyes widened in surprise. Tai grandpa, didn't you say that the subterranean dragon rankings are all demons, and that the gap in cultivation is basically the gap in battle power? Yeah. The young man stroked the little girl's head and smiled. But, he's an exception. Oh, the little girl's big eyes blinked. Her bright eyes flashed with curiosity. Jiang Hong, what kind of person is he? The waves set off by the subterranean dragon list update continue, especially after the Flying Immortal Pavilion's strong response that there was no problem with the subterranean dragon ranking. All parties were even more confused and moved frequently. Among them, the Eastern Divine Prefecture's Pure Yang Sword Palace, Heaven Slayer Hall, and other forces were the most extreme. The Jiang family was sitting on 3 subterranean dragon ranking demons, and they had to take measures as soon as possible to snuff out the first signs of their prosperity. Even the Pure Yang Sword Palace and a few other forces had secretly begun to make contact and join forces, wanting to strike at the Jiang family together, or in order to ensure a thunderous strike. Forces such as the Pure Yang Sword Palace also extended an invitation to the Immortal Xiao family, Eastern Divine Prefecture, Western Zone, in the middle of a 10,000 mile barren swamp, Immortal Xiao family ancestral ground, Divine Maiden, the Pure Yang Sword Palace, the Celestial Regicide Hall, the Tai Dao sect, and the Tianyi Holy Land, have jointly sent an invitation, hoping that our Zhao family will join in and strike together to overthrow the Jiang family in one fell swoop. The Zhao family head came to Xiao Fuyan's dojo and arched his hand to report, before asking for instructions. Dare I ask, Divine Maiden, how should I respond? Rumble. The ancestral ground steeply and violently trembled, and in the 10,000 feet of heavenly dome, endless starlight rippled out, diffusing thousands of star shadows, shaped like the circumference of the heavens, bright to the extreme. The dojo opened wide, and Xiao Fuyang strolled out. The entire person was bathed in starlight, a vast aura swirling around him, a dense wisp of star rules, lingering around. The bright starlight flickered, reflecting Xiao Fuyang's worldly face, cool, indifferent, with a palpitating majesty. Xiao Fuyao glanced at the family head and faintly said, do not respond for now. Wait for me to make a trip to the Jiang family and have a good chat with Jiang Qinkuan. And then, Xiao Fuyang's eyes were slightly raised, looking towards the direction of the Jiang family. The starbursts in her eyes rippled, and she said in a clear and cold voice, if that Jiang Qinkuan is sensible, those few forces of the Pure Yang Sword Palace, acting as a meet and greet gift, are just the right thing to do. If you don't know how to answer again, it's not too late to strike out together. She had finally achieved the Star Saint body, this time in seclusion. It also completely controlled the Zhao family. The fact that the head of the family came to report in person is proof of this. Whether it is power, or her own heritage and qualifications, she has now reached the peak. So, her attitude toward Jiang Qinkuan has also changed significantly. Jiang Qinkuan could only submit to her feet. If she couldn't have it, there was no point in her existing anymore. Chapter 188, Nangong Mingyue, you seek death. The Zhao family master's heart fluttered as he nodded and said, I respectfully follow the Divine Maiden's will. On the surface, he was the head of the Zhao family, holding the power of the immortal Zhao family. But as long as one was a member of the core bloodline clansmen of the Zhao family, they all knew very well that the power of the Zhao family would always be in the hands of this person. Whether it's the present, the future, or the past. Only, he also had doubts in his mind. The goddess entered the world because of Jiang Qinkuan. Originally for the Jishi Academy on the other party, why did it evolve into, now, trying to subjugate the other party? What is so special about that Jiang Qinkuan that he could make the goddess favor him, and even stopped his Zhao family's actions against the Jiang family more than once? It was so when he had previously refused the Pure Yang Sword Master's invitation to visit the Flying Immortal Pavilion together, and it was so when he was now holding off on joining the alliance of forces such as the Pure Yang Sword Palace. Even the previous deprivation of the Zhao Temple's elder position was because of that Jiang Qinkuan. To set off the entire True Mystery realm with one's own power? Or was it because of the opponent's 41st ranking on the Subterranean Dragon ranking? These things were truly stunning, and when placed on any demon, they were dazzling enough to move Xian heaven in fame. But, with only these, want to let the goddess favor and repeatedly take the initiative to give in. Is it not too poor? Perhaps. In the eyes of the outside world, the Divine Maiden's ranking on the Subterranean Dragon ranking was only 43 places. Not as good as Jiang Qinkuan, but he knew very well that it was only temporary. Now that the Divine Maiden had already accomplished the Star Sacred Body, the preliminary recovery and preparation had already been completed, and the Divine Maiden's next cultivation realm advancement would only get faster and faster. Surpassing those demons on the Subterranean Dragon list wouldn't take long at all. When the Divine Feminine truly powered up, Those so-called heavenly prides and demons of this era were not even qualified to keep up with the divine feminine's footsteps. There is even a great possibility that the goddess can catch up with those heavenly prides and demons of the previous eras, the people who carry the pivots of the various great Tao unification nowadays, and become the first void god of this era. It's not delusional. Every core clan member of their Xiao family knows it in their hearts. The goddess is here for the great world. Precisely because he was clear about how powerful and supreme the divine maiden was, the Xiao family lord was puzzled that the divine maiden favored a fledgling Jiang Qiankuan in every way. To put it mildly, is that Jiang Qiankuan really worthy? However, the Xiao family master was also self-aware. He was clear about his status and position. These things were far from something he could ask about. Immediately, suppressing his own thoughts, he arched his hand in salute and inquired, "Divine maiden is traveling to the Jiang family this trip. Is it necessary to notify the Jiang family first to make preparations to welcome them?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Fuyao retracted his gaze, thought for a moment or two, and rebuffed, "There's no need to make a big deal out of it, so as not to startle and anger those few forces of the pure Yang Sword Palace in advance. It doesn't hurt to keep more options open after all. If that Jiang Qiankuan really doesn't recognize the honor, there's no need for the Jiang family to exist anymore." "Yes," the Zhao family lord responded. At this time, Xiao Fuyao turned to ask, "Have you taken out that true divine artifact in the Yuhong ruins?" Zhao family master's face stagnated, and he said somewhat sardonically, "He has not yet been able to take out." Xiao Fuyao's brows furrowed slightly as he chided somewhat unhappily. "What was given to you 100,000 years ago? You actually haven't completed it until now? Goddess forgive me." Zhao family master's face steeply changed, quickly bowed and explained, "Yuhong ruins in that true divine artifact mutation gave birth to a special forbidden rules. The formation of a forbidden field. Only allow the Earth Xian realm below to go in, but the ruins of the internal dangers of countless, 100,000 years out of the no less than 300,000 transformation spirit, all fell in it, all of them died in it. No amount of excuses can hide the fact that you're trash." Xiao Fuyao coldly looked at the Zhao family lord. The starbursts in his eyes pulsed, and the entire Zhao family ancestral ground trembled with it as terrifying qi rippled through the layers, horrifyingly pressuring the entire Zhao family horizontally. The tens of thousands of clansmen of the Zhao clan, their faces were terrified and their bodies couldn't stop trembling. Even a number of old monsters sleeping in the secret land were awakened by the aura, casting inquiring gazes in the direction of Zhao Fushan's dojo, with a strong uneasiness surging within them. This one's anger was something that even they could not bear. "Goddess calm down, goddess calm down." The Zhao family lord's body trembled. This time when the Jade Balance ruins opened, it was led by the newly risen collateral lineage heavenly pride Zhao Tianpeng. That Zhao Tianpeng's natural talent is not weak. He has the posture of a supreme heavenly pride, and is burdened with the body of the innate, and his cultivation now has reached the 7th level of the spirit transformation spirit, and he has also collected nearly 100 heavenly prides of the various parties of the second and third-rate minor forces, so he can surely successfully take out the true divine artifact this time around. "When was it opened?" Zhao Fuyao asked coldly. "Back to the goddess. 10 days ago." 10 days? Zhao Fuyao's eyes were slightly cold, and she coldly scolded. 10 days of time, and no news has been sent back. The result is already more than clear. I gave you a task that hasn't been completed in 100,000 years, and now you're actually letting a side disciple lead the team. Is this your attitude? What? Think I'm easy to fool? The Zhao family master's face turned pale. Deep fear filled his heart, and his body couldn't stop trembling. He knew very well that the goddess was truly furious. With a fluttering sound, he fell to his knees. "I implore goddess to give me another chance. I'll let my son come out of the gate right now and head to the Jade Balance ruins to retrieve the true divine artifact for goddess." His son was also a Zhao family demon, and now his cultivation was at the peak of the spirit transformation and he was trying to break through to the Earth Xian realm. Now go forward to call out. Interrupting the rhythm of the other party's breakthrough will inevitably have no small impact on it, but he now can't take care of so much. The goddess, if the goddess descended the punishment, the old man has to be finished, not to mention his son. There's no need. I'm traveling to the Jiang clan on this trip, so I'll just pick it up on the way. Xiao Fuyao waved his hand, then looked somewhere in the void and said, "Granny 7 stars, come with me." Old me accepts the order. A ripple rippled through the void, and the pale voice of Granny 7 star came out. Immediately, Zhao Fuyao glanced at the prostrate Zhao family master and lightly dropped a sentence before stepping into the air and walking out of the Zhao family. "Only this time, if there is another time. You this family head if you do not want to be. There are people who want to do. Kowtow to the goddess." The Zhao family lord said in a respectful voice. Only after the goddess figure dissipated did she breathe a sigh of relief, her face paralyzed with misery. 10,000 miles away from the borderland of the Eastern Divine Prefecture, there was a huge crater that stretched across 10,000 feet. It was said that in the ancient times, there was a supreme powerhouse who transformed into a star and fell here, such as mist like dense starlight, long diffused, year-round shrouded in the crater, in which the power of the stars rampant, the special rules of the great Tao rampant. Over time, the formation of a side of the mysterious and unpredictable secret realm. Later, this secret realm was forcibly controlled and occupied by the immortal Xiao family, and named it the Yu Hong Ruins. However, every once in a while, the Xiao family would also release a portion of the quota, allowing some of the surrounding small forces of pride to enter it together, to explore the opportunity. And 10 days ago, the Jade Balance Ruins were opened once again, and Zhao Tianpeng, the pride of the Zhao family's collateral lineage, led a group of prides into it. It was just that I didn't know if there was an internal accident, but this time, the Jade Balance Ruins had not yet been closed, and Zhao Tianpeng and the other heavenly prides had not been able to come out. One must know that in the past, the Jade Balance Ruins were only open for a maximum of 8 days. It's been 10 days, why isn't it over yet? In a certain cave outside the Yu Hong Ruins, the eldest princess of the great Qian immortal dynasty of the Central Divine State, Zi Kaori, was based here, and the pair of eyes covered by the veil gazed at the Yu Hong Ruins, with an inextricable anxiety between her brows. She had gotten word that the subterranean dragon ranking had been updated. The great divine son, Nangong Qiantian, was still ranked third among the potential dragons, and the third divine son, Nangong Fengtian, had also made a strong appearance on the list, so the prestige of those two divine sons in the immortal dynasty was bound to rise once again and get more people to stand in line, and there were only 2 years left before His Holiness would select a successor. In other words, there was not much time left for their lineage. The time left for Nangong Mingyue is not much, and just then, click 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 dash, along with the shaking of the sky and the earth, a crisp cracking sound rang out between the heavens and the earth. The Yu Hong ruins shrouded in starlight was as if it was a jade stone that had steeply cracked and split in two. Boom! A bright starlight shot out, and the bucket rushed into the sky. Vast might, vast breadth, like waves of clouds, rolled and spread out, pressing horizontally in all directions, and since the raging starlight swept out a beautiful figure, to the direction of purple smoke, sped. A dense object was clutched in his hand. A palpitating supreme intent came to the surface. Zikaori's face changed steeply. This breath, this is a true divine weapon. Senior, help me, the sinister figure anxiously said. Purple smudge froze. At this time, from the Yu Hong ruins, another figure shot out, with a fierce aura rolling around him and a furious fire churning. He came after them at extreme speed, roaring hysterically as he offered his divine ability. Nangong Mingyue, you seek death. Chapter 189, True Divine Artifact. Voluntarily recognizing the Lord, Zhao Tianpeng was going to blow a gasket. He was ordered to lead a group of heavenly prides from small forces into the Jade Balance ruins to fetch the true divine artifacts. In this regard, he knew very well that the possibility of success was slim to none. After all, what hadn't been successful in 100,000 years? He, a spirit transformation 7th level, naturally didn't have that ability to do it either. This trip was nothing more than bringing that group of little celestial pride to their deaths, and using their blood to continue to wear down the true divine artifacts' forbidden domain. As a matter of fact, this is the measure that the Zhao family has been taking all along. Otherwise, why did their Zhao family have to release a portion of the quota to those small forces since they were already in control of the Jade Balance ruins? It was only that he had taken a fancy to that Xingyang sect's Nangong Mingyue and wanted to take in the sect, so he slightly sheltered the other party and left them at the end of the day, and didn't let the other party send them to their deaths. However, he didn't expect that after hundreds of celestial pride had sent themselves to their deaths this time, the true divine artifact's forbidden domain had actually been completely wiped clean. A true artifact, at your fingertips. He was excited. As long as he retrieved the true divine artifact, he would be able to enter the Zhao clan's ancestral land and become a member of the direct lineage. But, just when he was ecstatic, that true divine artifact actually took the initiative to recognize its owner towards Nangong Mingyue. He protected her all the way, wanting to grant the other party the status of a concubine and become a member of the Zhao family. And the other party didn't give thanks even if she didn't, but actually seized his Zhao family's true divine artifact, and after obtaining the true divine artifact, he was actually still unwilling to marry him, and even when he promised the position of a proper wife, he was still rejected. This is the way to seek death. He was unspeakably angry. Zhao Tianpeng sacrificed his divine ability, diffusing 300 fire snakes with scorching flames, and lunged at Nangong Mingyue. Nangong Mingyue's face changed slightly. Although she had mastered the fire Dao domain and her battle power could rival that of a transformation spirit, but after all, She had just stepped into the God entry realm not long ago, and there was still a certain gap between her and Zhao Tianpeng, who was at the 7th level of transformation spirit. What more? She had already suffered a light injury when she seized this true divine artifact. Senior, if I die, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for your lineage to find another holy maiden. Nangong Mingyue looked towards Zikaru, who was stationed in the cave 100 feet away, and said in a cold voice. Zikaru's eyes were slightly wrinkled. She was still confused as to why Nangong Mingyue was holding a true divine artifact, but after hearing the other party's words, she didn't hesitate and immediately stepped into the air with her bare feet and strolled out, waving her hand to invoke the great momentum of heaven and earth and overthrow Zhao Tianpeng's divine ability. And then, taking Nangong Mingyue behind him, he looked at Zhao Tianpeng, who was speeding towards him, and his venerable might pressed down horizontally, directly suppressing and confining the other party, and indifferently said, Junior, true divine artifacts are not something you can get your hands on. Zhao Tianpeng's figure sank, trembling uncontrollably under the other party's terrifying might. Deadly staring at the veiled woman in a purple dress in front of him, his face suddenly became ugly. Your Holiness? He didn't understand. Didn't Nangong Mingyue come from the Qingyang sect? That small force in the borderland. Except for that blazing flame Wu, even the strongest person, sect master Sad Cheng, was only a half-step Zunshi. This Zunshi in front of him, where exactly did he come from? Senior, is from the Zheng family? Zhao Tianpeng's tone is gloomy, but there is no respect. The other party is certainly powerful and unparalleled. Crushing himself is not much more difficult than crushing an ant, but he has the backing of the immortal Zhao family. After he had left the Jade Mountain mansion, he had sent people to investigate Nangong Mingyue and learned about the other party's special features, especially since she was also the fiancée of the Zhang family's youngest clan member, Jiang Xian. However, this didn't dissuade him, but instead inspired his desire to take down Nangong Mingyue, the fiancée of the young patriarch of the Zhang family. If she is conquered by herself, it is undoubtedly a very accomplished thing. Of course, he wasn't stupid, knowing full well what's at stake. Still dare to do so, naturally has its own rely. Jiang Xian's position within the Zhang family, very delicate. Not only the position of the young patriarch, there are many doubts. Recently there is Jiang Qinkuan rise, threatening his position. He expected that even if he dominated Nangong Mingyue, Jiang Xian would only take it lightly. After all, his back was the immortal Zhao family, and with Jiang Xian's current situation, he definitely wouldn't dare to mess with his Zhao family again and make enemies for himself, which would only make his position as the young patriarch even more dangerous. In addition, as most people think, Jiang Xian treats Nangong Mingyue as a fiancé, and is not attached to it, and is probably just defending his own reputation. So, his forcible occupation of Nangong Mingyue is equivalent to helping Jiang Xian to solve a trouble, and the other party is still too happy to be able to do so. However, the appearance of this venerable one in front of him caused him to be a bit surprised. Could it be that Jiang Xian really cares about him as his fiancé? Going out of your way to use a venerable protector? Jiang Xian shouldn't have this much power yet, right? Although Zhao Tianpeng was quite surprised in his heart, this was not the time to look deeper into the matter. He must now recover the true divine artifact. This was his chance to join the first line of the Zhao family. The true divine artifact in Nangong Mingyue's hand is the property of my Zhao family. I advise Senior to return it. Otherwise, the anger of my Zhao family, Senior may not be able to withstand it. Even if Senior's back is against the Zhang family, it's still the same. Zhao Tianpeng's words carried a warning. Even if the other party was exalted, he was still suffering from the opposing party's mighty oppression. He didn't have the slightest bit of timidity. Rich and famous, he was willing to take a chance. Besides, the other party might not dare to do anything to themselves, unless the Zhang family really doesn't know how to die and wants to go to war with his Zhao family. Violet Smoke's eyes instantly went cold. A mere transformation spirit actually dared to threaten her? When it's really rare. I don't know if I'm just living out of my mind or if I'm just really stupid. One Zhao family can't suppress me yet. Purple Smoke coldly smiled, waved his hand to invoke the heaven and earth momentum, such as a mountain-like pressure towards Zhao Tianpeng. The other party's flesh immediately clicked, crumbling out a crack. Dripping blood splattered in all directions. Oh, my Zhao family, I can't suppress you? A cold snorting sound rang out of thin air, and with it, there is a terrifying pressure of the void god, such as a vast river of stars, shrouding the entire crater. The bright starbursts such as the boiling general violent agitation, and even the purple smoky might, also swallowed and drowned. Xiao Fuyao walked out, followed by the hunched-over Granny Seven Stars. A touch of gravity appeared on her face, not realizing that the Dakian immortal dynasty had also gotten involved. However, this item was extremely important and was not an unusual true divine artifact, or else it would not have taken 100 000 years of light to wear it down. Among the hidden secrets, she also only knew a little, with the secret of the ancient times. However, it must not be known by others, or else there would be a mutation that would alarm that group of ancient existences. Under Violet Smoke's grave, wary gaze, he slowly stepped into the air. Zhao Tianping was instantly surprised, and hurriedly bowed. Zhao Tianping, a member of the Zhao clan's collateral lineage, pays his respects to goddess. Xiao Fuyao didn't respond, but looked at Zi Kaori, or saw the other party's identity. Her starry eyes couldn't help but deepen a few points. The great Qian immortal dynasty's elder princess Zi Kaori? At once, it was associated with the recent imperial throne fiasco of the great Qian immortal dynasty. As his gaze crossed over Zi Kaori and landed on Nangong Mingyue's body, the corner of Xiao Fuyao's mouth couldn't help but raise an arc before he once again looked at Zi Kaori and coldly said, "Hand over the true divine artifacts, and I'll allow you to leave safely. Otherwise, your lineage will have to find another holy maiden." Chapter 190, Battle with Zhao Tianping. Zi Kaori's face changed slightly, her eyes clouded over. She had heard of the Zhao family's goddess. It seemed to be about the Zhao family's great hidden secret. It was the Zhao family's most central demon. There were even rumors that its importance was above that of the Zhao family head. I saw it today, and it was true. At least, the Zhao family head is definitely not qualified to have a void god supreme powerhouse close to protect his path. The other woman's warning was one she had to heed. But, handing over the true divine artifact, she was even more unable to do so. The focus of this matter is not on the true divine artifact, but on Nangong Mingyue. True divine artifacts were indeed extremely precious, containing the power of a true god. And in this era where true gods were nowhere to be seen and void gods were almost absent, if an exalted one was in charge of a true divine artifact, it would be enough to sweep the entire field and dominate the world. Its deterrent speaks for itself. This was also the reason why true divine artifacts were nowadays, by most people, called quasi-sacred artifacts. However, her great Qian immortal dynasty had deep roots, so she was not so deep as to feud with the immortal Zhao family and forcefully fight against the other party's void god for the sake of a true divine artifact. The reason she couldn't bow down and compromise was because she couldn't let Nangong Mingyue down. Nangong Mingyue had not yet returned to the main clan with herself. If she could not strongly protect the way for her at this time, the other party's heart would inevitably have a grudge. And how could they ensure that the other party would sincerely join their own lineage, become a holy woman, and compete for the throne of Dakian? My great Qian immortal dynasty has no precedent of bowing down to someone. Zkaro calmly crushed a transmission talisman and transmitted a message back to the main clan. Then her gaze crossed over Xiao Fuyao and landed on Granny 7 Stars as she faintly said, "Your Excellency is a void god. It's easy to kill me, and it's even easier to kill my Dakian sacred daughter. The big one could have just done it. Don't worry, if Nangong Mingyue dies, I will definitely cut my own throat as well. The weight of a holy maiden may not be enough, but my status as the eldest princess of Deqian, plus the realm of an honored one, should be enough, right?" Granny 7 Stars could only look at Xiao Fuyao with a plea in her gaze. Xiao Fuyao's starry eyes slightly drooped, implicitly shook his head. It doesn't matter if he kills a saint girl who has not yet realized her identity, but killing a Dakian princess, then the situation is different, and will undoubtedly give birth to a lot of trouble. Especially this purple smoke princess, or the Deqian emperor's own sister. Although she is not afraid of the Dakian immortal dynasty, she is also unwilling to feud with the Dakian immortal dynasty for no reason. At least, not now. For a while, the atmosphere of the scene became somewhat subtle. Neither side wants to budge, but each has its own scruples and cannot be resolved directly by force. Nangong Mingyue stood behind Zkaru, looking at this scene, lips pursed slightly, eyes flashed with inexplicable colors. It turned out that these stood at the top of the Xin Tian, the so-called top Taoist system in charge of the life and death of hundreds of millions of cultivators, but also more constraints, acting forward and backward, when it is really funny. Immediately, Nangong Mingyue took a step forward and looked towards Xiao Fuyao, faintly saying, "There's no need to be so troublesome. The matter was originally started by Zhao Tianping and I, so it's just a matter of leaving it to the two of us to resolve. I'll fight Zhao Tianping, and the winner, take the true divine artifact." Xiao Fuyao fixed her eyes on Nangong Mingyue, her eyebrows slightly knitted. The other party was only at the early stage of divine entry. Where did she get the courage? Disciple dare. I'm willing to fight for divine maiden. Zhao Tianping, however, looked shocked and volunteered. This is a good opportunity to show his face in front of the goddess. If he grasps it, he will definitely be able to enter the ancestral land and become a member of the Zhao family's direct lineage, and even take advantage of this opportunity to follow the goddess left and right. All have a good chance. Nangong Mingyue's cultivation level was only a mere early stage of divine entry, and he could suppress it with his trusty hand. The so-called battle was nothing more than Nangong Mingyue finding a reason to give up the true divine artifact, as she knew deep down that it could not be done. For a while, he felt a lot smoother looking at Nangong Mingyue. If possible, he could disregard the other party's betrayal and still give them a place as a concubine. Of course, he was aware that he could only think about it. The other party was actually the holy daughter of the great Qian immortal dynasty, which was something he had never expected. Xiao Fuyao glanced at Zhao Tianpeng and didn't respond. Instead, he looked at Zi Kaori, and when he saw that the other party was calm and didn't have the intention to stop him, he immediately revealed a faint smile. Did he really give in after all? And it is true. Purple Smoke has long had the idea of letting out the true divine artifacts, only to take into account the emotions of Nangong Mingyue, so that there is such a thing. In the end, just do it to Nangong Mingyue. Now that Nangong Mingyue was able to see the form clearly, it was naturally best to give each other a leg up in this manner. Begin. Xiao Fuyao spat out a sentence indifferently. Immediately, Granny Seven Stars waved her hand to induce the starlight that enveloped the crater, transforming it into a dozens of feet-sized ring that hovered in midair. Zhao Tianpeng was the first to enter, spiritual energy surging around his body, 300 fire snakes diffusing out, his eyes scorchingly staring at Nangong Mingyue, a confident smile at the corners of his mouth. Nangong Mingyue then stepped in, her expression flat, not sad or happy. Perhaps, in everyone's eyes, this match is just her compromising and giving in, but she doesn't think that she doesn't have a chance. Zhao Tianpeng was indeed very strong. With a cultivation level of the 7th level of spirit transformation, he was going to surpass himself by a large margin. However, his own body is burdened with the innate fire path spirit body, ruling the fire path domain, as well as the heavenly fire, burning dance skill, many reserves and means, fighting desperately. It is not impossible to win over the other party, but just as the two sides were about to go to war, another person has appeared. Wait, Miss Nangong, you forgot your weapon. Amidst the gazes of surprise from both sides, the Jiang clan's strongest person stepped out, presenting a comb with both hands. A palpitating aura surged, shaking the void and causing ripples. It was precisely the quasi-sate artifact that Zhang Xian had previously seized from the fateful Fury Old Ancestor and sent with his people. In other words, another true divine artifact. Everyone froze. Not an initiation. Taking a true artifact as a weapon? Don't you think that's a bit extravagant? Even if your Jiang family wanted to help Nangong Mingyue, isn't it a bit too much to get involved with this reason? This is a true artifact. Even a void god supreme powerhouse may not be able to take charge. And you directly give it to an entered god in a dignified manner? The others didn't know what mood they were in, but Granny Seven Stars had a hard look on her face at the moment, and she intuited that she was offended. What is the Jiang family's intention? Zhao Fuyang gazed at the Jiang family powerhouse, his expression a bit cold. Zikaru also looked at the Jiang family powerhouse with interest. She was there earlier when Nangong Mingyue rejected this true divine artifact, and now she didn't expect the other party to actually come back. Obviously, it was on the orders of that young patriarch of the Jiang family, the young patriarch of a party's everlasting family. His fiancée, who did not have a flourishing background, but rather a lowly origin, was already extremely special, and was actually so concerned that he repeatedly gifted the true divine artifact, a supreme treasure like this. And such a barefaced act, it was simply unheard of. To be honest, she was now filled with curiosity about this Jiang Xian. What kind of person would be so abjectly honest about their own seemingly unequal engagement? Moreover, this Jiang Xian, it seems that he had even ascended to the potent dragon ranking with the spirit transformation realm. The Jiang family's strong man presented the true divine artifact, but his heart was doubly helpless. Even under the gaze of the two parties, his scalp was numb and somewhat tormented. One party was the great Qian immortal dynasty's first princess, the realm of the exalted, and the other party was the Zhao family's divine maiden, who was protected by a void divine supreme powerful person, and he, a heavenly Yuan realm, was just a bigger ant in the eyes of these two parties. If he didn't have the Jiang family at his back, based on his current move to get involved, he would probably already be dead. Miss Nangong is the wife of my Jiang family's young patriarch, and I have been ordered by the young patriarch to deliver a protective weapon for Miss Nangong. The Jiang clan powerhouse looked back at Xiao Fuyao and faintly said. Xiao Fuyao froze. The fiancé of the young patriarch of the Jiang family? Immediately, he turned his head to look at Zhao Tianpeng, his eyes inquiring. Zhao Tianpeng's expression stagnated and he nodded stiffly. Xiao Fuyao's face was slightly condensed. Her starry eyes flickered, thinking for a moment or two, if it was a competition for other chances. In order to subdue Jiang Qianquan, she could completely sell the Jiang family's face right now, and let it go to the other party alright. However, this Dao True Divine artifact contains a big hidden secret, and it is related to her next plot, so she can't give up. Even more so, he could not sit back and watch the other party help Nangong Mingyue in this manner. It's just humiliating. True artifacts, when who doesn't have them? Granny 7-star, lend your weapon. To Zhao Tianpeng, Xiao Fuyao commanded. 7-star Granny's face stiffened, and the feeling of being offended, once again, struck her, but the goddess's will could not be refused, and she could only honestly take out her weapon. A 3-foot-long stone staff. A mountainous, thick atmosphere pervades. Zhao Fuyang steeply twisted her head to look, her starry eyes slightly wrinkled in some confusion. This is a Dao weapon. You're a void god. Why don't you take a true divine artifact from the storage? Zhao Fuyang asked in a cold voice. Back to goddess. The true divine artifact that I was in charge of was taken away by the Jiang family Jiang Chansho 20,000 years ago. Granny 7 stars snapped. Chapter 191, True Divine Artifacts as Gifts. Zhao Fuyang closed his eyes and took a deep breath to calm his own violent mood before reopening them. But his eyes went cold as he looked towards Zhao Tianpeng and commanded in a cold voice. With your cultivation at the 7th level of spirit transformation, you're enough to defeat the other party with your command of a Dao weapon. If you win, I will allow you to enter the ancestral ground and become a direct disciple. At the same time, reward you with a saint-level inheritance. Zhao Tianpeng's eyes lit up and his breath caught in his throat as he hurriedly responded. Goddess, don't worry. Disciple will definitely suppress Nangong Mingyue and retrieve the true divine artifact for goddess. Spinning around, he held up his hands and fetched the stone staff. The surface of the stone staff surged with a faint pale light, with arcane Dao runic symbols lingering around, thick and heavy, as if it was a real mountain. Zhao Tianpeng tightly gripped the stone staff in his hand as he looked towards Nangong Mingyue and confidently said, even if you are in charge of a true divine artifact, you won't be able to fill the absolute cultivation gap between us. Nangong Mingyue took the true divine artifact, a jade comb, from the hands of the Zhang clan's strongest man, and it was warm and cool, transmitting an indescribable energy through her palm, into her body. Warm, soft, like spring water, but vaguely revealing an indescribable supreme meaning. Nangong Mingyue subconsciously mobilized her own spiritual energy, her own fire Dao domain, and followed the guidance in the underworld, instilling it into the jade comb, and then in the direction of Zhao Tianpeng, gently sliding it down, as if she was combing her hair. Buzz. The jade comb swirled with a burst of light as warm as moonlight. The void in 100 feet square froze. And then, the gorgeous fire light streaks. The void presents a silk floss. One after another collapses, like 3,000 green silk, scattering away. Zhao Tianpeng's eyes bulged out as a great terror enveloped his heart, and he hastily instilled his own spiritual energy to urge the stone staff to resist. However, the streaks of brilliant flames had formed a domain of Dao, suppressing and binding Zhao Tianpeng's body, causing it to stagnate for a short period of time. It was also this brief breath of time. The power surging out of the jade comb had already slipped through Zhao Tianpeng's body. Buzz. Zhao Tianpeng's flesh, which was in an oozing state, looked like it had been cut by a thread of silk, and also like the void. It became one line after another, dripping with blood and paralyzed on the ground. The battle, it's over. The shortness was disconcerting. It also disguisedly proved the power of the true artifact. The huge gap between the early stage of divine entry and the 7th level of spirit transformation could be filled just as easily. Of course, Nangong Mingyue's own profound depth and terrifying Dao realm were also important reasons for instantly killing Zhao Tianpeng. Without her abundant spiritual power, it was impossible to catalyze the jade comb to unleash such a powerful force, and without the suppression of her fire Dao domain, it was also impossible to form a suppression on Zhao Tianpeng, causing his movements to stagnate for an instant. Dawn Guard. Zhao Fuyang's starry eyes flickered slightly, flashing a hint of horror. This woman had only entered the god realm, but she had actually mastered the Dao domain? How is that possible? One must know that even for her, now that she was at the 6th level of Earth Xian, her Dao realm was only at the great completion of her Dao intention, and there was still a distance from consummation. The fiancée of the young patriarch of the Jiang family, the holy maiden of the Dacian immortal dynasty. Xiao Fuyao stared at Nangong Mingyue with a deadpan look, and steeply came to some realization. No wonder the fiancée of their young patriarch, the hallowed Chongqing Jiang family, would be a woman from a borderland. No wonder. The district into the divine realm will make the eldest princess of the Dacian immortal dynasty come thousands of miles to personally receive the guide back to the clan, but also to embrace the other party to become a holy woman and compete for the throne of Dacian, mastering the Dao domain with the god entering realm. This alone was sufficient. This is a supreme demon who is about to rise. Its potential and future, compared to her, I'm afraid it's not even close. One must know that with her profound depth, it would not be too much to say that she was the first person in Xiantian. This woman. If it is not necessary, try to make good. Do not make enemies, Zhao Fuyang secretly said in his heart. Immediately, Xiao Fuyao looked at Zkaru and smiled faintly. Your Dakian really has great luck, finding such a holy maiden. Looking at Nangong Mingyue again, he let out a light laugh. I look forward to the day you ascend to the subterranean dragon ranking. And then he said to Granny 7 stars, let's go. A loss was a loss. And she looked away. The loss of that Dao true divine artifact would affect her scheming, but she had a way to make up for it. It was just a matter of taking some time. This is originally a hot potato. If it is known to come out of the world, some ancient existence, should not be able to sit still. Perhaps it is the will of God that one should not get hold of this thing. The center of gravity of her trip was still the Jiang family. Jiang Qiankuan. As long as the other party could be subdued, this loss, naturally, would be of no consequence. Granny 7 stars nodded and waved her hand to call back the stone staff. Invoking the rules of heaven and earth, Xiao Fuyao stepped into the air and left. Nangong Mingyue gazed at the direction Xiao Fuyao left, subconsciously gripping the jade comb in her hand. Today she counted on seeing the gap between herself and the top demons. It was big. So big that the other party had never looked at himself squarely from the beginning to the end. The other party noticed herself more because of her status as Jiang Xian's fiancé and the Great Qian Holy Maiden. The subterranean dragon list? Thinking of what Xiao Fuyao said, Nangong Mingyue's eyes flickered slightly, gradually firming up her heart. And then, Nangong Mingyue looked at the Jiang clan powerhouse, and after some thought, she handed out the true divine artifact she had obtained from the Yuhong ruins. Thank Jiang Xian for me. It's not advisable to refuse a gift twice. I'll accept the jade comb, but the true divine artifact is too expensive, so I'll return it to Jiang Xian with this item. The Jiang clan powerhouse was stunned. There was still this operation? The true divine artifact that was valued by the Xiao family's divine maiden obviously contains unusual features, and its value is estimated to be higher than the jade comb sent by the young patriarch. The other guy just gave it back? He's a bit of a looker. Zikaori looked at this scene. Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly. She could see what Nangong Mingyue was holding on to, but to be honest, she was somewhat unable to understand. The other guy is your fiancé. You take something from him? What's wrong with that? Why do you have to return the favor? It was still a true divine artifact that had just arrived that even the Xiao family's divine maiden valued. Jiang family strong see Nangong Mingyue attitude is resolute. Also cannot say anything. Can only be careful to receive each other in the hands of the presentation of the dense shape of the true god weapon. And then retire. Return to the Jiang family. Continue to be his microphone. His heart was filled with helplessness. He really couldn't understand this subtle relationship between the young patriarch and Nangong Mingyue a little bit. No. Between you unmarried couples. Can't you see each other and speak for yourselves? Why am I running back and forth in the middle? I'm a heavenly Yuan, carrying a true divine artifact. It's dangerous, okay? Thanks for your help, senior. At this moment, Nangong Mingyue looked towards Zikid and respectfully saluted. Violet Smoke smiled slightly. When do we move? After I return to the Qingyang sect and report to my master, I will follow senior to Great Qian. Good, I'll join you and take the immortal boat. It's a bit faster. Zkaira summoned the Deqian immortal boat, with a hideous appearance, carrying an iron and blood fury, and introduced, this is my Deqian immortal dynasty's warboat, placed in the army. Its power is comparable to a Dao weapon. Nangong Mingyue nodded and boarded the immortal boat. The immortal boat started up, carrying a blood radiance, breaking through the void and speeding towards the Qingyang sect. Dare I ask senior, what is the subterranean dragon ranking? The potential dragon list includes Xian Tian's pride and sirens under the age of 100, with the 3 dimensions of cultivation, qualification, and battle performance, comprehensively assessed, and take the top 100 to be listed on the potential dragon list. That Zhao clan goddess from the party. How many places on the subterranean dragon ranking? 43. Where's Jiang Qiankuan? 41. What about my fiancé Jiang Xian? Violet Smoke's tone stuttered with some inexplicable meaning. He's in the 100th position. But he is the only 2 transformation spirit realm on the subterranean dragon ranking. Nangong Mingyue nodded slightly. Her eyes swept over the luster. This trip to the central divine state, and then want to defeat Jiang Qiankuan face to face to raise the prestige for Jiang Xian, has been a bit impossible. But she can ascend to the submerged dragon list, and overpower the other party in terms of ranking. 41. Well, it shouldn't be too difficult, right? Nangong Mingyue said in her heart. The everlasting river family. In that divine peak that was covered by a forbidden great formation. You're a cultivator of the sword Dao, yet you don't even have a sword in your hand? Jiang Changshu flung Jiang Xian a longsword. This true divine artifact. You can use it first and replace it later. Jiang Xian froze. You don't use it yourself? Of course I have it myself. I snatched the sword from someone else. Jiang Changshu said lightly. Rob? Rob who? Jiang Xian was a bit curious. A lousy old lady who had to court me back in the day. Jiang Changshou bristled. She didn't even look at what she looked like. I felt disgusted, so I gleaned her true divine artifact in passing. Jiang Xian's intuition was a bit roundabout. Robbing someone's true divine artifact when he couldn't see them? What kind of operation is this? And then what? And then that lousy old lady stopped pursuing me. A touch of sadness swept across Jiang Changshou's face. Change the chase. Chapter 192, The Scent of the Deceased. Jiang Xian was stunned. It can still be like this? Ancestor, this operation is more dog than him. He pitted Jiang Qiankuan, at least because that grandson of Jiang Qiankuan did not do his job, and sent people to assassinate him during the ancestral ground trial. There was a life and death grudge. And ancestor Jiang Changshou was so good that he couldn't look at the other party, and actually directly snatched the other party's true divine artifact. You do understand rejection. Wait a minute. Logic doesn't make sense, huh? Jiang Xian suddenly looked back, staring slyly at Jiang Changshou with inexplicable meaning in his eyes. He intuited that things weren't that simple. Jiang Changshou was made uncomfortable by Jiang Xian's stare and couldn't help but scold. What kind of eyes do you have, ancestor? How do I get the feeling that it was because the other party couldn't look at you that you got annoyed and took the other party's true divine artifact? Jiang Xian laughed and whispered. Asterisk 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 off. Jiang Changshou glared at Jiang Xian without any good humor. Old son was so handsome back then. I don't know how many handsome men and women I charmed. Pretty girls are no problem. What the hell is a handsome man? Jiang Xian was stunned, and instantly, his face showed caution as he stepped back without showing any trace and pulled away. Looking at Jiang Xian's action of retreating half a step, Jiang Changshou was silent for a moment. He actually read the meaning of Jiang Xian's this backward step. Spinning around, with a wave of his hand, he summoned back the longsword that was thrown to Jiang Xian and set it on Jiang Xian's neck, saying with a smile on his skin and a laugh on his face, "Even the ancestors dared to poke fun at me. Have you been too idle lately? Why don't I give you some sparring practice?" Jiang Xian smiled sarcastically. "You see what you're saying? My time is more expensive than gold. How can I be idle? This is not to see ancestor you sleep for so long. Now woke up nothing to do. Afraid that you are bored. Accompany you to nagging." Jiang Xian gagged as he clamped down on the blade and quietly moved the longsword away from his neck. He had already informed Ancestor Shan and Ancestor Jiang Changshou of the bloodline curse, and had also explained that he himself had been killed and maimed by the curse due to the return of his bloodline, and that he now only had 50 years of life left, and had made it clear that there was a human holy relic in the central divine state, and that he had to go there to obtain it. In response, Ancestor Shan and Ancestor Jiang Changshou expressed their support, and Ancestor Jiang Changshou was directly attached to the path for him. As for the matter of the bloodline curse, Mountain Ancestor did not choose to inform his clan so as not to cause unnecessary panic. After all, today's Jiang family, even the clansmen with 70 bloodline concentration are few and far between, and the impact of the bloodline curse on the entire Jiang family is minimal, at least, for now. However, Mountain Ancestor still made some attempts, taking out a superb Dao pill that could increase longevity from the Jiang clan's stash and letting Jiang Xian swallow it to see if it could replenish his longevity. If he could, he planned to awaken the other two void gods and head to the Forbidden Land of Life to search for the Dao of Life pill for Jiang Xian. But the effect was unsatisfactory, only adding a measly 1 year of longevity. This method will have to be scrapped. The give and take, after all, is too unequal. It was far better to help Jiang Xian obtain the human race's greatest treasure and raise his cultivation level as soon as possible. Jiang Changshou simply let go and returned the longsword to the other party. He also knew that Jiang Xian's time was precious now and that he had to improve as soon as possible. He immediately put away his jokes and asked seriously, "When do you plan on traveling to the Central Divine Prefecture?" With the opening of the Earth Emperor's secret realm over in the Central Divine region, it's also possible to go and take a look at it. Perhaps there are quite a few opportunities as well. Didn't Jiang Qiankuan say he had the key? Big can just bring it. Jiang Xian gently shook his head, silently putting away his long sword while pondering. Jiang Qiankuan may not be trustworthy, and, if there is no need, the secret realm of the Earth Emperor I don't want to get involved in entering. There will certainly converge a lot of submerged dragon-list demons. I am now with the cultivation of the transformation spirit realm is listed on the list. It is certainly a target. Once it shows up, there will be less trouble. Jiang Changshou nodded thoughtfully. In Jiang Xian's current situation, grasping the opportunity to enhance his cultivation, suppress the curse, and enhance his lifespan was the key, and entering the world to fight was in turn an irrelevant matter. That's right. With Jiang Xian's qualifications and strength, he was completely capable of pushing the world's demons across the board with invincibility, preparing for the opportunity to seize the great world in the future. But what good is, then? Jiang Xian only had a measly 50 years of lifespan left, and it was still a toss-up as to whether or not he could even make it to that future. Although, it had long been predicted that a great world was coming, and this huge turnover in the subterranean dragon ranking was even seen as an omen of the great world to come. But, when the great world actually comes, no one knows. 1 year? 2 years? Or 10 years? 100 years? An era, moving 10,000 years to start. Jiang Xian can't afford to wait, moreover, can't afford to consume. What's more, there were also those old monsters sleeping in the forbidden lands of the various parties, eyeing and choosing people. Jiang Xian hiding his identity and taking chances in the shadows was the best option at the moment. With this thought in mind, Jiang Qianqiu gazed at Jiang Xian, or thought of something, and suddenly snickered. But what if that sacred relic of the human race is in the Earth Emperor's secret realm? You'll have to go even if you don't. I have thought about it. Jiang Xian also smiled, his eyes slightly raised to look at the ancestor of Jiang Qianqiu, but a layer of vast clouds and mist surged around him, hazy and arcane, as if it was mixed with deep heavenly chances. Who is the ancestor looking at me now? Jiang Qianqiu froze as the Jiang Xian in front of him had his face and aura changed drastically under the cover of the hazy clouds. The entire person revealed a stern sword Dao sharpness. This is Jiang Bei. What a profound secret art of concealment. Jiang Qianqiu marveled. The tampering of the heavenly diffusion mystic technique. It's amazing that even I can't see through the reality. Jiang Qianqiu stared at the Jiang Bei in front of him. His eyes were a bit strange. A few days ago, the Grand Elder reorganized and cleaned up the Jiang family's internal affairs. Jiang Bei's lineage was found to be colluding with the Devil's Kuei Cave, and that lineage was killed and shut down. And Jiang Bei has been beheaded, right? What's the point of you pretending to be a dead man? Jiang Bei is dead. So, I am Jiang Bei. Jiang Xian smiled slightly profoundly. Ethnic skin Jiang Qiankun is certainly good, but with more, inevitably there will be mistakes. Especially, Jiang Qiankun is now a little bit wrong. He has reason to suspect that the other side hides bad water. Don't ing pretend Jiang Qiankun pretend more? In the end, they in turn give each other back black pot. So, it's time for a skin change, and when Jiang Bei dies, it becomes his limited skin. Jiang Bei was him, and Jiang Xian was him. You're a fancy boy. Jiang Qianqiu shook his head and cursed with a smile, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was not right, and could not help but say, Jiang Bei's lineage is being investigated. Jiang Bei is already dead. It's not a secret, not to mention that the clansmen all know very well, even those forces in the outside world, as long as a little bit of prying, it's also clear at a glance, and by that time, you're still not exposed? It doesn't make much sense for you to pretend to be Jiang Bei. Instead, it increases the risk of exposing yourself. Previously used Jiang Qiankun that false identity used is not quite good, then use not just. Jiang Xian shrugged, his eyes gradually deepened. Mainly, first the Earth Emperor's secret realm came out, and the potential dragon list was updated with it. Today's Central Divine Prefecture is sure to be in a flurry of activity, with all the heavenly prides and demons converging, and I'll be able to save a lot of trouble by pretending to be Jiang Bei, or else, there will always be some unforgiving things that will want to take me as a transformation spirit as a stepping stone. There are so many stupid people. How long do I have to kill them? Waste of time, waste of energy, delaying me from seizing that human holy relic. At that time, even if it's exposed, it doesn't matter. Merely, touching the bottom of the heavenly pride of the central divine region. Now that one's own strength. Among the younger generation, one should have the qualification to run the show. Only, one has to be slightly careful not to get in the gutter. Jiang Qianqiu nodded thoughtfully, and was about to say something, when he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. His face changed slightly, and he shifted his eyes to look at one side, and his expression became somewhat sad. Asterisk. Why is this awful old woman here again? I'll go back to the ancestral land to hide for a while. Don't use that sword lately, in case that bad old woman senses the scent. Old me won't be able to avoid another big battle. Jiang Qianqiu delivered a sentence. His person had already disappeared and moved back to the ancestral land. Jiang Xian blinked. The ancestor's reaction to this hiding rat, back then was really the other party pursuing him? Why is he so unbelieving? Jiang family ancestral peak. Xiao Fuyao entered the ancestral hall after being greeted by the greeting Grand Elder and the others. The 7-star granny, who was following behind, stalled in her footsteps, and with a slightly startled sideways glance, looked to one side, and the direction of her gaze was clearly precisely Jiang Xian's lineage. Xiao Fuyao had a feeling and kept a smile on his face as he secretly transmitted his voice and asked, "What's wrong?" Granny 7 stars shook her head, her mind rather unsettled as she responded, "A deceased person. Jiang Qianqiu?" Granny 7 stars nodded slightly. "The true divine artifact was taken from you. It was your own lack of ability. Xiao Fuyao's tone was a bit cold as he transmitted his voice to reprimand. Put away your small mind. Don't delay my big event. Yes, Granny 7 Stars hurriedly responded, but in her heart, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the goddess did not look deeper into this matter, or else she would really be a bit unable to respond. She actually didn't even have the idea of recapturing the true divine artifact. After all, the other party's strength was going to exceed hers by a large margin. Otherwise, her true divine artifact back then would not have been taken by the other party. She couldn't get over it, and even resented the fact that who is a good person who rejects people like that. Chapter 193, Jealous Peach Blossom Luck. I wonder what Divine Lady Xiao, visiting my Jiang family, is about? The Grand Elder sat at the main seat and inquired with a smile. The smile was warm, but the heart was full of coldness. He had already summoned the old ancestor, and if possible, he could not help but leave the other party here forever today. After all, the enmity between his Jiang family and the Zhao family was already well known, especially after the incident in Wangchang. It was even more intense, and the elders and disciples from both sides who were outside had already fought several times, with many casualties. I came here this time to properly resolve the feud between my Zhao Jiang family, Xiao Fuyao said with a faint smile. Oh, how do I fix it? I, the Zhao family, would like to compensate the Jiang family for 10 Dao pills, 100 king pills, 3 cultivation spirit mountains, and a number of spirit weapons, and I would like to turn our differences with the Jiang family into jade and peace, and form a friendship between the two families, so that we can work together for a great world. Xiao Fuyao waved his hand, and Granny 7 Stars stepped out and handed out a storage ring. The Grand Elder froze and didn't take the storage ring, but instead looked at Zhao Fushan with a slightly deeper meaning and tried. Is this the Zhao family's idea, or is it the idea of you alone, Goddess Zhao? This compensation, the handwriting could not be said to be too big. Even if he were to shell out, it would hurt his flesh a bit, but the other party did not hesitate for half a second and took the initiative to compensate. This Zhao goddess's position within the Zhao family was unusual. At least, if it's just a goddess position, it can't shell out that compensation. Also, he was wary of the purpose of his opponent's move. There is no free lunch. Seemingly gratuitous payment, secretly must be to seize more benefits. Great Elder can rest assured that I have come with sincerity. Xiao Fuyao smiled faintly. Previously, the matter of the King's City. I already understand clearly the beginning and the end. It is indeed my Zhao family that is at fault, and the Zhao temple that manages the King's City branch. I have also outlawed his position as an elder. The Grand Elder's heart flinched. The Zhao temple elder position was outlawed by Xiao Fuyao? The meaning behind the words shocked him. Could it be that today's immortal Zhao family is already headed by this Zhao goddess? A goddess in charge of the family? The entire Xian heaven realm, throughout the ages, had never had such a precedent. There have been rumors in the outside world that the Zhao family's goddess is burdened with a great hidden secret, and her importance within the Zhao family is extraordinary, and today I have seen that she is even above the rumors. The Grand Elder shook inwardly, but on the surface he did not move, looking at Zhao Fushan lightly, and said in a salty manner, Zhao Divine Maiden is still opening up and explaining her intentions for the better, or else, it will be hard for my Jiang family to believe that the Zhao family is really holding sincerity to come. Zhao Fu shook his head and lost his smile. Since that's the case, I'll simply say it explicitly. I was once in the true mystic realm, and I had the honor of seeing the Jiang family's Jiang Qinkuan style, and I quite recognized it, and I want to make friends with him. For Jiang Qinkuan? The Grand Elder froze. This was something he had not envisioned. Because of the rebuke from the mountain ancestor and the ancestor Jiang Changsho, his current attitude towards Jiang Qinkuan was subtle, even respectful. In fact, he has a hidden guess in his heart. The outside world rumors of those amazing acts of Jiang Qinkuan. I am afraid that it is not true. The one who overturned the true mystery realm. It is likely that there is someone else, but that's none of his business anymore. Ancestor Jiang Changsho told them to do business as usual, so they will do business as usual. Jiang Qinkuan is within the clan. Goddess Xiao should just go straight there. The Grand Elder silently accepted the storage ring and then began to send off the guests, not having the heart for nonsense at all. Everything about Jiang Qinkuan, he didn't want to get involved. This operation in turn put Zhao Fuchan whole of a stunned. Not, I visit in the name of the Zhao family. You at least cited Jiang Qinkuan it? Directly let me go over to him. What does this mean? However, this was also as she wished. Without the intervention of the Grand Elder, she could better test Jiang Qinkuan's heart. Thus, without further ado, Zhao Fuyao got up and left the ancestral peak, arriving at Jiang Qinkuan's dojo. I didn't know that Goddess Xiao had come, so I'm not surprised that I've missed the welcome. The moment Xiao Fuyao stepped into the dojo, Jiang Qinkuan had already stepped out with a bright smile and a warm welcome, but the other party's enthusiastic energy Xiao Fuyao a little confused. Movement stalled. Intuition that something is not right. Xiao Fuyao looked deeply at Zhang Qianquan. A touch of strangeness swept across the bottom of his eyes. When you ordered the Zhang clan's strongest men to surround and kill me in the true mystic realm, you weren't like this. Fellow Daoist Jiang. Once we parted ways in the true mysterious realm, you and I both ascended to more than 40 places on the potential dragon ranking. It's a beautiful story. Xiao Fuyao suppressed the strangeness in his heart and laughed softly. Zhang Qianquan's face stiffened slightly, but it quickly returned to its natural state. How he came to be the 41st in the list of potential dragons, he knows it by heart, and the water is bigger than the sea. It seems that the other party is here because of Zhang Xian. Zhang Qianquan had a guess in his heart, and immediately laughed coldly. Zhang Xian, really great peach blossom luck, even without showing his face, actually attracted the Xiao family goddess to fall in love with him. Imagine a party of goddesses taking the initiative to visit. Is this not devotion? Or what? First the desolate heaven goddess, and now the Xiao family goddess. Was Zhang Xian really that attractive? Zhang Qianquan couldn't help but feel a little jealous in his heart. Back then, even the desolate heaven goddess's unsolicited marriage could be rejected without hesitation. And now this, with Zhang Xian's nature, I guess it's also a cold refusal, right? Still too young to understand. Fortunately for you, let me take your place in your voluptuousness. Zhang Qianquan had a whole bunch of activities going on in his mind, and a slightly frivolous smile couldn't help but appear on his face. Fellow Daoist Zhao is joking. It's an honor to be listed on the subterranean dragon ranking with you. Xiao Fuyao frowned slightly. The other party's smile already made her a little uncomfortable. The other party's words were doubly strange. In her intuitive impression, Zhang Qianquan shouldn't be like this. Along with Zhang Qianquan, he entered the dojo, and the two sat opposite each other, making tea and sipping it. The two had a conversation. Xiao Fuyao tried a little bit, but it was on point. But Zhang Qianquan's words are always mixed with compliments and silk, pleasing. Not only did this not make Xiao Fuyao's heart feel good, but on the contrary, it made her heart even more doubtful and puzzled. Is this person really Zhang Qianquan? Why was it so different from the Zhang Qianquan that he had seen in the true mystery realm? The feeling of discomfort grew stronger. Xiao Fuyao also did not bother to test the waters again, and said bluntly, I was doubly surprised to hear that Zhang Daoyu still resides in the Zhang family in the position of the lesser reverend, and I am doubly surprised to hear that with Zhang Daoyu's stature, there's no reason why you shouldn't be the lesser patriarch, or even take on the position of the Zhang family's godson, which is by no means too much. True mysterious realm line. I am quite recognized to Zhang Daoyu. I think Zhang Daoyu is a person who can be befriended. If you do not give up, I would like to raise the Zhao family's strength to help Zhang Daoyu overpower Jiang Xian and seize the position of the young patriarch. I only hope that, in the future, if I have a need, Daoyu Jiang can also come to my aid. Zhang Qianquan was stunned. There was such a good thing? The heart was in ecstasy. Gang Xian didn't think so. The Zhao goddess who has fallen in love with you is now going to turn around and suppress you to help me seize the position of the young patriarch. Didn't you latch on to my identity and have fun with it? Now it's self-inflicted. Serves you right. Zhang Qianquan was happy in his heart. While on the surface, he was trying hard to maintain his composure and nodded heavily. I'm also very honored to be able to befriend Daoist friend Zhao. Since that's the case, I'll accept the goodwill of fellow Daoist Zhao. Xiao Fuyao's starry eyes flickered and she was silent for a while. The other party's reaction was really beyond her knowledge of Zhang Qianquan. So much so, that her desire to take the other party under her wing had now faded quite a bit. Immediately, he didn't bother to say much and directly got up to take his leave. On the occasion of parting, Xiao Fuyao turned back to Zhang Qianquan and said seriously, Fellow Daoist Jian, I still appreciate your unruly appearance in the true mystic realm more. Xiao Fuyao left, leaving Zhang Qianquan alone in the same place for a long time and a days. The Untamed Look? Chapter 194, God's Favor. Forbidden Land of Life. Xiao Fuyao left, but in the Zhang family, it gradually made a lot of waves, especially after the Grand Elder announced that the Zhang family will be reconciled with the Zhao family from now on. Those disciples who already admired and worshipped Zhang Qianquan were even more boisterous and excited. It was self-evident what it meant when the two families reconciled and the Zhao family goddess personally visited Zhang Qianquan. Zhao family goddess is the 43 position of the submerged dragon list of the demon, second only to Qianquan Yongzun. Even she is inclined to Qianquan Yongzun. Ask, the distance from Qianquan Yongzun to assume the position of the young patriarch, will it still be far away? After all, if he had the Zhao family's help, Yongzun Qianquan would have the background of two ancient Dao lineages, the Yinyang sacred land and the immortal Zhao family. So how would Zhang Xian be able to contend with them? Even if Zhang Xian hadn't refused the desolate heaven goddess sex marriage in the first place, it would probably have been hard enough. For a while, the public opinion trend, which had already subsided, was once again set off. Many Zhang family disciples once again shouted, wanting Zhang Xian to abdicate in favor of the virtuous, and there were quite a few who even disregarded the orders of their own lineage of clan elders and secretly responded to Zhang Qianquan, wanting to follow the other party to the secret realm of the Earth Emperor. This can be Zhang Qianquan was very happy, called Xiao Fuyao as his fate of the real girl. He obviously didn't realize that it was all the clan elders of his lineage, who were secretly pushing the envelope. Inciting the clan's disciples and manipulating public opinion was a trick that clan elders were well versed in, and the public opinion that tended to boil over within the Zhang family reached its peak with the arrival of another person. About half a day after Xiao Fuyao left the Zhang family, a lofty divine mountain fell from the sky and hovered outside the Zhang family's gate. Guardian Clan 1, Zhang family, Zhang Wufei, has come to visit the Zhang family. Zhang Wuxi stood on top of the divine mountain and spat out a divine voice, which was not loud, but spread across the 100 divine peaks of the Zhang clan that spanned dozens of miles. The Grand Elder stepped out and welcomed the other party into the ancestral peak ancestral hall. Countless people up and down the Zhang clan were startled, and they all cast a gaze of astonishment. Zhao family goddess visit. They have already shaken. Intuition Qianquan Young Zun charm infinite. Even the potential dragon list 43 Xiao Fushan can attract. Folded. But never thought that Qianquan Young Zun's charm is actually so big. Actually even the Ginger family, this virtual god supreme, have attracted over? When really? Unisex? It was no wonder that they thought so. After all, this Zhang Wufei, the only thing that had crossed his Zhang family's path recently was the true mystic realm matter. Now that he had taken the initiative to visit, it was obvious that he had come because of the Qianquan Young Zun. It can't be, because he defeated the ancestor Zhang Qianshou with a palm back then, right? That was all some kind of stale matter. Kid, you'll call Jiang Xia over later. Ancestor Zhang Qianshou, who had been hiding for half a day, sensed Zhang Wuxi's aura and walked out from his ancestral land, appearing beside Jiang Xian. I'm going to fight him again. Zhang Xian was fiddling with the dense true divine artifact that Nangong Mingyue had returned to him at this time. When he heard his ancestor's voice, he couldn't help but look sideways at the other party, a little perplexed. When the old flame comes, you don't even have a big battle. How come when Jiang Xia comes, you're all combative and up in the air? Zhang Qianshou didn't hear the flirtation in Zhang Xian's words, and cheerfully responded. Back then, I failed miserably at the hands of the other party, and my Dao heart nearly collapsed, and afterward, even though I got the inheritance of my master, and stepped into the Go Dao, and my strength skyrocketed. At that time, Zhang Wuxi had already proved to be unbeatable, and hid his tracks, and withdrew from the Xian heavenly stage. I wanted to avenge the revenge of that year, but I was never able to do so. Now that Jiang Xia is under your hand, of course I have to make good use of it. Zhang Xian gave an undeniable smile and ignored the other party, continuing to study the true divine artifact in his hand. That little ninny was interesting. She had given her a true divine artifact herself, and she had actually returned the favor with one. The point was, according to the person who had sent the message, it was still something that the other party had taken from Xiao Fuyao. The true divine artifact that the Xiao family's divine maiden valued might not be that simple. It is also true that he studied for half a day. Not only could not refine it, but even could not catalyze it. Zhang Qianshou also just noticed the true divine artifact in Zhang Xian's hand, and couldn't help but stare. Startled. Where did you kid get another true divine artifact from? Zhang Xian told the truth. Zhang Qianshou was instantly astonished. There was such a strange woman? No. Look at the others, and then look at Granny 7 Stars. It wasn't just that he gripped a true divine artifact from her and froze and hunted him for half his life. The difference between people and people, how can it be so big? Zhang Qianshou couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Xian's sidelong glance, heard the meaning in the words of the ancestor. Suddenly a burst of white eyes. How do you look at the old man also does not occupy the reason how to have a conscience to say this? Can the ancestor see through the hidden secrets of this true divine artifact? Zhang Xian asked as he handed the dense true divine artifact to Zhang Qianshou. Zhang Qianshou took it and observed it with his divine sense for a moment or two. His eyes steeply opened. The bottom of his eyes swept through the meaning of horror. His expression was suddenly serious, and he solemnly said, "It is not something that you can touch right now, put it away." Zhang Xian froze, seeing his ancestor in such a demeanor. His heart became even more curious, and after silently putting the dense true divine artifact into his storage ring, he inquired, "What exactly is this thing? It involves so many things." Zhang Qianshou shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Telling you now would be harmful to you. When you reach your cultivation level, you will naturally be able to explore. You're not whetting people's appetites." Zhang Xian blanked out. "I only have a lifespan of 51 years. It's hard to say if I'll live long enough to explore in person. So just tell me. Satisfy my curiosity. He had rarely seen his ancestor so serious, so he was naturally filled with curiosity about the hidden secret behind this true divine artifact. What was it that could actually make this ancestor, who had stepped into the true divine realm with one foot, lose his temper like this? You kid! Zhang Chancho looked at Jiang Xian, whose eyes were full of curiosity, and helplessly shook his head with a smile. The truth is, I don't know much, and even less that I can tell you. That true divine artifact of yours, known as God's favor, is related to that forbidden land of life. That forbidden land of life? Jiang Xian didn't understand, but when he saw Jiang Chancho's profound gaze, he was abruptly jolted. You mean? Exactly. Jiang Chancho nodded slightly and said with some sighs, it's that forbidden land of life that your parents never came out of. Jiang Xian's heart and mind tightened, his expression silent as he slowly nodded, his voice slightly hoarse. Ancestor, I understand. And then, skimming right over the subject, sensibly pushed it to the back of his mind. That forbidden land of life. Even the ancestors and their ancestors could not explore it when they entered it, let alone him now. Strength. I need strength. Jiang Xian growled in his heart. See Jiang Xian's state change. Jiang Changshou's eyes slightly drooped. Heart dark sigh. Some disappointment. Only blame him for that year failed to save Jiang Haotian husband and wife. Otherwise, with Jiang Haotian's qualifications, now the strength is estimated to have exceeded him. In that case, Jiang Xian, the child with his parents backing him up, shouldn't have had such a hard time and lived so carefully. That's when an unexpected person came to the door. Divine Bone Demon. Jian Hong.